Well, comedy is essentially anything that makes you laugh. That itself can come in many forms and genres, ranging from stand-up to talk shows to films, all the way to inside jokes you have with your friends. But with all these different mediums where we consume comedy, very few people have ever tried to create something funny themselves, and if you ever do, you realize it's very, very hard. None of your ideas are original, none of your sentences are interesting, and whenever you think you have at least something funny, when you say it out loud, you get flashbacks to Hamlet in high school English. Even if you wake up in the morning and decide you're going to become funny by learning the rules of comedy, that ends up being about as useful as deciding to become good at math by remembering the numbers. In reality, the way that funny people make something funny is not by filtering content through an elaborate rule set and having jokes come out the other end, but by starting with one tiny idea, even just a word, and building on it. They take one boring sentence and turn it into one interesting sentence, then into a funny sentence, then into a punchline, then they add a setup to get there, then they do it again and again, continually regrouping and rehashing material until finally they have something to perform or a show to release. But if you're sitting there with a blank Word document or empty thoughts, wondering how you're going to write anything creative, how do you even come up with even an original boring sentence, let alone an interesting one or a real joke? And that brings us to the first goal of comedy writing, which is going from literally nothing to something, anything that's funny. And that means starting with the simplest possible form of joke, which is a setup to establish a premise and a punchline that breaks the audience's expectations. So let's take the easiest type of setup that you get every day, which are questions. So here's a question.
What's the most complex thing you do in your kitchen?
So now the problem here is not only do you have to break the audience's expectations, you have to do it in a way that still fulfills the initial premise the setup has established, otherwise the joke isn't funny. And this creates a comedic dilemma. Out of the infinite number of things you could respond with, some are funnier than others, so how do you generate and narrow down the range? And the first thing you need to do is establish what are the audience's expectations, and in this case it's very obvious. It's something you would physically do in a kitchen, but more complex than usual. So let's start generating responses by adding an additional layer each time. What is the most complex thing that you do in your kitchen? Make a big cake. This is literally the most complex thing you've done in a kitchen, and it's not funny. Build a giant rocket ship. This might be the most complex thing you can think of done in a kitchen. Again, not funny. What is the most complex thing that you do in your kitchen? Make microwave noodles. This breaks the audience's expectation of complex. It's not that funny, but it is interesting. Argue with my wife. This breaks the audience's expectation of what is usually done in a kitchen. It's not that funny, but it's interesting. What is the most complex thing that you do in your kitchen? Sometimes I ask myself if a half carton of eggs is considered a meal. This breaks the audience's expectations that what you were doing was physical and their expectation of complex, and it's sort of funny. So then what if you broke the expectation of complex, the expectation of physically doing something, and the expectation of what is usually done in a kitchen?
I think kind of sort of cream units.
Have you been a kitchen salesman long, sir?
What's the most complex thing you do in your kitchen?
I think worry about death.
So after generating a joke, the next step in building something comedic is one of the most important, which is delivery, or how you tell the joke. The reason this is so important is because no matter how well a song is written, if you can't sing, the song is going to be complete garbage. And this is a lot harder than you think, because for good delivery, you also need a good setup. Here's an example of a bad setup and bad delivery, which comes quite naturally. I have a problem right now. I have too much pickle juice left over at home. So what I've been doing is putting the extra pickle juice on my sandwiches to make them taste better. So this joke is actually technically structured correctly. You establish a premise, you state your position on it, which sets an expectation, and then you break the expectation in a way that still satisfies the premise. Setup, punchline, it's technically a joke. The issue is that it doesn't flow at all. It sounds like I'm reading the joke. The language is super boring. The audience is confused because after the second sentence, everyone is wondering why you have too much pickle juice, not what you're going to do with it. So you have to close that loop before moving on to the punchline. In essence, it doesn't sound right and it doesn't make sense. Here's a better version.
I have a situation in my apartment right now. I have a surplus of pickle juice in my apartment. Too much. pickle juice, because after the pickles are gone, I don't like throwing out the pickle juice. It just feels wasteful. So lately I've been dipping my fingers in the pickle juice, and I flick it on my sandwiches for flavor like that. Right.
So a key takeaway that all comedians employ is always committing to the joke. If you start mumbling or lose confidence in your delivery, the audience always senses it and you lose them. You see that a lot when someone is telling a joke or story in conversation because they're trying to gauge their audience's reaction to see if they're still listening, which is a mistake. You have to always tell the joke with the assumption everyone is going to listen because that's what makes people want to listen. If people still ignore you or interrupt, you have to rethink the material, not deliver the joke more timidly, hoping for encouragement. Here's a segment of one of Louis C.K.'s bits where the delivery is the crux of the joke. The most important part being his use of complete silence that most people would be scared to use out of fear they'd get interrupted.
I'll give you an example. Okay, like of course, children who have nut allergies need to be protected. Of course. We have to segregate their food from nuts, have their medication available at all times, and anybody who manufactures or serves food needs to be aware of deadly nut allergies. Of course. But maybe, if touching a nut kills you, you're supposed to die.
Of all people, you'd think you know the damage you can inflict for a misplaced nut. So one more example of a good delivery is comedian Norm Macdonald, who often has jokes that fall in the category of so bad they're good, but he delivers them with so much confidence you know it's absolutely calculated. Here's an example.
There's this 2-hour season finale of Melrose Place. There's this movie coming out.
Yes.
Title undetermined at this point.
Chairman of the board.
Oh, all right. Do something with that, you freak.
I bet the board is spelled B-O-R-E-D.
So once you have a setup and a punchline and you can deliver it well and get a laugh, you have to be able to revise the joke. One of the most important techniques that you can use to improve your comedic writing and speech is increasing your specificity. For example, saying, "There I was in my car, hoping it was powerful enough to make it up the hill," isn't nearly as funny as, "There I was in my four-door Fiesta, hoping the gradient wouldn't crack 15 degrees." Or saying, "That's the saddest thing I've ever seen," is not nearly as funny as "sadder than a club-thumbed girl who loves pistachios." A little bit niche there, but you get the idea. For another example, if someone asks if I love football, I could say, "Yeah, one of the higher-ups in the NFL could kick a kid with his shoes on and I'd still watch the game on the weekend." Which isn't very funny, it's actually kind of mean, but when you're a lot more specific...
What they would have to do to get me to stop watching. You know,
Because you love football. You watch football.
The commissioner could literally punt a baby across his office with his wingtips on. I'm still going to watch on Sunday.
And what you might notice there is the language Bill Burr uses is actually far more brutal than what I used, but it's somehow way funnier. And what you'll find is that in refining a joke and adding specificity to make the punchline hit harder, you run the risk of offending the audience. As an example, if you replace the word punt with kill in the previous example, it is absolutely not funny at all, even though you would literally accomplish the same thing. Which brings us to one of the most useful rules of thumb in comedy, which is no subject is off limits as long as your joke is funnier than it is offensive and Pepsi doesn't pay your bills. The theme being you can't laugh and be offended at the same time. So in addition to specificity, the next element that is essential to good delivery is the cadence of the joke. This is an area where literary skills are actually useful because to me, cadence is just as much about how you write the words as it is about how you say the words. And there's really no way of teaching this because what you're aiming for is the precision of writing with the fluency of speech. And this is why most stand-up comedians improvise their setups and have their punchlines memorized to the word. Ultimately, you just have to practice a lot, read a lot, listen a lot, and you get better because it's fundamentally a matter of taste. The same way an experienced decorator sees colors and shapes go together, you're trying to do the same thing with words. One of my favorite exercises is taking common feelings that are difficult to express and then shortening them down to be brief and punchy, which is what a lot of the wordier British comedians do. An example is, instead of saying feeling sad in hindsight, you could use debilitating retrospection or sadness when I remember. Instead of not bad, you can use repressing melancholy. These are the techniques that got us internet cliches for always sad, like crippling depression and constant despair, which are now all common parlance in the British and Canadian lifestyle. So I think with that, anyone could get started building something funny. It might only be enough to write one line that's worth a laugh, but that's where you start. Literally, that's where you start. One day you'll find yourself with 4 or 5, and then you can use the same techniques to tie them together into something bigger. Eventually, you might get to the point where you need to learn further skills to realize a bigger goal, like how comedians such as Bo Burnham went from singing funny songs on YouTube to an entire hour-long musical performance, and then to directing his own movie. Or how The Simpsons started as shorts that weren't even that funny, and then went on to be the most celebrated cartoon ever made. And really, for myself, the thing that I love the most about comedy compared to most visual or literary arts is that you can't fake it. You can write bad fiction, make uninteresting paintings, or take cliche photos. Because art is subjective, you can shelter your ego from criticism and even think you're profound because no one could or cares to prove you wrong. But when it comes to comedy, if you're not good, no one laughs. No one has a good time. No one says, well, at least I think you're talented. And you realize it's not the world that doesn't get it, it's you. And what I think the pursuit of being funny does best is show that it isn't about giving up or trying again. Advice, if you're the hottest person in the room, you should go outside. The problem is nowadays that guys have realized that women don't really like you coming up and talking to them in public unless you're above an 8. So if you want to get rejected by a girl, it's way easier to use an app. Nevertheless, whether you like it or not, sometimes it's necessary to venture into the real world and do an activity, and I thought I could share what to look for and what dangers you might encounter if you face your social anxiety head on with alcohol and then go out for a night. Starting location. The starting location is always someone's apartment where you can pre-drink, or pre-game as the Americans say because they clearly don't take it seriously enough. This is the most important stage of going out because it's where you and your friends have a few drinks to loosen up and come up with a game plan for the rest of the night. The game plan is the same this time as it always is, which is getting progressively more drunk and making it up as you go along. Once you and your friends have come up with concepts of a plan, it's time to set out on your hero's journey into the harsh, debilitating environment, where you must trek forth for several steps until you get to the Uber. If you live in the north, you'll befriend a nice Indian man who will simply ask you to rate 5-star, and if you're anywhere below the 37th parallel, your driver will say, "No inglés," and then quietly play Spanish news radio. Objectives of leaving the starting location: be 2 drinks in. Dangers: everyone is really strict with ID these days, so make sure no one left their identification at home. The first encounter. Option 1, happy hour or anything. A lot of really nice restaurants actually have great happy hours because they're hoping you'll come, have a few happy hour drinks and appetizers, create a nice pre-dinner buzz, and then a few people decide to stay for dinner and a $60 bottle of wine. Unfortunately, this isn't a Las Vegas casino, and your deception is powerless against me. I will have 5 glasses of sparkling wine and 2 dozen oysters for $35, then I'll dip immediately at 5:59 p.m. Even the Jerry Springer of finance would be begging me to spend more money. So prepare to tank the losses on your corporate taxes because I've won before, I've won today, and I will be back to win again. Objectives: have some food and more drinks to prepare you for the arduous journey ahead. Dangers: many of these restaurants employ attractive waitresses who try to manipulate you for more money with lustful incantations like, "How was your day?" or "Is everything tasting okay?" Do not fall for their siren song and always be the change you want to see. Remember, tipping is a social construct. First encounter option 2, dive bar. Dive bars are pretty much the cheapest option you have for going out, usually on the edge of town and not that busy, but you probably won't find your life partner here unless you're looking to donate one of your kidneys to them real soon. Objectives: cheap drinks and guaranteed free seats. Dangers: you get a glimpse into your future for when your life completely falls apart. Also, if you lose a bar fight and are allergic to peanuts, you will die. The second location. The second location is the last moment you can still turn back and abandon the plan, which is seeing if it's going to be an actual night out, or if someone says something cowardly like, "I have work tomorrow," or "I have a wife and kids and need to spend time with them." This is why the second location has to be where you spend the most on drinks and potentially meet random strangers that will join your party and reinvigorate lost morale into the group. Craft brew pub. Now, as someone who's been drinking IPAs for 10 years, you might say, "Jamie, I just tried my first IPA and it was terrible. How long until they start tasting good?" In my experience, at least 11 years. Type of party member you might recruit: 30-year-old mustachioed indoor rock climber. He likes music festivals and planning summer road trips in his Kia Sedona, a chill addition to your party but no special party buff. Chance of success: high. Option 2, cocktail bar. Cocktail bars aren't the best for group outings because they have limited seatings and are usually really busy, but they are a classic date idea for a reason. which is that most girls don't actually know what food is, and so typically live off of iced matcha lattes and small processed bags of carbohydrates they have stashed in strategic locations to forget about and then rediscover throughout the day. Cocktails and bar snacks are basically just an upscale version of this, tricking them into thinking you are capable of providing a better version of their current lifestyle. You unfortunately cannot, as you're paying for the check by letting your car loan go to collection. Type of party member you might recruit: wife. Chance of success: low. Option 3, natural wine bar. This is what the modern hipster has adopted after moving on from craft beer. We can't afford houses or children, but we can afford houseplants, tattoos, and overpriced dining experiences. If you've ever had the luxury of visiting Europe, you know you can go to any supermarket and buy drinkable wine for €3, or go full top shelf of the supermarket for $5. If you go to Korea or Japan, you can buy a bottle of soju or sake for $1.50, but in North America, you can go to a natural wine bar and spend $90 on fortified kombucha that has a living organism growing inside of it. You might think this is a scam until you see the bottle has a quirky label on it you can post on Instagram for clout, and then you also realize the bar is filled with hot millennials. Type of party member you might recruit: someone else's wife. Chance of success: medium. The last stop. Deep in your psyche, this is where you knew you were going all along, back when you said, "Yeah, we'll see how it goes, I guess." This is the most dangerous part of your journey, and each location option has a drunk boss fight you and your friends have to overcome. In order to conquer the last stop, you and your party has to strategically time your arrival with when your blood alcohol level is reaching a crescendo, as all of these locations require you to be as stupid as possible while still being conscious in order to take on the boss fight. House party. A house party is the prime location for bad late-night decision-making because there'll be lots of drunk people you don't know, one extremely stressed sober person trying to manage the $20,000 in damage being done to their parents' property, and a bunch of frat guys who are probably going to be in the news tomorrow. Boss fight. Not ending up in an ambulance. Option 2, nightclub. While most people find that it's easier to dance the later the night goes on because you're more and more drunk, it also gets a lot harder because the floor gets more and more sticky. It's better to not ask questions on the subject. Boss fight. The 6 double cheeseburgers, 20 nuggets, and Oreo McFlurry you're about to order at McDonald's. Option 3, gay bar. As someone who lives on the West Coast, here we just call them bars, but have you ever been to a gay bar and accidentally made eye contact with someone who was clearly staring directly at you? You're immediately part of the culture, because no matter how quickly you look away, he will be trying to shake your hand in 10 seconds. Instead of saying, "Oh, hey man, I'm not gay, I'm just here for a friend's party," in the most masculine straight guy way possible, your brain, having never been in this situation before, will try to be polite and say, "Oh no, I already have a drink, but thank you." When he then brings you another drink anyway, and you say, "Oh my god, I really can't. No, really give it to someone else." I mean, okay, if we just have it really fast, but then I have to go back to my friends. This goes about as well as you'd expect because every server at a gay bar learned to make drinks watching Janae from Mahalo.com. Boss fight? Making sure 50 Cent doesn't get the footage. The final boss. The return home. The final challenge once you have survived another boss fight is to use all of your remaining brain cell to find your bed. The problem is that you're likely extremely dehydrated, can't see anything, and all of your friends have seemingly perished. This is where you need to invoke the one superpower all main characters possess: plot armor. Like in Lord of the Rings, just take one more shot, black out completely, and you will then immediately teleport to some sort of bed. Usually this will be your own bed the next day, might be the hospital, could be your ex's, sometimes jail, but I can assure you it works every time. Except in Japan. Don't do it there. At the end of the day, going out was a sacrifice, and you might say that while we managed to lose our money, dignity, wedding rings, and then there was whatever happened at Diddy's, the lesson learned was that just like life, going out wasn't about the journey, it was about how hot the people we met were, and if we'll ever see them again.
The 2016 presidential primaries continue to be led by Trump and Clinton. For the Republicans, Donald Trump is trailed by Ted Cruz, and for the Democrats, Hillary Clinton is trailed by Bernie Sanders. The presidential primaries are extremely significant, as winning the primaries essentially means that you're the presidential nominee for your respective party. Now, I can understand Hillary being the representative for the Democrats, but what I don't understand is what the hell is going on here. How can Ted Cruz even compete with the Trump? Because not only is Donaldinho Trumparino one of the greatest businessmen of all time, he's proposed tried and true strategies for making America back into the glorious country it once was. As an example, he wants to build a 1,000-mile wall along the Mexican border that's been likened to the Great Wall of China. I don't see any Mexicans in China. Another one of the Trump alum's tip-top proposals is to ban entry to the US for all Muslims in order to stop the threat of terrorism. The press has criticized the Don-Tron, saying that his plan infringes on the basic human rights of an entire religious group and only further promotes a hard, erroneous stereotype. But let's see what they have to say to this.
The press are liars. They're terrible people. They're terrible people.
And I know what you're thinking. Big Don's got it all figured out, but I want someone who represents America well, someone that people can relate to. Well, let me ask you this. Have you ever gone through a breakup? Trump has. Have you ever lost money on a business venture? Trump has. Have you ever wanted to have sex with your daughter? Trump. Anyway, what I'm trying to say is that no one knows the struggles of America's citizens quite like the Trump. And even if you aren't American, the election is still a big deal. No matter where you come from in the world, whether it be England or Mexico or America Light, the election is going to affect you. This is simply because America is a tremendously powerful and influential country that has political and trade ties with pretty much everyone else in the world. So don't think you won't be affected. And for those who don't follow American politics, I'll see you at the polls. Let's make America great again.
So I went to elementary school in Australia, primary school, if you will, and now that I live in Canada, I realize that there's a lot of things that North Americans don't take seriously about their day-to-day life at all, like constantly having to avoid the inevitability of an immediate and painful death. As an example, in North America, they teach you in school it's important to eat healthily because you want to stay fit so you don't get sick and have a long life. And you're like, okay, yeah, I guess. But in Australia, they make it very clear. Wombats have a top speed of 40 kilometers an hour, and the weak will be left behind. So what other terrifying Australian animals are that'll make you glad that airlines are going bankrupt right now? F tier. So first off in the F tier, we have all the Australian animals that are actually just really nice and are in fact completely harmless. So next in the E tier, we have animals that look dangerous but actually aren't that dangerous. Echidna. In addition to being the inspiration for Guy Fieri's hairstyle, these guys love to cross roads. Not to get to the other side because they hate inflated tires. In reality, they're actually extremely timid and will curl up into a ball if you threaten to take away their Chaos Emeralds. Huntsman spiders. These are probably the most common variety of spider where I lived and are usually about the size of a coaster. When you rub your leg against your headphone cable, this is what you assume you felt. To be honest though, when you see one of them you say, ah! Oh, it's only a huntsman. D tier. Well, looks friendly. Just what they want you to think. Tasmanian devil. These little guys look like cute miniature dogs, and just like cute miniature dogs, they're completely filled with evil. For their size, they have the strongest bite force of any mammal on the planet, and half of them have contagious mouth tumors. They spend their day walking the perimeter of their territory, looking for other Tasmanian devils to dispute property boundaries with. Koalas. Now, they might seem cute and cuddly, but don't let that fool you. There they'll be at the petting zoo, feeding the little guy some eucalyptus. Next thing you know, he drools on an open wound, and now you have to somehow convince your boyfriend that you got chlamydia from a koala. The trees. While seemingly inconspicuous, even the trees themselves in Australia are dangerous because they're literally always on fire. Why, you might ask? Well, take the eucalyptus tree. What do you get from the eucalyptus tree? Eucalyptus oil. That's right. The trees are literally made of oil. C tier. I'm gonna just not go near that thing. Platypus. Now, when North Americans see a platypus, they all say the same thing. Beaver go quack. But they couldn't be more wrong. While beavers look at a body of running water and think, stop. Platypuses instead think, here I will lurk, waiting to stab your children with my venomous spur if they even think of coming close to my eggs. Well, no, because I have electromagnetic sensors in my big-ass duckbill. I'm not even joking about that. So anyway, great white sharks. Well, these things can kill you easily. Almost every instance of one attacking someone has been a huge misunderstanding, and the shark has been very apologetic. Basically, every time, it's a great white thinking, a seal. I'm gonna eat that. And then when they go and take a bite, they realize it was some dude paddling on a surfboard, and they feel really guilty for worsening their already poor public relations, so they quickly swim back to the depths, hoping they won't get turned into soup. Kangaroos. Besides being absolutely kangaroo jacked, kangaroos have a giant ass tail they like to use to initiate drop kicks on unsuspecting pregnant women. While they don't generally attack unless they're aggravated, they can be very defensive of their offspring, so be very wary if they seem to have something in their pouch, because it's probably a Glock. B tier. It looks dangerous because it is dangerous. Crocodiles. Crocodiles are basically the Venus flytraps of reptiles. I'm pretty sure they don't even have the ability to think. It's quite profound, honestly. If there were a crocodile philosopher, I feel it would be like, you must be patient in life, but when opportunity presents itself, you must sink your teeth in and never let go. Mr. Crocodile, what do you do if you feel like more and more that opportunity is just slipping away? Then I get him with my spin move. Jack jumpers, giant ants with huge jaws that can jump like 2 feet high and are always angry. They're basically wasps but can't fly, except for the ones that can fly. If you get stung by one of these, it hurts a lot for a few hours and then you're mostly fine. 3% of people are allergic though, and they're absolutely not fine. Scorpions. These guys suck because they're somehow immune to crushing damage, but the good news is they're pretty dumb. So you'll walk into your bathroom and there'll be 10 of them chilling in the bathtub because they can't get out. Even though they have 3 attacks, they can only hit things that are coming from the front. So the best way of dealing with them is sneaking up behind when they're not looking and turning the faucet on. Trampolines. Everyone in Australia has had at least one friend with a shitty rectangular trampoline that has had all the protective foam eaten off by wallabies. At some point you will get your entire leg lodged between the springs or have the whole thing crash through your neighbor's house on a windy day. A tier. Kills you. Snakes. Thankfully there were no snakes where I lived, because I lived in a house. But if you go outside, there are a ton of these bad boys just waiting to be stepped on, which they typically don't act like they enjoy, but suspiciously seem to encourage. One of the most common venomous snakes in Australia is called the death adder. Yeah, death is literally its first name. Even if you're like, well, everything in Australia is upside down, so maybe it means the opposite. Well, guess what the opposite of death adder is? That's right, life subtractor. You just can't win, they're always 2 steps ahead. Stonefish. Stonefish are a dumb fish with an even dumber design because even though they hate being poked by children, they nevertheless decide to disguise themselves as a rock in shallow coastal areas. Like, bro, everyone's going to want to flip you over. That's like hating the microwave, but you disguise yourself as a cinnamon bun and then hide in the fridge. Funnel web spiders. Loves wearing functional boots. Redback spiders. Loves comfortable seating and a good postcard. Blue ring octopus. Shoots up to 8 electric destructo discs at a time. Drop bear. A carnivorous relative of the koala bear that's often attracted to barbecues and other public cookouts. Has been known to plummet up to 5 meters from eucalyptus trees onto passers-by. Has particularly sensitive hearing and becomes enraged upon hearing non-Australian accents or about American tipping culture. Its favorite food is Woolworth's generic sausages placed diagonally on a slice of plain white bread, but will also settle for hundreds and thousands on a thick coat of margarine. Hates Vegemite. Box jellyfish. Loves the beach but is very predatory and has been known to lure half-naked girls back to their lair by offering them free henna tattoos. A lot of people think that you're supposed to treat a jellyfish sting by peeing on the affected area, but this doesn't actually do anything, and at the end of the day, you're just another weird guy at the beach peeing on their daughter's leg. Irukandji jellyfish. Along with being very painful, if one of these stings you, you can develop such a severe sense of impending doom that people beg their doctor to just end their suffering. Telstra. Similar to the Irukandji jellyfish, they make you want to kill yourself. S tier. It kills everyone, and also happens to start with S. Stingrays. See, I haven't even said anything about them yet, and you're already sad. S tier. For sad. The sun. As a Tasmanian, I spent a lot of time looking at the sun growing up, and I remember getting more and more freckles every year until I moved to Canada, and then it just stopped. Which made me think, oh no, I was dying. The good news is, I've heard that girls think freckles are pretty cute, and I'm sure this is because girls love bad boys, and when they see a guy with freckles, they think, damn, that guy's tougher than the sun. So yeah, S tier. For sunscreen. So, seeing as we're all currently quarantining ourselves and are therefore naturally protected from both girls and the sun. This video is sponsored by me. One time only, as a crispy new U2's vinyl figure and Chad the Duck plushie. These bad boys are only available for a very limited time, then they're actually gone forever. Get them now before more tariffs. Link in the description. Now, when we're young, one of the first things we care about is what's in our room, because it's the first time you can represent your personality externally where others might see it, making it the perfect practice run before you're forced to wear your personality's clothing in middle school and get bullied into conformity. Much like clothes, the natural preference of everyone is different, especially between guys and girls, and so if you ever date or live with the opposite gender, you'll learn the stark differences in thought process right away. As an example, when girls see a twin mattress on an ugly bed frame, they say, maybe if I just paint it up a bit, then I'll just throw a few blankets and cute pillows on there, I'll put some plants to fill up some more space, and then I'll put Squishy the elephant on the bedside table, and then I can put a big mirror over there for me and to make the space look bigger, I'll put my desk over here, and I just need a rug to tie it all together. Whereas guys look at a twin mattress on an ugly bed frame and think, yeah, I better get rid of that. Girls might look at our perfectly functional lifestyle setup and say, are you going to get literally any furniture? Which is really pretty ignorant. They clearly didn't see the gaming computer. In order to actually make your place look nice, you have to know about interior decorating and design. But it's important to draw the distinction between interior decorator and interior designer, because if you're an interior decorator but call yourself an interior designer, this makes the interior designer very mad because you don't know anything about architectural drawings or structural modifications. Similarly, if you're an interior designer but call yourself an architect, this makes architects very mad because you aren't licensed to actually design and submit building plans. Similarly, if you're an architect but call yourself a civil engineer, this makes civil engineers very mad because other people might think you had more homework than them in university. Much like fashion, interior design trends are deeply cyclical. As an example, if you're my age and I showed you an apartment like this, you might be like, oh yeah, it looks nice, that's like mid-century modern or something, right? Nope, millennial gray. If you feel personally attacked, hold on to your ankle socks because no one's culture is safe in the world of interior design, especially interior designers, because after creating the most beautiful, elegant, and magical home that you've dreamt about for years, you get to say, well, hope you like it, before going back to your 450 square foot apartment and scrolling Facebook Marketplace for plant pots. As we all know, the most important thing about fashion is being ahead of the curve, but not too ahead of the curve that people think you're behind the curve. This means you not only have to be ahead of old trends, be on top of current trends, but predict exactly what upcoming trends will be, so you can do that first, and everyone's like, oh, that guy must have come up with it, so he's probably pretty smart and cool. Now, in order to give you some inspiration, I want to catch you up on the most popular design trends of the last 10 years and how we got where we are today. Because kind of like how millennials wore skinny jeans and Gen Z was like, hell no, then hard pivoted to baggy clothing, pretty much all interior design trends work the same way. So imagine the year is 2015, you're a peak millennial and about to move out on your own. What's in style? Industrial. I'm getting this out of the way because this isn't a style, it's just what your life must become when you're stuck with a brick wall or exposed ducting in your apartment. We've all seen the meme, but the only thing that was really wrong with a place like this is it caused you to grow a man bun, make burgers that are too tall, worship the truffle fry, and develop a mental illness that causes you to think you can make better house ketchup than Heinz. Minimalism. Circa 2015, this was a guy's ideal apartment when he was single. Modern bohemian. This was a girl's ideal apartment when she was single. From here, girls were like, your place is too empty, and guys were like, your place is too girly. So then we got farmhouse chic. Fixer-upper infiltrated the female psyche and caused them to start buying vintage wood furniture from Craigslist, learning only in hindsight that painting something properly requires way more than one step, and is therefore best left to Chinese factory workers. Millennial Gray and Mid-Century Revival. The boys bought all their missing furniture at the same time in the same color from the same store, IKEA. They then watched Frasier, Mad Men, or American Psycho and decided they needed a mid-century inspired statement piece, either a replica Eames chair or a Barcelona chair, and of course a fiddle leaf fig. If you're like, what's so particular about those things? In terms of decorating trends at the time, I'll put it in these terms. Oxford cloth button-down, olive chinos, Clark's desert boots. If you know, you know. Next we have the full Scandi. When guys and girls moved in together, they got rid of each other's furniture they didn't like, leaving only IKEA basics and plants. Flash forward, it's now about 2020, lockdowns happen, and everyone in a teetering relationship breaks up because they actually have to spend time with each other. Japandi/warm minimalism. Single guy still wants minimalism, but has learned from his girlfriend he should actually fill some of the empty space. He takes his half of the Scandinavian furniture and fills the rest with minimalist Japanese design he bought on stimulus checks and GameStop money. Inspired by Millennial Gray, he once again buys all his furniture in the same color from the same store. Nitori. Just in brown this time. Organic modern. Looking for comfort, single girls took their half of the Scandinavian furniture and filled the rest with plump, squishy designer sofas with lots of layers of pillows and blankets to keep them emotionally secure in such trying and turbulent times. Flash forward again, it's now the modern day in 2025, and after some time apart, Japandi and Organic Modern have matured as individuals, realized the folly in their ways, got back together, and are looking to get married. Organic Modern doesn't like the straight edges and bland color scheme of Japandi, and Japandi doesn't like the inherent deception of everything being fuzzy and round without definitive, uncompressible form. By looking at the development of the last 10 years of interior design, we see the way that each major trend has been influenced by the last, and through repeating inspiration, collaboration, breakups, and makeups, you arrive at the dominant trend of today, the combination of organic modern and warm minimalism. This contemporary design incorporates not round, not straight, but sculpted flowing shapes. It decides to skip raw wood and plush fabric in favor of textured wood paneling and tactile layers. Even the most designer or chubby sofas and Scandi mid-century sectionals are out in favor of soft flowing geometry, aka the croissant. If you ever feel down on your creative abilities, just know that the most popular sofa design trend of 2025 is a hot dog that's split on the grill curling up on another hot dog. In reaction to excessive tonal layering, an attempt has been made to hard counter by making sure the whole house isn't monochromatic, but has a main theme accented with a bold single color, or is drenched entirely with exactly this shade of green. Well, these are more trends than styles, and a true modern aesthetic is still developing. Where do we go from here? Well, you just have to take emerging trends and continue the story. As a newly married couple, Organic Modern has naturally become bored of Japandi, and having more disposable income but nothing secondhand to improve the place with, as farmhouse chic has been long forgotten, the modern woman seeks to reinvoke the ephemeral sense of love by introducing retro warm. Whether it's the nostalgic feel of grandpa core from their youth, or trying to rekindle the taste of what life is supposed to be like from her Tuscany honeymoon with a fresh breeze of Mediterranean. Either way, this justifies the insatiable female urge to buy secondhand furniture they don't need, learning only in hindsight that properly restoring vintage pieces from auction requires way more than one step, and is therefore best left to Michigan factory workers. How about the boys? The truth is, while we have remained silent our whole lives, the modern man has always known exactly what we've always wanted. It wasn't minimalism, we just couldn't afford anything. It wasn't millennial gray, we just didn't want to go to more than one store more than one time. It wasn't even warm minimalism, that's just millennial gray in the Dune universe, which we are all very excited about. What is actually occurring in the modern man's brain is he's trying to formulate and express the thought, "Dear wife, I see your fuzzy curvy furniture and nostalgic chairs you found on Marketplace. You can override my minimalism and straight edges and do what you wish, but I have one request. You must incorporate the one true love of all men, the Chrysler Building." Because while the late millennial hipster was weaned on minimalism, then developed a taste for 70s retrofuturism while accidentally causing irreparable collateral damage to Gen Z, it has all led us to go another 50 years into the past to 1920 and bring back what modern man truly yearns for. Art Deco 2025, the Empire State Strikes Back.
Can't repeat the past. No. Why, of course you can.
So where are we going from here? First, sculpted furniture is a cope and impractical. Only hotels and rich people want impressive furniture you can't sit on. Girls want soft and cozy, and guys want sacred geometry. And there's already a solution to that. The return of the beanbag, the ultimate furniture and shape. Next, grandpa core nostalgia could only have a life cycle of one generation, but Mediterranean is an entire landmass that will last as long as the ice caps. So at least 2 generations. Clearly that's in. Next, we need a worrying amount of plants. 2 incomes won't be able to afford children or pets by 2035, so we have to have something that depends on us. Next, put in glass block walls separating rooms for obvious reasons. I really like them and want them to make a comeback. Lastly, no one under 65 can afford an actual house in any city, so we're all planning to abscond from society and elope in a rural Hollywood aesthetic hobby farm using the money from when our 14-leg NBA over-under finally hits. Putting it all together, what is the final form of our generation's design philosophy? I present Neo-Deco Cottage Escape. Let's take a look. Here we have a beautiful Mediterranean-themed Art Deco cottage exterior. Not too big, but still really nice for a small family and little garden. The dream you were all promised but never received. Come inside. To the left, we have a small kitchen with a white oak breakfast table. The oversized groove ceiling mimics the terracotta roofing of the Mediterranean. You might be looking at the glass block partition and think, wow, that really does separate the room despite taking up almost no visual space. No way that could be used as a thematic construction material throughout the rest of the home, though. Wrong. Come with me. Your dining room and lounge initiates guests to a taste of contemporary 2035 design while being grounded in familiar traditional furnishings. There are lots of plants who will love you unconditionally and supply you with precious oxygen, along with a bold verdant green feature wall. Here's a bigger glass block partition. Very nice. Moving to the master bedroom, rigid formal dining gives way to more casual, soft themes, where you have a big bed to sleep with your beautiful wife, whether natural or Android. Whether Apple or Android. You can see the bed is not just for looks and comfort, but also features 6 USB-C charging ports, the universal standard. I'm sure the European Union would be very proud of their one achievement if they were still with us today. Then you have the guest bathroom. With a little bit of a feminine touch with the color scheme, we've incorporated Art Deco brass detailing along with a North African wicker basket. People always forget there's more than one Mediterranean coast. Notice the soft wake of natural light from both directions. Wonder how that's possible. Like most new homes, we haven't included a shower. Teflon concentration in the water is high enough, it just bounces off you anyway. Come with me. Next, you have a more intimate reading and media room. The permanently affixed TV comes equipped with a mandatory 24/7 live stream of Sora News, where currently you can see from a generated visualization of Twitter posts that China is drone-striking New York City to disperse nanobots into the drinking water. And I know what you're thinking, but no need to panic. I can assure you that's imitation sheepskin. We then get to the rear patio sunroom, a sequestered space that lets you enjoy a view and a glass of natural wine on an acid rainy day. The stained hollow glass blocks 99.9% of facial recognition satellites. Outside, we have a few raised beds for our victory garden. That's essential for when the EMPs prevent Prime delivery from arriving with the rations. That there is a Weber kettle grill. Can't beat a classic. Leaving the best till last, going down to the basement, we have our show-stopping relax and refuge room, which is not just an elegant place to compose yourself, but features a beautiful expansive view of the French Riviera. Courtesy of Huawei 16K OLED V-Life display. With a subscription of just 35 seconds of generation tokens per month, only skippable ads will be shown. The walls are 70-inch reinforced blast-resistant concrete with a beautiful Himalayan salt slab finish, which of course wouldn't be complete without not one, but two glass block partitions. Let me take you back to the front. Concluding our 2035 home tour, we're asking just $59,999 universal basic labor.
I know a lot of guys have trouble picking up on the signs of whether or not a girl is into them, so today I want to do a little quiz so you can see if she actually does like you, or even just how good you are at recognizing signals that you might be getting. Let's say you're in a bar and you look across the length of the counter and you see a cute girl who glances at you briefly, does a quick hair flip, and then turns back to her friends. Is she into you? Eye contact is obviously a good sign, but you really can't tell from this example. She could just be adjusting her hair, and maybe she was looking at someone behind you. So let's say you're at the office and your cute coworker is waiting behind you to make some copies of whatever people make copies of, and she says, "Wow, do you think you could go any slower?" and then playfully punches your arm. Is she into you? Again, you can't really tell from this example either. She might like you, but she might just be giggling and punching your arm as a sarcastic middle school throwback, so really no way to tell. Okay, so let's say you're at the gym on the elliptical for some reason, and Cutie McBooty comes in and gets on the exercise bike in front of you. And then after 5 minutes she looks back and says, "Wow, I'm so sweaty already. If only there were a way to get the same workout at home riding something else." And then gives you a wink. She into you? Yeah, I still can't tell with that one. Exercise equipment is pretty expensive, and maybe she lives in a small apartment and just doesn't have space. So maybe you find a good deal on rowing machines somewhere, you can show her the flyer. Okay, so let's say you meet up with a friend that you've had coffee and drinks with a couple times, and she says, "I had a lot of fun on the last few dates we went on." That's a good sign because she thought those hangouts were actually dates. So suppose then she says, "How'd you like to come back to my place and watch Netflix tonight?" That's another good sign. It's usually a pretty good indicator when a girl invites you to do something, especially at her place. So then let's say later at her house you guys are watching Wall-E or something like that, and she says, "I'm getting pretty bored, why don't you come upstairs with me?" That's another great sign. She probably has something pretty interesting to do upstairs if it's better than watching Wall-E. So then after you go up there, all of a sudden she pushes you onto her bed, dims the lights, rips off her clothes, and you start having sex. Is she into you? Yeah, again, you really can't be too sure. It's pretty dark in the room, so she can't really see you properly. Maybe she's from Canada and was just being polite. Anyway, best bet is to just keep your wits about you and continue to look.
So I'm going to walk you through the steps that I would use to sketch a graph of a polynomial function. These might seem daunting at first because it's not always intuitive what the graph's going to look like, but what we can actually do is take each term and type them into Wolfram Alpha.
Alright, so having been a dev for a good minute or two, I thought I'd make a tutorial to help you guys create the most basic simulation, which is of course known as Hello Universe. This program obviously isn't too complex, but it's got everything you need to be able to integrate yourself and play through on the planet Earth as the human player type. Okay, so I'm going to be using Google's online development simulator for most of the project because it has a user interface and Google pretty much owns me, but feel free to use your simulator of choice. Okay, so go to New File and we'll name it Hello Universe, and it'll ask us for the game speed. It's just how quickly players experience the passage of time in your simulation. I'm going to base this on the speed of light. Doesn't really matter what you choose, I just usually prefer to code in C. So the first thing we have to do is import all our planets, stars, galaxies, and all the characters, so make sure you've downloaded the asset library. Most of the universe is going to be empty, so storage won't be a problem. That's why we call it space. So most things in the universe are procedurally generated by the computer over millions of years, but when someone integrates into your simulation, you have to designate who they're going to play as. Some devs like to make the playable characters in their own image, but if you saw what most developers look like, you know how bad of an idea that is. Instead, I like to design a joke character that players might like, but nature would of course never allow. Yeah, just import that. Now, when you do more complex simulations, you can enable life for as many planets as you want, but for Hello Universe, Earth is the only planet with life on it. The players will probably never find out, so don't worry about that. There are also some other settings you can change for Earth individually. Number of players. For Hello Universe, the only real player is you. All the other players are simulated. Difficulty. This is just how hard it is for you to get through the day. Yeah. Okay, now keep in mind that simulations tend to run pretty processor heavy. You might have heard the programming quip, you need more than one thread to make the fabric of space and time. Like most niche interest jokes, I don't find it funny, but I at least understand it. Simulations use fewer resources the longer they go on for, but if you have a lot of them running simultaneously, you can free up some resources by deleting some of the older players. Okay, so next are the universe settings, and we have map size. It's how big you want the observable simulation to be when players go in. The bigger you make this, the harder it will be for them to find your mistakes. Number of perceivable dimensions, just leave this at 4. Not much point in doing a tutorial on 5-dimensional simulations because you'd already know what that looks like. And bitrate 300,000 kilometers a second. Okay, so that's the primary programming done, so go ahead and compile that. Alright, no errors. That's unusual. At any rate, we're good to launch, but before we do, it's critical that you scrub through the timeline and check for bugs before publishing. A lot of new devs have a hard time telling the difference between a bug and poor design, so I thought I'd go through a few of the most frequently asked questions I get. My stars are collapsing after billions of years. Yeah, this is a bug and we don't have a solution, so we just make them invisible and call it a feature. What happens if the players discover the source code? This almost never happens, but I don't worry about it because most of my code is almost completely unintelligible anyway. What happens when the simulation is over? You get a screen to choose your payment method and you can see the high scores. Okay, so let's get back to our program. Go ahead and hit run, and it's as easy as that. Just remember, you can't patch the simulation once it's started, so no interaction is possible from outside the program. But you can always integrate yourself and go through as a player. Keep in mind that millions of years of game time are processed in just a few seconds, so if you choose a later point in time to integrate yourself, you can actually build another simulation inside that simulation and another sim inside that one, and so on and so on. I think that's called inscription or encryption or recursion, or might just be a nested loop. It's not really my field. Anyway, that's more than you need to worry about right now, so congratulations on creating the Hello Universe simulation. Give yourself a pat on the back, and feel free to take a hard-earned day of rest. So today's video is sponsored by Audible, and I was going to suggest using this free book credit at audible.com/explain for something a bit more on topic, but I actually just saw the movie It, and I've been really wanting to read the book until I realized the "You'll Float Too" tagline is because the book's the size of an aircraft carrier. So I went on audible.com/explained, signed up for my own 30-day free trial because I've never used Audible before, and got 45 hours of book for free that I don't have to carry around. So now I can mathematically survive up to 2-day road trips, and I can walk anywhere or ride the bus without having to talk to someone. Now, the difference between an average person and a billionaire is essentially 0. Unfortunately, about 9 of them. Nevertheless, if you're a regular person, you walk around the same streets as both the riff, the RAF, and professionals all the same. You probably know people who still live at home, friends slumming it with roommates, couples sharing a 2-bedroom, and high earners with a single family home, a dog, 2 kids, and the white picket fence, giving you a decent perspective of life for the average person. But when you're so rich that money basically doesn't matter, everything changes completely. One unavoidable characteristic of becoming a billionaire is that you end up in such an isolated social circle that you often cease to relate to the common person, and your life becomes unrecognizable. For this reason, billionaires actually have more in common with the homeless than they do with most people. Doesn't pay taxes, undiagnosed mental illness, on the kind of drugs you don't even know how to get, and never even heard of the Epstein files. Now, it's natural to look at your life where you work 40 hours a week for just enough to scrape by and think, how does someone even get to be a billionaire in the first place? It's really pretty simple. At some point or another, we've all had the genius thought, what if 1 million people just gave me $1? It would barely inconvenience them, but then I would have $1 million. While most of us stop at this fantasy, impressed by our own raw ingenuity, some people throughout history have gone further, extrapolated on this scheme, and invented what is known today as a business. As an example, Reed Hastings and Mark Randolph thought, what if you give me $16 every month and I mail you Shrek 2 on DVD? Easy $6.5 billion. Elon Musk said, what if you give me $8,000 and I pretend to give you a self-driving car every year for the next decade? Richest man on earth. Mark Zuckerberg said, what if I give you an app that collects all of your personal information in a giant database that I own, and you give me a heat lamp and a bowl of grasshoppers? To really drive home how much wealth billionaires have, when someone says they're a billionaire, they're one of only 800 people in the United States. In contrast, if someone says they're a millionaire, it means they have a house. While politically it's commonplace for progressives to hate billionaires because they epitomize late-stage capitalism, I don't make fun of billionaires because I have an ideological bone to pick. I make fun of them because they're really fucking weird. Recently, Peter Thiel, a tech billionaire and right-wing ideas guy, appeared on a podcast and was asked if he thought the human race should survive. He then stammered over the question for 15 seconds before reluctantly answering with the classic, yes, but. Now, I'm no expert in media training, but as I frequently tell Putin, Hamas, and Benjamin Netanyahu on our weekly Zoom meetings, the correct answer to human rights questions is always to say yes right away, and only reveal later that you had your fingers crossed out of frame. Billionaires like Thiel are almost alarmingly out of touch with how to communicate with the general public, because even though he can understand a regular person's life conceptually, he can't relate to them on a personal level. For example, I get really hot at night when I go to bed, so I like to turn the temperature way down, whereas Thiel prefers to sleep in a deep freezer he lays down like a sarcophagus. Now, the good news is that not all billionaires base their whole personality on World of Warcraft expansions and name their company after the magic rock Sauron used to corrupt weak minds and manipulate their will. Warren Buffett, for example, has not only pledged all of his wealth to charity after he dies, but he also still lives a very humble life in his house in Omaha that he bought in 1958 using the change he picked up off the ground. Nevertheless, most billionaires don't do much to shake off the public image that their whole existence is just about lording over their minimum wage warehouse workers as they Zillow the next 2,000 hectares of farmland to buy, sip their cognac, and mutter to their Siamese cat what pleasure it brings them to see the peasants toiling for their coin. But this isn't how billionaires run companies, this is how Mr. Beast comes up with video ideas. The ethical question of should there be billionaires at all is one of the most hot-button issues around right now because wealth inequality has been steadily increasing decade over decade, and many people believe that billionaires don't pay their fair share. This is of course ridiculous, as billionaires get divorced all the time. With that said, it is a common belief that if the government were to confiscate everyone's personal wealth above $999 million, this would lead to a dramatic improvement in the standard of living for the average person. Problem is, even if you were to yoink every stock, bond, and square inch of real estate a billionaire owns, liquidate all of it to straight cash while somehow getting market value, in the US you would get about $6.22 trillion, which would cover 11 months of government spending, or every person in the country would get a one-time payment of around $18,000. While this is nothing to scoff at, if you're one of the people who says we should eat the rich, it's important to consider that the average inheritance in the US is $46,000, meaning you would make more money if you ate just one of your parents. Now, because they can't yet buy more of it, billionaires are experts at managing their time. While flying private is out of reach for most of us, there are other tips you can copy from billionaires to save time in your own life. For example, when I make a new account on a website, I save time by letting Chrome auto-generate an encrypted password. I got this idea from Elon Musk, who uses the same technique to name his children. When you basically reach level 99 in capitalism, you might ask yourself, what do I do now? Not to worry, once you've reached the level cap, there's still plenty of side quests for you to do. While most regular people spend their time playing video games, doing arts and crafts, or playing a sport, billionaires can choose more exotic things like getting bullied on Twitter, criticizing the Chinese government exactly one time, paying pro athletes to make you feel talented, leaving the planet in search of any novelty that will make the emptiness go away, paying to boost your Path of Exile account, then streaming it to prove to anyone who doubted your multidisciplinary genius that they were in fact correct, exploring the bottom of the ocean to uncover its lost secrets, and of course exploring the bottom of the ocean and then dying instantly. In reality, when you're worth even hundreds of millions of dollars, an ultimately rookie amount, you can pretty much have anything you want. Penthouses, luxury cars, private chef, private plane, giant house, and another giant house in a poor country that kinda sucks but has good weather, and you're not sure if purchasing power parity means the gardeners are getting paid well by their standards, or if you just own slaves. With this in mind, if you are a billionaire, it's actually pretty hard to think of a way to flex on multimillionaires, meaning the 23-year-olds on Raya who look like they're 35 aren't gonna message you back. That is, of course, until you remember what separates the centimillionaires from the billionaires. Big boat. Ask a girl if she'd rather be stuck in the middle of a forest with a random bear or a random man, and she picks the bear every time. Ask a girl if she'd rather be stuck in the middle of the ocean with a random shark or stuck in the middle of the ocean with a random Saudi man, and she picks Muhammad every time. This is because men in the forest are broke, meaning they'll try to touch your boob, whereas men on yachts are rich, meaning they have grown weary of material desires and flew you out business class for your quirky personality. While no one has tried to sex traffic me yet, the closest I've been able to get so far was when I was on a holiday in France several years ago and made a day trip to Monaco. Now, for people not in the know, Monaco is a tiny sovereign nation basically inside France and is like a Vatican City tax haven for the ultra wealthy. They have a little garden you can look at near the Monte Carlo casino, which was the only thing I could afford. And as you walk through, you're like, oh, look, a little building. Hopefully this one's a bathroom. Nope, just another Audemars Piguet watch kiosk. Then you pee on it anyway because you're in Europe. Other than this neat oceanographic museum, what I thought was the coolest part of Monaco was the port, which was divided into sections based on how important people in Monaco thought you were. In the very inner part of the harbor, you have the literal wage slave section, which is basically all the yachts that I would see back home. Then there's Worthless, which had the biggest yachts I have ever seen in real life prior to this. After that, you have Starter Yacht, which are like floating New York City penthouses. Then the last section in the harbor is, finally, a real yacht, which is one giant pier for the 2 or 3 mega yachts that rule the Monaco postcard photo and cost at least $100 million each. Obviously you don't stop there because these things are a dime a dozen, so then you go out in the ocean and you get, what is this, a harbor for ants? Now you might be thinking what I was thinking at the time, which was, even if you were a billionaire, why on earth would you want a mega yacht so big you can't even park it in the harbor? Exactly, to store your other yachts in, Brokey, get with the program. At this point, I too was wondering how I could acquire a Russian nesting yacht until I was like, speaking of, what's that? And maybe a few kilometers farther out from the shore was this thing, which is the world's largest sailing yacht, and in the top 5 most expensive yachts ever built. It's owned by Andrei Melnichenko and designed by the guy who made this cool lemon squeezer that my mom just bought. Even though I had forgotten the oligarch-class yacht existed, this guy claims he doesn't even have ties to the Russian state, making him just a regular, unimportant billionaire. This argument, of course, didn't work on the Italian government after Russia invaded Ukraine because they saw the yacht parked outside their shoreline and said, yoink! Which brings us to the true top of the hierarchy, which isn't who owns the biggest yacht, it's who owns the biggest ocean. And you know what that means.
Hey, do you mind watering the garden? Dad, it's literally raining. Oh, my bad. Easy mistake for me to make because, back in my day we didn't have rain. You definitely did have rain. What are you talking about? Nope, only hail the size of my fist. And you walked uphill both ways to get to school, right? Sure did, 20 miles. I remember it like a warm summer day. Which we didn't have either. Only nuclear winter. Dad, I feel like you're exaggerating a bit. I definitely am not. One time I was with my pal Bob Tucker and Dad, why is everything black and white? 'Cause color hadn't been invented yet. Are you kidding me? I'm trying to reminisce. Do not diminish my childhood, please. Okay, sorry. So anyway, I was with my pal Bob Tucker on our way to school, and we were about to make the last turn of our usual route, and I'll be damned if there wasn't a 10-ton Tyrannosaurus staring us right in the face. Dad, there was not a 10-ton Tyrannosaurus staring you right in the face. Are you trying to say that my story might not have happened exactly as I am recollecting it? Yes, that is what I'm saying. Well, I'm gonna go tell someone else who will appreciate my story. Hey Ruby, want to hear a story? So back in my day, I was with my pal Bob Tucker on our way to school when we were about to make the last turn of our usual route, and I'll be damned if there wasn't 10,000 Mongolia... Ruby? Dagnabbit. How'd it go, Dad? Shut up. I'm gonna tell your brother. He'll appreciate my story. Hey Sean, want to hear a story? Yeah, sure, Dad. So anyway, back in my day, I was with my pal Bob Tucker on our way to school, and we decided to make our usual stop at the candy store. And well, back in my day, you could buy a bag of candy for 1/8 of a penny. Wow, that's a really good deal, Dad.
Yeah, it sure was. Also, the government was less corrupt and beer tasted better. So we're about to make the last turn of our usual route, and I'll be damned if the earth didn't split in half right in front of our very eyes.
Oh no, what'd you do, Dad?
Well, it wasn't easy, seeing as gravity was about 10 times what it is now and there was far less oxygen in the atmosphere, but we were mighty tough back then, and let me tell you, we weren't about to give up.
Were there dinosaurs, Dad?
Not just dinosaurs. With that abyss opening up, there was a whole swarm of lava sharks out to stop us from getting our education.
Did you wrangle them up, Dad?
You're darn right I did, son. I jumped in there and fought them on their own turf until they swam back down to the core and sealed up that big hole.
Is that why you can take the bread out of the toaster without hurting yourself?
You're goddamn right, and after that whole thing was over, I never got a word of thank you. What do you think of that story?
Sounds like you're full of shit, Dad.
Was able to generate and develop their ideas from the moment of inspiration to a working draft and then finally to an original and hopefully creative end product. The tricky thing is that there's really no one universal creative process, and it varies greatly depending on the particular field. Like if you take a look at top 50 music, for example, you'll see that most artists go through the same process to come up with their songs, which is step 1, make sure you can sing or play an instrument. Step 2, get your heart broken. Then if you look at the visual arts, the process is just as ambiguous, but for almost all painters throughout history, you do consistently see the same thing, which is step 1, imagine something beautiful. Step 2, paint it. Step 3, get a job so you can afford more paint. Even with the comedians I've researched, they all say they kind of just think of something funny and write about it, hoping something good comes out the other end. But what I did notice that was interesting is they almost all have exactly the same origin story of how they got into comedy right around middle school, which looks like this. Step 1, discover girls. Step 2, girls don't discover you. Step 3, realize your personality is going to have to carry. And so one thing I was taught is that you can't judge how creative something is because creativity is subjective. And while that's wrong because I've been to slam poetry, after looking at the creative processes in different fields, it made me realize that it's much more about the person doing the creating than the creating itself. Which brings about the conversation of what kind of characteristics do truly creative people have. And one of the most obvious is a clear tendency towards introversion due to most creative endeavors being done alone. But that time alone is of course not without its consequences. And if we look at someone like Edgar Allan Poe, one of America's earliest and most influential white rappers, we can see that he actually described his own experience by saying, "I became insane with long intervals of horrible sanity." And while nowadays we simply call that alcoholism, it does begin to paint a picture of the almost inevitable crazy that comes with creative, and again poetry in particular. And all that makes you wonder if being creative is something you would even want. And like most traits, it's a double-edged sword. As an example, personality studies show that almost all entrepreneurs are quite creative, but almost all entrepreneurs fail, which essentially means it's a high-risk, high-return proposition, where the unlucky and less competent creative people make no money and have no success, but the most lucky and most competent creative people can get their hairline back and tweet about anime. So if that's what you're going for, it's imperative that you're self-aware about your own level of creativity, but how can you tell how creative you actually are? Which is why I've made a short quiz to test your own creativity and ability to think outside the box. Alright, so the first question is going to be fairly straightforward, but you will have to think creatively to solve it. Which of the following has the greatest value? Which of the following has the greatest value? That's right, it's definitely B. Target isn't what it used to be, Japan is fairly expensive, so Domino's is definitely the greatest value, especially when there's a deal on. Alright, so hopefully you're warmed up. Now we'll do a bit of a harder one. Okay, so draw these 9 dots on a piece of paper, and without taking your pencil off the page, connect the dots using exactly 4 lines, and each line has to start where the previous line ended. Alright, so I'll give you a sec to give it a go. Make sure you think outside the box. Think outside the box. Now, if you've managed to come up with this solution, that's correct. But the more creative answer I was looking for was actually this, because instead of trying to make the dots connect with each other, you've given the little guy a personality, so now he can connect with you. Wow. Alright, final question. This is a surprisingly simple one, but one that not a single person I've ever shown it to was able to figure out.
So, I recently had a conversation with someone who said, "I've never really played video games. I don't get why people like them."
And while I feel that she kind of answered her own statement, I felt compelled to talk about it because they've always been a big part of my life, and since I was a kid, I thought there was no better way to make friends than inviting someone over to watch me play video games. Now, if we go way back, one of my first gaming experiences was when I was about 4 years old, and my dad gave me a Nintendo 64, and what made me really fall in love with Nintendo was how they made me feel like I was something I could never be in real life, an Italian man. Now, at the time, my dad really didn't know what video games were, and I remember he was just watching me play for a while, then after a bit he said, "Wow, I can't believe how much content they can put in these games." And then a year or two later, when I was still playing the same game, he seemed to think something might be wrong and asked if I wanted some help. I said I could figure it out myself, and it took me 4 years, but I got there, and when Christmas came around, he got me a brand new game as a present. And then my brother gave me the strategy guide for it and said, "I hate to see you struggle." In the end, though, joke's on him, I couldn't read. So since I was about 9 or 10, one of my favorite genres of games has always been RPGs because you don't need friends to play. And one of the first RPGs I got into was RuneScape. And what I liked about it was that you have all these different skills like woodcutting, fire making, fishing, and all sorts of stuff you could level up and really make your character unique. And I figured, hey, I can totally reinvent myself on here to be whatever I want to be. That'll make me happy. It didn't work, but, live and learn. Which I didn't. Now, I don't want to paint the picture that video games are always life's answer, because when I was about 13 or 14, like most kids my age, I was pretty self-conscious and had a lot of emotions that I didn't know how to deal with. I remember there was a real turning point for me when I came home from school really frustrated with the other kids, and I needed a way to vent out that anger, and of course I knew not to take that out on anyone in real life, but shooting a computer player with a bow and arrow wasn't cutting it, so I left the fantasy games behind and found something more realistic and first person. I went online, found someone, and even though my aim wasn't very good, I remember actually saying, "Take that, bitch," as I was blasting them in the face. But yeah, that's how I discovered porn. So after working through my emotions in FPS, one of the best years of my life was when I was about 14 or 15, and everyone was really excited about StarCraft. Like most real-time strategy games, StarCraft was pretty brutal because you can never relax. Not only are you always doing something in the game, you're always trying to improve your level of play by practicing outside the game. And every day when I came home from school, all my friends would be in a Skype call discussing our replays and how to get better. And being one of the first big esports, I thought, I want to be really good. So I played it about 6 hours a day for over a year, to the point my life practically revolved around the game. And eventually, after putting in a few thousand hours, I got to the point I was very briefly one of the top 10 on the ladder and got to play with some of the guys that I idolized. Unfortunately, that didn't last too long, and I was never quite good enough to go to tournaments and make money, but after I left the game, it was the first time I didn't regret any of the time I'd lost, because I truly achieved a goal that I set for myself, and I realized that if it weren't for that experience, I would have missed some of the most valuable lessons I've ever learned. Like, sex can wait, and no matter how good you are, there will always be a million Koreans better than you. And so since my StarCraft experience, I haven't really played any video games because I could never really get into anything in the same way again, and I'd barely touched a gamer controller all the way up until a few weeks ago when my dad moved, and I had some old stuff in his attic I had to go through, and I came across my Nintendo 64 and all my games, so I took them home, had a good experience reliving some of those memories, but not only that, I even found my own Donkey Kong strategy guide, and just like I remembered, I'd barely used it. So before I go reminisce on better times, recently I've been building the website casuallyexplained.com with Squarespace, and it would make me very happy if you go check it out and let me know you'd like to see there besides videos and merch. I was thinking of having an MS Paint competition. Temperature, generally speaking, is a measurement of a material's average internal kinetic energy at a given moment. Essentially, particles are always jiggling around, and the faster they collectively do so, the higher the temperature. It naturally follows that if these particles were to be completely stationary, we would have a minimum temperature, or what we call absolute zero. While this point can never be achieved, as any substance being cooled will asymptotically approach the temperature of its cooling agent, what would happen if we were to continually add energy instead? At 0.01 degrees, we have the triple point of water, where it can exist as a gas, liquid, or a solid. At 20 to 25, we have typical room temperature, and then at very slightly under 100 degrees, we have the boiling point of water. Increasing this to 600 degrees, we have the temperature of a typical small wood fire, and then just a bit hotter than that, we have Natalie Dormer, or in the scientific community, 1ND or Dorm.
At around 10 dorms, we have the temperature of the Earth's core, which is quite similar to the surface of the Sun. And then around 24 kilodorms, we have the center of the Sun. Eventually, at an absolutely insane 9 gigadorms, we have the highest measured laboratory temperature, which was achieved in 2012 at CERN laboratories, where researchers used the Large Hadron Collider to reheat a frozen Hot Pocket. This maximum temperature is known as HPP, or the Hot Pocket potential, and has since become a mainstay in thermodynamic studies of high-energy systems. At an incredible 180 tera HPP, we have the temperature of the universe when it was 10 to the negative 35 seconds old. Imagine all the matter in the entire universe contained in a nearly infinitesimally small space, and the absolutely absurd levels of energy that were present. Finally, at 260 quintillion HPPs, or just under 142 nonillion degrees, we have the postulated absolute hot, or Planck's temperature. This is the point at which gravitational forces between particles would be as strong as other fundamental forces and proves to be a barrier to our current model of physics. There is one more temperature, which is unofficially named P+1, which is Planck plus 1, or a single degree above absolute hot. It's actually a field of study for me, and I coined this temperature as MNMT, which stands for Maximal Nuclear Measurement Temperature. But the acronym proved difficult to publish, so I eventually shortened it to simply My New Mixtape. So I have a fairly innocent friend who recently became old enough to drink, and I've been trying to take him for a beer, and I felt this would be a great way for him or anyone to familiarize themselves a little bit with the bar scene. Now, the key feature of a bar is the fact that you can get a drink while you're there, but what drink do you get? So, assuming it's going to fit your budget, there's 3 main considerations: alcohol content, how good it tastes, and street cred. Generally, most drinks you get in a bar have similar alcohol content per serving, but of course you're wondering, what drink has the most street cred? And it's pretty simple to figure out. The better something tastes, the less street cred it has. As an example, Cosmopolitan. 2 ounces worth of hard liquor, tastes amazing, 0 street cred. Cider. Usually 4 to 7% alcohol, tastes like juice, comes with a straw. Light beer. Mostly water, tastes like beer, the most popular drink in North America. Now, honestly, light beer gets a bad rap, and it isn't the worst thing ever. In fact, one of the ways you can get more street cred is by seeing which one of your friends can drink the most of it. This is of course kind of dangerous, because I found that no matter how fast you can drink, you can't outpace the self-loathing. And if you're wondering about other cocktails and mixed drinks, it's really just a matter of what glass it comes in. Just quickly, I'd like to emphasize how important it is to not make a joke about the bartender's ice hammer. I thought I was being really clever with my jokes about unwanted customers, courtrooms, and Norse gods, but I wasn't. And you can tell your joke isn't very good when after you tell the punchline, your friend says, "Please subscribe." Shit. Okay, so really you can order whatever you want, but if you have friends that are girls, it can be a real advantage, because not only does it mean you can steal a sip of their delicious drinks, it also means you have friends that are girls. And to be frank, if you're at the bar trying to pick someone up, the best wingmen are usually other women because there's no conflict of interest and you have that extra social validation. Now, at this point, you can try one of my favorite strategies. So, if I'm there with a friend and I see a girl I'm into, I get my friend to go to their table and say to the girl, "Hey, do you know him?" while pointing to me, and she's naturally going to turn and look in my direction, which gives me just enough time to imagine our lives together. Alright, one thing that might be pretty intimidating is the bar slang that everyone seems to know. On the rocks, neat, up, with a twist, with a water back, all things that come with experience. The good news is if you don't know the bar terminology, just say what you want or ask the bartender to recommend something. You might think he's judging you for your lack of knowledge, and he is, but he'd better stay in line if he wants that 5% tip. I also dislike when you pay by card and it gives you 3 tip options of 15, 20, and 25%. I just think it's insensitive they put the probability of your card getting declined right on the machine. I still think it's a good idea to pay by credit card though, because it lets you keep track of your habits. As an example, one time I got my credit card stolen, but Visa was able to block it for suspicious activity when the guy tried going to the same bar I go to and only bought 1 drink. Generally speaking, group work can be modeled with a 5-stage process known as Tuckman's 5 stages of group development. These stages run from when you first get together to when the project is complete. By having knowledge of these 5 stages, you can accurately assess the current state of progression for your group and decide on the best course of action to further the project along. Now, once you've been assigned teams and you're meeting your partners for the first time, you've arrived at the first stage, figuring out how many people speak English.
In the literature, this stage is called forming, and after not communicating with each other for a few days, someone is going to create a Facebook group chat, and this person is tentatively the leader until further notice. The second stage is called storming, where people get to know each other, everyone's personalities clash, and individuals try to figure out what their role in the group is. It's important to figure this out quickly and move on, so here's a list of difficult archetypes that you should be aware of. An individual who dominates the rest of the group and expects you to perform exactly in accordance to what they want. While this can be pretty hot, it's not in this context. An individual who passively agrees with other group members in order to avoid conflict until the idea falls through and they finally express their withheld viewpoint in order to sidestep responsibility. And a person who's in the group but you've never actually seen them. The third stage of group development is called norming. Norming is essentially when all members decide on what their role in the group is and the project gets underway. Remember that just because you've assigned roles, it doesn't mean there aren't going to be issues to be resolved. As a personal example, in university I once worked with a guy named Peter who always tried to tell our group what to do even though he didn't really ever show up or do any work himself. So about halfway through our time as team members, I decided to go meet with him to discuss our assignment. So I go to his residence, buzz his room, he picks up, I say, "Hey, it's James," and he says, "Oh, I'll let you up." Which was nice because it was the complete opposite of usual. The fourth stage of group development is called performing, where the group kicks everything into high gear and is functioning at a very high level. Remember to keep in mind that this is a theoretical model. When it comes to actual group performance, it's not always a sum of all parts situation, but often a framework that allows individuals to play to their strengths while having their weak links buffered by other members. On one occasion, I was in a Physics 100 lab, and a person in our group was really excited to do all the measurements. All we had to measure to start off with was the length and height of a desk, so he runs over and measures the length, and then he seemed really stuck. After watching him struggle for a few seconds, I went over and took the ruler, rotated it 90 degrees, and then he happily measured the height of the desk. This is a great example of group synergy because he wasn't great at problem solving but was bubbly and enthusiastic, while I was slightly better at problem solving but was filled with contempt and disappointment for all human life. Now, so far we have forming, storming, norming, performing, and now adjourning, which much like the rhyme represents the disappointing conclusion to your project. In this stage, you will unfortunately receive feedback for the work you've done. This feedback will include advice and criticism on how each member could have improved their section of the project, regardless of the fact the entire thing was written by a single person the night before. For professors and supervisors reviewing a project, this person can be identified as the second to last name on the title page, which they place there modestly after concluding that putting it last would be a bit too passive-aggressive. While some experts advocate celebrating the success of your project with your teammates, this is often much more difficult in practice as there's rarely any success to celebrate. Nevertheless, once all is said and done and your group has parted ways, you might find yourself reflecting on the time you spent together, and the more you think about it, the more you start to realize that all in all, it was a pretty good experience and you kind of miss everyone a little bit, but not enough to hang out.
So today's my birthday, and before I choose where to invest my skill points, I thought it'd be a great idea to share the best pieces of advice that I picked up in my lifetime. The format's going to be a total of 10 quotes that I found really meaningful, and each will be followed by my interpretation. I chose 10 simply because I think it's pretty standard for these kinds of lists, and it's also the highest number I can count to, so let's get started. Number 10. So I was in a hotel one time and found this great quote in the Bible. "So God created mankind in his own image. In the image of God he created them, male and female he created them." Basically just remember to pull out. Number 9. No one plans to poop their pants. This just means to always plan ahead, the old buy a plunger before you need one, but also have an emergency fund and spend a bit below your means in case something goes wrong. Number 8. Elon Musk can't dunk. That is to say that no one's cut from a different cloth, you can't be the best at everything, and it's important to play to your own strengths. Number 7. Always remember that 4 to the power of 1/2 is 2, 9 to the power of 1/2 is 3, 16 to the power of 1/2 is 4, and so on. Which just means don't forget your roots. Number 6. The key to success is mastering the fundamentals. Basically, just constantly make workers and don't let your chrono boost pile up. Number 5. The glass is neither half full nor half empty. It's a matter of your own perspective. I was texting a few girls once that I was like 5 foot 9 inches, and some saw it like I was taller than about half of most guys, while others saw it like I was shorter. I'm more of a realist though, so since then I've always made sure to specify that I'm talking about 2 separate measurements. Number 4. Be attractive to the kind of person you'd like to be with, and also be yourself. I really like this because it's really one of the more thought-provoking oxymorons. Number 3. Hybrid builds usually suck, so min-max your life. as in don't study and socialize, study or socialize. This is something that really doesn't apply to everything, so use your judgment. One thing that I started doing that's a bit more advanced is completely cut out regular coffee, so now I only drink decaf, but I add my own cocaine. Number 2, be like science, which just means that everyone's happier when you just say you're wrong or that you don't know. So next time you realize you aren't on the right track in the middle of an argument, you can just try my usual line, which is, hey, I never really thought about it that way before. Thanks for showing me another perspective. Cunt. And finally, my number 1 piece of advice is no matter how old you are, if you feel lost in your life and don't know what to do, just realize that you're not alone. No one has a clue what they're doing, and no one's path is a straight line trajectory from start to finish. Oftentimes it seems like there's a million things you could be doing, but nothing that's just right. But you have to get started before you know exactly where you're going, and the goals that you set aren't always destinations, but they are directions. And you can never know what you'll find if you're only looking from where you are right now. If anything, try something new, if only to prove that it's not the right choice, and you'll be amazed at the people you meet, the way your perspectives change, and ultimately what your ambitions and dreams become. And really, this is the best advice I could possibly give, and it's something I'm really going to incorporate into my own life. Like right after I get off Reddit.
In telling jokes on stage, there are a ton of misunderstandings and lack of knowledge around what the profession actually entails. As an example, a little known upside to stand-up comedy is that the earnings you make are entirely tax-free. This is because there aren't any. So if you want to do stand-up comedy, the first thing you have to do is write your material, which is the bits you'll be doing and the jokes you have in each bit. Now, your material really is your bread and butter, and this is why 80% of your time as a comic is spent alone at home in front of a blank Word document trying to figure out what to say so people will like you. It's basically middle school but with extra steps. Keep in mind you have to really watch out for when a really good joke comes too easily, because then you've probably stolen it. This is what comedians call the Schumer effect, and it happens to even the best comics. If this happens to you, the only real solution is to ask yourself, is it wrong to steal other people's work? And then you change the words a little bit. So next you have to work on your delivery, or how you're going to say the jokes. This is one of the most important parts of comedy, and I like to think of it like dominoes. Even if what you have to offer is objectively mediocre, with good delivery you can still satisfy a room full of drunk people. At its core, having good delivery is all about doing your set with complete confidence that everyone's going to laugh, even if all your friends and family have told you they won't. A good trick is thinking of it as theater and you're just acting out a character with complete commitment. As a personal example, one character that I've developed is what I'm doing now. A very dry, monotone, slightly sarcastic voice that makes it sound like I don't want to live another day on this planet. The way I came up with this character was by recording myself saying the jokes in a bunch of different ways, playing them back, and then deciding I'd just be myself. So the final component of stand-up is by far the most difficult, actually doing it. Apparently some surveys have shown that the number 1 most common fear is public speaking, and the number 2 is the fear of death. And to those people I say, why not both? Nevertheless, it's extremely normal to get anxious before going on stage and worrying that your nerves are going to ruin your performance. If this happens, just remind yourself that your material isn't very good, so you'll probably bomb anyway. If it's any consolation, many people say that the first time they were on stage, they were so nervous it felt like they were naked in front of everyone. And when you think about it, your first time on stage really is kind of like you're doing your first cam show. You don't know how to act, you don't know what to say, you're covered with sweat, there's a big black thing in your mouth, and the only person watching is your uncle. Now, one of the biggest fears of new comedians is getting heckled, which is when someone from the audience yells something to interrupt the performance. And one of the worst things you can do when you get heckled is apologize. Like, I've seen a lot of new comics make a handicap joke or something a little distasteful, and someone says, "Hey, I'm in a wheelchair." And the comic is like, "Oh my god, I'm so sorry, I didn't mean..." This is a mistake, because then you lose your comedic license for the rest of the set. A better response would have been, "Wow, I didn't realize, man. Why don't you come up on stage and we'll talk about it?" And then everyone will think you're really compassionate until they get to the stairs. Now, when you finish your routine and the audience member is done clapping, hopefully the manager will say, "Here's enough money to get drunk with the service industry guys." In stand-up, this is called the honeymoon phase because, well, that's as good as it's going to get, but also because you end up with a distorted view of reality. The next day you'll go and tell someone about how you got wasted after your first real stand-up gig, and they'll say, "Oh, I'm sorry to hear that." And you'll be thinking, "Wait, what? I thought that was cool." But then you can't quit. You become addicted to the rush of performing, the high of getting an audience to laugh. Stand-up permeates the rest of your life whether you want it to or not. Every school or office presentation suddenly becomes your stage. You prepare material for every date in order to hone your craft. You study the work of your most successful contemporaries, all until one day you finally get the call and it's all paid off. You're rewarded with respect from your peers,
and your legacy lives on forever in the world of comedy. But until then, smash that like button, leave a comment, hit subscribe, and ring the bell to get the latest notifications. I'll be at the bar.
One of the reasons I love the stock market is because it really gets down to the core of what I think life is all about. Making as much money as humanly possible with complete disregard to everything else. Now, while I'm sure philosophers might eventually be able to come up with a reason why this could be bad, one reason why it's good is because it rewards business models that work, punishes ones that fail, and encourages competition within an industry, which often leads itself to innovation and getting customers better products. As an example, take a look at the craft beverage industry. It used to just be big companies like Nestle selling tap water at a huge markup, but now we have Belle Delphine. So, while the stock market either goes up or it goes down, the ways you can lose money on it are nearly endless. So you'll notice that different types of people like to trade in different ways depending on how they are in real life. First of all, we of course have the investor. This is your classic older guy who knows a thing or two about the stock market. Like literally one or two things. And those two things are time in the market beats timing the market and dollar cost averaging. If they had to get a tattoo, it would say buy the dip, but they would never do that because tattoos are a sin. Next, we have the boys of Wall Street bets. These are your Zoomer and Millennial degens looking to get rich or take physical delivery of 50,000 barrels of crude oil trying. They trade almost exclusively options, which typically results in them making several times their original buy-in in a matter of days, or straight up losing it all. They figure that they're only gambling with their future, so nothing to lose anyway. Their trading strategy consists of don't fuck with the mouse, and get into a stock after it's already gone up 20% in the last 3 days. Another subset of options traders is Theta Gang, a community based around selling the contracts to the previous group. Their profits are consistent, but low enough that no one really cares. Their primary gains being the feeling of intellectual superiority when using terms like Iron Condor, Calendar Spread, IV Crush, and Gamma Hedging. Next we have your Silver Bugs and Gold Bugs. These are the guys looking to keep their money safe. So safe that once some guy in Africa digs it out of the earth and sends it over, they dig a hole in their backyard and put it right back in. This investor is most often associated with the prepper community, who are anticipating the coming apocalypse and have their shotgun shells and seed collections ready to go in their underground bunker. Not all gold bugs are this extreme, however, as my dad would simply describe himself as waiting for the great undoing of the world financial system and the collapse of American empire. Very similar to your gold bugs, you have the people who are into cryptocurrency. These guys are similar in disposition, but generally younger and less doomer. They don't keep gold or silver in a vault in their basement because that's where they live, kept warm by enough GPUs to melt Greenland. They're absolutely loaded, but never buy anything because if they sold Bitcoin for US dollars, that would imply Bitcoin isn't a real currency. Penny stock speculators. If options trading is the casino, then penny stocks are the scratch-offs. If there's the wolves of Wall Street, these are the sheep. And you might be thinking, what? No, I'm not a sheep. But like, bro, it's in the movie. Like, literally that's what the movie's about. If someone posted a thread on Aerotine with a few rocket emojis, you know you'd put down 3K in an instant. Quants. These are the MIT graduates with 3 PhDs who work with 20 other math geniuses on a specific machine learning algorithm in order to front-run the quartz crystal in the Chicago Mercantile Exchange's internal 24-hour clock by running a fiber optic cable that's 14 feet shorter than the closest competitor, thereby reducing the distance light has to travel so he can arbitrage 1/4 cent profit per bushel on soybean futures. He makes $500K a year, but secretly dreams of owning an acreage and holding a soybean in the flesh. The security analysts. These guys are the very detail-oriented investors who are always out to find a good deal on an undervalued stock. Their biggest weakness is not being able to bring themselves to buy Apple, even though it's outperformed their entire portfolio for the past 10 years. Of course, we can't forget, last but not least, Wall Street. This is your investment banks, hedge funds, and money managers. Big money, smart money, whatever you want to call it. Now, what most people think Wall Street does is this. Looks like Daryl from New Hampshire just bought $15K worth of Delta Airlines. Oopsie daisy. But what they actually do is this.
Bring, 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 bring.
Hi, this is JP Morgan Client Services.
Hi, can I buy $15,000 of Delta Airlines?
Yeah, sure. There's a $5 service fee.
Well, that's fine.
Okay, it's done.
Thank you.
Beep boop.
Hello?
Hey, Lehman.
Yeah?
Want to write one too many zeros on a piece of paper?
Sounds fucking lit, bro.
While most people in the world are forced to learn English if they ever want to leave their country for an international career, English speakers routinely visit other countries for leisure, not learn the language, and then get mad when no one understands them. English is such an influential language, in fact, that most people from English-speaking countries never even consider learning a second language to fluency. If we look at a map of Europe, we can see that the average person in Sweden or Norway knows 2.5 languages, Germany 2, the UK is trailing with 1.6, and America is still figuring out what a kilometer is. One redeeming factoid that I've heard quite frequently from English-speaking people is that English is one of the hardest languages to learn, which isn't true. While I know that they just want to feel good about themselves, they should know by now that no one is allowed to feel good about themselves on my watch, especially myself. In reality, how hard a language is to learn is actually only really related to how similar it is to the language you already know. So for an English speaker, it usually takes about 600 hours of dedicated study and practice to reach conversational fluency in any of the Romance or Scandinavian languages, then around twice as long for Greek, Hebrew, or Slavic languages, then around twice as long as that again for Arabic, Japanese, Korean, Assembly, or Mandarin. So if you're learning English and speak any of those languages, then pretty much the reverse applies. What is true, though, is that English has quite a few quirks that make it easier to learn than other languages in some ways, and quirks that make it way harder as well. One of the best features of English is that we don't have masculine, feminine, or neutral. We just have the definite article, the table, the refrigerator, and there are no regular nouns with gender, making English the ultimate safe space language. The downside, however, is that while I was trying to learn French, I would say, j'aime le chocolat, and people would say, le chocolat, le. The North Americans are so stupid. And that would hurt my feelings because I was trying my best. But when anyone is learning English as a second language and they say, the chocolate, and then I say the chocolate, and they're like, the chocolate. And I always think, not so easy now, is it, baguette boy? This is why you haven't been a world superpower for 300 years. What I'm trying to say is that while English nouns have no gender, the definite article the is a nightmare for most trying to learn it because one of the most difficult sounds to pronounce in English is the th sound, th. I mean, not for me, I fucking nailed it, but for non-English speaking people, who usually replace it with a Z, D, or an F. And if you've ever talked to someone learning English, you'll notice that one of the hardest words to pronounce is squirrel. Again, not for me, it's really just home run after home run. But if you're really looking to knock someone international down a few pegs, here's a few things that can be extremely hard to say even for English speakers, so when I put it on the screen, we can all try to say it at the same time. Anemone. 3/1000ths. Rural brewery. Thanks, guys. I needed that. Additionally, in comparison to Romance languages, pronunciation in English isn't always consistent phonetically. As an example, in French you have bon, son, pon, fon. But if you try that in English, you get hat, rat, chat, wet. See, it just doesn't work. I mean, if you come across a word you haven't seen in English before, it's sometimes impossible to know how it's pronounced. Take these, for example. Though, through, thought, tough, cough, plow, and sometimes you even have hiccups. Not me though, obviously, I never choke. Within English, there are also many dialects of the same language. For example, while American English is mostly removing redundancies in spelling and saying eggplant instead of aubergine or niche instead of niche, again, basically anything that takes more power away from the French, British English removes a lot of redundancies from entire words. As an example, in American English you would say, I have to go down the elevator and get a ride so I can go and work out. But in British English you just say, I have to take the lift so I can get a lift so I can go and lift. And then in Australian English, they just completely change entire sentences in the most internationally destructive way possible. As an example, in Australian English you would say, Oi, don't you love it when a good cunt's wearing a hot pair of thongs? And while most North Americans would say, oh my goodness gracious, Rachel, get the Bible, what that actually translates to in American English is, hey, don't you love it when your friend is wearing a cool pair of flip-flops? Ultimately, though, every English accent has its advantages and disadvantages. Jamaicans sound cool, but I can't understand them. South Africans sound cool, but I can't understand them. People from Scotland and Wales sound cool, but I'm pretty sure they aren't speaking English. And then people from America sound less cool the higher their neighborhood GDP. Even for me, I have possibly the most generic Pacific Northwest accent imaginable, meaning that I am never allowed to rap. And while that means I am unable to live up to my true potential, the upside is I can do this. Hey Siri, okay Google. Subscribe to Casually Explained. If that didn't work, you're lucky you're wearing headphones, because next time you have them out for 20 seconds, I'm texting your mom.
Alcohol is one of the most socially widespread drugs and has been part of human culture for thousands of years. And this is for pretty evident reasons. For anyone who's tried it before, you'll notice that alcohol quickly makes you better at many things, including temporarily talking to girls and thinking you can jump down more stairs than you actually can. Now, whether it's at a party or you've responsibly waited until you're of legal age, I think most teenagers and young adults are pretty excited to have their first drink. But if there's anything you'll find out soon enough, it's that your first drunk experience is always one of the least memorable. Also keep in mind that many people have bad formative experiences with a certain alcohol and say things like, "I'm never drinking vodka again." While you think you mean it, this decision is made by your logical brain and has no bearing on the future actions of your drunk brain. Of course, many new drinkers worry that they're drinking too much and don't want to develop bad habits. My friend thought she might have a problem because her family always buys her liquor store gift cards, but you don't need to worry when people buy you gift cards for the liquor store, you need to worry when they stop buying you gift cards for the liquor store. Now, a downside of alcohol is how expensive it is. Another downside is that one of the effects of alcohol is making you not care about what things cost. Fortunately though, one of the upsides is that one of the effects of alcohol is making you forget to pay for things. So you have to take your wins with your losses. So when you're consuming alcohol, you need to be aware of your level of intoxication, which someone might ask you for to gauge where you or the group is at. 3 out of 10 is a small buzz and you can definitely feel something happening. 6 to 7.5 is the Goldilocks zone, where you feel charismatic, energized, and excited to do things. Past 8 out of 10, no one will ask because they can already tell, and you start saying things like, "Why are your eyes so far apart?" to someone's boobs. And 11 out of 10, where everything goes black, time no longer exists, and you teleport to new locations. With that in mind, the effect of alcohol can be different for different individuals, and from my experience, there are fundamentally 3 types of drunk people. People who are their usual selves but better, people who seem exactly the same but can't walk properly, and people who immediately find a reason to say they love you, fight someone, try to have sex with someone, or cry. So one thing you'll have to deal with eventually, whether you drink or not, is your friend passing out. When this happens, you'll notice that everyone else will do one of 2 things: help them, or draw a dick on their forehead. This is a good way to check your social circle for whether or not you have good friends, depending on what they did first and the size of the dick. Now, at the end of the night, remember that alcohol dehydrates you, so it's really important to drink lots of water. A good strategy is to know what you usually weigh in the morning and drink enough water to bring yourself up to that weight at night. In practice, I find I don't always have the clarity of mind to do that, so you can also sit under the shower head with your mouth open, wondering where you went wrong. So the next morning, depending on your age and hydration, you might experience a hangover. A hangover is your body telling you you're an idiot and shouldn't be doing this anymore, and the only thing that can make it go away is hash browns. So with that said, always consume responsibly, and hit up Costco if you don't have any in your freezer.
This video is sponsored by BetterHelp. Socrates apparently once said, "It's a shame for a man to grow old without seeing the beauty and strength of which his body is capable," which is why it's such a shame he died 2,300 years before Greece was ruled by Kyriakos Grizzly. As you guys probably know by now, I am somewhat of a connoisseur of anything involving jacked men with big egos trying to do something better than some other guy. And while hosting a podcast is a topic for another day, today we're talking about bodybuilding. Now, the vast majority of people who are into bodybuilding just like the idea of getting jacked rather than trying to actually compete, which is a much better objective because you probably won't ever accomplish either. One of the most common reasons guys get into bodybuilding is because they want to get girls, and while you get over that phase quickly, a big reason for this is because many wannabe bodybuilders started their gym journey from the humble and insecure teenage Google search, "What body type do girls like in a guy?" Now, this is an eye-opener because the answer is rarely C-Bum, Ronnie Coleman, or even Arnold, which makes no sense to the average guy who always pushes the character creation slider all the way to the right. For example, for any girls watching right now, I say rhetorically, which do you think is more attractive? A. Brad Pitt in Fight Club, or B. Christian Bale in The Machinist? Now that you've locked in your answer, the bodybuilders will reveal how they compare the two, which is of course C. They're the same picture, it's just lighting and a pump. Similarly, one of the notorious psychological side effects of bodybuilding is that right now there are currently teenagers who see a Hollywood star like Tom Holland and think, "I want to be that ripped one day." But 5 years later you'll look at Chris Hemsworth as Thor and think, small chest, no traps, lats are okay, still has a neck? Pathetic. 5.5 out of 10. This phenomenon where other people look at you and think, "Damn, looking huge bro," but you look at yourself and think, "I'm so small, I need to get bigger," is a common side effect of bodybuilding called being correct. Now, in order to cancel out any benefit of the BetterHelp sponsorship, I wanted to give you the definitive guide to every possible male body type and whether you can actually look like that naturally or not. Let me just open up my shirtless men folder I've been collecting for exactly this purpose. We all have this one, don't we, boys? Now, the primary determinant in what your body looks like is the volume of muscle on your body and the amount of body fat you have as a percentage of your overall weight. So assuming you're about 5'9", the chart looks roughly like this. If you have a body fat percentage about 10 or below, but also basically no muscle, you'll weigh about 115 to 130 pounds and look roughly like this. By the way, he put himself on Adobe stock images, not my responsibility. As you add on more muscle while maintaining the same overall body fat percentage, you can see you go from Twitch streamer to otter mode, then you're basically jacked to the tits, then diced to the socks, then you eventually get to the final form of anyone with a low body fat percentage, which is actually looking like you lift when wearing a shirt. So the second row is exactly the same progression, except with a body fat percentage of 15 to 20%. Notable physiques in this category include skinny fat, the dad bod, the daddy bod. Then of course you have the power builder, which is either an off-season bodybuilder or a powerlifter trying to cut. Then of course the notorious bear mode. I swear I'm not making these up, these are actually established taxonomical classifications. So then at 25% body fat and higher, we have white collar dad bod, the median American, blue collar dad bod, the true powerlifter, and of course transcendence. Now, the good news is that first of all, everything in the first column is achievable naturally. All you have to do is as little as possible. Believe it or not, everything I've colored in green is likely achievable natty by nearly anyone. After that, yellow is achievable if you have good genetics or are short, which by the transitive property of bodybuilding means that being short is good genetics. Checkmate male models. Everything in orange is basically always going to require you being on the juice, and everything in red speaks for itself. Roughly speaking, if you're 5'9", natural, have extremely good genetics, have been lifting 10 plus years properly, the biggest you can be is about 175 to 195 pounds at 10% body fat, depending on the size of your bones, muscle insertions, and whether you're built like Adam Anja or Mike Israetel. As a comparison, Mr. Olympia bodybuilders at the same height frequently get on stage at half the body fat and weigh 240 pounds. Being a fan of actual competitive bodybuilding, there are always a plethora of non-bodybuilding fans who say things to me like, so you enjoy watching nearly naked muscly guys lathered up in spray tan flex next to each other? Yes. Thing is, if you find yourself spending a questionable amount of time judging the physiques of jack dudes in microthongs, you might say to yourself, wait, I thought I was straight, but maybe I am sexually confused. If this happens, just spend the $10 for Vladislava Galigan's OnlyFans and you'll immediately realize, nope, now that I'm aware of what actual sexual confusion is, I can say in hindsight I definitely wasn't experiencing it before. It's important to know that if you are considering taking steroids or testosterone, it doesn't just enhance your ability to build muscle, it comes with a lot of side effects. These are often considered bad by regular people when they are clearly just small and jealous. These include your muscles growing faster than your tendons and ligaments, resulting in debilitating injury. This is also known in bodybuilding as suffering from success. Going bald. This is obviously not a problem because you're balding already. Testicular atrophy. Now when anyone thinks of testicles, they all think the same thing. Guaranteed crit. Finally, this is the opportunity to eliminate that weak spot. Plus, girls will think your dick is bigger because your balls will appear further away. Heightened tendency for aggravation. Would you rather get in one fight and lose it, or get in 10 fights and win them? Exactly. Suppressed fluid intelligence. You literally won't be able to tell. If anyone calls you stupid, just fight them. Most people don't consider bodybuilding an extreme sport, but when you bring up skydiving, rock climbing, or heli skiing, most people ask, why do they do it if it's so risky? And the athletes always say something like, I love it so much I'd die for my sport. In contrast, in contest bodybuilding, dying is the sport. It's worth it though, because if you're 265 pounds, severely dehydrated, and have 3% body fat, what's the worst that can happen? Yeah, in this case it is total organ failure, but that's a small price to pay in the grand scheme of things. For now, get that trophy, go to a sushi buffet, gain 50 pounds in a work week, and then live to die another day. Now, if you're looking to get into bodybuilding, here's some advice from someone who's been going to the gym for 10 years, as in physically arriving there, not in terms of progress, obviously. First of all, going to the gym and rapidly progressing for the first few months is like having sex for the first time. You say to yourself, holy shit, this is amazing. I'm sure this is going to continue at the same rate forever. But no, all progress will be halted when you go too hard and get your back blown out. Secondly, there are some immutable facts of bodybuilding that defy conventional logic. For example, nearly all bodybuilders struggle to grow their calves despite doing the optimal training routine, which is 5 sets of seated calf raises at the end of leg day. Frankly, there is nothing else you can possibly do, you just have bad genetics, should have been Asian or previously obese. Third, in order to bodybuild effectively, you have to go on phases where you gain weight and muscle, and then phases where you cut body fat and maintain as much muscle as possible, then repeat the process for optimal results. Don't be afraid to take your time on this, because if you go too quickly, you'll gain too much fat or lose too much muscle. Personally, I like to do a 3 or 4 month bulk, then a 4 to 5 year period of telling people I'm cutting. Lastly, the most important thing about bodybuilding is that it's not about winning a trophy or getting the honeys. It's about putting on a dress shirt, rolling up your sleeves, and receiving a compliment on your forearms once every few months. It's not about being the most jacked guy at the pool party, it's about achieving negative buoyancy. Ultimately, at the end of the day, like all sports, bodybuilding isn't about the destination. It's all about burning more calories per day so you can eat more. Now, if you ever find yourself looking at a picture of Kyriakos Grizzly and thinking, what if I never become this, as a single tear rolls down your cheek, this video is sponsored by Saley. While we all know there's nothing we can do to improve our own lives and it's best left to whoever's in the White House, it's also the case that the people at the top of our institutional hierarchies have more than just the clamoring citizens to answer to, as they have real issues on the global stage they have to make worse. Meaning, in order to actually understand the larger scale objectives of a nation, we have to zoom out and view every country like we're playing Civilization, and we're in charge of large-scale decision-making for the country's resources and political interests, rather than viewing the world as a citizen from that country. A good example of this is that in economics and politics, everyone says that America is the most powerful country in history, as they have the best technology and are the richest civilization of all time. Then immediately everyone in the comments says, well, I'm American and I'm not rich. And I'm sure that's correct, but observe how zoomed out I am on the map. I can't see you at all, meaning you are a trifling statistic to me. Similarly, what's clear both in real life and in video games is that the most significant threat to your empire is other nations enacting military force toward you while you're just trying to get your supply chain together to make light bulbs. For this reason, I wanted to look at the most powerful nations on Earth in terms of military might, which means looking at all 7 nuclear powers in the world, starting with the weakest and moving up to the strongest. To preface, I'm not going to be mentioning any countries in Africa or South America. This is because they don't have any nukes, meaning they don't matter or exist, so we can just delete those. This is how they do it in the Pentagon, by the way. First, we have our honorable mentions, which are countries that have no nuclear weapons but are still extremely formidable. Iran. Iran currently does not possess any nuclear weapons, but recently was enriching uranium to levels above 60% in a facility 90 meters under a mountain. This was a bit suspicious and of course alarming to America's Department of Defense, because as the name implies, what America is defending itself from is another country possessing an object that its current arsenal couldn't destroy. Thankfully, there is not yet such a thing. Just so you know, I wrote that description before they rebranded to the Department of War, which, let's be honest, if you thought America was ever defending itself from anything, the only technology they would need is an Iron Dome that shoots down Boeing 767s. Saudi Arabia. Unrelated, Saudi Arabia also has no nuclear weapons, but is still top 10 globally in terms of defense spending, and has a fairly strong diplomatic relationship with the United States and Bill Burr. To explain the political attitude of Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates, you have to know a famous quote from the ruler of Dubai, which was, "My grandfather rode a camel, my father rode a camel, I drive a Mercedes, my son drives a Land Rover, his son will drive a Land Rover, but his son will ride a camel." This statement might sound like he's humbly stating from shirt sleeve to shirt sleeves in 3 generations, but he's really saying, yeah, I'm just built different. Which pissed off his kids in the House of Saud, and now they all get chauffeured in solid gold Phantoms. Nevertheless, they've recognized they can't just print money from selling oil forever, and their current grand strategy is to transition their economy from a gas station to the hub center connecting Africa to Eurasia, and become the economic center of the Middle East. Plus, after hyping up their plans to build a 170-kilometer-long city that is taller than the Empire State Building, and was getting me excited for someone to actually do something cool but really stupid for once, they shockingly paused construction, and were then like, maybe we can turn it into an AI data center instead. Frankly, I'm pretty sure if you said to the Crown Prince, here's my idea for a new super project, then slid him a photo of a gaming PC, he'd write you a blank check. On to the real list. Coming in at number 7 as the weakest nuclear superpower is Israel. This is because Israel has no nuclear weapons, as it has committed to keeping the Middle East denuclearized. But they have stated that while they have no nuclear weapons, if they were to come under a mortal threat, they would be forced to use them. After turning the Gaza Strip into the Gaza Strip of all previous civilization, their current geopolitical objectives are to deal with international social outrage over their use of brutal force over a weaker territory by using their enormous political and media influence to convince radicalized Americans that they don't have enormous political and media influence, which is going about as well as you could expect. Number 6. North Korea. North Korea is estimated to have about 50 nuclear warheads, although they're far more powerful and effective than any other nation's nuclear warheads because Kim Jong-un personally guides each to their targets, always knows where they'll land, and never makes a strategic mistake. Their current geopolitical objectives at home are to continue launching ballistic missile tests over South Korea in order to further refine their capacity for strategic inaccuracy. Meanwhile abroad, the soldiers they sent to the Kursk region to help Russia wouldn't stop peacefully gooning to dancing girls after seeing the internet for the first time and have been sent home, likely undermining North Korea's credibility from the inside out with their tales from the free world. Number 5 and 4, Pakistan and India. While even bigger in population than China with 1.45 billion people, India doesn't yet have anywhere near the wealth nor industry. Pakistan is much smaller in terms of population with about 250 million people, and even with half the GDP per capita at $1,500, it's still more than enough to secure strong borders around India, as both countries have about 200 nuclear weapons. Pakistan has significant trade and alignment with China, which allows China to strengthen their access through continental Asia and into the Middle East, whereas India is more aligned with the West, securing maritime trade and allowing them to bring you DoorDash anywhere in the world. Now we get to the top 3, which are considered the real major superpowers in the world and a major jump up in power level from everyone else. Russia. Russia is by far the weakest of the 3 global superpowers, and frankly, even Western analysts were surprised when Russia invaded Ukraine and it went so poorly for them. Its greatest strength is its enormous abundance of natural resources and sheer landmass, meaning they have access to the Arctic Ocean, the Black Sea and the Mediterranean, and land trading routes to China, Europe hypothetically, and the Baltics. While obviously a shadow of the Soviet Union, a lot of analysts are downgrading Russia's superpower status even further, as their military capacities seem much weaker than previously thought, and Western sanctions mean they're extremely reliant and arguably at the mercy of China as a primary trade partner. While Russia isn't overwhelming in terms of strategic military power, they are basically unconquerable because they have 6,000 nuclear weapons, which is more than America, and so it's kind of like fighting a Voltorb who might just get pissed you're winning and at any moment self-destruct. At the moment, their grand strategy is unclear, as a lot of Western politicians have assumed Putin dreams of re-expanding their land empire towards the former borders of the Soviet Union, which is plausible at best and definitely unachievable in practice. Meanwhile, Putin says that pretty much all of Russia's military actions are not for conquest, but preemptive self-defense from the expansion of NATO. For people who are not aware what NATO is, if you ask a Westerner, we would say it's the political and military alliance formed between the United States and Western Europe after World War II that was then extended to more Eastern countries over time as they wanted trade relationships with the West and security guarantees for themselves after the collapse of the Soviet Union and the formation of a still threatening modern Russia to their east. This is of course my Western bias speaking, because you ask Putin what NATO is, he would say, Mordor. At any rate, it seems unlikely any further land conquest is going to occur after Ukraine, because what was supposed to be a quick little pro-gamer move that everyone was going to ignore ended up looking like this on the live conflict map in January 2023, and this is what it looks like 3 years later, so you can make up your own mind what that means. Number 2, China. China's biggest strength is turning their country from what was essentially an agrarian peasant society getting conquered by the Japanese during one of their many angry phases in the 1930s into the largest industrial economy in the world and second largest GDP in quite literally 40 years. They have a population of 1.4 billion and a GDP per capita of $13,000, which is absolutely absurd given its size and where they started. A common sentiment you'll hear online is that China actually only has a population of 800 million, but then you ask for evidence and they're like, well, some Japanese scientists measured their annual salt consumption and it was lower than expected. Which is complete nonsense, because my grandma's Japanese, and if you said, yeah, Chinese salt consumption is about 2/3 of what we expected, what do you make of that? She would have said, make a lot of sense, Jamie. Chinese don't know how to cook properly. Nevertheless, what makes China frightening is that because of their export economy, they have a massive industrial capacity. They have similar numbers of tanks and warships to the US, albeit smaller ones, and their air force and overall system technology are far worse, but in terms of shipbuilding, China has a gross tonnage capacity of over 230 times the US, and produced over 1,000 commercial ships last year, and America made about 8. Not 1,000, the number 8. And in case you think that isn't a problem, it's Chinese commercial shipyards that also make the destroyers. Currently, China's next big move is most likely the annexation, aka reunification with Taiwan, because to be frank, it's literally right there. And when China was like, hey, can we buy the really good computer chips from you? America was like, well, obviously not, that wouldn't benefit us at all. But like, imagine if Vancouver Island was its own country and had the best oil reserves in the world, and America was like, hey, can I buy some? And Vancouver Island was like, no, we use Chinese wellheads, so we only sell them the good stuff, but you can have the shitty oil we sell to everyone else. If that happened, I can assure you that I would be getting bombarded with freedom and democracy against my will well within 24 hours. So while I'm rooting for Taiwan, if you add on the fact that there are American military bases in Japan and South Korea, and they have access to bases in the Philippines, China's only way of securing clear access to the Pacific Ocean is Taiwan. Meaning, it's not looking so great for the little guy right now. Number 1, the West. And partners. You already knew we were number 1 because I don't want to become the 51st state. The Western alliance of NATO and its homies post-World War II is essentially what everyone watching this video will have grown up and experienced and is likely currently living within. Our greatest strength is by far our enormous wealth and prosperity gained from free trade and cooperation. This came about because post-World War II, once everyone basically agreed to get along with each other instead of making world wars in every 2-decade tradition, this allowed the proliferation of the American global banking system called the Eurodollar, which was kind of like a banking telecom network throughout the world, allowing the proliferation and trade of the US dollar in Europe, Japan, and then basically everywhere else. Because of the West's perception as a liberal, rules-based democracy centered around free and fair trade, everyone trusted the currency and began using it, then saving it to use later as a reserve, resulting in what people call the US dollar reserve currency system. Even today, 58% of all global reserves are in dollars, 50% of all trade is done in US dollars, and 90% of all foreign exchange is in dollars as well, which allows immense privilege in terms of global influence. You can sort of think of it like how the global language of business is English. Europeans speak to Europeans in English, except Italians. Educated Chinese students learn English, and if you want to have a successful international career, you essentially must learn English. That means for people born into it, you don't have to do any work, and you get all the rewards. If your hopes and dreams are to be successful in music, film, tech, finance, business, or professional political streaming, you have access to the largest markets right away. When you're thinking of your dream career, the first step for nearly all Westerners is thinking, but what if I fail and people make fun of me? But for everyone else, the first thing they have to do is learn a completely different language to fluency and then move to a different country. This is essentially the same privilege as the US dollar in that it has a global monopoly on banking and trade, meaning the currency that you create is the currency everyone uses, not just your citizens. So you can pull the levers of not just national, but global monetary and fiscal policy in your favor if you hypothetically had any idea what those levers did. With that said, currently the geopolitical grand strategy of the West is in complete disarray, because prior to Trump 2.0, both the Democrat and Republican plan was essentially to maintain the pre-existing Western rules-based order in conjunction with its allies in Europe and Asia, with only pocketed military intervention as fires needed putting out, or some perhaps slightly imaginary threats emerged. Even now, it's still not clear what the new hard-right grand vision is, or if there even is one, but if you read some of the partially human thinkers that seem to be whispering in Trump's ear, and you really interpret it generously, it would seem the basic premise is we have to stop languishing and twiddling our thumbs as China becomes a threat to our position as global superpower. We need domestic industrial capacity to come back because we have no way to build our critical industry technology in volume if they decouple their economy from us. America shouldn't use our resources to be the protectorate militarily of Europe. They have the resources now to do it themselves. And America will establish political security over Central America, locking down a soft border for the entire northern continent, while using bases on Greenland to secure the Arctic shipping lanes, which are now open nearly year-round since polar ice has retreated in the last 50 years. Not because of climate change, though, that doesn't exist. On paper, it's not like there's anything that unusual about the plan, it just represents a particular form of extremely hawkish foreign policy. The problem really is the not on paper part, which is using forceful executive powers to manipulate your allies while demolishing any pre-existing trust and goodwill, then circumventing all democratic political channels to achieve it as fast as humanly possible, causing massive social upheaval in your own country and the world, and all of this is while defying the entire fundamental basis of the Western alliance in the first place, which is ironically destroying the social cohesion and resulting trade and finance empire that made America great post-World War II. From everything I've looked at, pretty much everyone seems to either think that America is trying to intentionally disconnect and isolate itself from Europe and its allies in an act of ultranationalist self-suicide combined with an economic Cold War with China, or that they're finally using strong-arm tactics to concentrate executive power and accelerate decision-making, allowing them to bring back real military strength, security, national identity, and industrial power to a stagnating Western empire. Frankly, I don't think anyone has any idea because everyone I read on the topic just keeps getting every prediction wrong, and if I were playing your boy Donald in a grand strategy game, I'd be very confused, and all I do is keep a very wide berth to protect my light bulbs. But the good news is that at the very least, if you can get past the lying, the corruption, and Rape Island, the characters this season have been the best written I've ever seen. Unlike politics of back in my day, which was mostly about either having elite-level charisma, or just being born into the ruling class, winning on being relatable or hot, and then having absolutely no idea what you're doing. Some people are like, yeah, but Jamie, this isn't Game of Thrones. This is the real world. It could end with you dying in a nuclear war. Which always makes me think, I'm down. Now, unlike NATO, what shouldn't be collapsing is your access to an allied network of telecom towers giving you affordable access to cell phone coverage wherever you
Moving out is one of the most exciting milestones of any young person's life if you define young as roughly under 30. And from the moment you start looking for your own place, right up until you start living off microwave noodles and Lucky Charms, the entire process is filled with unexpected things that no one has ever told you about, but they really should have. So the first thing that happens obviously is deciding to move out, because in this day and age, if your parents decide to kick you out, it's honestly like throwing a baby bird out of the nest when it's still an egg, or like releasing a domestic rabbit straight into the wok of a Chinese restaurant. So then, assuming you're personally ready to take the leap, the next thing you say to yourself is, alright, do I want a roommate or not? And of course you don't, but check with your savings account because it's the one that calls all the shots in this relationship. Now once you deal with that hurdle, we start getting to the exciting part, which is looking at places to move to. So open up Craigslist, and using their interactive map that shows you nearby listings, you can start looking at places in the most expensive parts of town, and then gradually lower your standards as you come to grips with reality. Then when you finally find a place that you'll settle for, you have to send a message to the owners and hope they'll also settle for you. Now a lot of people see a place they really like, but tell themselves, oh, there's no way I'd qualify, it's probably gone already, it's too expensive, and the owners would never lower the rent for me. So they aim too low and end up dissatisfied. So when it comes to contacting different owners or landlords, you really need to think of the whole situation like dating. And just like when you're into someone but are too afraid to ask them out, remind yourself that you're never going to see that person again and that you have nothing to lose except all your self-esteem. Now, an important thing to keep in mind if you get interviewed or have to fill in a detailed application is not to overthink the dumb questions. Do you play drums? Just say no. Do you have many parties? Just say no. Do you have a lot of loud sex? That one's self-evident. The questions are as blunt as you think they are. It's not some personality quiz. You should treat it like the part of the customs form at the airport that asks you, have you been involved with a terrorist organization in the last 7 years? Don't start thinking, well, technically it's only been 6 years and 8 months. It's a trick. Just put no. This all ties back to my golden rule. If you're a terrorist, don't say you are. So if you do get lucky enough that they're still interested in you despite your lack of experience, the property owners, they're going to ask for a letter of recommendation from your previous landlord. So tell them, no problem, I'll ask my mom. They're going to love that, and then they might also ask for a reference from your employer, so I like to link my YouTube channel and hope for the best. So far, the best has never happened. Now, assuming the landlord has for some reason chosen you as the most qualified person for their unit, it's time to sign on the dotted line. And as you struggle to write your name cursively for the first time, you can quietly reassure yourself that you're an adult. As we flash forward a couple weeks later, when it comes time to move in, if you have roommates, that's great because they can help you move all your stuff, as in your computer. So once you stock up on the essentials and it's actually livable, after only a few days you'll notice there are a million things that are going to happen that you didn't expect, like getting calls from your parents where they sound suspiciously happy. There's also a ton of things you have to learn that they never taught you in school, like how to stop the government from taking away your electricity and avoiding starvation. If you live with a roommate, you have to constantly deal with their shit. Them not doing the dishes, not putting away their clothes, internet usage spikes at 1 a.m. or whenever they take a shower for some reason you pretend to not understand. And of course having to deal with neighbors who get way more sex than you. But on the other hand, if you live by yourself, you have to constantly deal with your own self-sabotage because no one can hold you accountable for anything. Like when you first move in, you're thinking, oh man, I'm gonna keep this place spick and span, have my friends over every weekend, host a cocktail night for my family, learn to cook, take an hour every evening before bed to read and relax. But 3 months later, you'll be lying on an uncovered mattress at 3 a.m., listening to your neighbors try to save their marriage, and wondering how long it would take for someone to notice if you didn't wake up. Finally, a month or two later, you'll get hit with your first bills. Water, heat, electricity, internet, phone, Netflix, and more rent. This is the price you pay for growing up, but don't worry, we all regret it. The good news is you only have to deal with it for around 60 more years, and by then, maybe you'll even have your own kids who will still live.
Investment. Shoutouts to my future children. I think the best way to introduce Bitcoin is with a quote from Sun Tzu's famous blog post, The Art of War, where he said, I fear not the man who's read 1,000 crypto white papers, I fear the man who's read one crypto white paper 1,000 times. Because if you go on crypto Twitter, God forbid, there's no more common way to dismiss Bitcoin skeptics than simply saying, do the work. So a few years ago, that led me to set aside a day to really dive into and study the Bitcoin white paper. One morning I sat down, had way too much coffee, which for me is one, opened the PDF and started reading. After just 5 minutes, I sat back and thought, wow. Because there wasn't any more pages. Not knocking the content, but if anyone tells you they did the work, just know what they meant was they read a pamphlet. In brief, the reason the Bitcoin network was innovative was because in 2008, anonymous chess grandmaster Satoshi Nakamoto proposed a solution to a problem that had been plaguing digital currencies for decades, which is if I want to buy 2 large pizzas from Papa John's, but I have no cash to do it, how do I send the money digitally without a financial institution having to verify the transaction between us? 2 years later, this transaction was successfully performed, although at today's Bitcoin price, those 2 pizzas cost about $615 million. About the same as the entirety of Papa John's market cap at the time. While at first glance it seems like a fairly practical problem to solve, it doesn't really explain why the price has gone up over 500 million% while I didn't have any. Bitcoin maximalists say that Bitcoin has gone up so much because one day it'll become the new global reserve currency, replacing all fiat on Earth and be worth tens of millions a coin. But then there's a whole other group of Bitcoin skeptics that say it's a scam and all going to zero. First of all, it's not possible for Bitcoin to go to zero because a guy on Reddit said he'd buy all 21 million for 1 cent each. There's also no way it can go to tens of millions a coin because that would put its evaluation at about $400 trillion. This doesn't make any sense because the Bitcoin network doesn't even sell AI graphics cards. Now that we know the proper price of Bitcoin is somewhere between 1 cent and $10 million, how do we know which direction it's going to go? If you look at what the experts say, legendary investor Charlie Munger called Bitcoin rat poison, which is clearly bearish. But if you take Michael Saylor, chairman of the Bitcoin options trading vehicle MicroStrategy, he'll tell you, Bitcoin is a swarm of cyber hornets serving the goddess of wisdom, feeding on the fire of truth, exponentially growing ever smarter, faster, and stronger behind a wall of encrypted energy. Which I think is bullish, but I might have to ask my shaman. I would also like to add that I didn't edit anything here. This is literally his Twitter profile. The problem I've found is that if you ask anyone who's into crypto why Bitcoin has value, the most common response is, it's digital gold. The obvious follow-up is, why does gold have value? Which then usually devolves into because it's scarce and because people have valued it since the dawn of humanity. And while that's a great explanation for OnlyFans, this is the economic equivalent of saying it's a good store of value because it is. On the other side, people from traditional finance often make the argument that a digital asset isn't real, so you can create an infinite amount of them, and therefore they have no value. This isn't a very good argument because if digital assets have no value, how can the founders of nearly every crypto project rug pull the whole thing to buy yachts? Now, while you shouldn't evaluate the effectiveness of a technology based on the character of people who believe in it, I certainly do anyway. And Bitcoin in particular has a strong bias towards anti-government sentiment and libertarianism. If you're not sure what that means, imagine if the government were to say, because you didn't pay your fair share, 150 people died today from an underfunded government program. This kind of thing would really rattle a libertarian because they know that their taxes would have helped the government to get at least a dozen more. Even looking at the types of people within traditional finance versus crypto, while there are some who really get it, you get the feeling that most of the people in decentralized finance aren't familiar with how the existing financial system currently works, causing them to often reinvent the wheel and run into the same mistakes that have already happened before. Take Sam Bankman-Fried and the collapse of FTX. Everyone in crypto was like, there was no oversight or transparency. Everyone knew it was possible. They're just making everything up. We just didn't think they'd do that. And that made traditional finance say, what? But what they were doing was illegal. Didn't you learn anything from 2008? And unfortunately not, because they were 12. For this reason, a big threat to the crypto industry has been regulation. Because there isn't any. You can go on Binance, buy 75 times levered Dogecoin futures without a single confirmation window, and in 25 seconds you'll either make 3 times your money or lose everything. Which, let's be honest, is pretty fucking awesome. Well, this has begun changing a lot in the last few years after so many people were losing all their money repeatedly. There is a lot of environmental criticism brought towards crypto because the process of mining new Bitcoin is extremely energy intensive, as the process is done by brute forcing math problems with a huge amount of compute. Bitcoin mining was actually banned in China because the government decided the amount of energy being expended to solve arbitrary math problems was excessively wasteful, and it would be much more productive to use those children for something else. Generally speaking, the single biggest concern of most people is Bitcoin's price, because even though it doesn't produce anything in the literal sense, from the time you could easily publicly buy it as a speculator, it is one of the best performing assets of all time. Critics will argue that saying Bitcoin is the best performing asset of all time is like saying a winning $2 Powerball ticket is the best performing asset of all time. But if you bought a winning lottery ticket, you would gladly look that person dead in the eye and say, correct. There are two popular theories of pricing Bitcoin that are thrown around enough to be worth considering. The first common theory is it'll take at least half the market cap from gold because they serve similar monetary purposes, which would put them both at around an $8.4 trillion market cap at today's prices, or $420K a coin. This makes a lot of sense because the biggest Bitcoin bull I personally know is the 76-year-old guy who owns the penthouse in my apartment complex, who may or may not be the Baron from Dune. He owns a commercial weed farm, and while weed stocks aren't doing so well, the man needs a new backsplash for his kitchen. The second common price theory is the use of a stock-to-flow model created by Twitter user Plan B. And while I'm absolutely strawmanning this, a stock-to-flow model is like saying if you have 100 food and 100 hungry people, what happens to price when you have 50 food and 100 hungry people? The pattern then checks out in real life down to 10 food, so logically you can just keep extrapolating to predict if you have 1 crumb and 100 hungry people, how much higher would the price be for half a crumb instead? Using this model, it currently predicts the price of Bitcoin in 2030 will be $14 million a coin, which is so far beyond even the AI chip theory that the only explanation is that Cathie Wood is about to bless us with a new saga of her shonen manga. What's interesting at this point is that with the creation of Bitcoin ETFs, regulatory oversight emerging but giving the green light, and so much money from traditional finance pouring into the crypto ecosystem, purists look at their ascending token portfolio with glee, as it seems like it's blue skies ahead for prices to climb even further. But some people have started to point out that as time has marched on, every day their favorite crypto assets trade more and more in lockstep with traditional financial assets, and ownership has become more and more concentrated on centralized exchanges and mainstream financial products. Even 5 years ago, the whole space was about disrupting traditional finance, but now it's about cheering on any product that lets you get exposure to the network without being part of it, in the hope it drives the price higher. Just like in Oppenheimer, it's caused some people to dim the lights, adorn their trilby, and recite with scorn, "He who fights with monsters should be careful, lest he thereby become a monster." Causing everyone else to say, "Bro, I just want to be able to afford a house one day, can you please chill the fuck out?" In my view so far, despite a lot of people telling me they've done the work, much like the Bitcoin blockchain, I'm still looking for proof. And personally, I haven't been able to find anyone who I think really has a convincing argument for the future of the technology or the price, and it's pretty much hopes, dreams, and speculation all around. That is except for one person, a Bitcoin Talk Forum member from 2013 named GameCube, who during a huge sell-off titled the thread, "I am hodling," where he went on to say, "I typed that title twice because I knew it was wrong the first time. Still wrong. Whatever. Girlfriend's out at a lesbian bar. BTC crashing. Why am I holding? I'll tell you why. It's because I'm a bad trader, and I know I'm a bad trader. And you traders, you good traders can spot the highs and the lows, pit pat piffy wing wong wang just like that and make $1,000,000. Sure. No problem, bro. I should have sold moments before every sell and bought moments before every buy, but you know what? Not everybody's as cool as you. The people in between hold. You only sell in a bear market if you're a good day trader or an illusion noob. In a zero-sum game such as this, traders can only take your money if you sell. So I've had some whiskey. Actually, on the bottle, it's spelled whiskey. He then passed out, not realizing the profundity of his own words, because everyone had recognized the hodler in themselves too. To me, GameCube is a man who finally cracked the code on not just Bitcoin, but life in general. You can't make a bad decision if you never decide, you can't have a regret if things could never be different, and of course what I've now adopted as my golden rule, your girlfriend can't leave you for another man if she's cheating on you with a woman. Now, unlike your girlfriend leaving you, one thing you can't solve by just saying no is data brokers getting their hands on your information, who then turn around and sell that data to whoever wants to buy it, potentially getting it into the hands of robocallers, scammers, or God forbid, the government. This is because you're giving them permission to nearly all the time whenever you sign up for things online, but if the inner libertarian in you is getting flustered already, the good news is you could use today's sponsor, Smith & Wesson.
I want to talk about the behind the scenes of how casually explained videos are made. As with almost any project, it all starts with a first idea. I've been asked before how I go about writing something when I'm having a hard time getting started and I'm not feeling inspired, and it's simply a matter of being contractually obligated and having your livelihood at stake. So once I come up with the main idea, I make a bullet list of all the main subtopics I want to talk about, then I write the jokes that just come naturally to me right away. Okay, so after that I like to start fleshing out each bullet point with more information. Even if it's not funny, it can help explain the topic, and you often find new points to jump off of as you go. Most of the time I do it from my head, which is probably why I'm not in university anymore, but if it's a bit more of a foreign topic, I usually do a bit of research. Nothing too in-depth, usually muscle memory. Usually Wikipedia or what comes up on Google is fine. So after that stage, I repeat the previous steps until I have about 2 pages of content. One of the most common strategies for writing is writing more than you need, trimming out all the bad parts and errors, writing more, trimming out all the bad parts and errors, and repeating until you have something of sufficient quality. Not everyone writes exactly like this, and personally I don't use this technique because my scripts are always perfect the first time. One of the biggest struggles of writing things that are supposed to be funny is being able to tell if it is funny. Partly because you spent so long revising the same line over and over again to make sure it's exactly how you want it, that you can't even tell if it's good anymore. So it's a smart idea to run everything by your friends and family to see what they think first. You don't usually get honest feedback because they don't want to see you cry. They leave that to the YouTube comments. But the real art is being able to differentiate between real laughs and sympathy laughs. I found that pretty frequently the jokes I spend the most time on no one cares about, and the ones I almost didn't include hit the hardest. I figured out it's because I don't know what I'm doing. Now, after the trial run is over and my eyes have dried, I take all of my expanded bullet points, put them in some kind of sensible order, and then write all the transitions to tie them together into some kind of narrative. At this point, I basically have a finished script and I start thinking about drawing the pictures. I've been asked before how I decided on the art style I have for my videos, and I didn't actually decide anything, it's just the best that I can do. So I started with Microsoft Paint, but I've since stepped it up to Photoshop, thanks for noticing, and I use After Effects to put all the pictures and the audio together. I use a snowball mic for recording, and when you're doing that, one of the hardest parts that most people don't think about is choosing the delivery for a line. I have no comedic range, so this is fairly straightforward for me. Syncing the pictures with the audio is a bit frustrating, but you know you're on the home stretch. Then once you hit that magical render button, all the hard work is done. After one particular video, my friend said, "Wow, nice work. You obviously spent a lot of time on that one. Must have been at least 3 or 4 hours." Usually takes me 40 or 50 hours an episode, but if there's anything I believe in, it's always try to take a compliment, because you never know which one might be your first. At this final stage, it's time to publish, and I always try to publish at 9 a.m. Eastern, which means 6 a.m. where I live. You can schedule your posts, but I always stick around in case something goes wrong, and sometimes it's hard to sleep because I'm so excited to impress all the strangers on the internet that I've never seen. Lastly, if you're thinking about making videos or writing, just get started and learn as you go. I will warn you though that even if you're funny in real life, it doesn't mean you know how to write something funny, and just because you can write something funny doesn't mean you're funny in real life, sadly. And remember, if you associate your character with your real self, people you know will start wondering where the joking ends and your actual self begins. A distinction I myself can no longer make. So keep your wits.
Well, it's pretty common knowledge that certain foods are healthy and others aren't so much. It's pretty rare that you ever get an explanation as to why. And one thing that bothers me quite a bit is when someone says to eat something because it's good for you or it's a superfood. And almost universally what that really translates to is it grows in nature. Ironically, half the time it only grows in nature because we've selectively bred it over thousands of years to be that way. And when half of our leading sources of nutrition advice are Pinterest recipes, a lot of what we consider common knowledge is actually completely made up. As an example, one of the most common terms you'll see online with regards to healthy food is that something gets rid of toxins in your body, which really doesn't make any sense. If your body is filled with toxins and certain foods remove them, then that means we could have brought back Steve Irwin with a blueberry smoothie. In reality, almost all supplements or foods that get rid of toxins are really just laxatives or diuretics, so it makes you feel like they're somehow flushing something away, when in reality you could have just put 3 shots of vodka in your latte like a regular person. The next thing you'll often run into are online recipes for anything made overnight in a mason jar telling you you're not getting enough antioxidants. And one of the ways you can tell if you're not getting enough antioxidants is by looking at your skin and seeing if it's starting to rust. And while they do play a role in your body, the problem with suggesting that you should consume more is that it's fundamentally like saying the more oil you have in your car, the less likely it is to break down, which is not true, because too much actually makes things worse. The good news is that if you do have too much oil in your car, you can add the excess to your overnight oats because motor oil is also high in antioxidants. Another common idea that's recently started to shift is that you should never skip breakfast, which there is absolutely no scientific basis for except that breakfast food is my favorite. I think the funny thing is that when I used to tell people I skipped breakfast, they thought I was crazy, but now I can say, I'm doing intermittent fasting, and they're like, oh, very disciplined, when in reality I just woke up at noon. Relatedly, the next thing that's often incredibly misunderstood is diet, especially with things like paleo, keto, intermittent fasting, and varying degrees of vegetarianism becoming so popular. We've all heard limitless jokes about how do you know if someone is a vegan? Because they'll tell you, ha ha ha, classic comedy. But that's not even the case anymore. I see way more people on low-carb ketogenic diets post things on the internet like, look at this fool I saw today, eating an apple like an absolute normie, as they show off their Costco haul of pork rinds and butter. The most important thing to know is that generally speaking, weight is regulated by calorie intake, so you have a certain amount of calories you burn in a day, and if you repeatedly intake more than that, you'll gain weight, and if you intake less than that, you'll lose weight. As a quick disclaimer, the exact amount of calories absorbed from food isn't always 100%, which is why some people claim calories in, calories out isn't true, but being more exact, calories metabolized and absorbed minus calories burned always is true. Now, for the average person, the amount of calories burned is around 2,000 to 2,500 calories a day. Then the generally accepted rule is that there is 3,500 calories in a pound of body fat. So say you wanted to get thick because it's 2019, you would have to eat roughly 500 calories above your daily maintenance for 71 days to gain 10 pounds. Then if we look at the composition of food itself, all food is made up of 3 primary macronutrients that serve a different bodily function, and each has a different caloric value. We have fat, which has 9 calories per gram, protein, which has 4 calories per gram, and carbohydrates, which have 4 calories per gram as well. And then there's a 4th bonus macronutrient, alcohol, which has 7 calories per gram. As for their physiological roles, loosely speaking, fat regulates hormones and stops your cells from imploding. Protein is for bodily function and muscular regeneration. Carbohydrates are primarily for aerobic and anaerobic activity. And then alcohol, which sadly just poisons you. The good news is that because too much alcohol is toxic, if your friend is passed out in the club bathroom, you can flush out the alcohol by popping a blueberry under their tongue, just like a sensu bean. Below that, we have fiber and micronutrients, which are all your vitamins and minerals. Just make sure you get enough of these or your teeth will fall out. Now, with these fundamentals in mind, if we start to take a look at all the popular and successful diets out there nowadays, the fact of the matter is that almost all of them have good points, but they also all have bad points. Meaning that you're not an enlightened member of the nutritional Illuminati just because you stopped eating bread. And if we take a look at all the most common diets that cover the full spectrum of plant-based to animal-based, we can see they all have pros and cons. Veganism is sustainable and very nice to the animals, but it's a bit harder to get the right macronutrients, and you constantly have to wonder if your friends don't want you for dinner because of your dietary restrictions or just your personality. Vegetarianism is sustainable and nice to the animals, but limited food choices. Paleo diets are good for weight loss, but again, limited food choice. Ketogenic diets, very good for weight loss because it massively regulates blood sugar, which affects cravings and appetite, but it's extremely limiting in terms of food choice. Not very good for anyone doing anaerobic sports because there are no available carbohydrates, but it's actually not bad if you run ultra marathons. So next time you go for a 100-mile run, make sure to bring your pepperoni holster. Carnivorous diets, these ones are a bit weird and they're very unsustainable, but very good for weight loss and autoimmune disorders / arthritis / certain types of depression. And while there have been some pretty miraculous anecdotes, the downside is that it has not been well studied long term, and everyone at the restaurant will think you're a serial killer as you peel the breading off your KFC family bucket. For some reason, the community is also really involved with cryptocurrency, so if anyone was actually the nutritional Illuminati, this would be it. And then finally, the classic if it fits your macros, which means eating whatever you want as long as it fits within a designated calorie limit and matches the amount of protein, fat, and carbohydrates you've allotted. This is common for athletes and people who want to be bodybuilders, but in the 7 years they've been going to the gym, they've only made 2 years worth of progress. Speaking of the gym, there are also a few misconceptions when it comes to exercise, and one of the most common jokes you hear in weightlifting communities is making fun of people who say, "I'm just looking to tone." Because the only 2 variables to your physical appearance is the volume of muscle you have and the volume of fat you have. It's also incredibly difficult to gain muscle, so you'll often hear girls and even guys say, "You know, I'm worried that if I start lifting weights, I'll get too big." And unfortunately, the thing is, no matter how much you believe you're an anime protagonist, it just isn't going to happen. Ultimately, there are two main ways of improving your physical health through exercise, which are strength training and cardiovascular training. In other words, how strong is your bod and how strong is your heart and lungs. And while even 30 minutes to an hour of walking a day is enough to make sure everything keeps working, further training at the gym is not only a good idea, it's a lifestyle where you can lift a heavy thing now so you can be in pain for a while and then lift a slightly heavier thing later, or ski on the elliptical until exhaustion so that once your heart eventually recovers, you'll have more love to give. Making a living playing your favorite sport has been a dream of youth worldwide for decades, but only recently has the dream of making a living playing your favorite video game become just as viable. And the good news is you don't need special genetics to become an elite gamer. The only thing that can stop you is mandatory military service or a wife and kids, all things any self-respecting gamer would be avoiding anyway. The first true esport was of course chess, and because back in 6th century India they hadn't invented anything for Kramnik to complain about yet, you had to use a physical screen instead of a digital one, and move each piece manually as no one had figured out how to put them into the mouse. After your opponent took their turn, you had to update the position electronically in your brain in order to generate the next move, clearly wasting everyone's time. Noticing this, chess was also the first esport to receive a balance patch when someone during the Renaissance castled their king. While everyone thought this was a bit suspicious, he then showed that he was legit by saying, en passant, and took someone's pawn illegally. From that point on, everyone was so tempted to make a suboptimal move in order to show that they knew something other people didn't, the balance patch became the new norm. Since chess becoming the first esport, no one invented a new one for about 1400 years, until arcades started to become popular in the late 1970s and everyone started to care about what really mattered, making money playing video games, and the prize pools have only gone up since then. Back in the early 80s, if you were the best at Donkey Kong, the owner would give you your quarterback and a free milkshake. But if you're the best at your game nowadays, the House of Sod will give you a Lambo. One of the first questions you might ask about becoming an esports pro is how much money can you make? And it's a lot like professional sports. Do you mean how much money can you make, or how much money can you make? The top 100 Dota players have each made over $1 million in prize winnings, and there are roughly 10 million unique players each month. This means if you play Dota about once a month, and you're an American who plays basketball once a year, if you do the math, you're statistically closer to being in the NBA. The way you can tell you've made it as a pro gamer is when people refer to you in person by your gamer tag instead of your name. This is because at one point, the entirety of your consciousness was once put towards the question, who am I? And you discovered an identity that truly resonated with your inner being. OG gamer tags carry weight because they're like domain names. If someone says, oh my god, is that Mango? With just one letter replaced by a number, you might have no idea who they are, but you know it's a flex because it's like saying you own boobies.com. One of the dangers of becoming good at a game, especially early on, is that the single most impactful event that can occur to a competitive game is the developers just fucking changing it. Take the competitive Fortnite scene. At its peak, Epic detested the competitive meta of the game because all the tryhards were actually building forts, making it hard for 6-year-olds to shoot them. So after doing everything they could to prevent this exploit, like putting in a giant sword in planes, Epic finally patched the forts out and put in Ariana Grande, which solved the problem. Because matchmaking pairs you with evenly ranked players, getting bopped by someone better than you is essentially unavoidable in any competitive games unless you're literally one of the best in the world. For this reason, some people start looking for something supplemental to the game to help their performance, and inevitably exploits are found that ruin the competitive scene and give you a huge advantage. In RTS games, it's map hacks. In FPS, it's aimbot. In fighters, it's controller mods. And in Hearthstone, it's mom's credit card. Companies, of course, know that people cheating in their game causes other players to stop playing, so they don't take too kindly to it. But what do companies themselves think about their games becoming esports? A company like Valve thinks, awesome, we'll help fund some tournaments to grow the scene. Pretty much every other company thinks, awesome, we'll help fund some tournaments to grow the scene until it's no longer in shareholder interest and then immediately drop support. And Nintendo says, go fuck yourself. Because of the difficulty of achieving greatness, the question that any young person who enjoys video games asks themselves is, do I have what it takes to be a pro gamer? And the question every single adult male asks themselves is it too late? Just in general. The problem is, if you're 14, no way you can compete with adults who've been playing for years. But if you're an adult, obviously you can't compete with 14-year-olds who are playing all day. Because of this, we all know there's no way to hurt a guy's feelings faster than saying, you play that game all the time. You must be really good by now. Which is why if you're a girl, there's some hard to swallow pills you have to understand as to why we still haven't got a Lambo or a free milkshake. If it's Counter-Strike or Valorant, it's because of work he's forced to use a trash setup that's ruining his gameplay. If it's StarCraft 1, it's because he plays Terran. If it's StarCraft 2, you need to educate yourself on the Zerg Cabal. If it's League or Dota, he probably has social anxiety when not speaking in Russian, Portuguese, or above 110 decibels. If it's Street Fighter, you need to know that Cammy and Chun-Li are actually very low-tier characters. No need to fact-check this information. If it's Bullet Chess, it's because fiber internet is actually very commonplace in India. If it's Hearthstone, it's because Jerome Powell won't lower interest rates. If it's Rocket League, not even joking, this game might actually be easier with real cars. Nevertheless, at the end of the day, as we've already established, the best thing you can do for your boyfriend's esports career is to leave him. Just remember, it's not him, it's you. Helping him. If you're the one trying to rise through the ranks, however, just remember that video games are meant to be fun, not a competition, which is my preferred coping mechanism when I enter a tournament and lose to a Korean child. Nevertheless, as someone who's been to a few before, you can always go to a video game tournament just for the experience. You get to enjoy not just the show, the competition, the fragrance, but you also get to meet the community in real life instead of just online and see what people are really like. You may regret this part. At least that's what their body language said to me. If you are thinking of signing up for even a local tournament, just remember that the worst that can happen is they ask for your Xbox Live gamer tag, which you can't risk falling into the hands of your enemies, along with your associated email, old YouTube, DeviantArt, and possibly Snapchat. Most people know Elon Musk as the CEO of SpaceX and Tesla Inc., where he stands out from other business leaders for his bold risk-taking, work ethic, vision for the future of humanity, and smoking weed on Joe Rogan's podcast. And being the leader of two companies means he has one of the most demanding schedules in the business world, spending at least 40 hours a week at SpaceX and 40 hours a week at Tesla. That means on any given day he spends 16 hours working, 2 hours on his daily routines and meals, and if there's 24 hours in a day, that means he only has 6 hours a night left to shitpost on Twitter. For those unfamiliar with his companies, the most notable achievements of Tesla Inc. have been designing innovative electric cars that actually look good, and more recently the Tesla Roadster 2020, which is not only electric but has the fastest acceleration out of any supercar ever made, can park and change lanes by itself, and while you might think it could be unsafe due to the lack of side view mirrors, it actually has the highest safety rating ever achieved on account of the fact there is currently no way to enter the vehicle. Meanwhile, at SpaceX, while they make money through contracts with organizations like NASA and privately launching satellites, the entire mission directive of the company is to establish a space colony on Mars in the next half-century. And while this might seem ambitious, one of the ways you know Elon's ideas are so good is because his speeches aren't. In fact, every time he's on stage, it's almost indistinguishable from a kindergartner doing show and tell with their favorite Hot Wheel. The only difference is instead of an aluminum matchbox car powered by falling, it's an actual car piloted by a dummy in a spacesuit that he's literally blasted to the International Space Station for the meme. Even when he's describing the future of humanity as an extraterrestrial species, it's once again indistinguishable from the back of the StarCraft box. Besides his companies, Elon Musk is just as interesting as a person. He was born in Pretoria near Johannesburg, making him the world's richest African American. At the start of college, he asked himself what were going to be the most important things for humanity in his lifetime, which he decided were the internet, sustainable energy, and space exploration. Then instead of being distracted by girls in college and giving up on his dream like a normal person, he was distracted by girls in college and still did it anyway. One of my favorite Elon stories is of him chasing a girl named Justine he had a crush on in college. And after getting rejected for an ice cream date, he showed up where she was studying with 2 chocolate chip ice cream cones melting from the indoor climate control. And his love. And while this sounds super cute, at the time this strategy did not work on account of the fact he did not follow my first golden rule of not being creepy, which is being above a 7. He did, however, later find success when he followed my second golden rule of not being creepy, which is being worth $20 billion. Incidentally, this also fixed the first rule. Regardless, thanks to Elon's ice cream tactics, he and Justine eventually had 5 kids together, which is just enough to collect the remaining Infinity Stones. Since the end of the marriage with his first wife, Elon has been in the spotlight for many high-profile relationships, including ones with Tallulah Riley, Amber Heard, and now Grimes, who he met on Twitter. Now, you might be expecting me to explain Elon's taste in women, but the only analogy I can think of is when I listen to my pop playlist, and it accidentally shuffles to Evanescence, and I'm like, yeah, I needed this. In addition to running his companies and sliding into the DMs of synthpop Canadians, Elon also works a little bit with OpenAI, Solar City, and owns what he's called the Boring Company that will soon be drilling enormous tunnels underneath Chicago and Los Angeles for what he says will be high-speed transit. But honestly, at this point, he could just be playing IRL Motherlode, because I think we've all decided to just let him do whatever. But what excites and terrifies me the most is his grand plan to bring everything that he's doing together simultaneously. And unlike companies like Apple, who will eventually have an iPhone implanted in your brain, or Google that will literally be your brain, Elon's going for the monopoly on an entire planet. Because think about it like this. SpaceX builds the rockets to take us to Mars and establishes the Mars colonies. The Boring Company builds tunnels to connect them all. Solar City powers everything with solar panels. Tesla makes the cars that run on the electricity, the AI keeps law and order, and then when it's all ready, Elon takes 50% of the population to Mars at the snap of his fingers. And while I'm sure some people don't like the idea of one company controlling a whole planet, at least when you visit Earth, you'll be able to tell everyone that you're on a trip to Disney World. People both contemporary and historical that do art for a living, or at least are self-employed and can dictate their own schedules. Painters, musicians, writers, comedians, prostitutes, etc. Because I remember not that long ago, I used to struggle to figure out what to do during summer break without my parents' help. And when I look at myself now, my daily routine, if I had to write it down, would look like this. 7 a.m., wake up. And I've usually fucked it up by then. So because of this, I've always looked at other people's routines for guidance, and I really maybe understand a lot of these guys more. Like when most people think of an artist, they immediately think of creative geniuses like Mozart or Michelangelo, and start thinking that their brain exploded with ideas and was this endless pool of inspiration that flowed out of their fingertips. But in reality, for a guy like Mozart, it was a lot more like playing a couple chords after each other and thinking, yeah, these are some chill classical chords to compose/study to. Or Michelangelo staring at a blank canvas and thinking, yeah, I better start painting this naked boy before someone walks in. And at least in my amateur experience, making YouTube videos, not painting naked boys, the creative process is pretty ugly. And while everyone's had these moments of inspiration where you come up with something you think is brilliant in an hour or two, you can't rely on that if you want it to be your job. One of the best quotes that describes the process is from a guy named William Faulkner, who apparently said, "I only write when inspiration strikes. Fortunately, it strikes at 9 every morning." With that said, I honestly had no idea who he was before I read that, so it shows how good his process was. But I do relate to the idea. I think in my entire YouTube experience, I've only been inspired to make a whole video once, and every other time it was only when I sat down with the premium box wine did it start coming to me. While researching creative people, what I've learned is, besides doing a lot of drugs obviously, is that almost all of them eventually fell into some type of daily routine that was surprisingly consistent and well-rounded. But what did surprise me is the most well-established artists were actually remarkably unproductive in their creative output. I forget who I was reading, again probably the boxed wine, but they described themselves something like this. "And then, from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m., I would work in a flurry, barely taking a second off the typewriter except for a brief reprise at 1 p.m. sharp for tea and toast. But then, enraptured by the call of my imagination, I would return promptly to the task, working uninterruptedly until exhaustion. On some days, I would finish 2 or even 3,000 words before slipping into a 2-day slumber." And I remember thinking, wait a second, 2 or 3,000 words in 9 hours? This guy made it sound like he had a typewriter for each hand in his massive writer's dong, but homie was out here barely hitting 5 words per minute on a good day. And while I've forgotten who that guy was, probably George R.R. Martin's more productive cousin, the irony is that 2,000 words in a day was actually way on the high end of professional writers that I researched, which for context is a bit under 3 pages on a Word document. In fact, most novelists would average 500 to 1,000 words, about 1 page, and those that did more tended to work fewer days or take breaks after a book was done. Painters might get half a painting done unless it was Bob Ross, and SoundCloud rappers would only record 2 or 3 albums. As another example, the most prolific stand-up comedians will do about an hour's worth of material every year. Many take about 5 years to completely refresh a set, which is the equivalent of writing 2 seconds worth of jokes a day, and then most amateurs or hobbyists never even write more than 15 minutes of material, period. Of course, performing is a big part of stand-up, but the huge takeaway for me was that accomplishing anything worthwhile creatively was about consistency, and not at all about speed or even motivation. In specific, the most productive writers and painters who shut themselves in and could bang out 10,000 words a day or did 10 original paintings a day did not outperform those who did 1/10 of that because the quality of their output ended up being way lower. And side note, they also seem to be way more single and kind of weird. So what is the sweet spot? If you could make your own schedule, what should it look like and how much time should go towards serious productive output? Well, it depends on what works for you. Just kidding, I hate when people say that shit. So here's the bare bones template for a daily schedule that I came up with when looking at the average of your Benjamin Franklin's, Winston Churchill's, Friedrich Nietzsche's, and also the average of your whole group of notable and accomplished creative people. Wake up slightly before the sun comes up, usually 5 to 7 a.m. Don't worry, as I say, it's the thought that counts. After waking up, do a crossword, shower, or menial task for about an hour as your body wakes up and your wife makes you breakfast. Again, I know expecting your wife to make you breakfast might be a bit archaic, but remember, most of these guys lived in the past when it was still very normal to have a wife. 9 a.m., have some coffee, tea, or smoke your cigar as you go to your art cottage and start writing, painting, or whatever is your most important work. Now, what I noticed in my research was that pretty much every creative person had a separate location that they would work in rather than their house. And this led me to the number one insight I had regarding successful artists, which is already be rich when you start. Around 12 p.m., finish your main work for the day and have lunch. Around 1 p.m., exercise or go for a walk. No joke, I was actually really surprised that basically every single person I read about did this. The trend was either a short, intense session for an hour and then coming back to do around 3 hours of low-intensity work like editing, writing letters, and organizing, or was a 2 to 3 hour walk through the forest followed by 1 more hour of intense work if you had any breakthroughs. It seemed like every successful person ever went on walks through the forest, so I think we can probably infer that it meant mushrooms. Around 5 p.m., go home and have dinner. 6:30 p.m., everyone married either did recreational activities or light socializing, and everyone single hit the clubs of Old England, and then they all went to sleep by 11 or 12. Now, if you're like me, after hearing that daily schedule, you might be thinking, well, yeah, all that stuff is pretty obvious, as you casually glance at the related videos to see if you'll be getting out of bed anytime soon. Or maybe you're at work and about to get fired. These are honestly just Hail Marys at this point. We all know everyone who watches these videos is unemployed. Nevertheless, despite all my efforts to figure out what the ideal personal schedule would be and hoping it would be hidden, unearthed knowledge, to be honest, it's about as basic as you can get. But I did get to make this Why Do I Feel So Good All the Time starter pack. So once again, big thanks to the sponsor ExpressVPN, the #1 rated VPN by TechRadar, CNET, The Verge, Comparitech, and many more, which is a service that lets you reroute your IP address to nearly any country in just one click. I actually have a recent VPN experience where I was in Germany for a StarCraft tournament and my credit card didn't work because my credit rating immediately went to 0 when I told my bank I was going to a StarCraft tournament. Anyway, I couldn't pay the utilities at the place I was staying, so they billed me online, but when I got home, I couldn't pay it because I wasn't in Germany anymore. So long story short, ExpressVPN saved the day by fooling them into thinking I was still in Germany, but technically ended up costing me €24.50 in utilities when I think about it. Nevertheless, I know my credit card is safe because ExpressVPN servers can't store logs of any customers. Additionally, by using ExpressVPN, all your data is encrypted, meaning you can be sure that if you're ever using public Wi-Fi at a cafe, library, or airport, your data can't be accessed by other people. You can also use it for watching YouTube or Netflix in whatever country you choose. As an example, here's Saturday Night Live in Canada, and here it is in America. So if you'd like to give it a
So, I'm not gonna lie to you, the other day I was doing my usual thing on the computer, minding my own business, when suddenly I'm not usually one to panic, but this was a 2,500 word technical report that I hadn't even started. But if there's anything I know about myself, it's that once panic takes over, anything is possible. In the first 15 minutes, tabs are flying open. I'm looking at 6 sources at once, 200 words per minute with one hand, no problem. I've done this before, and there's not a doubt in my mind that this time will be any different. 30 minutes in, I'm about halfway through. My senses have evolved to absorb everything in my surroundings, every pixel on the screen, every sign of life, and every creak of the door. But I don't know if I can keep it up. I'm getting tired. My hands begin to cramp. I start slowing down, but I keep pace by making each stroke more deliberate than the last. A bead of sweat runs down my forehead and my eyes start to glaze over, but I know I'm getting close. But after 45 minutes, I start to feel weak. My hands are almost completely numb, and I realize I haven't blinked once. Looking at what's in front of me, I can't help but wonder how I let myself get here in the first place. I close my eyes. What's wrong with me? How could I ever amount to anything if I keep doing this? I get a grip on myself, but my legs are still shaking. I reopen my eyes and suddenly I'm overcome with an incredible feeling. I've made it. I had the final touch. I finished. I look at the clock and I still have 5 minutes. I take a breath. Evolution is the process by which hereditary traits of a species change over successive generations. Much like how no two humans are alike, every creature always has its own genetic code and therefore its own minute differences from another in its species. These tiny differences sometimes offer small survival advantages. They mean a creature may be more likely to later reproduce and pass on its genes. Every organism is essentially the result of millions of iterations of successful ancestors, which creates the tremendous diversity and optimization we see around us. To give a very basic illustration of this process, imagine a species of fish that has plenty of food, but is always being hunted by sharks. However, the environment is rich with orange coral, creating a potential refuge for the fish. Assuming biology allows it, the ones most similar in color to the coral will have a better chance of survival and passing on their genes, so over a long period of time, the species will tend to become more and more orange. On the flip side, the sharks don't need to hide from predators, so the process is a bit different. A shark's survival depends on hunting, so naturally the sharks who are better equipped to find prey will complete quests faster and gain more experience points. Once a certain threshold of XP is reached, the creature evolves to the next level and is given a few points that can be invested in different skill trees. As an example, ducks sacrifice some proficiency in swimming, flying, walking, intelligence, foraging, having hands, being able to see in front of them, and resistance to being kicked in order to be deeply invested in skill trees like buoyancy. The most competitive animals tend to invest more heavily in just 1 or 2 skill trees, however, so creatures like eagles choose almost pure flying and hunting builds, while humans are deeply spec'd into the intelligence tree. While hybrid or tweener builds are viable, they're typically not chosen for their lack of specialization. This is evident in animals like the platypus, which are mediocre at swimming, walking, and eyesight, yet also for some reason lay eggs, have venomous spurs, and can sense electromagnetic waves. In order to moderately invest in such a diverse skill set, platypuses are neglected to have other basic features like stomachs or nipples. I'm not joking, that's actually real. Evolution is generally a very slow and gradual process, but sometimes extreme natural disasters can cause mass extinctions that often bring rise to tremendous change in relatively short periods of time. Think of events like ice ages, widespread disease, volcanic eruption, and even meteor impacts. As an example, it's believed that around 66 million years ago, a meteor impact effectively blocked out the sun with debris and made a crater 180 kilometers in diameter. This event wiped out 75% of living plant and animal species on the planet and is considered one of the Earth's most controversial balance updates. Finally, while evolution...
I have $100!
Not anymore, you don't. Poof!
On November 29, 2011, Drake released the motto, which popularized the word YOLO, the once trademarked catchphrase of the now well-known subreddit Wall Street Bets. Little did Drake know he wasn't just popularizing a cringy millennialism and double wristing, truly two sides of the same coin. He was setting humanity down a slippery slope of degeneracy that would replace our idea of a retirement plan with an 11-leg Washington Wizards parlay, which to be fair in this day and age are both equally unlikely ever to materialize. Prior to COVID, Wall Street Bets was actually a pretty small community of mostly white-collar, early middle-aged professionals, usually in finance or software, who would write up what was called a due diligence or DD report on a niche stock or commodity they thought was going to experience a massive price move in the next week or two due to an impending and exciting catalyst. Then they'd post the positions they'd taken to capitalize on the idea before following up later with their losses. For non-market people, you need to understand that when people talk about stocks, they're talking about how you can take your hypothetical savings, buy a piece of someone else's business, and then get the rewards from their work by clicking one button on the internet and then not doing anything. When I told people who don't know this, it's a pretty common reaction to think it sounds too good to be true and must be a scam, which is partially true, but it's also the bedrock of the entire global economy, so you better get with the times. If this is even remotely revelatory for anyone, you better forget it, because Wall Street and Wall Street Bets is not about figuring out how to maximize returns on your capital by investing in actually good businesses like Costco or Toyota. It's realizing that there are heavily traded financial derivatives for orange juice futures, and this is going to be a screwdriver summer, my girlies. During this era of the mid to late 2010s, Wall Street Bets, along with the rest of Reddit, gradually started to skew to a younger and larger audience as it became more of a social media app, resulting in a lot more college students who hadn't quite cut their teeth in the derivative markets to join the scene. This culminated in the finale of the OG era of Wall Street Bets in 2019, when user Control the Narrative used a Robinhood exploit to get $48K in margin on a $2,000 account, or as he described, leveraged for my personal risk tolerance. Then he bought $50,000 worth of Apple puts, held through earnings, then live streamed himself reacting to losing it all, uttering the now infamous After asking Wall Street Bets if he's going to go to jail and what he should do, a user assuaged his concerns by saying, just delete the app. This, however, would quickly be forgotten as literally at the same time, China was welding people into their apartment buildings for catching what was seemingly just a bad case of pangolin fever, which caused many people to say, oh, classic China, as they arrogantly enjoyed their Western freedoms and abundance of toilet paper. The second era of Wall Street Bets coincided with its massive surge in popularity during COVID, because everyone was forced inside indefinitely with thousands in stimulus checks and unemployment payments that they desperately needed to avoid using to pay down their student debt, as that was congressionally deferred and would obviously never be coming back. The COVID era was one of the best Wall Street Bets ever had because most people getting involved with markets for the first time were just panicked that the entire global economy was going to collapse and we'd all die. Meaning it wasn't so much about making money or coming up with a dumb circle jerk DD, it was about Wall Street Bets becoming a front page subreddit where the best and brightest 20-year-olds could try to educate the masses. Then I could not understand anything they said and just make fun of them with a meme and get 10 times as many upvotes. It really made you feel that if we're all going to die, at least we'd die together. And it wasn't like you were losing money, it felt like we were losing money. Which everyone was, because actual Wall Street was siphoning as many extra stimulus checks as possible from the peasants to the wealthy, which at least brought back a sense of normalcy to the middle class. To me, the absolute peak of this era, other than the memes, was that because everyone in the community was so green, all the trends were just a random internet guy making up a nonsensical but easy to follow narrative, and then everyone would just pile into a trade. This included such classics as, we'll buy liquor stocks because everyone's at home drinking, which was only derailed because the author did not take into account that one of the biggest customers of the alcohol industry was restaurants and bars, which were in fact closed. There was also, we'll buy Activision because Call of Duty Warzone would massively beat revenue estimates because everyone's at home playing it, which was only derailed because Candy Crush, Activision's actual highest grossing game, was only played by Chinese moms at airports and missed on revenue completely. Another iconic moment was the SPAC bubble, which is shell companies that are publicly listed that would acquire private companies in order to backdoor them into public markets for a huge fee without going through a lengthy and legally rigorous IPO. This brought us such stocks as Lordstown Motors, Hyliion, and ChargePoint, which are all now down 99% from their peak. Then there's my personal pet peeve scam stock, Nikola Motors, a company that commissioned a few 3D renders of a hydrogen truck from Fiverr, then filmed themselves rolling another truck down a hill to make it look like it worked. Market cap? $30 billion. A company with a single 3D render was worth more than Ford Motors. I personally hated this company with an Air Canada level of passion because of the brazen intention of the CEO to just make shit up all the time, which is exemplified by the time he pointed at the tablet in the driver's seat and said, "This media console uses a custom operating system we designed that runs on an HTML supercomputer." If you don't know why that's so tilting, that's like me saying, yeah, we recreated DoorDash, but instead of delivering the food to your house, we just cook it for you directly in the app. My single favorite event in the COVID era was one of the many guys who in April of 2020 bought a bunch of futures contracts for West Texas Intermediate crude oil when everyone ran out of space to store it and prices hit negative $32 a barrel. Hours later, he sold every contract except one as the price rose to -4 for a nice profit. He went on Wall Street Bets to brag that just his one remaining contract was worth over $26,000 and that trading for the contract expired, so he'd locked it in at that price. Another user then pointed out that an expired WTI futures contract isn't cash settled and that he didn't lock in a $26,000 profit. He locked in $26,000 worth of crude oil that would be physically delivered to him in Cushing, Oklahoma. At the time, this was the funniest misunderstanding I'd ever read and is up there with the guy who lost it all on ornamental gourds. Do yourself a favor and pause to read this one. I remember seeing this for the first time, actually laughing my ass off and thinking, this is literally the funniest satire I have ever read. And then I looked at the guy's post history and was like, there's no fucking way. There's actually no fucking way. Frankly, homie must be doing fine now because he might be the only person I'm certain could not be replaced by AI. In 2021, as COVID was nearing an end, we began the final chapter of Wall Street Bets that led us into the modern day, which was the GameStop short squeeze. As of right now, the most upvoted post in the entire history of Reddit is about GameStop, which gives you a sense of scale of this whole operation. In brief, user Roaring Kitty posted a good old-fashioned DD on how GameStop might appear to be a failing brick-and-mortar retailer being usurped by online digital video game sales, that because this was such a consensus Wall Street view, the amount of people who were borrowing stock to sell it short was immense, and his idea was it was a classic setup for a short squeeze, which means if the price were to go up a lot in a short period of time, all the people shorting would be forced to buy more stock to close their losing position, resulting in a Volkswagen-style infinite money glitch for buyers. Actual finance people were quick to point out the drastic differences between these circumstances and how the DD didn't really make that much sense, but this is Reddit, and Michael Burry was in on the short squeeze thesis, so as everyone's hero George Soros said, "Show me a bubble and I'm buying." What a little cutie. I don't want to get too deep on the lore because to this day almost every white-collar guy I've met in real life over 30 has a defense mechanism for the money they lost on this trade. But in short, what was originally a novel trade idea with a moderate return potential turned into a global meme where every 20 to 55-year-old male on planet Earth bought GameStop stock or options and the price went absolutely vertical. Roaring Kitty started by posting his positions worth $50,000 and peaking at $48 million. If you're wondering why literally everything is a loot box nowadays, it's because ever since the boys have been chasing this moment. The final conclusion was when GameStop squeezed to over a $30 billion market cap, and every broker's website was fighting for its life to handle all the traffic because they weren't using a supercomputer running on HTML. After reaching nearly $500 split adjusted, the stock then suddenly collapsed limit down after limit down to nearly $100 because Robinhood literally turned off the buy button for all their users. This started a grand conspiracy that still persists to this day, that the powers that be on Wall Street were getting caught with their pants down by retail vigilantes, but used their connections to the deep state to illegally make Robinhood manipulate the market to their own interests. If you ask someone what evidence they have for this, it usually boils down to, well, it really felt like it. And while I feel bad for people when they lose their money to an unforeseen risk, especially me, you have to check yourself to make sure you don't fall victim to the market phenomenon called trader on the way up, community member on the way down. After this peak moment of the little guy finally having a brief experience of actually occupying Wall Street and seeing it slip through their fingers, Wall Street Bets has settled in as a comfortable and pretty big finance news and meme subreddit that I enjoy now but think, well, these kids don't know what it was really all about. And it feels to me like looking at photos of myself when I was 20 and remembering the good old days. Then someone says, Jamie, that was 10 years ago and your lifestyle is exactly the same now. And I'm like, they don't know about lumber liquidators. In my opinion, the most relevant societal impact of Wall Street Bets has been its influence on the gamblification of modern culture. Well, I'd argue, and I think most people intuit, that this whole undercurrent is caused by the feeling of young guys and gals being like, well, I'm never buying a house or building towards an achievable future, but if I YOLO my extra savings into a lottery ticket, I might win and get to escape. Which is really sad because this has contributed to both left and right-wing political radicalization, reinforces corporate interest in gambling features for everything, and encourages cultural attitudes that reward extremism as solutions. And the worst part, literally none of them are available in Canada. Now, if you're someone who uses Robinhood, you might be thinking, wait, they sell my order flow to Wall Street so they can have a leg up on retail traders? Well, that's okay, I guess, because sometimes they give me confetti, but if anyone were doing that with my phone number, email, and personal data, that would not be okay. Well, I've got some bad news, because I'm personally buying all your personal information from data.
The first stop in our journey is of course the star at the center of our solar system, the Sun. All stars are huge spheres of hydrogen and helium that are constantly undergoing fusion reaction. This process creates a tremendous amount of heat, and our Sun is over 5,000 degrees Celsius at its surface and 15 million degrees at its core. In addition, the Sun of course produces a tremendous amount of light, which travels at 300,000 kilometers a second. Light does not speed up or slow down, it's always the same speed. The reason for this is that light itself has no mass, which is why it's called light. Going outward, the closest planet to the Sun is Mercury. Named after the Greek god of the same name, it isn't the most interesting planet. We've often thought about giving it a bit of a nudge. Moving on, the second planet is Venus. Venus is better known as Earth's sister planet as it's almost identical in shape and size, but is way hotter. Earth is of course the third from the Sun and our home planet. It's the only planet that we know of that supports life, although it doesn't actively encourage it. Astronauts have never ventured far beyond our orbit, and today our flagship station is located just 400 kilometers above Earth's surface. Known as the International Space Station, this is the farthest into space that humans are permanently established. Astronauts are typically situated here for up to a year at a time, where they're allowed to perform cool experiments until their bones disintegrate and they must return home. Mars, our second nearest planetary neighbor and homeworld of Elon Musk, is not the most habitable, but it is the closest thing we have to Earth. After sending Wally to check it out in 2012, NASA is currently working to send a manned mission into Martian orbit and eventually set up a colony in the next 50 to 100 years. In between Mars and Jupiter is the asteroid belt. The asteroid belt holds many resources, and after expanding nearby, we might be able to mine them for minerals and Vespene gas that we can use back here on Earth. Jupiter, also known as Thick Saturn, is a lot like Yo Mama because despite having to constantly withstand a very turbulent environment, it works tirelessly to provide a stable home for more orbiting bodies than any other planet. And it weighs over 20 quadrillion tons. Saturn is by far the best looking planet in the solar system and is always in your face about it. If you have it as your wallpaper right now, you should put something else, it doesn't need the attention. Okay, the next planet is Uranus, and of course we all went to school, we all know the joke, so really I just want to say I think it's unfair that Uranus is given such a hard time, just because it's so easy to make fun of. So no jokes in the comments, because I will not hesitate to report anyone who tries to slide one in unannounced. Next on our trip is Neptune. This planet is the final gas giant and is notable for having an elliptical orbit, which means once every few hundred years it goes from the 8th planet in the solar system to the 8th. Speaking of which brings us to the 8th and final planet. Neptune was of course the coldest and smallest planet in the solar system, and is kind of like the runt of the litter that we all welcomed with open arms. While Neptune was not the most spectacular planet, we still treat it as part of the family.
So, a lot of people want to get into investing or day trading, but they don't know where to begin. And in my opinion, the best way to get started is by learning to read market trends so you can reliably make simple trades and start making money right away. So, the first thing you need to know about the stock market is, of course, the two directions a stock price can go, which is up or down. And if you think a stock is going up, we'd say that you're bullish, and if you think a stock is going down, we'd say that you're bearish. So with that terminology, to start with the easy trading patterns that you probably recognize from your stereotypical stock chart, we have what's called a rising wedge, a bullish pattern where the value steadily climbs as the trading range narrows, which of course means you should invest, and the reverse of that is called a falling wedge, which is a bearish pattern, and of course means you should be selling or shorting the stock. And shorting simply means borrowing the stock from a broker to sell at the current price and covering it later at hopefully a lower price. Now, these are the two most fundamental patterns, and by combining them together, you can get pretty much every other pattern. For example, you'll often see a rising and then falling wedge in sequence, which creates a triangular shape, or what traders call the isosceles buffet. And while this doesn't mean too much all alone, if you see two adjacent isosceles buffets with a big buffet in the middle, we have what's called a Warren range. And what you want to be doing here is trading on the neckline right where the Berkshire breaks. So you're going to want to measure the distance between the hairline and the neckline and enter short where the neckline meets the descending slope with an equal point target, while placing the stop loss just above the point of highest resistance to the right of the Warren range. Should just be easy money, really. Okay, so moving on, if we step back and you see a pattern of two or more Warren ranges in sequence, all trending towards a higher peak, we call this a bullish bill, which is really where the big money comes from. So if you see this pattern, it means that right away you should Alt-Tab, close your 24 tables of limit hold'em, and start dumping money into tech call options like your child's future doesn't depend on it. On the flip side, if you see a pattern of two or more Warren ranges continually trending towards a lower and lower trough, this is what we call cryptocurrency. So now that you know the basic trading patterns, you're ready to get investing, and you don't need any special equipment besides a computer. However, if you do decide you want to take this seriously, I would recommend getting some additional monitors. Most traders like to have at least 4 screens running simultaneously, which allows you to lose money on up to 4 trades at once. This is called getting forestocked. So with that said, you have to remember that your portfolio can only drop in value by 100%, while it can go up by way more than that. Which is why it's important to consider how to manage your money in the event you accidentally make a return on your investment of 10, 100, or 1,000 times your initial buy-in. So you have to ask yourself, in the event you massively increase the value of your portfolio in a short amount of time, what's your strategy going to be to reinvest that money? This video is sponsored by ExpressVPN. Now, there are plenty of ways you can get inspired to cook, whether it be you're looking to impress a girl, you're looking to impress a guy, or your mom's out, and this was the first search result. Nevertheless, the first step of your cooking journey is always the same, watching Gordon Ramsay make a beef Wellington, and then going online and finding a recipe well beyond your skill level. Now, after you've learned your lesson the hard way, it's time to pick something more manageable. A lot of people get stressed out trying to read a recipe, but it should be pretty easy if you take it one step at a time. In general, I find the only part of a recipe that's hard to follow is the part where it says serves to. Nevertheless, whenever you're cooking something, the first thing you have to do is buy your ingredients, bring them home, set them on the countertop, and organize them before you start cooking. This step is called mise en place, which is French for forgetting half the shit you need. In this situation, I like to make an adaptation to the recipe by taking a look at all the ingredients I don't have, seeing exactly where the author uses them in the recipe, and then I cross them out. Now, when you're cutting your ingredients, having a sharp knife is very important because it lets you cut things faster and more easily, thus creating the illusion of competence. To keep your knife sharp, make sure you run the knife up and down a honing rod every time before you cook. This won't do anything on account of your poor technique, but it does make a cool sound. Furthermore, if you do have a date, nothing turns a woman on more than being alone in a room with a man sharpening a 10-inch kitchen knife. So now that all your ingredients are chopped and neatly placed in bowls around your cutting board, make sure you take a quick picture for Instagram so your friends think your life is going better than it actually is. Now, every dish is cooked differently, so make sure you cover the smoke detector with saran wrap and follow the recipe closely. While I'm waiting for thermal radiation to do its work, I like to reward my hard work by ignoring the mess I've made and having a glass of wine. In the restaurant industry, this is called a coping mechanism, and all professional chefs do this after their shift. The final part of cooking your meal is plating, which is how your dish will be presented. And this is pretty straightforward. Amateurs put each ingredient beside each other with the sauce on top, but professionals put each ingredient on top of each other with the sauce on the side. So once you put your chicken tenders on top of the fries, it's time to reflect on everything you did wrong. Maybe you substituted flour for cornstarch, got Celsius and Fahrenheit confused on your oven, eyeballed every measurement, literally only had half the ingredients, or maybe your meat was dry because you got hungry and ate the butter instead of putting it in the pan. Whatever you did wrong, don't feel bad about it, just write it down, click 1 star, and hit submit review. Once you finish your meal and prolonged starvation for another day, what are the next steps, you might ask? Well, if you're really looking to become a cooking enthusiast and take things to the next level, it's pretty straightforward. Learn the proper way to dice an onion with both horizontal and vertical cuts. This won't improve the taste of your food, but it will allow you to tell everyone else they're wrong. Purchase a $300 Japanese knife. These knives are designed specifically for cutting soft-boiled eggs and green onions to spice up your microwave ramen, but are also the perfect tool for cutting root vegetables on your glass cutting board. Purchase a cast iron skillet. While many think that this is just an 8-pound frying pan made of solid iron, that would be absolute sacrilege, as a true enthusiast knows that cast iron is not a raw industrial, but a misunderstood relic of the past to be worshipped and sensually oiled, only reaching a climax when your wife gives you the ultimatum that it's her or the pan gets the dishwasher cycle. Purchase an immersion circulator that you call a sous vide and then use it exactly 1 time. Run out of money. That's pretty much it. Now it's recipe books for Christmas and forearm tattoos until the day you die. At this point, there's probably only one question on your mind. Should I go pro? And while there's not a lot of competition right now, keep in mind that professional chefs have the challenge of working with some of the most insufferable people on the planet. Customers. In addition, you might think, well, if I'm a professional chef, all the food I make for myself would be delicious. Nope, frozen pizza and Jack Daniels. Nevertheless, I don't want to discourage anyone, and it all depends on what you really want from life. For example, if you want to be a pro athlete, your goal is to win a gold medal at the Olympics. If you want to be a pro artist, you hope one day your work hangs in the Louvre. But if you want to be a pro chef, you have to have the dream that one day, however unlikely, a French tire company will finally rate your restaurant 3 stars. Spend time abroad or travel to see parts of the world they haven't seen before almost universally say that their travel experience shaped them into the more mature and cultured person that they are today. In my personal experience, I went to live and study in France for 5 months after high school, and when I came back, everyone said, "Wow, you really have changed. It's like you're so much more social and confident in who you are." But the truth was that for the first time ever, I actually just had something to talk about. Nevertheless, while there can be a bit of a scary learning curve, getting out of your own country to see somewhere new is almost always going to be worth the struggle. And if you're a first-time traveler who's a little nervous, remember that one of the advantages that we have going for us is speaking English natively, which is massively underrated, because English is the only language that is always spoken in airports and in almost all tourist destinations. In contrast, think about it like this. If you're from Italy and only speak Italian, can't really leave. If you're from Japan and only speak Japanese, can't really leave. This is why a lot of European countries like Germany have their kids learn English from a very young age. Regardless, some people will still say, well, if you're visiting Germany, you should still try to learn some German out of courtesy. And while I see their point, that certainly didn't work out so well for Anne Frank. So once you've decided that you're going to travel somewhere, you have to figure out where to go based on who and what you want to do. And there's really 3 types of trips you can go on, which are long-term cultural experiences, where you live in a foreign country and start to assimilate into life as a local. There's short-term tourism, where you go see the sights and do the neat things they have that you don't have. And there's the 3rd type of trip, which is capitalizing on the living wage of developing countries to get wasted on the beach at a low price. So once you booked your trip, made it to the airport, and whoever gave you a ride has asked if you have your passport 15 times, all that stands in your way is the airport security. And while it sounded a little terroristy, what I mean to say is that in the United States, going through airport security is the worst. You have to take off your shoes, separate your phone from your laptop, separate your toiletries from your clothes, your liquids from your aerosols, even your books need to be separated from your bag, and all in like 20 seconds. The thing is, when I'm at home, I don't even sort my laundry, so you can imagine I was pretty confused the first few times, but at least I learned what they mean by separate your colors from your whites. This is all bearable for everyone though, because really you're just hoping you don't get thrown in Guantanamo for the 110 mils of sunscreen you're smuggling. Meanwhile, if you go through Europe, there's a 60-second line for a handsome Dutchman, He will stamp your passport with his ex-girlfriend's phone number, then offer you a stroopwafel as he compliments your Barrett 50 cal and asks how the wall is coming along. Might have been exaggerating there a little bit, but he was handsome. One of the biggest fears of new travelers is missing their flight, and while that's nearly impossible because they're always delayed, even if you do miss your flight, most airlines are happy to put you on the next flight available. And you might be saying, wait, what if the next flight is already overbooked and has no space? And not to worry because they all already are. And that might make you think, wait, if that's the case, how can I be assured that the airline won't forcefully kick me off a flight that I rightfully bought a ticket for if there's not enough seats? So once you've made it onto the plane and are about to zoom away into the sky, if you're anything like me, one of the first things you'll notice is the women in uniform. I'm not exactly sure why I'm into that. I think because I'm really turned on by employability. Like they say, you want what you can't have. And so every time I'm on a flight and an attractive flight attendant asks if I'd like anything from the menu, I say, oh no, I'm fine, thanks. And then I imagine us traveling the world together. And while I don't expect to ever join the Mile High Club or how that would even happen, let's just say I do always sit in the aisle. And the thing I've been thinking too is that I'm pretty sure you're not even allowed to hook up with someone on a commercial aircraft, especially staff. But I was thinking there's always a chance that like the wings would fall off the plane and we're all gonna die anyway, so then why wouldn't you? Even if we survive and there's an officer to arrest me when we land, what you gonna do? Put me in handcuffs? So once you get to where you're going, especially if you haven't traveled internationally before, the first thing you're going to do is realize you've massively underestimated what the whole thing is going to cost. Even if you thought you were going to get a cheap Airbnb and live like a local, suavely haggling the local markets with level 5 Duolingo, the truth is the moment you walk into the streets and hear a foreign language, fight or flight will kick in and take you straight to the McDonald's touchscreens. Even if you're going somewhere cheap like Mexico, you're going to get overcharged at local markets and not know where to shop, to the point that by the time you're ready to leave, you'll be as poor as the people who live there. And in my opinion, at the end of the day, what you'll really bring back from any trip is a perspective on how other people live throughout the world. I actually had an eye-opening experience when I stopped in Northern Africa for a day, where you can meet people whose entire family of 15 sleeps in the same room as them, they eat porridge out of fired mud bowls, and they have no clean water or electricity. I had the chance to talk to one lady who said that she made $1.75 a day spinning textiles, and her husband made $2 a day farming. And as a person coming from a much more privileged place, this obviously made me feel incredibly guilty for what I had. So of course I reached into my wallet, took out 25 cents, and handed it to the lady in order to close the wage gap. So as a little personal story I thought you guys might like, my most recent travel experience was going to VidCon in Anaheim, California a few months ago, and right from the start when I got on my first flight, the pilot announced, "I'm very sorry ladies and gentlemen, but a piece of the aircraft has fallen off. We're gonna have to call our technician to see if we can reattach the piece for liftoff." And I was sitting there thinking, alright, well, it's Air Canada, that makes sense. But the most unsettling part of the whole experience was that the pilot was also so nonchalant about it, as if every second flight a piece of the aircraft is falling off and he doesn't even care because he's just waiting to die. And you know, can't blame him really, but at any rate, the pilot said the technician lived 15 minutes away, so he'll be a bit. So an hour later when the guy gets there, the pilot goes over the intercom again and says, "Ladies and gentlemen, the technician is currently working on the aircraft. I'll be sure to keep you updated, and we do apologize for the delay." But the part that weirded me out was he was kind of laughing to himself the whole time, and I was getting nervous because it was kind of like a Sideshow Bob, you're all going down with me type of thing. It turned out, in fact, he was laughing because the mechanic forgot to bring any tools, so he was trying to reattach a 20,000 horsepower turbine with fucking Scotch double-sided. In the end, it all worked out though, because we got put on a flight 5 hours later, and I received not only an expired granola bar, but a $5 Tim Hortons voucher that I could use on any purchase $10 and over. At the very least, I'm happy to say the next plane didn't fall apart and crash us into the fiery pits of hell. We actually landed there quite smoothly.
In dating and relationships, a red flag is a small thing you notice in someone else's behavior that's symptomatic of a bigger problem. The trouble is that oftentimes a red flag can be hard to pick up on because red flags aren't only what someone does, they can also be what they don't do. And some red flags are certainly worse than others, so I want to start with the more mild ones and move up from there. Assuming you start with a blank white flag, at the lowest level we have red and white flags, which are just small quirks or inconsistencies that aren't bad, just kind of weird. Things like they don't lick the yogurt off the lid, they use Internet Explorer, they hold the door open for you as soon as they see you park your car, or they're apologetic even if something is your fault. Basically, if it can be explained with, "Oh, Canadian," then it's probably in this category. So let's get started on the serious stuff. Low-tier red flags. A low-tier red flag is something that's probably bad, but not necessarily a complete deal breaker. They don't laugh at your jokes. I thought this was just normal, but they say if a girl doesn't laugh at your jokes, she probably isn't very compatible with you. If a girl is really into you though, she'll likely laugh at all your jokes, even if they're not very good. They have a secretive past. This depends a lot on how communicative the person is. They might just be anxious about sharing personal details, but if they have no problem talking about anything and everything except their past, it's either something they don't want you to know, which is pretty bad, or they're a Russian spy, which is pretty hot. Putting you on a pedestal, that is to say they think you're way out of their league. This one's obviously more common for guys to do to girls, but it can go the other way around too. Imagine I was in bed with a girl. Just gonna let that sink in. Imagine I was in bed with a girl and she whispered, "Oh my god, casually explained, tell me again about how many subscribers you have." Of course, that would be a huge turn on and I have dreams about that, but it's probably going to be a pretty one-sided relationship. Think of how celebrities almost always date each other even though they could be with any fan they wanted. They have the same last name as you. That's a bad sign. In most places. Alright, mid-tier red flags. These are a bit more serious and are usually harder to overcome or talk about. Tread very carefully if you notice any of these. They're a stripper. On paper it might sound well and good, but when it inevitably doesn't work out, you'll realize that from now on you can only pay for things by card. Worth it. They don't have any independence. That is to say, if they have no interests or hobbies or ambitions in their life, it's likely they'll try to involve themselves in every moment of yours, which will eventually weigh you down and get in the way of your goals. Kind of like Reddit. They trash talk their ex a lot early in the relationship. This is usually an indicator they're still emotionally invested in their previous partner, and it can be very difficult to build a new relationship from the rubble of an old one. Got that from Tumblr. Using ultimatums. These are saying things like, you have to do X or I'm going to do Y. You have to watch out though, because that's like me saying, if you don't subscribe, I'm not going to be your friend, which I would never say. Only think. Alright, next is high tier red flags. These are the ones that are complete deal breakers and are pretty much always non-negotiable. They're married, unless you're into that. They're already pregnant, unless you're into that. They're under 18. This isn't just a red flag, it's a felony, but if you do find yourself attracted to girls who are still in high school, a great way to get over that is to talk to one of them. They treat waitstaff poorly. I think being mean to other people in general is a good sign of how they're going to treat you in the future, and I know that'd be hard to deal with because my self-esteem is based on what other people think of me. If you don't like their friends, people tend to be friends with people similar to them, and if someone surrounds themselves with unsavory individuals, it tells you a lot about that person. Now, after a long time, eventually you might find that after going on date after date or going through relationship after relationship, even just after meeting a lot of new people, you start to think, it really seems like pretty much everyone I meet has something wrong with them. They don't get me, they always have problems that they don't think are problems, I can't connect with them at all, and why can't I find someone who's not such a disaster? This is the maximum tier red flag. It's actually just you. This might sound pretty bad, but in a way, realizing that you might be a bit more responsible than you previously thought is the first step to becoming a more wholesome person and having better relationships with other people. And if you have a friend who shared this video with you, now is the moment where you reflect on whether they thought you'd find it funny and interesting, or if they're talking about.
So whenever it comes to first dates, the obvious question is, how do I get one? And I'm no pickup artist, I say, hoping you would have thought otherwise, but there's no magic words you can use to convince someone to go on a date with you. And if there was, the closest we have is writing, "You have beautiful eyes," in the Pornhub comment section. In reality, getting a date in this day and age is pretty straightforward. Convey that you're an attractive enough person in both looks and personality, and then wait for your step-parents to go on a cruise. Now, the obvious way most people nowadays are getting first dates is dating apps like Tinder and Bumble, and in my experience, a lot of people feel like they aren't getting what they want. Guys say things like, "Oh, I never get any matches, it's a waste of time unless you're like a male model." And then their profile is a blurry photo of them in cargo shorts holding a foot-long Chinook salmon. Now, I hate to break it to you, but if you expect to match with a Victoria's Secret model, you're going to have to get up to at least a 3-foot halibut. Similarly, a lot of attractive women say things like, "Ah, there's just no good guys on here. It's like, why do I even try?" And then their bio is like Sophie, 25, love to meet new friends and have fun, winky face. And as a guy, when you see someone put like no effort into their bio, you just think, yeah, still pretty hot. So now that we flash forward in time and you've got a date, we can start getting to the real issues. Now, there are a lot of questions I found on Reddit from people who've never gone on a date before, and so I wanted to get those out of the way really quickly before we move on. Where should I go for a first date? Somewhere you'd enjoy going by yourself anyway. So yeah, drinks. Where should I go if I'm not 21? I don't know, church? Who should pay on a date? This depends on if you made a YouTube video that month or not. so yeah, usually her. Is it bad to have sex on the first date? Well, I'm afraid it's 2021, so the question isn't whether you had sex, it's whether you held hands. Should you tell her your sexual fetishes on the first date? No. That's why we have Twitch. Okay, so let's get down to the biggest first date mistakes. Making the fact that you're on a date ambiguous. One of the most common feels bad man scenarios is going on a date with someone to somewhere fairly platonic like a cafe, and halfway through your coffee they start talking about their boyfriend and you're like, oh no, hey, I don't know what you thought this was and I probably didn't communicate this properly, but like, I'm down to experiment, dude. Leading with money. A lot of guys think that girls like men with a lot of money. This is false. Girls like cool men with a lot of money. So unfortunately, she's not going to be impressed that you bought GameStop and AMC at the top, even though you're sure it's going to squeeze any time now. Slow texting. A lot of new daters feel they have to artificially stagger their texting to seem busy or unavailable. This is stupid because you are available. Instead, you should artificially stagger your texting because you're overthinking every word of your response. Bragging. Bragging is probably one of the worst things you can do on a date because you convey to the other person that you're insecure about your social value unless you leverage your one unrelated source of measurable significance. Worrying about what to say. Most people get really nervous on dates, filter themselves too much, and awkwardly run out of things to say. The common advice that you'll find is that it's not what you say that matters, it's how you say it, which is mostly true, but that's like saying, don't be nervous and just be cool, you idiot. If you actually want the solution to being so nervous, in my experience, it's A, it's fine not to say anything, and B, have a storyline. If you know the topics and stories you really want to share, then you can just completely improvise. If this first section is your trip to Coco Bongo in Cancun, it might be a 5-minute story, but the conversation will inevitably splinter into her trip to Mexico, clubbing, regrettable experiences, and getting kidnapped by the cartel. Then when those topics run out, you just say, anyway, and go back to the main storyline. If you then run out of storyline entirely and the date gets really awkward, just grab your emergency kit, roofie yourself, and wake up the next day embarrassment-free. Doing something that doesn't match your personality. If you're chatty and personable, go for drinks. If you're more subdued and aren't good at talking, do an activity like hiking or pool or board games and allow her to absorb your personality by destroying her at bullet chess. Play to your strengths and your lifestyle. If you're an attractive guy, use Tinder. If you're really charismatic, get yourself into more social circles. If you're neither, like honestly, cheers. Oh god.
So, since the first playable characters came out, the devs have been working on the human player type for what seems like 3 billion years, and I'll admit that I haven't even gotten through all the levels yet, but I've been pretty impressed so far, so I wanted to give a critical review of the current content. Now, if this is your first time playing, I definitely recommend picking one of the starting regions with lower difficulty, which I put in green here. All the servers are getting pretty overpopulated right now, so you can pick one of the yellow regions if the recommended ones are full, but really try not to go for the areas in red unless you really know what you're doing or are just trying to speedrun the game. Pretty much all areas are player versus environment zones, but there are a few player versus player areas around here, and if you really want to play on a private server, you can do that over here, but the admins aren't so great, and it sucks if you change your mind because after you're there, you can't leave, so I'd probably give it a miss. Okay, at the start you have to choose a race, and in the past Caucasian male was definitely the most OP, but they've all become a lot more balanced in more recent patches, at least in the easier starting regions, but if you look at the race perks tab, still some nice privileges with this choice, so that's what I went with. Okay, so once you've chosen your starting region and race, you have to go through a 9-month loading screen while your character spawns, and that already sounds bad, but what's even worse is that once you've actually spawned, you have to go through 18 levels of tutorial. The first few of which are just interactive cutscenes. Even when you get to start moving around and interacting with the environment, what kinda sucks is that the only other users you really get to interact with are the 2 parent players that take you through the start of the tutorial, and the trouble is if they haven't advanced their parenting skill tree, you end up with really screwed up stats for the rest of the game. That's really just down to the RNG of who you get paired up with. So the first few levels of tutorial really aren't so memorable, but once you've made it to level 5 or 6, you've usually unlocked the friendship and knowledge trees, but you do have to spend around 6 hours a day at a learning academy to keep leveling that up. Okay, so as we get to about level 17 or 18, you basically finish the tutorial, and it turns out that the first thing you actually realize once you're done is that it had nothing to do with the rest of the game. And it turns out the whole tutorial is pretty much designed to sell you the college or university DLC, which is kind of overpriced for what you get, but if you decide to go for it, it can help you get a step up on free-to-play players in the mid-game. So the mid-game itself generally takes place between around level 18 and 65, where the two biggest focuses are on sustaining the newly unlocked relationship meter and generating in-game currency, which is usually denoted in dollars. So first of all, the relationship meter. This is the built-in drive to find a sexual companion, spend time with them, and reproduce. There are some factions where your parent players choose a companion for you, but in most of the Western factions you get to choose yourself. You might think that this is a way better idea, but the problem is they also have to choose you, so it might sound better on paper, but make sure you think out the gameplay. Now, when it comes to generating in-game currency, the most common strategy is to trade your playtime for dollars. If you see most users during this process, while they're technically still actual players, the majority of them are running scripts, so they're typically AFK and are pretty much indistinguishable from NPCs. So because it's an MMO, there aren't really any distinct objectives, and generally sometime during the mid-game you have to figure out what it is that you want to do. Some players focus on their relationship meter, some on getting more dollars, some on really maxing out certain skill trees, and some struggle to figure it out at all. There's no right answer really, just like any other MMO. I think your goal is to just enjoy the time you spend playing without ruining it for other people, and hopefully when you're a higher level you can get to the point where you enjoy helping players who might be struggling. So when you do get to around level 65, they say you should be at the end game content, but in practice this is getting later and later all the time, despite the level cap remaining pretty much the same. But nevertheless, what's good here is that you generally have a pretty fulfilled relationship meter, your important skill trees are maxed out, you can generally spend the rest of your time exploring the map and doing the things you want to do. Trouble is that at this point it can be hard to actually do those things because you start to experience a lot of bugs with your character. This is just because with the amount of variation in each user's programming, you can't expect it to function perfectly after so many iterations. Around level 80 is when you'll really start to encounter a lot of errors, until eventually the screen just goes black and your playtime is over.
Out on something is generally pretty unpleasant. It's usually the case that you suffer a lot more in imagination than in reality. Meaning what's really bothering you isn't that you're missing out, it's the fear that you're missing out. And the truth of the matter is that your instinct isn't always correct. As an example, let's say you've been invited to a friend's birthday and you say you're gonna go, but then you get invited to another friend's birthday and theirs sounds like more fun. Do you cancel on the first friend to go to the party that seems like more fun and potentially hurt their feelings, or do you stick to the one you've already committed to? Exactly. It's incredibly unlikely that 2 of your 3 friends have the same birthday. When it comes down to it, I think the most effective way of dealing with the fear of missing out is managing your expectations. And my strategy for making sure I make a good decision is to take what my fear of missing out thinks will happen and contrast it with my much more modest expectations based on past experience, and then I can deduce that reality will be somewhere in between. So to start with, we have the situations where your expectations based on past experience are generally pretty low. As an example, imagine a college classmate from your computer science class invites you to a frat party and you're wondering who's going to be there. So as you're scrolling through the events page to see if it's all guys, suddenly you see a new update by the host who says, "Don't want to ruin the surprise, but we have some pretty powerful connections." Winky face. In this situation, the fear of missing out says Elon Musk and Natalie Dormer, but your generally low expectations say, at least it'll be the nursing faculty. If we assume reality is somewhere in between, that still sounds pretty good. Then as you get there, ready to fend off the nurses who'll be trying to mend your broken heart, you'll immediately realize that when a comp sci freshman thinks they have powerful connections, what they really mean is about 1 gig up and 1 gig down. And while this might seem like reality was not between our past experience and our fear of missing out like we had planned, by providing us with another reference, it has allowed us to move on to the next stage of dealing with the fear of missing out. Lowering your expectations. And the technique that I like to use to get a better sense of reality is taking what my fear of missing out thinks will happen and contrasting it with the worst case scenario. As an example, as a person who goes to the gym a lot but you can't tell, sometimes I look at world-class athletes that I could never be like, such as 4 times world's strongest man Brian Shaw, who's 6'8", 450 pounds, and I feel like I'm missing out. And then I think of all the bad things about literally being the size of a refrigerator. To be honest, I haven't come up with anything yet. As a better example, sometimes I imagine what would have happened if I hadn't dropped out of school, and I start getting ahead of myself by thinking things like, you'd probably finish your degree, known how to program, maybe even be doing a post-grad in machine learning or something actually useful. And then I look at myself now with no education, sitting around streaming Super Smash Bros., and I feel like I'm missing out. But then I think of the worst case scenario of that timeline, which is that I'd probably be spending all my time by myself because I wouldn't be socializing, I'd be tens of thousands of dollars in debt, putting Jameson in my decaf iced coffee every morning to wake up, and even with a PhD in artificial intelligence, I'd probably still get clapped by a level 9 Luigi. What I'm saying is the whole timeline would be the same anyway. Now, after repeatedly being disappointed by reality, you might start to think, hey, if I keep lowering my expectations, then not only would I never be disappointed, I would actually always be pleasantly surprised. Unfortunately, I found the blunder there is assuming your expectations still have room to further descend. Regardless, the only move we can make at this point is not to lower our expectations, but to lower our fear of missing out. And the way to do that is to think not of how to expect less, but of how what you're doing now is actually a better way to spend your time than what you're worried about. As an example, one of the most common times I feel like I'm missing out is when people make a reference to a popular TV show or movie and I just haven't seen it. But then I think about how much of a waste it would be to actually catch up, and I realize that in reality, it might be better that I haven't seen them. Breaking Bad? Already have my own recipes. Friends? 3's enough for me. Black Mirror? I'm already confused most of the time. Game of Thrones? My favorite character would probably just die. House of Cards? I disliked Kevin Spacey before I had a reason to. The Office? I've been compared to so many characters on there, I don't want to find out what they're like. Star Wars? That shit's just gonna happen if we wait long enough. Avengers Endgame? Well, last month the memes were about 50% of people turning to dust, but now they're all about Ant-Man entering Thanos' asshole with Miss Frizzle on the magic school bus. So yeah, I'll probably see that one. Now, by using this technique to lower your fear of missing out, at this point things should start feeling pretty good. Your fear of missing out should be approaching zero as you realize there's more important ways to spend your time. You have no expectations of yourself or others, so the world is looking brighter than ever. You feel a social burden being lifted from your shoulders, and at this point, right when your mind and body are becoming whole, something unbelievable happens. But not to you, because you're not there. Your friends run into Drake in a Toronto nightclub, you're not there. All the drinks at your local bar are free because Mr. Beast needs new content, you're not there. The hot German exchange student from high school is visiting and comes to your friend's party, she's out of your league. Which finally brings us to the paradox of missing out. You're not missing out on anything if you go, but you miss out on everything if you don't. And after telling my friend my profound realization, they said to me, so in other words, you're able to stop cool things from happening by being there. I still like my version better, but if they have the nerve to invite me to...
So I think as a guy, it's really easy to see a girl you want to talk to, but you're too scared to actually go and do it. So I want to take a few situations you might find yourself in, and by asking yourself, what's the worst that could happen? I think it could really help make it easier to figure out whether you should make a move or not. Okay, so let's say you finished another unproductive work day and are walking down the street, and all of a sudden you see your favorite celebrity of the moment being escorted by a couple bodyguards. They seem to be in a rush, so before you make an approach, ask yourself, what's the worst that could happen? Yeah, there's a good chance you'll get tackled, and I think she's married, so not really worth the risk. Best be on with your day, and keep a lookout for better opportunities. Okay, so let's say you're standing in line at the coffee shop, waiting for the caffeine to bring you happiness, and after noticing the cute barista, you've been staring at her for a few minutes, and you're pretty sure she's looked back at you a few times, but it could just be to see if you've stopped. She might have winked just then, but the angle made it so you couldn't really see her other eye very well. It could have just been a regular blink. So ask yourself, what's the worst that could happen? Yeah, it's her job to be nice to customers, so you'll probably embarrass yourself in front of the whole cafe. Times are tough, and she was probably just trying to get that 16% tip. Wouldn't be the end of the world, but best wait for a better opportunity and never go back to that coffee shop again. Alright, so let's say you're sitting in the bar with your friend, wondering if people think you're gay, and all of a sudden a pretty girl runs in and says, "Hey, I saw you from outside. I thought you were really attractive and seem exactly like my type. I just had to come over and give you my number." Ask yourself, what's the worst that could happen? Yeah, some guys might miss the obvious here, but don't be an idiot. There's clearly a hidden camera somewhere. Don't want to make a fool of yourself, so best be on with your day and wait for a better opportunity.
So as the day is coming to an end, you're walking home through the park, and all of a sudden you see a little golden retriever puppy playing in the daffodils. And when you look around to see who it belongs to, you see a girl sitting alone on a picnic blanket. She's reading your favorite book, wearing a yellow sundress with glasses that are a bit too big, so she has to keep pushing them back up as she's concentrating. Has those little dimples on her cheek from smiling all the time, and probably has a really subtle Scandinavian accent that you'd only notice with certain words. Then as you walk by, she places her book down to stretch, and after a few seconds she makes eye contact with you, gives you a little wave, and then pats the space on the blanket next to her. So you go sit down, and her dog jumps all over you right away, and she says, "Wow, she's usually nervous to meet new people. It must be a good sign." Ask yourself, what's the worst that could happen? Yeah, you don't want to get your heart broken. Honestly, there would be no rebounding from that one. Always have tomorrow, so best be on with your day and keep waiting for a better opportunity. Now, America is known as the land of the free and home of the brave, and while land remains very expensive and most millennials and Gen Z are too anxious to answer phone calls, it's still nevertheless a pretty good slogan. One thing that's rarely considered by Americans, however, is that there are other countries in the world besides America. For example, the other day I saw a nice picture on Reddit where someone was like, "Everyone loved my homegrown tomato salad at our wedding reception," and one comment was like, "You shouldn't be having a wedding reception with dozens of people right now. That is completely irresponsible." And it had a bunch of upvotes. Then a couple hours later, the person responded saying, "I live in New Zealand, but I thought you might have liked to see my tomatoes. I'm sorry." And in a time like this, that really made me think, damn, I wish I was married. And while we're all still envious of New Zealand right now, a lot of people particularly criticize America's response to COVID-19 because 500,000 people have died from a half-assed pandemic response. But in my opinion, the number would be much higher than 550,000 if they had not locked down at all. And frankly, given the size of the country, it's remarkable that only 583,000 people have died so far. Now, while many consider America to be the greatest country on Earth, this is mostly only true in terms of nuclear submarines. Nevertheless, America is known for its political democracy. Political democracy, of course, being the belief that if Cyberpunk barely functions on PlayStation, surely it would have worked great on Xbox. It's for this reason one of the most exciting things to absolutely not be a part of is the American political climate. For example, sometimes I go on Twitter to make sure no one has escaped into the real world, and it's always an eye-opening experience, because there are really only two types of people on Twitter. On one side, there are the ones that think Trump is the Lord and Savior of God's flat earth, and on the other side are the people who think that denouncing a bottle of syrup relinquishes them from their original white sin. Some academics have suggested this kind of division could lead to a civil war, but in my opinion, as someone who grew up with Xbox Live and a microphone, it's sounding a lot more like a Halo 3 lobby than Fort Sumter 1861. For starters, if there is some type of conflict, it's already a no-brainer who would win. One side collects military-grade firearms as a hobby, and the other side thinks mental illnesses are Poke Badges. Second of all, if you get a kid from California to march to the Deep South, when he sees 3 bedrooms in a yard for $100K, you can be pretty sure he'll be welding trailers, driving a lifted F-150, and banging Joe Exotic real quick. It seems to me if you chop off the two political extremes, basically everyone just wants a good life. But the lives of city-dwelling and rural Americans are so different, of course they're never going to understand each other's perspectives. It's the same story back during the actual Civil War. Even though they were fighting, both the North and the South were ultimately saying the same thing. Black people should be free. Now, one of the craziest things about America is that your drinking age is 21, as opposed to Canada where it's 18 or 19, or Europe when it's whenever you have the balls, or Latin America where laws are just things the police make up when they see a tourist. Now, a lot of people think it's ridiculous that you have to be 21 to buy alcohol, but personally, I think it makes a lot of sense. If my neighbor was some 18-year-old kid, and I saw him in the yard dual-wielding akimbo P90s and obliterating a paper cutout of his ex-girlfriend taped to a sandbag, I'd think to myself, well, good thing he isn't drunk. So, as a Canadian, in my opinion, one of the best things about America is that most people are unusually friendly. Like here in Canada, we mind our own business at all times, unless we minorly inconvenience someone, in which case we apologize profusely for ruining their lives. But in the States, if you stand next to someone for literally any reason, that is permission for them to tell you all about their uninteresting life. So one of my most American experiences was when I went to Disney World and I was waiting in a fairly long line for a churro, and there must have been at least 3 or 4 mobility scooters in front of me with some rather hefty individuals riding them around. And while that makes sense because it's Florida, the part that got me was when another 300-pound dude in a scooter just cut in front of me and was like, "A lot of traffic today." And I was just thinking, traffic? Sir, this is a churro line. And then as I was still processing what was happening, a lady about the same size wheels up behind him with a cone full of churros sticking out of her purse. She lightly rear ends his scooter like a bumper car, and he's like, "Oh, hey honey," as he takes a churro and says to me, "Well, you have a good night," tips his Miami Dolphins hat, and rolls away hand in hand with his wife to watch the fireworks over the Disney castle and truly live the American dream. So anyway, that's my argument against universal healthcare. Now, let's say you want to get out of America, but you can't because there's a wall. Instead, you can use ExpressVPN to reroute your connection to nearly any country in the world. For example, I mostly use ExpressVPN to connect to other countries like the UK or Australia to watch shows I normally couldn't, like South Park or Top Gear. But you can also watch thousands of other TV shows and movies. In addition, if you're working from home, it makes sense that you wouldn't want anyone spying on you while you're doing your job, unless you're into that. And even if you're using incognito mode, you're not completely safe, and your ISP can still legally sell your data. But by using ExpressVPN, your data is encrypted and prevents not only your ISP from gathering information on your browsing habits, thank God, but also as a layer of protection against hackers and anyone trying to access the spreadsheets you never finished. All of which could be done in just one fast and easy click.
I think when it comes to dating, guys are often looking for the perfect thing to say to a girl and completely miss out on the importance of body language. And being able to read how a person feels is really key in developing a successful social relationship. So I want to go through the 3-stage body language checklist that you can use on your own. Of course, stage 1 is the first encounter, and the first way someone will show interest is usually eye contact, and a few things can happen afterwards. A shy girl might look flustered and look away quickly, while a confident girl will hold eye contact and smile or maybe even wink. And the best course of action here is to live off that high for the rest of the week. After that, you have to watch out for proximity. Once someone knows about you and likes you, they'll try to be around you as much as possible. This might sound kind of creepy, but it's pretty normal, and particularly guys are notorious for doing this. One of the best ways to make sure you're being romantic instead of creepy is to be above a 7. Now, at this point, hopefully you've gathered that there might be some chemistry and you guys have started chatting a little bit. This is stage 2, building rapport, and it's where most dating takes place. You want to pay attention to any subtle physical contact. A good indicator of interest during conversation is if the girl touches you lightly on the arm or dick to emphasize a point. You might occasionally meet someone who likes to break the physical touch barrier with a high five. It can be hard to tell if she's doing it to congratulate you or because she wants to touch your hand, so I like to remove ambiguity by making sure all my accomplishments are particularly underwhelming. Along with that, you want to pay attention to her posture. People tend to cover their wrists and neck when they're uncomfortable, so if she is comfortable being around you, she might let her hands rest on the table or show more of her neck by tilting her head to the side. Keep in mind it could just be Lou Gehrig's. Okay, so this one you can experiment with. If someone wants to feel closer to you, they'll try to remove any barriers like a cup or bag from between your personal spaces. Sometimes if I feel a girl thinks I'm alright, I'll try to see what she does if I put something between us that stops her from talking to me. I usually just use my personality or stay at home, but you can also build a menu for it and say you make YouTube videos. And of course she can make more obvious gestures like licking or biting her lip. That's pretty hot. So if all the boxes are checked so far, hopefully you're thinking, hey, we're having a great conversation, lots of laughing, physical contact, everything is going well, and you're ready for stage 3, fucking it up. Really, this stage is pretty intuitive, but can take anywhere from 30 seconds to 10 or 15 years, so remember to be patient. A few of the more common signs are you've seen them recently, but they haven't seen you. They have a kid and it isn't yours. They have a kid and it is yours, and sometimes just not realizing anything is wrong at all. At any rate, don't stress everything on the checklist. It can all really be boiled down to just be yourself. So their pupils will dilate if they're interested in what they see, but it can be kind of hard to tell they have dark eyes, so take out your flashlight.
I had to make this video and share my accumulated knowledge on the subject. Now, when you first start working from home, it's very important you set up an organized workspace so you can actually be productive, which means you have to eliminate any potential distractions. So only refresh the worldometer coronavirus stats once every 15 minutes, limit yourself to just one sourdough recipe a day, and absolutely no YouTube videos. Not to brag, but I've managed to make it 3 months without relapsing. The next thing you have to do is set yourself a strict morning schedule because there's not going to be anyone else there to keep you accountable, which is why I advocate for the following routine. Wake up at 9 a.m., you're at work. So just remember that your motivation is going to wane at some point, and this can hit some people especially hard. You might notice that your male coworkers have all stopped shaving and have resorted to cutting their own hair. So make sure you show them support by subscribing to their cooking channel. Similarly, you might notice your female coworkers have all adopted a perma bun and switched from full face makeup to 360p video. You might also not notice this because you only ever look at yourself. A big change you have to get used to is that there isn't going to be anything to talk about because office drama isn't going to be what it used to be. In fact, the most interesting moments are going to be when someone's cute dog walks by in the background, or when Jessica from accounting gets a new webcam and you're like, wow, nice quality. Is that 4K? And she's like, yeah, I've been doing a lot of streaming on the side. And you're like, oh, nice. What's your Twitch? And she's like, what's Twitch? Now, with everyone being cooped up at home and with so little going on, it can be easy to lose purpose and fall into a downward spiral. This is why it's important to balance the tedium of working from home with a fulfilling hobby. I remember getting frustrated reading the news the other day and thinking, these lockdown protesters are idiots. They could save tens of thousands of lives if they just stayed inside. But instead of getting angry, I decided to go jogging for the first time. Now, even if you've enjoyed your time working from home, all good things must come to an end. I'm of course talking about your marriage, because never have people been realizing more that the only thing holding their relationship together was their time spent apart. But not to worry, because as we're opening up, so too will we be opening up. As single people emerge from their abodes starved for affection, the homies can finally meet their Animal Crossing GF in real life, Sam gives you my switchback, and dating will flourish with everyone getting drunk off one sip. Just keep in mind that with lonely people lowering their standards worldwide, be sure to wear protection, because this increases the odds further. Meanwhile, employers have to make the hard decision of either bringing everyone back to the office because they weren't doing any work at home, or letting everyone work from home because they realized no one was doing any work at the office either. If you do get to see your coworkers in person again, you'll quickly figure out if they spent their stimulus on an ab roller, on a bread maker, or on options contracts for the S&P 500. Nevertheless, we can all hope things go back to normal sooner rather than later, and the good news is that we're finally starting to outsmart the virus. As you can see by the data, you can't have a second wave if the first one never ends. Thankfully, with the way this year's been shaping up, there's a good chance we'll get distracted by something else in the meantime. As an example, where was this picture taken? Australia? Wuhan? Italy? New York? And to prove my point, I had to go and rewrite this part of the video because now it's just Minnesota. So long story short, if there's anything 2020 has taught us, it's that the best way to get over a small problem is to have a bigger problem. So I'm not going to sweat it. By the way, in case you're wondering, this is just Armageddon from the Book of Revelations. This video is sponsored by Bill and Melinda Gates. So in the past year, I've really decided I want to start caring for the environment. So far, I'm up to about 25 reusable bags above my closet. I don't know exactly what type of cardboard is recyclable, but I put it all in the blue bin anyway. And I always cut the 6-pack rings before I gently release them into my local wildlife reserve. And while everyone wants to fulfill their personal doing good quota, I often hear conversations that go, oh man, these paper straws suck compared to plastic ones. And the other person says, yeah, but they're better for the environment. And when I did some research, it turns out that, yeah, a paper straw is way more effective if you're looking to prevent people from weaponizing their cold brew. And no joke, plastic waste is a serious issue. But in terms of climate change and strictly carbon footprint, having an iced coffee with either a paper or plastic straw actually has less impact than driving your car from one end of the drive-thru to the other. And today, in the context of climate change and Bill and Melinda Gates' annual letter, I want to look at the actual scale of things you might do or use every day and how much it matters with regard to global carbon emission, which is around 36 billion metric tons every year. So first up, let's look at common consumables. So we'll start with the paper straw, which takes about 1.38 grams of CO2 to produce, slightly less than a plastic straw, which takes about 1.46 grams of CO2. For quick context, a metal straw takes about 217 grams, meaning you have to eliminate at least 150 sea turtles for it to be worth it. Going back for a second, ahead of plastic straws, we have plastic bags coming in at around 20 grams of CO2. We have paper bags at around 80 grams, reusable polypropylene bags at 300 grams, and then cotton totes at around 3,500 grams or 3.5 kilos. For quick context, this means you'd have to use a cotton bag about 150 times to be the CO2 equivalent to plastic bags, and about 40 times to be the equivalent to paper bags. Honestly, the part that I'm looking forward to is being on my deathbed, and in general, but also the only thing in my will is going to be finish what I couldn't. And then each of my children gets a tote bag, and how many more trips do they need to make to Safeway to complete my legacy? Real joke is my children aren't inheriting anything. Next, we have electrical devices, which start to get more significant. Leaving one 100-watt light bulb on for 24 hours, 1 kilogram of CO2. Leaving a fridge running for 24 hours, 2 kilograms of CO2. Using a work computer and monitor for 8 hours, 2 kilograms of CO2. Using a real computer with at least 2 graphics cards, 3 1440p 144Hz monitors, and an RGB backlit keyboard to play Minecraft for 16 hours, 10 kilograms of CO2. Using an oven for 2 hours, 20 kilograms. Once again, another reason to have 2 graphics cards with a clear case so you can check on your roast. Operating a heat pump is needed for 24 hours in a 1-bedroom apartment. About 20 kilograms of CO2 as well, but again, I'm just repeating myself. In this ballpark, we also have driving your car each day at about 10 to 20 kilograms of CO2, assuming you're the average American living the dream. If you add all this up and average it out, your everyday American is responsible for about 45 kilograms of CO2 emission per day, which is about the same as Canada or Australia, but double China and most of Europe. It is trailing behind Qatar, which is at 38, but it is in the top 10 on the full chart. While things you do every day certainly add up over time, even they can pale in comparison to the amount of resources it takes to manufacture things in the first place. A cell phone produces about 30 kilograms of CO2 to manufacture, which is the same as using it every day for about 8 years. A laptop produces about 250 kilograms of CO2 to manufacture, which is the same as using it every day for about 3 years. This is also about the same as a 5-hour one-way flight per person. And then a large sedan takes up to 15 tons of CO2 to manufacture, which is the same as about 3 years of driving. Keep in mind that manufacturing most electric vehicles is about the same, sometimes slightly higher, but CO2 used for operation is much lower. This means in terms of carbon emissions, you could have one person who doesn't have heating, air conditioning, refrigeration, electricity, a cell phone, or even a sick gaming computer, but they do drive 45 minutes to work. And that would be about the same as someone who had all those things but worked from home and doesn't own a car, which is the angle I go for when people find out I don't know how to drive. And now you might be thinking, okay, well, we need heating, we need cooling, we need refrigeration, we need a cell phone, we need a SIG gaming computer, and many people need cars. So then what can your average person do that would actually matter? One suggestion I like is not to try to minimize everything, because then you'll never succeed and feel guilty all the time. But to ask yourself, do I do anything in excess, and can I cut down on that? Because similar to when you're trying to save money, buying the drip coffee instead of the Americano is going to make absolutely no difference if you're spending $500 a month on premium Snapchat and Twitch donations, because that's money well spent. And in truth, some studies show that even if you lived in complete darkness in your mom's basement eating only leftovers, which honestly sounds not too bad, by sheer nature of what makes a first world country different from a third world country, it's almost impossible to get your carbon footprint below about 50% of the average for your country. And that brings us to the main premise of what Bill and Melinda Gates wanted to address in their letter this year, which is swinging for the fences and taking big risks on big problems. Because while every individual can help in their own way, we also need solutions for global issues that can scale. As an example, the previously mentioned CO2 calculations for electrical devices is based on 65% of electricity coming from fossil fuels like in the US. But if your country gets all of its electricity from renewables, then the CO2 emissions from your electronics is almost zero. If you choose to have an electric car, then that too will also almost be zero. And as more energy comes from low emission sources, electric vehicles and devices become more and more efficient, making it not just an individual's responsibility to limit consumption and choose efficient products, but an international commitment to sustainable energy, CO2 mitigation, and providing aid to those afflicted or displaced by the negative outcomes of climate change. And while I wanted to focus on climate specifically, in Bill and Melinda's letter, they go into more detail about not only climate change, but other global problems of equal scale that require big risks and massive action for us to address. And I encourage you to take a look at the letter by clicking the link in the description, where they discuss what they believe to be some of the most important global issues and how to approach them. And personally, for the 10 or 15 minutes it takes to read, not to brag, but I've been eating food my whole life, and I thought I'd make a video going over all the types of food in the world I can think of with a brief description. If your country isn't mentioned, don't feel bad, you just should have invented sushi or pizza. French. Interestingly, while highly acclaimed for their restaurants, it's a well-known fact that French people themselves don't actually eat anything, surviving solely on tiny cups of espresso and the feeling of superiority. You can identify if you're eating French food when you literally can't enjoy the meal because your brain is always doing the calculus of whether it was worth the money. Japanese. I love Japanese, and admittedly, I think sushi in particular is the perfect date food. Light, delicious, and I can demonstrate my high-quality hunter-gatherer genes through adroit chopstick handling and being able to swallow whole nigiri with zero gag reflex. Another excellent Japanese food is ramen, which is the ultimate min-max dish. It's either 2 days of cooking chicken, pork, and fish in perfect balance and temperature, 3 days making a cured egg, a lifetime of mastering the oils and toppings ratio, and then pairing it with the ideal noodle texture. Or it's opening the package and eating the spicy brick. Mexican food, as it's known by us pigmentally challenged folk, is when you fry anything and serve it with chipotle mayo on a flour tortilla. I also know the word salsa, which is the Mexican word for homemade ketchup. Italian. There are currently 3 known Italian foods: pasta, pizza, and gelato. We hope that one day science may discover more. Spanish. Spanish food is basically the circus version of other food. Chorizo is a spicy hot dog, churro is a deconstructed chocolate donut, sangria is party wine, paella is fried rice jumbo shrimp edition, and gazpacho is what the try-hard kid in your home ec class comes up with when you ask for Mexican ketchup. Greek. When I think of Greek food, I think of small amounts of tasty things being baked in thin pastry and then cut into geometric shapes. Spanakopita, bugatsa, a bunch of things I can't pronounce, and baklava, which are tasty honey nut diamonds. And you might be thinking, excuse me, baklava is actually Turkish. But that doesn't fit the thin pastry narrative, so here we are. American. American food is often known in the United States as food, and it's characterized by extremely large portion sizes, both in the food you're being served and in the guy barbecuing it. All American food is designed to be eaten with 2 hands, but real patriots do it with 1. Hot dog, hamburger, rack of ribs, crawfish broil, BLT, turkey leg, lobster po' boy, chicken wings, Philly cheesesteak, Chicago deep dish. If a nice black lady calls you sweetie and you're suddenly wearing Crocs and a bowling shirt, it's definitely American food. Canadian. You've heard of potatoes and gravy, you've heard of cheesy potatoes, but here comes the remix. And that's what we've contributed in the last 150 years. You're welcome, ladies and gentlemen. British. British cuisine is modeled after the food your 8-year-old nephew comes up with when he asks if he can cook you dinner. Black pudding, beans on toast, toast sandwich, toad in the hole, mushy peas, jelly deals, peanut butter and jelly sandwich, but he ran out of bread and used clotted cream instead of peanut butter. Luckily for my nephew, is a member of the Commonwealth. You know I'd do anything for the Queen. German. One of my favorite German foods is a good old lager beer, which they serve in great excess at Oktoberfest, a famous festival that Germany holds every, you guessed it, September. Other classic German foods involve taking delicious classics and making them a weird shape. Take, for example, wide chicken, beef Rollington, and of course, twisty bagel. Chinese. Chinese food actually has no proper name in English and can only be communicated through the number next to it on the menu. Thankfully, Chinese food has thrived in Western countries despite everyone thinking it was bad to eat MSG and raw pangolin for literally no reason. Indian. Indian cuisine is rich in heritage and incredibly diverse. Most Indian restaurants have such expansive menus, it can take minutes to find and order the butter chicken. Another Indian staple is naan, or what Westerners call, puffy tortilla. To be honest, I don't actually know the difference. Middle Eastern. When I think of Middle Eastern food, I think of shawarma, which I do often because there are literally no kebab places in my whole city. For those unfamiliar, kebab is the international cuisine of it's 3 a.m. and the clubs are closed. While I'm not sure how authentic it is when the guy puts french fries in it, you know I'm not complaining. There's also other great Middle Eastern bangers like tzatziki and hummus that are also best eaten drunk and alone with a spoon. Now you might be saying, excuse me, tzatziki is actually Greek. Well, okay, buddy, if you think you can claim this one too, then your ego's more inflated than Turkey's currency, so quit bickering or else no one gets tzatziki. Scandinavian, Nordic. Frankly, the only Scandinavian restaurant I've ever heard of is IKEA, and while the Swedish meatballs are pretty good, I'm also not so sure about the authenticity, because like, if you look at the recipe, it says beef, pork, breadcrumbs, a couple egg yolks, and you're like, that sounds like a regular meatball. So after that, I was like, okay, so what is Scandinavian food? So I looked it up, and I got steak and mushrooms, pancakes, and that was pretty sus, so I decided to really go in, and then I found stuff like ragmunk and tumbarora, which, like, I'm not gonna lie, I'd eat a hot dog in any form, but if you guys want to go international, you might want to consider some rebranding. Like, just imagining, like at the United Nations meeting, it's lunchtime, and the Italian guy takes out a slice of pizza, the German guy takes out a beer and a pretzel, and then the Swedish guy takes out his lunch bag and thinks to himself, they're going to be so jealous. Eastern European. When I think of Eastern European cuisine, I think of 3 words: babushka, potatoes, and poverty. And as someone with Irish ancestry, that definitely comes off as a hard flex. Thankfully, instead of grandmas and potatoes, at least I get capitalism and cultural appropriation. Exactly how I like it. Australian. Australian cuisine is the most white bread food in the world. Breakfast, Vegemite on white bread. Lunch, sausage on white bread. Dinner, meat pie. Dessert, hundreds and thousands on white bread. They do admittedly have absolutely fantastic fish and chips because they can walk 100 meters to the beach, scoop Dory up from the barrier reef, and flash fire right in front of her family that's already forgotten about her. I also give it a shout out to pavlova, which might possibly be from New Zealand, but my mum makes it and she likes it when I put her in the videos. Vietnamese. Vietnamese food can be identified by the restaurant being named after some type of pun involving the word pho. Faux sure, faux ever, faux true, faux you, etc. But in reality, the word is actually pronounced pho, as in farted. Guys, I waited 4 years for that one. Sorry. Latin American. Latin American food is great because so much of it is fried. Empanada, fried hot pocket. Plantains? No, you fool, it's not a banana, it's a potato in disguise, and you fry this bad boy twice. Regular banana, also fried. Besides that, the only other Latin American food I know is ayahuasca. I know about ayahuasca for 2 reasons. A, I live on the West Coast, and B, I've listened to Joe Rogan, and my name is Jamie. African food. Korean food. The most well-known Korean foods are kimchi and Korean barbecue. Korean barbecue is usually a buffet-style restaurant where you get to cook everything yourself on a little tabletop barbecue, while kimchi is the name I call the chairman of North Korea when I pinch his fat little cheeks. Now, at this point, you're probably saying, "Oh no, there's 30 seconds of the video left and he hasn't said my country." But unfortunately, this isn't the local weather report birthday shout-out, so I can't get everyone. If it makes you feel any better, you can scroll down and read all the comments that are like, that video was funny and accurate. Except for that one part you said about my country was completely wrong and now I'm angry. And to them I say, quit bickering.
When we think of money, it's usually in terms of what things we can buy with it. But your level of wealth doesn't only determine what you own, it can determine entirely what your life looks like, and I wanted to give a bit of an overview of what that could look like at some different intervals. Now, at the bottom of the pyramid, of course, we have the alcoholic, amphetamine-abusing lowlife who mooch off public services because they can't pay their debts or find a job. Fucking grad students. Disgusting. Next, we have the working and middle class, which makes up about 90% of the population. Even though it might seem like they can't accomplish much compared to the elites of society, members of the middle class can work together to become much more powerful. As an example, with 1 roommate they can afford rent, but with 2 they can afford furniture. The middle class earns up to $300,000 a year, but the median individual income is a lot more modest at $38,000. This can be pretty misleading though, because if you're 50 with a wife and 2 kids, $38K a year is pretty rough. But if you're 21 and single, you're buying resale Yeezys thinking, man, I wonder how much sex I'd have if I didn't live with my parents. So in conjunction, I think there are a couple lifestyle indicators to check to see if you're in the middle class, such as your grandparents had 5 kids, your parents had 3 kids, and you're going to put a stop to it once and for all. And you don't have an emergency fund because you figure that if you're on vacation, your appendix gives out, why would you spend $20K on surgery when you could just die? So moving beyond the middle class, we get to the start of your truly wealthy people. These are the notorious 1% who typically have an individual income of $300,000 or higher or a net worth of over $8 million. Usually this means you have more than 1 home, active investments, travel whenever you want, and basically have the best of everything short of private jets and a Battlefront 2 season pass. But in the same way someone in the arts might wave their fist at an accomplished engineer, there's a huge difference between people within the 1%. As an example, if you're worth $75 million, you have the ability to see almost anyone in the world just by asking. But if you're worth $75 billion, you have the ability to see almost anyone in the world without asking. Once you're worth over $100 million, people use your first and last name when they talk about you. And if you're not famous, you at least have a Wikipedia page that you didn't make yourself. You likely make up to $10 million a year, which to compare with a more normal income is like going to Costco and paying $1.50 for a hot dog, but getting 100 hot dogs. I don't know why I left that in. At this point, your wealth is almost magnetic to more wealth, and ironically, things start costing less. I could pay $5,000 for a Gucci suit, and people might think I'm cool, but if I were actually cool, Gucci would have paid me to wear it. While it sounds pretty great, you might start to wonder if people like you for you, or only like you because you're rich and famous. Fortunately though, you are rich and famous. So finally, at the very top of the pyramid, we have the people worth over $1 billion, the 0.001%. Guys like Elon, Jeff, Branson, and Bill. These people have so much money they can literally change the world. Save the kids? Done. Create your own space program? Done. Dinner with the president? You are the president. You don't fly business, you buy the business. When you get pet supplies from Amazon, you mean the rainforest. And when you say, hey babe, how about I drive this time? You're talking to the car. If you look at the absolute top, Jeff Bezos recently overtook Bill Gates, and to be as rich as the two of them, you would have to earn about $5,000 every minute you were alive. They even said themselves, I don't think I could even spend the money if I tried. Fucking amateurs. Now with the pyramid capped off, if we step back, it does seem like the implication here is that your life gets better the more money you have, which brings about the age-old question of, does money buy you happiness? And from what I've looked at, I think the best explanation is that money won't buy you happiness, but it can make problems go away that make you unhappy. Like when you go to take money out of your bank account and get charged a fee because there's no money in your bank account. When you buy tickets online, you have to pay extra for doing all the work yourself. With that said, I wanted to end it at that point, but I showed my friend and she said, is that it? Is it just first world countries? What about the rest of the world? And you know, like they say, you can't make your sneakers and wear them too. The good news is that my demographics show that there aren't many people in third world countries watching my videos. They don't have internet. So we'll worry about that another time.
As some of you know, I dropped out of engineering after 1 year to make YouTube videos, which I originally started to try to motivate myself to study for engineering. So like every dropout, I still pretend I had it in me, I just didn't want to. What I like the most about engineering is that it's an extremely practical field. If you ask a mathematician what this symbol means, he'll say, that's pi. It's the ratio of the circumference of a circle to its diameter. But if you ask an engineer what this symbol means, he'll be like, oh yeah, that's 3. Most people know an engineer or two in real life, but don't really understand what they do. To make it simple, when you see a news segment like Russian soldier begs for mercy as Ukrainian grenade drone threatens foxhole, just know that somewhere an engineer is watching with his girlfriend and is pointing at the screen like, yo, I designed that cargo hatch, dude. This is fucking crazy, bro. What a lot of people get wrong is they think that people go into engineering because they like math and science. This is completely wrong. Engineers don't like math and science, they like money. The math and science you have to do is just an unfortunate side effect. Well, everyone starts engineering by thinking, okay, which type of engineering do I want to do? It very quickly and disappointingly becomes, which type of engineering can I still do? In first year, you just take a bunch of STEM classes, but then at a certain point, everyone has a come to Jesus moment where they have to decide between buckling down, working on their study habits, and accepting no sex life, or if they're going to transfer to business. From there, you'll procedurally experience harder and harder courses until you fail one, traumatizing you into majoring in whatever was the last thing you passed. For example, software engineers scrape by linear algebra, but struggle once things start physically existing. Civil engineers scrape by statics, but struggle if anything moves. Mechanical engineers scrape by thermodynamics, but struggle when things they're working on become alive and the laws of physics suddenly stop working. Chemical and electrical engineers barely scrape by organic chemistry and quantum mechanics, then shake hands with each other and agree that the cream rises to the top. No one goes to grad school because they all have a C average. This is traumatizing because if you hear someone say, yes, I have a PhD, usually everyone is like, oh, very impressive, you must be very smart. But if they say, it's in engineering, everyone thinks you're an idiot. This is because getting an undergraduate degree in engineering is like buds training for the Navy SEALs. No one there actually wants to go and fight a war, everyone knows you just have to do it so you can write a book and go on podcasts. Now, engineers are usually very put together, organized, and prepared people who don't like sudden changes to their plans, spontaneity, or having unchoreographed fun in general, meaning the only thing they truly fear is girls. This means if you're a girl, dating an engineer can be really difficult because especially on the first few dates, you're constantly wondering, is he just shy and awkward, or actually autistic? Even worse is if you're a girl in engineering, because if you ever get frustrated, lean back from your computer, and are like, oh, I just don't get how to do this. Well, you should have thought it through, Lily Phillips. This is now a group project. With that said, when it comes to the actual work you'll do, there's a big difference between working on a train and working on a drug to solve erectile dysfunction, despite them having the same effect on most engineers. So it's important to know what you're signing up for when you're choosing an engineering major, so I'll let you know about each one. Mechanical engineer means you make bombs. Civil engineer means you make targets. Petroleum engineer means you make money. Chemical engineer means you're a chemist. Being a chemist means you're a cashier at a pharmacy. Do not try to correct your confused family members, they will not understand. Electrical engineer means you know that V equals IR, and the rest you can learn on the job. Materials engineering is just coming up with IRL crafting recipes. Nuclear engineering is trying to explain to everyone for the last 30 years that these are not chimneys. you will be unsuccessful. Software engineering is trying to figure out if you qualify for food stamps. Computer engineering is being relieved that you at least didn't choose software engineering. Biomedical engineering is when you just can't take it anymore and you need at least one class with a girl in it. Mechatronics... Oh, I don't know how that got in there. That's not engineering. Now, a lot of people are scared to go into engineering because they've heard it's a lot of work. But the good news is if you found a course really hard, you'll feel a lot better when you tell a senior that you got 52% on your final and they're like, yo, congrats. This might cause people to ask the question, wait, so the people designing rockets and planes might not have even understood what they learned in school? Isn't that a bit worrisome? And not at all. Engineering is about adaptability and problem solving in the real world, not about rote memorization of textbook material. If you're at work and the software says that your design is at risk of structural failure, just double it. That's engineering, baby. Now, the last question you need to ask yourself before going into engineering is the most important one, which is who do you think would win? The combined power of the military-industrial complex, big pharma, the oil industry, and Wall Street all working together, or the English professor who has to teach the engineering ethics class in first year? Because while engineers have some of the most important jobs in society, they also bear a lot of responsibility for the unintended consequences of their actions. And this is why I feel it's my duty to remind students and new graduates of the only question you need to know the answer to, which is when is it okay to violate your moral principles? Exactly, it has to be at least 6 figures. Now, as someone who dropped out of software engineering, it means I barely scraped by first-year linear algebra and am deeply scared of things that physically exist, which is why I like ChatGPT and Midjourney. We're all finally starting to learn that science fiction has really just been science prediction all along, and nothing is more at the center of that than the advancement of artificial intelligence. So I thought we could look at the levels of AI, starting from basic code all the way up to its potential and perhaps frightening future. Level 1. Clippy. At the lowest level of artificial intelligence, we have Clippy. This little guy is a rules-based system, or what we're familiar with as basic computer script. Scripts are essentially commands that say if this happens, do that. If that happens, do this. If you're not familiar with Clippy, good for you, because don't let his cute little magic carpet fool you, he's actually deranged. If Clippy were a person, he'd walk up to you unannounced and say, "You look like you're trying to be pretty. You'd be prettier if you smiled more." Then regardless of your response, his next line in the script was always, "You're welcome. Would you like more tips?" This level of artificial intelligence is of course not scary at all. It in fact makes you stupider for having interacted with it. Level 2. A bit smarter than Clippy, but still at a low level of artificial intelligence, we have Reddit top comments. While Reddit top comments are made by humans, comments that get upvoted are not upvoted because they're correct, but because they sound correct. If you don't know about a certain subject, you'll be reading top comments all day thinking you're learning a lot, until you click their profile and realize you're taking legal advice from a 17-year-old Minecraft streamer. This phenomenon is caused by how Reddit highlights posts and articles, which is based on the second stage of artificial intelligence, algorithms. While algorithms are still forms of rules-based systems, many are very powerful, and long before man feared artificial intelligence, he blamed algorithms for his failures. If you lost money on Bitcoin, algorithms. No YouTube views, algorithms. Can't solve a Rubik's Cube, algorithms. Trash teammates in Counter-Strike, also algorithms. While most women would look at a guy and say, "You weren't defeated by an algorithm, you're just not very good at your hobby." The reality is if a guy's been defeated by an algorithm, a woman wouldn't be looking at him in the first place. Level 3. Whatever they're doing at Boston Dynamics. While we all used to laugh at the goofy robots Boston Dynamics was making, suddenly in the last few years everyone went from laughing to fundamentally being on the side of the machines. While Boston Dynamics still uses a lot of regular algorithms, one reason for this massive amount of progress in such a short amount of time was from advancements in Level 3 artificial intelligence, which is machine learning. This means that instead of always getting the same output from a given input, the output is remembered, integrated into the software, and a new, more efficient outcome occurs next time. Level 4. Generative AI. Here we are at the present day, where we're all familiar with applications like ChatGPT and Midjourney, and this is where AI begins to finally mimic human intelligence, and in many cases exceeds it as well. For example, using an image generator, here I used the prompt "futuristic affordable city housing," and it looks exactly how I imagined it. Here I asked it, "loser of the 2024 federal election," and it knew right away. I even asked it for "average casually explained subscriber," and I'm sure most of us thought we were looking into a mirror. Many people fear that this generation of AI is going to take everyone's jobs in the next 10 years, but AI has taken tens of thousands of jobs already, you just haven't noticed. For example, it's now impossible to tell whether the supermodel you're talking to on Tinder is an artificial intelligence or an actual Indian man. The thing is, every time a new groundbreaking technology comes along, everyone thinks it's going to take all the jobs, which it does, but then it creates new ones that didn't exist before. The Industrial Revolution got rid of the farmers, but created jobs in manufacturing. The internet's killed a huge part of the publishing industry, but created jobs in programming and social media. And while AI is eventually going to come for us all, currently these new tools really only have practical application in image creation and writing, meaning it's only the people in the creative arts that are going to be unemployed. So no change really. Level 5, Ana de Armas in Blade Runner. This is the level where artificial intelligence reaches a point where it's essentially analogous to our own intelligence. It can collect and remember sensory data, and if it has the right hardware, it's able to interact with and manipulate the environment just like a human. Because of this, human-level intelligence can be applied to specialized machines and be used for nearly everything. For this reason, some people believe it's extremely dangerous, while others see nothing but potential. I personally am pretty optimistic because all you have to do is look how it plays out in the movies. Take Blade Runner as an example. Lonely guy lives in dystopian future, climate change has ravaged the world, goes on an adventure, loses sexy AI robot girlfriend, doesn't fix anything. Now look what happens when you use an artificial general intelligence robot as the protagonist instead. Lonely guy lives in dystopian future, climate change has ravaged the world, goes on an adventure, gets a sexy AI robot girlfriend way out of his league, literally saves the earth. Even if we screw up the whole planet, if we could just make one WALL-E, we're in good hands. Level 6, Artificial Superintelligence and Cybernetic Enhancement. One of my biggest disappointments when I was a teenager was when I first read the term trans person, because I thought, finally, I don't have to be a person anymore. While it turns out I'll have to wait to get my it/that pronouns, I still long for our cybernetic future where we can be half robot, half human, and I can have an AI chip connected to my brain for enhanced function. Then people like my dad will say, why would you want an artificial superintelligence implanted in your brain? What's wrong with being a natural human? And I'd say, I have to think. If you didn't get that one, it's a sign you need the implant. Level 7, the Singularity. The highest level of AI in the ultimate event horizon is known as the singularity, which is when an artificial superintelligence is able to iteratively improve upon itself at a runaway exponential rate, and what happens next is completely beyond our own speculation. The example that scientists have given to describe the singularity is to think of a gorilla trying to figure out what it would be like to be a human. Ask a gorilla what it thinks about, and it would say, all I think about is sex and what food I'm going to eat next. Whereas a human can also have anxiety. It's possible that it could allow far-off science fiction ideas to become real, such as being able to upload our consciousness to a single system, and we all become one machine-human superhybrid. It might extend our reach throughout the galaxy, or perhaps it'll see humans as an inferior species and enslave or annihilate us all. A lot of people are very frightened by what this may mean, but personally, I've hedged my bets. Either AI fails to reach a runaway point and our lives are just massively improved, or the dystopia becomes absolutely real, but my Nvidia calls are deep in the money. Level 8. There is one final step to the whole picture, which is the theory that what the singularity becomes was set in motion from the beginning of time, like a seed growing into a tree, because that's what the universe itself is, and what we're experiencing is analogous to some sort of video game or synthetic dream. And at its core, the whole universe is a single superstructure or intelligence acting itself out, and our little lives are a piece of that. While some call that greater concept God, others call it a simulation, and the rest of us just call it about 7.4 on IMDb. And while there isn't any great evidence for or against such a theory, if you look around you, you can tell from their behavior that you are in fact surrounded by NPCs. Now, while you might be sitting there thinking, wait, am I just a simulation? You don't need to worry, because you're the only real one. It's the rest of us who are part of the hologram and want you to reveal your secrets, which is why you should consider today's sponsor Incogni, which acts on your behalf to request your personal data, including things like your address and phone number, be removed from data brokers who've acquired your personal information through your internet and subscription use, but will remove it upon request. The problem is this will likely take dozens, if not hundreds of hours for you to do manually, and since the last time I talked about Incogni on this channel, it's performed the equivalent of 21 hours of work requesting the removal of my data, despite the fact that I'm Canadian. So sadly, no one really wants to track me in the first place, even though that hurts my feelings. While this means that sadly there won't be any little cyborg Jamie clones running around in the near future, it does mean I far more rarely get spam callers, scammers, and risk.
So, fundamentally, the friend zone is a bit of a relationship purgatory where, although it's not exactly gender exclusive, it's more often than not when a guy's sexual interest in a girl is met with only platonic friendship. And realistically, it's totally fine for a girl to like a guy's personality but not really be interested in a relationship.
The trouble usually comes from the fact that a lot of the time, guys don't even realize they've been friend-zoned. And this can happen for a lot of reasons, but sometimes, even though a girl might not be interested, a guy can misinterpret the signal she's giving off and get too attached. So if you're a girl, try to avoid being in the same room, looking in our general direction, or winking both eyes at the same time. And sometimes, if a guy really doesn't get it, you might have to clearly tell him that you're only friends, or he's probably going to end up with hurt feelings at one point or another. Like I was recently at Starbucks, and there was a really cute girl taking my order, so we chatted for a second, and she asked for my name to write on the cup. Then when I got my drink, I saw that my name had 2 hearts around it. And that was honestly one of the best feelings of my life, and I was about to say something when I saw that she also drew a couple of hearts for a guy named Aaron right behind me. Fucking slut. Now, I'm sure some of you are wondering if you're in the friend zone right now, and it usually progresses in stages, so you can see which one you might fall into. The first stage is denial, which is believing you aren't in the friend zone. The second stage is anger, which is coming to the realization that maybe you are. The third stage is bargaining, which is begging to take her on a date even though she's always showing you pictures of other guys. The fourth stage is depression, which is realizing she was showing you those pictures because she thought you were gay. And finally, the fifth stage is acceptance, which is realizing that one of them's pretty cute and what do you have to lose? Now, the most important question of all is, can you get out of the friend zone? And interestingly, not too long ago, I was reading that a few psychologists at Penn State actually compiled a practical guide for men to get out of the friend zone. It looks like this. Of course, the first thing is identifying you're actually in the friend zone, then you execute the following steps. Step 1, be more attractive. It's worth mentioning while this guide is certainly effective, it can be kind of difficult to implement and at least takes a bit of time. So one last piece of advice I was given a while ago was if you're ever in doubt, ask the girl out. The logic being that she either says yes and that's great, or she says no and you have your answer. But I've realized that this saying greatly underestimates my power for debilitating retrospection, which is why next time we're talking about how to get out of the friend zone and into the friend with benefits zone, where nothing goes wrong. So when I think about the future, I try to look at things that I think are going to make a more positive impact. And one thought that's really exciting for me is that there's a lot of things I've never experienced that I'm looking forward to, like medical advancements, driverless cars, artificial intelligence, receiving a compliment, and exploring new planets. It can be really hard to predict exactly when this stuff's going to come about, and a lot of people get a little ahead of themselves in their projections, which is why I've come up with this technique. Check when Elon Musk says it'll happen on Twitter, and it's not that. Now, while it's only a matter of time before Tesla builds a sphere of solar panels around the sun to power Elon's armored exoskeleton, I think it's pretty easy to cop out and make obvious predictions about the future, like we'll be using more renewable energy, our space program will be more advanced, I'll be drawing pictures on your coffee cup wondering how things went wrong, etc., etc. So let's take a look at some more specific predictions that might be coming in the near future. One of the most hyped technologies are autonomous vehicles, and I do think it's reasonable that within 10 years, driverless cars, much like Google Fiber, will be fully implemented and publicly available. But not where you live. Within the next 25 years, we'll hopefully see humans land on Mars for the first time, or at the very least see a return trip around its orbit. I'm excited because if those astronauts watch a Casually Explained video before they leave, the next one might almost be out when they get home. So in the next 50 years, we'll likely see some big changes in consumer electronics. It's really hard to predict that kind of stuff specifically though, because we don't know what breakthroughs are going to be real game changers and what big tech companies even have on their agendas. But I didn't want to be lame, so here are a few of my own predictions. Facebook and Oculus integration is finally completed, allowing you to live your Facebook friends more interesting lives. Apple releases the new iPhone X, a solid block of featureless aluminum, while the newly unveiled Apple interface is simply a MacBook dongle that inserts directly into your brain, and the Google Singularity absorbs all of its employees into a super sentient AI that governs the new world. So in 100 years, our whole world will likely look a lot different. This isn't just because of the new stuff that'll be around, there's also all the stuff that probably won't be around, like landlines, network TV, and Antarctica. Renewables will be our primary source of energy because everything else will be gone, but that's okay because we'll probably have a bustling colony on Mars that you can go and join at any time, if you had more money. Then in 500, 1,000 years, no one really knows. Just think if you told your average person in the 11th century that just 1,000 years from now, you could put hundreds of people inside a giant metal bird and fly them around the Earth. They'd be standing there thinking, you mean a cross. So in 1,000 years from now, we could be anywhere doing anything, exploring intergalactic space, living inside a simulation, or maybe it won't look a lot different from today. All things considered, I'm really optimistic about the future, and really the only downside to all getting a job is a really important part of your life, so I thought it'd be a good idea to show what that process looks like for a lot of new workers. This place looks pretty good. I guess I'll go check it out.
Hello. I would like a job, please. Yeah, you actually need 5 years experience for this position. But it says entry-level position on the advertisement. That's really only there so we don't have to pay you as much. Oh, okay, that makes sense. I mean, I probably couldn't work here forever, but I guess I'll give it a go. Hello. I would like a job, please. You're actually overqualified for this position, sir. But it says entry-level position on the advertisement. Yeah, but we're really looking for someone more enthusiastic. Oh, okay, that makes sense. Alright, I guess I'll try somewhere right in the middle. Hello. I would like a job, please. Yeah, I'm afraid we've had over 100 applications from people far more qualified than you. How can they be more qualified? It says entry-level position on the advertisement. They have other more redeeming qualities. Oh, okay, that makes sense. Well, I guess I better get myself more qualified. Hello, I would like a degree, please. Alright, for sure. I'll sign you up for the next 4 or 5 years, and just so you know, each year is going to be around $10,000 plus your textbooks. Wait, how am I supposed to pay for that? I don't know, get a job?
Flirting is really important because it's about expressing your interest in someone you like in a non-threatening and fun way. I think it's easy to think that flirting is how you interact with someone in a conversation, but it really starts from the very first impression that you make on the other person. The trouble is that for a lot of people, flirting isn't something that comes naturally. If I go to a bar and see a person I really like and want to introduce myself to them, my brain says, alright, good handshake, remember their name, remember your name, pick two. Then when things go south and I get up from the bar stool to leave and hit my erection on the countertop, I get a little bit demotivated, but really it's important to keep in mind that no one can be a smooth operator from the get-go, and it definitely takes some practice. So, assuming you do manage to get through your introduction, it's a good idea to establish some kind of physical rapport. And a good way to do this is to touch the other person on the elbow when you say something they find clever or funny. In other words, you don't need to worry about it. Now, it's pretty easy to think, I really like this girl, but I don't know what I should do. And a really good idea is to practice your empathy by imagining you're the girl and thinking about what you'd like a guy to say to you. Even when you're talking about something like sex, one thing I've heard a lot from girls is, yeah, this guy was great, but he just finished and then fell asleep and didn't even think about how I felt. So the lesson I've learned there is if you want to be better at pleasing a woman, you really need to think about what it's like to be fucked by a dude. What's good about this is that because it's a thought experiment, you can do it whenever you have a free moment, whether you're on the bus, or at the gym, or just bent over the kitchen counter. So, a big part of flirting is teasing, and this is essentially making small playful jabs at the other person that get a positive reaction and elevate the mood. Imagine a girl said to me, "So, your last video had a good amount of views. Still staying up all night refreshing the page?" That would not be very good teasing because I'd be really worried about how she found out. But if she said, "Damn, have you been working out? You're really starting to fill up that extra small shirt," that would be good teasing because it's been my goal for a while. Now, the way that guys and girls express their interest is very different, and generally the way that most girls will flirt with a guy is by laughing a lot and touching him on the arm. But this is also how a lot of girls act platonically friendly, and there's not really any way to know which it is until she tells you 3 years later when she already has a boyfriend. On the flip side, guys tend to flirt with a lot less nuance, and generally prefer to set up a situation where they either get a definite yes or no. There's a few ways you can do this. You can explicitly ask them on a date, go for a kiss, straight up ask them how they feel about you, or just send a dick pic. Different guys have different styles, so do what feels right for you. I like to send them at breakfast. That way they have the whole day to respond. Usually go for natural window lighting, and use the macro setting obviously. All in all, I think everyone should put in an effort to improve their ability to communicate honestly with someone they're interested in. If anything, it's worth making the effort, so if you do meet that perfect person for you, you don't miss a golden opportunity because of a lack of confidence. Just remember, I like to always think, even if I screw up and a date goes poorly, I can always go home that night and practice my empathy. So, the world of men's fashion is a wacky, wild, and turbulent place, especially thanks to the internet, where 10 years ago, if you discovered a men's fashion forum looking for advice, they'd say, yeah, just wear jeans and a shirt that fits properly. And you'd be leagues ahead of your average dad just by doing that. Nowadays, while they already existed to some degree, those fashions and forms have diverged and then grown into huge subcultures that include things like your mainstream business attire, high fashion, casual wear, streetwear, and all sorts of subgroups under that, including things like your sneakerheads, tech wear, skate wear, pale wave, avant-garde, and then everything Kanye has been in the same room as. On the surface, they all seem like completely different and confusing genres, but it's kind of like how there are a million types of movies, but they're all built on the same principles. So if you break it down into what the actual purpose or inspiration of the different trends are, it starts to make some actual sense. So to start with the obvious, you take business and formal attire, and it literally has barely changed for 125 years besides the fat conductor hats. A basic suit looks fantastic all the time, and the only way it doesn't is if it doesn't fit or you're wearing it at the wrong place. And that's the whole point. It's a super simple yet refined outfit that says, I'm a respectable, put-together person representing a respectable, put-together company, so sign this contract and let's monopolize American steel. So as that devolves a little bit, you have something like business casual, which is of course much more prevalent nowadays as business has become a lot less face-to-face and a lot more online. Some people wear business casual or chic casual outfits all the time, but it works better if you're a bit older, because if you're a high school student or university freshman, it can come off as a bit incongruent because there's really no reason you'd ever need to wear a button shirt other than when your date drove you to prom or that one job interview you've had. So it might be good to wait until you've at least paid taxes before you look like you filed someone else's. So in my opinion, this is the point where things get interesting because you get to your casual, everyday clothes where you can really express your personality by copying what popular rappers are wearing. It's by far the most rapidly evolving area of men's fashion, and I think the most noticeable shift recently has been the huge prevalence of streetwear and designer brands gaining popularity with teenagers and young guys. I mean, not that long ago, the only people who'd spend money on Gucci were rich middle-aged guys buying their wife something for an anniversary, but nowadays the barrier for entry is getting like 3 A's that semester. The part that I found the most interesting about some of the streetwear culture is that a lot of unfashionable items are worn ironically, where you're sort of saying, I know so much about fashion that I'm wearing something I know is unfashionable, because in order to identify something so unfashionable, you would have to know a lot about fashion. Like a while ago, it would be as simple as wearing a pink shirt and putting your hair in a bun because it was the opposite of traditional men's fashion at the time. Then later it was overalls and a bucket hat because you live in a city and haven't ever caught a fish. And then eventually jean joggers and a NASA fanny pack because you're emulating that one weird kid in middle school. I'm still sour about this because I was literally that kid in middle school and people did not think I was fashionable. I did, however, have a pouch for my laser pointer. Now, this sort of ironic incorporation of uncool items certainly doesn't end there, because some brands seem to have been built almost entirely on this sense of consumer irony. And I think the most brilliant example of that is Supreme. And they were originally a much smaller kind of skate shop clothing brand, but effectively they said, alright, we're a pretty niche shop with a pretty dedicated clientele. Do you think people would buy just a regular white shirt with a box logo on it for $30? And it turns out they would, and as they got bigger, they said, alright, what about something like a Zippo lighter? And that sold out instantly, but as they kept getting more traction, they just said, fuck it. Nunchucks, sold out instantly. Tennis balls, sold out instantly. Fire extinguisher, sold out instantly. And at one point, they must have had a conversation that went, alright, what is literally the least useful, standalone item we could possibly sell? And someone said, how about a brick? Yeah, a brick. And look, Supreme was pretty big at the time, and everything was selling out, but would people actually pay $30 for a brick? And of course the answer was no. They didn't. Almost no one would pay $30 for a brick. They'd pay $1,000 for a brick because it sold out instantly. So anyway, hit me up for that collab. Like actually though. So once you go deeper into different contemporary fashions, you find some very interesting subcategorizations that explore the extremes of other genres, and some of them are pretty weird. So the most well known is probably high fashion, which does get a lot of flack for being weird, but it's really more of an advertising campaign and for showing off a designer's inspiration for upcoming commercial lines than it is for actual practical wear. So in a way it's almost weird by design, which is neither here nor there for me, but if we start looking at the niche clothing that people do wear on a day-to-day basis, it brings us to some super interesting trends. So of course a massive group that's permeated all casual wear are your sneakerheads, and these are the people you might have heard of who would camp overnight to cop a fresh pair of Jordans, but they only really wear them once for Instagram and then they resell them the next day at 5 times the price to rich Asian exchange students. Something like normcore is wearing literally your entire outfit ironically, effectively dressing as blandly as possible on purpose. Pale wave is a sort of minimalism that centers around a lack of detail and subtle pastel color palettes. I quite enjoy this look because if people come over to my apartment, I blend in nicely with my IKEA furniture. Then there's all black everything, which is also a pretty solid choice if you don't like sorting laundry. I mean, I think it's cool because it makes your washer's spin cycle look like a portal to the 4th dimension. That's pretty neat. And then something like avant-garde, which is sometimes called goth ninja, is way more complicated, but is fundamentally about being able to sneak up on people perfectly camouflaged in the urban environment, and then being able to tap them on the shoulder and they'll drop dead instantly. Lastly, we have techwear, which is the most technically advanced clothing possible. Your jacket weighs about 14 micrograms and is resistant to all 4 seasons simultaneously. Your carbon fiber Gore-Tex underwear is completely waterproof from both directions and has a concealed pocket for up to 2 Magnum condoms. Honestly, the only downside I can find to a techwear outfit is that it costs $4,000 and you only use it to walk to work. Now, at this point, we've barely scratched the surface of all the fashion ideas that are out there, but moving forward, all these areas of fashion will continue to evolve in some very interesting and unpredictable ways. Personally, I've been trying to pioneer comfcore, which focuses on being as comfortable as possible at all times. The only downside that I've realized is that it's the literal opposite of fashion and usually devolves into you not leaving the house and binging YouTube top 10 lists. So yeah, no Instagram traction on that one yet, but
Human beings are all members of the great ape family, and while they're closely related to bonobos, chimps, gorillas, and orangutans, they remain one of the most distinct, being the only to exhibit permanent upright bipedal movement and little to no body hair or fur. But one of their most unique characteristics is possessing one of the highest brain-to-body mass ratios of not just the great apes, but nearly all large mammals. Included with this is their expanded cerebral cortex, which has led humans to be considered not only the most intelligent of all mammals, but generally of all animals on Earth. Although it is important to keep in mind that this is a statistical average and certainly not the case in most individuals. In addition to their heightened intelligence, which has brought about their complex use of communication through language, humans also possess one of the most precise capabilities for fine motor skills due to having opposable thumbs and an adapted muscular and nervous system more attuned to small movements. This does come at a cost, however, where if we look at other great apes, we see they don't have the same fine motor control, but in exchange they're all jacked out of their goddamn minds while only eating leaves, which in my opinion is one of humanity's worst evolutionary blunders. Regardless, humans still remain at the top of their respective food chains, a result not of their own physical formidability, but of their cunning and intellect that has allowed them to defeat other species through exploiting their weaknesses. As an example, while human tribes were ravaged by wolves tens of thousands of years ago, they eventually figured out that the heat and light of a fire would keep them at bay. Then as time moved on, they eventually used their superior intellect to tame the wolves until they could fit their quivering offspring into Gucci handbags and truly establish the dominance of humanity. But not only that, humans were able to fend off threats of other apex predators through similar means. They defeated large spiders by creating enclosed housing and protective footwear, they defeated sharks by just living on the land, and they defeated polar bears by driving fuel-inefficient cars. Humans are a diurnal species, which is the opposite of nocturnal. This means that during hours where there is no daylight, they go to sleep, and during hours where there is daylight, they stay inside. During these waking hours, humans typically go to work in a hierarchically structured organization in return for currency that they can give to other humans in exchange for goods and services. Using this method, humans are able to quickly and efficiently meet their needs of day-to-day survival, freeing up enough time for them to do work in the first place. And by using their superior group intelligence and ability to compound the knowledge of successive generations, humans have adapted to live in nearly any environment by adapting the environment to themselves. So much so that they have collectively spent thousands of years building systems that have almost completely negated the struggles of tribal lifestyle. All their food can be found in one location, typically within a few kilometers of their home. They live in individually climatized dwellings. They move from place to place using high-speed mechanical transport, and even communication has been rendered immediate through technological advancements. And by eliminating struggle and tribulation from their day-to-day survival, this has led human beings to be the first and only species on the planet to have truly run out of things to do. And in an effort to cope with their lack of responsibilities that regard group survival, humans enjoy voluntarily going to the outside environment with other humans so they can pretend to do something, or also spend their time by watching screens that display someone else who is also pretending to do something. With that said, one area that modern humans still commit a great deal of time and attention to is the pursuit and maintenance of sexual relationships, although mostly the pursuit. And one of the most interesting characteristics that separates human mating from other primates is an increased importance of female intersexual selection, meaning that while in most species of primate, males compete with other males primarily to stop them from mating with females they like, in humans, males will compete with other males not to stop the other person from mating with a female they like, but instead to get females in general to like them. This typically doesn't work, but they do end up impressing other dudes.
An interesting and not entirely unrelated fact is that human males have one of the largest genital size to body mass ratio of all primates. Again, keep in mind that this is a statistical average and not the case in most individuals. Humans are typically monogamous in nature, which is largely due to their lifelong social structures and the extended maturation period of their offspring requiring additional parental support. In fact, unlike most mammals that reach maturity in a few years, most children are unable to fend for themselves until they are quite old, and typically can't function independently for anywhere between 12 and 80 years. And with such a long lifespan, the unique difficulty for humans comes not at the time of their ultimate death, but at the point they realize that while they still have several years to live, they aren't adding value to their society, but are a burden on it instead. For most people, this realization typically occurs around the age of 18. Human societies themselves are generally segregated into large territories of land under singular leadership or government, then further broken down into smaller geographic regions or states, and then again into towns and cities in which all variety of the nation's individuals live. Humans themselves are to some effect territorial, and like chimps, will not hesitate to tear another human limb from limb if they oppose upon their tribe and are perceived as an enemy. And while that makes you think, thankfully they have evolved to live not in tribes, but in modern civilizations where that type of behavior is frowned upon and has been mostly relegated to the comment section and incompetent drivers. Ultimately, one of the most remarkable characteristics of human beings is that they're one of the only creatures to have profound awareness of their own consciousness and are considered the only animal to be able to reflect deeply upon their own existence, although generally they avoid it. This allows humans to both diagnose their own shortcomings and to plan future goals that would bring them both happiness and fulfillment. Again, hypothetically. And with this, one of the ever-gnawing questions unique to human existence is the ponderance of the meaning of their life in general, to which some of humanity's greatest thinkers have spent their whole life trying to decipher, ironically. Reaching conclusions such as the existence of a theoretical afterlife, or that they exist solely to serve biological reproduction, or that the pursuit of meaning in life is its own goal. In the end, while humans have seemingly solved the struggles of primitive survival, these existential questions will forever be up to each individual to solve for themselves until there's an app for it. But for now, they can't complain, because at least it's something to do.
Lifting isn't just a hobby, it's a journey. And that journey often begins with feelings of inadequacy and ends with feelings of inadequacy, but now you can't wear jeans and you sink in pools. Frankly, a lot of guys think they're going to be more attractive to women, but it turns out the only people you end up impressing are other bros who also enjoy looking at half-naked guys on bodybuilding.com. Nevertheless, if you want to get started, it's important to start off right, and I'm going to tell you the 3 steps to success. So, the first step is obviously to make an Instagram account. Now, the second step is your actual routine, but before you make one, you need to be aware of the standard rep range guidelines for different goals. If you're going for strength and size, up to 8 reps per set. If you're going for mostly size, 8 to 12 reps per set. And for endurance, go for 14 or more reps per set. Now, you might be wondering, what about 13 reps per set? And this is really the holy grail of lifting and what we call the tone zone. Be careful though, because one time my sister miscounted her reps and accidentally became a 5-time Mr. Olympia champion and governor of California. Thankfully, she did 15 minutes on the elliptical and is back to normal now. But anyway, another important thing is to constantly expose your muscles to new stimulus, which is called muscle confusion. For example, legendary bodybuilder Dorian Yates used to confuse his muscles by altering rep and weight schemes, whereas I personally prefer murder mysteries, but whatever works for you. So now that you've got a better idea of how to structure your routine, you need to get all the other stuff right too. I did 2 cycles of starting strength, and now that I'm an expert, I'd say you definitely need the following if you want to be a powerlifter. The first thing is some chalk. You should put some of this on your hands to help your grip, but put most of it on the gym floor and surrounding equipment. Some weightlifting shoes. These are great for making you taller. A weightlifting belt. This is how people can tell you're a powerlifter, not just a regular fat guy. Lastly, never talk to anyone, and make sure to always wear a loose hoodie to hide your power level. Okay, but let's say you want to be a bodybuilder, so here are some of my pieces of anecdotal advice that I just made up. Make sure to wear a stringer or the tightest tank top you can find. The goal here is having the edge of the fabric oscillate back and forth over your nipple as you do each rep. This is a great way to naturally increase testosterone production. A shaker cup with your favorite branched chain amino acids. I don't know what they are, but the more fluorescent the color, the stronger the superpowers you'll get. And lastly, a video camera to record your motivational vlogs. And I also make sure to have a grapefruit on hand just in case. So the third and final step is proper nutrition, and all food is made of 3 primary macronutrients, which are protein, Anyway, the most important thing is getting sufficient protein, and there's a lot of debate over exactly how much you need, but I like to play it safe and go for 1 chicken breast per pound of body weight. Now, if you're finding it difficult to eat that much, it might be easier to make a protein shake that you can drink instead. I usually go for 2 cups of whole milk, 2 scoops of whey protein, 1.5 bananas, and a picture of Steve Cook. Now, the real key here is nutrient timing to maximize muscle growth, which means it's essential to hit the 35 nanosecond anabolic timing window that occurs immediately after training. Now, you might not be able to drink your whole shake in this time, so I recommend taking whatever you need and going to the bathroom to get the protein inside you as fast as possible. And that's all there is to it. Now get out there and start your own supplement company. I'm going to call mine Cloud Fitness because that's my goal physique. And for a quick note on that, no matter how long you lift, you'll never actually look how you want to. A lot of people start lifting to get back at an ex after a breakup or to look good on the beach, but sooner or later they all realize that those things don't matter, and their only real shortcoming is still being able to fit through doorways. So I wanted to make this video for my dad because he doesn't really know that much about computers. But I mean, don't get me wrong, he's a really bright guy and knows way more than me about other stuff like, So the backbone of the computer is really the motherboard, which connects all the other pieces of hardware together and allows them to communicate with each other. One of the essential components is the processor, which does most of the calculations and executes the commands that you give a program or operating system. Now, you might be wondering, how does a computer process such complicated information that I'm inputting on the screen? And the reality is that your inputs aren't registered as complex actions because computers obviously can't interpret that, but instead your inputs are compiled by the computer and turned into bleeps and bloops. Okay, so as far as storage goes, you can get a regular hard disk drive on the cheap, but really should be strongly considering a solid state drive. They aren't that much more expensive and you'll save a good 45 seconds on boot time if your computer's off for some reason. Now, you might be wondering what size of hard drive to get, and the best way to check is to figure out your net worth plus the limit on your credit card, then divide by the average cost per terabyte of all the games on Steam. Moving on from the hard drive, we have RAM, and the RAM itself is really just temporary memory that's much faster to access than your hard drive. The reason it's capitalized is because it's supposed to be yelled, and if you're wondering how much to get, just remember that RAM is like a girl. 4 jiggly bits is all you need, and 8 is definitely enough. So one of the most important parts of the computer is the video or graphics card. The video card is often the bottleneck for a lot of applications, so it's in fact not too uncommon to be running 2 or even 3 of them at the same time for better performance. This setup is called SLI for NVIDIA and Crossfire for AMD, so in regular use you would say, for example, that 3 NVIDIA cards is 3-way SLI, 2 NVIDIA cards is 2-way SLI, and a single NVIDIA card is being a filthy casual. As for the power supply, you have a number of choices. I'm personally into getting the best performance possible, so I use nuclear. The whole setup runs pretty hot, so I set up a ventilation grill on the top of the tower so I can cook hot dogs if I get hungry. As far as peripherals are concerned, you just need a good wired mouse and any keyboard you want, as long as it's mechanical and lights up. As for monitors, just sit comfortably in your desk chair and mark 4 points on the edge of your peripheral vision, and then just fill that area with screens. And now that you finally finished your setup, all your components are obsolete.
Now, I think there's a fair bit of misunderstanding around what an introvert or extrovert actually is. And while introverts are most often portrayed as being shy and awkward, and extroverts as being charismatic and sociable, it isn't always the case. To give an example, most people think that stand-up comedians are all super extroverted because they go on stage in front of a whole crowd, but in practice, most of their time is spent writing, not performing. Even someone as famous as Louis C.K. has called himself an introvert, despite the fact that he's performed in front of what? A dozen women? So what does being introverted or extroverted actually mean? And the first thing is that you're not entirely one or the other. You're somewhere on a normal distribution or bell curve that runs from total introversion on one side to total extroversion on the other side, which means almost everyone is actually around the middle. You might have heard some people in this category call themselves ambiverted, but they're actually just average. Now, the simplest definition of the two extremes is that extroverts are energized by social interaction, while introverts are exhausted by it and prefer more time alone. Problem here is that it's easy to self-diagnose without comparing yourself to anyone, but it only really makes sense if you give a group of people a few dozen hypothetical situations and then rank order their responses relative to everyone else. So you're not way off at the end of the introvert spectrum just because you only rate your Uber driver 5 stars if he doesn't talk to you. You're probably just on a different sort of spectrum. So without quizzing you on every detail of your life, what are the signs that you're more introverted or extroverted? So extroverts tend to have a lot of acquaintances while introverts don't. This is of course because extroverts tend to meet more people, but also because they're more likely to say,
Oh boy, I'm not doing anything on Sunday, and I haven't seen Cindy for a month. I should ask her for coffee and I can see how her new job is going. Whereas an introvert is more likely to say, oh boy, I'm not doing anything on Sunday. Extroverts experience more positive emotion, or at least experience positive emotion more intensely. This means they're more enthusiastic and excitable. This is interesting because if you take something like a concert and control for drugs and alcohol, the people near the front will tend to be more extroverted, while people who are more introverted will be further away from the stage, like at home. So behaviorally, extroverts might seem to act first and think later, but I think a better description would be that extroverts tend to experience more and reflect less, while introverts experience less and reflect more. In a way, you could say the biggest fear of an introvert is losing their hearing, because then they couldn't listen, whereas the biggest fear of an extrovert would be losing their tongue, because then they couldn't eat ass. Now, you might wonder if your degree of introversion or extroversion changes as you get older, or if you're stuck how you are forever. And for things like how much positive emotion you experience, it doesn't look like that changes much. However, some people make the argument that the things that happen to you during your life can change the way you process emotions. I don't know for sure, but anecdotally, I have never experienced much positive emotion since the big accident. Being conceived. Ultimately, it's no better or worse to be introverted or extroverted as long as your behavior really is a preference and what you're doing with your time is meaningful to you. With that said, some extroverts might socialize to avoid personal development, and some introverts might like to have more friends than they do but are anxious or lack social skills. So whatever your disposition, you have to spend time with people and you have to spend time alone. So make sure you're not being avoidant or it can lead to some pretty big blind spots. For me, I remember back when Tinder first came out, my friends decided I had to go on at least one date just for the sake of it, because I didn't usually meet many new people. Now the thing is, I didn't have much sexual experience at the time. I mean, I still don't, but I didn't then either. So when I got a match eventually, I asked them out to a movie because I like watching movies and I thought that's what a date was. Now, what I didn't realize was that when you're watching a movie, you don't really see or interact with the other person at all the whole time. So we were just sitting there with each other in complete darkness, not saying a word as we ate from our own bag of popcorn. Then 2.5 hours later, when the movie ended and the house lights came on, we looked at each other and said, "Good movie, huh?" "Yeah, pretty good." And that was the whole date. So yeah, 5 stars.
Hey guys, just remembered the answer to my password recovery question. Sorry I haven't posted in a while. I've been working on a bit of a longer project that should be done in a couple months. But in the meantime, I have lots more content that's coming out soon. While rock climbing might seem like a pretty self-explanatory concept, like a lot of sports, if you've never rock climbed before, it can be intimidating going to a gym for the first time and not being able to even hold the first jug on the easiest climb. This is why it's important to know the what's what and the do's and don'ts of how climbing is supposed to be done, so you can check yourself and avoid feeling attacked by onlookers giving you unsolicited yet polite encouragement. Now, to start with the most famous type of rock climbing, we of course have free soloing, which is climbing outdoor rock faces with no gear at all except your shoes, pants, no shirt obviously, and maybe your chalk bag if you happen to remember it that day. When anyone talks about free soloing, they all talk about Alex Honnold, who climbed this bad boy without a rope. Most people don't know why you would feel compelled to do that, but if you ever climbed to the top of the playground with no help, you know you've been chasing that dragon for decades. Free soloing is one of the most fulfilling types of rock climbing because you're basically guaranteed to die doing what you love, which is avoiding all social responsibility. Free soloing is of course respected as one of the coolest forms of rock climbing, because when we see a guy who repeatedly risks his own life for what he's deeply passionate about, we all think the same thing: I can fix him. For this reason, any variation on free soloing that incorporates outside assistance is known in the community as aid. For example, if you use a harness with an ascender and ladder system to help you up the climb, this is such aid it is literally known as aid climbing. It must be avoided at all costs if you're truly committed to becoming one with the wall. Some people do what's called trad, or traditional climbing, which is climbing those same big cliff faces but using a harness and rope in case they fall, where they typically place anchors on the route on the way up, and their trailing partner takes them out as they follow behind them. This, however, isn't real climbing, of course, because having a friend to go climbing with is clearly aid. In the words of Alex Honnold, I started free soloing in part because I was too anxious to ask other climbers to belay me. Now that's climbing. Then we have bouldering, which is one of the most popular types of climbing and my personal favorite, consisting of short, technical climbs that are done with nothing but chalk, climbing shoes, and a beanie. Bouldering, along with free soloing, is the only type of outdoor climbing where climbers don't usually wear helmets, because a helmet obviously isn't going to help much if you're falling off El Capitan, but if a boulderer falls, they only fall a few feet, meaning when you bonk your head without a helmet onto the forest floor, your memory will be completely erased, so every attempt can be considered an on-site. At the end of the day, the two disciplines are pretty similar, because free soloing is just one really big boulder problem. If you've ever done indoor low ascent free soloing and a girl sees you find a knee bar on the overhang V5, you and Alex Honnold are practically the same person. He just has a bit more endurance. We of course have ice climbing, which is where climbers continually ascend frozen waterfalls by repeatedly pressing up B and throwing their partner 10 to 15 feet ahead of them until they summit. While that is admittedly impressive, if you've ever looked at a frozen waterfall, you'll notice one thing right away. There isn't any rocks. In fact, there aren't any jugs, pinches, slopers, or even cracks. There's just one big sheet of ice and you get an ice pick to make your own holds. And I know you're thinking what I'm thinking. Being able to afford to go ice climbing is clearly aid. You at least get cool spiky crampons that are designed to stick into the wall when you lose your grip, so when you fall, you immediately break both your ankles and have to call the helicopter to rescue you again. It is extremely important that everyone tries ice climbing once, so you can then tell everyone you've been ice climbing. We also have competition speed climbing, which is a very niche form of climbing where you climb an internationally standardized route as fast as possible. A lot of criticism has been brought to speed climbing because of its inclusion in the Olympics, where you have to compete in speed climbing, bouldering, and lead climbing, and then your combined score is what puts you on the podium. Because almost no climbers actually train speed climbing normally, it's a bit like if javelin included a cheeky pint and a leg of darts, or if the Olympics didn't just count how many gold medals each country won, but also showed the body count each country's athletes racked up in the Olympic Village. One of the best known facts in rock climbing is that taking your shirt off increases your power level by 2 boulder grades. This is why I climb with a baseball cap instead of a beanie, so I can turn it backwards if I need an extra boost. This is often combined with a technique called campusing, which is when you climb a route using only your hands and upper body. It's usually done around new climbers and your casual friends to suggest you could still outclimb them even if you were a paraplegic. Now, the big difference between a beginner climber and an advanced climber is that beginners train their fingers so they can improve their grip strength and climb harder grades of climbs, whereas advanced climbers make sure they train all their fingers because 2 of them are always injured, but they refuse to take time off from climbing. One of the great upsides of rock climbing is that if you do it long enough, you gain the power to easily take toast out of the toaster without feeling anything, because your fingers almost completely callous over. A lot of people suggest using a pumice stone to file them down, but the last time I did that, someone asked me if I was projecting my V3, and I have yet to recover from that. If you've ever been to a rock climbing gym with a lot of top roping, you'll notice they're often really popular date spots. But one of the things to keep in mind is that you'll really mess up your nails if they're not filed down. That means if you meet a girl and want to ask if she'd like to come and be your belay partner, you have to remember my golden rule. Long nails means her day would be ruined, and short nails means she's probably just a thoughtful lesbian. So better to keep your eyes peeled for a better opportunity and stick to the auto belay instead. If you make it out to a climbing gym, you need to keep in mind there are 3 types of people the entire gym stops to watch. Fitness influencers in leggings who have just discovered the synergy between yoga pants and a harness, the guy who's easily 3 times heavier than his 5-foot-tall girlfriend who didn't tie into the floor anchor, and the shredded shirtless guy who's about to flash the hardest problem in the gym, then wander off aimlessly to do some Wing Chun shadow jutsu and grab the kilter board a couple times before leaving and never being seen again. If you do decide to try yourself, it's also important to look the part, but this is where it gets tricky because if you just assume, well, I guess I'll just dress like everyone else and wear a beanie, Patagonia shirt, nylon cargo pants, North Face fleece, and a Gore-Tex softshell, you couldn't be walking a more dangerous line, because although to you it would appear you're simply another zebra in the Pacific Northwestern herd, you're literally one fatal mistake away from an overly friendly 30-year-old with forearm tattoos and a mustache buying you an IPA and telling you about Whistler. So pay very close attention to the crucial details of the outfit. Big beanie means snowboarder, normal beanie means rock climber, tiny beanie means skateboarder. Okay, you should be safe now. Slap on some tiny colorful shoes that turn your feet into croissants and equip your belay glasses to catch anyone on the ceiling checking you out. But remember, if you're looking to become a lifelong climber, there's an ultimate price you'll have to pay. And that price is the ludicrous annual gym membership. Don't be surprised if you need a second job just to fund the climbing fees in your cocaine bag alone. The last golden rule of rock climbing that you must remember at all times is that there is no injury that can't be solved with climbing tape. Torn tendon, peeled callus, broken finger, sunburn, all you have to do is wrap it around the affected area and never let a doctor look at it. If James Franco had some climbing tape in 127 hours, he could have just taped his arm back. Many years ago, there was a time when photographs were still a horizontal phenomenon, as camera technology had to slowly evolve for decades before finally gaining the ability to stand upright. While parents around the world struggled to develop the perfect stance to master the artistic form, in modern times, however, Gen Z's become much more subtle and relaxed in their photographic style, realizing it's not how you take the photograph that counts, it's the caption you put on it before you send it to our inbox. Because all human beings on Earth have a cell phone camera except my dad, there doesn't seem to be a whole lot of reason to get an actual DSLR, but it can be well worth the effort. For example, a lot of girls look at their Instagram and think to themselves, I wish I had professional photos, but I don't want to spend $1,000 on a camera. And a lot of guys look at her Instagram and say, bro, she's looking for a photographer. All I need is $1,000 and I could, be with her. Now, in basic economics, this push and pull is called simping, and is the foundation of not just the modern gig economy, but pretty much all of human evolution. The biggest decision you can make is the jump from a phone camera to a DSLR or film SLR camera. This is because of two major factors. Firstly, you can swap the lenses on these bad boys, meaning you never have to worry about where to waste your next paycheck. And just as importantly, they have a much bigger sensor. An entry-level DSLR has a sensor about 5 times bigger by area than most flagship cell phones, and professional full-frame DSLRs have a sensor about 12 times bigger. The reason the sensor is so important is because a big sensor makes your photos look more professional. This is the industry term for a photo of anything with a blurry background, or the kids in 10 years will think was made with Midjourney. Now, newcomers to the field who are getting the hang of their camera inevitably ask the question of, what's the best way to make money as a photographer? And as most veterans in the industry know, the best way to make money in photography is by selling your equipment. With that out of the way, when you get into photography, the most important thing you're going to be doing is figuring out what you enjoy taking pictures of. So let's go through some of your options. Macro photography. Unintuitively, macro photography is for taking pictures of things that are really small, like insects, flowers, or someone's eyeball. Micro photography, on the other hand, is for taking pictures of things that are really small, like plant cells, amoeba, and other microorganisms. While you might have expected me to make a joke about dick pics, I'm not using a macro lens for that. I'm of course using a wide angle. Wide angle photography. Wide angle photography makes things look way bigger than they are. Tilt shift photography. Tilt shift is when the lens angle is altered from parallel and you get this neat miniaturizing effect. If you want to know what the experience is like, it reminds me of those videos where people try a $500 Japanese strawberry and are like, oh my god, this is amazing. Then 5 seconds later they're like, well, I guess that was it. Wildlife photography. Wildlife photographers are some of the real OG photographers. I wanted to be a National Geographic photographer when I was a kid, so I studied all the equipment and all the creative ideas that won all the photo competitions. And while the judges of the Nat Geo photo competitions clearly never do that, I did discover that every pro wildlife photographer definitely did. And what made them stand out wasn't technical ability, it was that they were willing to camp in a 5 square foot acrylic cage in the Arctic for a week to take a photo of a polar bear trying to eat them. And that seemed like a lot of work for a photo. But every wildlife photographer I looked up said, your best photo is the one you take tomorrow. The joy is the never-ending search. And that really struck a chord with me, so thus began my first search, which was Nat Geo photographer average salary. And so I said, fuck that, I'm playing StarCraft. High dynamic range photography. HDR photography is taking multiple photos at different exposures and then stacking them together to get more of the scene at the desired brightness. For example, our eyes have a pretty high dynamic range, meaning if you made a campfire at nighttime, you could stand back and see both the campfire and the stars in the sky. But a camera has a much smaller dynamic range, so if you took a picture of the campfire, the stars would be pitch black, and if you took a picture of the stars, the fire would look way too bright. This is the reason why if you watch the moon landing, you can see the astronauts and the moon clearly, but the sky is pitch black. This is because the camera that they were using simply didn't have enough dynamic range to see the LEDs in the studio. Disposable camera photography. Even though the very hipster color palette is caused by the horrendous lens, flash, and camera quality, film is nevertheless a full-size 35mm sensor, meaning you're technically using pro-level equipment. One of the downsides of a disposable camera is that it's fun, which is in strict contrast to real professional photography, which must always be stressful or else you go to photography jail. Infrared photography. Infrared photography is a very niche type of photography that produces photos that look like this. The reason you'd want to take photos like this is because when you show someone, they're going to say, wow, those colors are so cool, how did you edit it like that? Allowing you to tell them that it's not edited, that's just how your new camera works. And as you continue to explain your new hobby to this uninterested bystander, this actually tricks your brain into thinking you've made a friend. Landscape photography. Landscape photography requires two things: going to New Zealand or Norway and then climbing a mountain. This is way too much work for so little clout, so just use AI for the picture and then avoid your friends for a month and they won't be able to tell the difference. Paparazzi photography. A lot of people criticize paparazzi because they recognize that celebrities have emotions just like everyone else, and anyone can be devastated by an embarrassing photo. When an insecure teenage girl doesn't get as many likes on her Instagram post in the first 10 minutes as she usually does, she gets upset, deletes the app, and wishes she could punch whoever's in charge of Instagram in the first place. Even if you're a billionaire on a super yacht and paparazzi posts a picture of you looking fat, then everyone on Twitter makes fun of you. It's the exact same thought process. First I'll delete the app, then I'll punch Mark Zuckerberg in the face. Sports photography. Sports photography is like the opposite of paparazzi photography. You're just trying to take a photo of a ball, but celebrities keep getting in the way. Portraiture. Now, when it comes to portraits, there's so much diversity for photo shoots that there's really something for everyone, and so it really depends on what you want to do. For example, glamour. I want to shoot models for the covers of magazines. Pet. I want to shoot cute animals frolicking with their owners. Wedding. I want to shoot couples to remember their special day. Yearbook. I want to shoot high school kids. So now that I'm demonetized, if you ever decide to become a professional photographer and get your first paid photo shoot, you might panic that the client might not like your photos. But don't worry, there's no way that the client can dislike your photos because you left your SD card at home on your laptop. Now this is going to suck for the first wedding you ruin, but once you've moved cities to avoid those people, from now on you'll make sure to always have 16 memory cards from years past that you've never thrown away, even though most of them could barely hold a Mario Party save file. This compulsive hoarding also applies to batteries, second and third cameras, tripods, flashes, laptops, and literally yourself, which is why almost all pro photographers have an assistant photographer, just in case they themselves have a heart attack during the shoot and disappoint the client. This level of paranoia might seem excessive, but it's nothing compared to when you have to fly somewhere with your equipment and the check-in lady says, "Okay, your bag is checked through to Los Angeles." "Oh, my mistake, I meant Las Vegas." And you're just there thinking this is not going to be a good trip to Vancouver. The joke, of course, being that you're flying Air Canada, so you were never leaving the airport anyway. If you're new to gig work, the unfortunate reality is that much like being a Reddit moderator, you'll very quickly realize that your income doesn't relate to how much you think you deserve, it's based on how much other people think you deserve. Meaning the hardest part of trying to be a professional photographer isn't taking the photos, it's dealing with the clients. Because you have to remember the freelance paradox. The lower the budget, the higher the expectations. If you're offered $500 to shoot a wedding by someone on Marketplace or Craigslist, you're going to get a CVS receipt of instructions, 20 unannounced edit requests, and then they're going to ask for a discount because they didn't look like Ana de Armas and James Bond like they asked for. In contrast, if a corporation pays you $5,000 and flies you out to shoot an industry mixer, you'll send them a couple of sample edits to see what type of photos they were looking for in the final package, and in 25 seconds you'll get a message back saying, "Money sent. Thank." While this might seem like the opposite of what you expected, this phenomenon is easily explained by my golden rule of bureaucracy. Give me a problem, and I'm willing to spend any amount of someone else's money to solve it. Ultimately, photography has become more difficult than ever to make a living, and almost all professional photographers have now transitioned to video and content creation because many of the skills of composition, lighting, framing, and emotional storytelling carry over to video and can make a lot more money, whether it's many-vids, clips for sale, or just vanilla OnlyFans. And while ex-wedding photographers are now following the money instead of God, ultimately, that's just basic economics. While it does take just a little bit of time and effort, making friends is something that comes incredibly naturally to other people. And the problem is that while it seems like something that shouldn't be that hard, it's usually the first step that's the most difficult. For example, it's often suggested that you find a meetup group for people with similar interests, but when I tried that, I quickly realized I don't actually have any interests. In another instance, I thought about enrolling in an adult sports league, but then I looked at the Facebook photos from last year. Which brings us to the first and most important step of meeting new people: show up. Even if you don't want to, which also applies to just about everything in life, including life itself. And if you're like me, you have most of your current friends by doing this accidentally. For example, I made almost all of my current friends in the same way, which is by getting put in the same high school socials class by a computer. The problem is, for most adults, there's no one to force us to do anything except for ourselves, which makes it hard committing to a new activity. This is why one of the best ways to incentivize yourself to meet new people is by saying that you'll buy yourself something nice, but only if you force yourself to go out and interact with people consistently for that whole month. This technique is called getting a job, which is the most common way adults make new friends. But if that's not your cup of tea, you can also consider things like dance classes, yoga, geocaching, archery, falconry, slam poetry, horseback riding, or kickboxing, and then dismiss them entirely after remembering that one weird acquaintance you don't want to become. For me, I found the most luck by simply showing up to more events with my current friends and over time incrementally developing further relationships with their friends or regulars at places we always go. The problem here is you have to actually talk to people instead of doing a neat activity, so you have to have good enough social skills that you can express yourself authentically, which brings us to the second step of meeting new people. Don't be weird. And in my experience, I've never met someone who I thought was actually weird, but almost everyone is familiar with getting nervous and acting weirdly. And I found the only way to get over that anxiety is by improving your social skills and then having enough interactions go well that your brain stops worrying. But the downside here is that you're going to make some mistakes, and if you keep going back to the same place and screw things up with someone, you're never going to want to go back again in case they're there. Which is why if you're worried about having a really awkward conversation with someone and then running into them later, a great way to practice is by volunteering for the Make-A-Wish Foundation. Now, the reason why it's important to practice your communication is because it allows you to more effectively be yourself. Not literally, of course, because then you'd be at home, but in terms of self-expression, which is important because people are attracted to other people who are similar to themselves and to people who have traits they'd like to have. As an example, when I met my friend Jimmy, I wanted to be friends with him because he was sociable, funny, and outgoing, and he wanted to be friends with me because he wanted to bang my sister. Unfortunately for him, I didn't have a sister, but he said to give it 9 months. And this brings us to the third and final step of making new friends, which is stop fucking up the second step. And the trouble here is that for a third party, it can actually be indistinguishable from the alternative and much more wholesome third step of the friendship formula, which is fucking up the second step on purpose. And while you can certainly tell how good of friends you are with someone by what you feel comfortable talking about, before you can come out with inside jokes that might hit an insecurity, your rapport has to be built gradually as you each take turns adding another layer and another layer until you can eventually go for it. And when it comes to how to actually get there, there's certainly a strategy to it that isn't immediately self-evident. So much so that some people might think you looked up strategies online, but deep down they know it's just because they can't come to terms with the lunch they had to buy you at the end of the semester 6 years ago. Anyway, next time we talk more about making new friends, I'll be diving into some specific things like frequency, volume, and intensity of interaction, and explain the best way to have a conversation with someone the only way I know how, which is through a 4-minute monologue. This video is brought to you by Dollar Shave Club, the product I would use if I could grow a beard but didn't want to. Now, YouTube is the world's largest website behind only its parent company, Google.com, and has been around since 2005. Personally, I've been using YouTube since it came out, and times have really changed since then. The videos were square, you rated things with stars, and every gameplay video started with Let the Bodies Hit the Floor, and later Dreamscape by Sound System. At the time, the most popular videos were misheard lyrics, stick fight animations, keyboard cat, and videos someone actually emailed to you. One of my favorite parts was that it was still the wild, wild west of internet video, so no one really understood the rules. People would take songs right off LimeWire, upload them to YouTube with a few anime clips, and then when the bands would tell their lawyers someone stole their song, those lawyers would be like, okay, check the description, do they get permission? And when they saw no copyright infringement intended lol, they'd be like, ah shit. And back then, I was pretty young, and when people thought of making YouTube videos, it was never for the money because there wasn't any. It was for the shot at recognition for making something popular, and while nowadays you have to eat laundry detergent or light yourself on fire for a quick view, back then you could inhale a tablespoon of cinnamon and get the same 5 seconds of fame. And even for the people making real content, it wasn't that much more complicated. One of the most popular formats was just a 4 or 5 minute vlog where you're just talking to the camera. I remember one of the first videos I made was when I was about 11, and I lived in Australia at the time, but was about to move to Canada. And so I had this bit right. This is the first joke that I actually made myself, and it went like this. Don't get your hopes up. So you might have heard they have milk in a bag in Canada, and I was really excited when I first heard that. So last time I was there, I went to the grocery store to get some milk. I go to the counter and say, "Hi, can I have some milk?" And they said, "Okay, would you like that in a bag?" And I said, "Well, yeah, sure." And then they took the carton, put it in a bag, and that was it. That's not what I fucking asked for. So that was it. That was my first joke. And my favorite part about that bit is that I've never actually bought my own groceries, so I thought you had to order the milk from the guy working the cash register. Like I said to myself, I wonder where you find the milk. Oh yeah, I know, next to the cigarettes. Anyway, long story short, that's why I don't make videos in front of the camera anymore. Or yet. So as time marched on, something happened that would change YouTube forever, and that thing was HD. Suddenly, production shifted from whimsical home videos and goofy moments caught on film to capitalizing on the emerging novelty of production value and being hot. We saw people start vlogging seriously, making short films, let's plays, and then as time went on and those genres became saturated, we saw the emergence of complete novelty channels, and while artistic animation died off a bit, it was replaced with vlog animation, or in the case of those less talented, an artisanal PowerPoint. And so here we are, in today's YouTube, and while there's more people, channels, and content than ever before, I find myself with mixed feelings as both a creator and as a consumer of content. On the creator front, and as a relatively new YouTube channel, I have to say it's only been good things for me. Like back in the day, you couldn't make money on YouTube, but nowadays the hope is there. I also got sent a nice 100k subscriber plaque. It was for the wrong person, but the thought was nice. And as someone who loves looking at data, YouTube's analytics are right up there with Cambridge, so no complaints from me. But with that said, I do know some YouTubers who were hit hard when in order to get advertisers back to their site after a few scandals, YouTube deployed an automated algorithm to demonetize videos that were potentially not advertiser friendly. The problem being that most would say it's been far too aggressive in its flagging, and to me, the reason why it's so lame is not that companies are scared of advertising on a mildly controversial video, they're scared of potentially harmful brand association in the event that Sally Caps Lock at the Wall Street Journal voluntarily clicks on a video about ISIS, voluntarily watches a clip of terrorists blowing something up, and then leaves thinking, man, fuck vitamin water, when no rational person actually cares, even though it is a pretty weak product. On the consumer end, besides YouTube being a bit out of touch with its fellow kids, I think the amount of good content being made is higher than ever before. The problem is you actually have to search for it because the amount of other content being made is also higher than ever before. And one of the reasons why we see a strong polarization of content and weak discovery features is because YouTube's primary metric for promoting videos is watch time and viewer retention, which might imply you're maximizing for content that makes people want to stay, but you're actually maximizing for content that stops people from leaving. And that extends to how YouTube delivers content to individuals as well. As a result, I find if we look at the homepage, besides my subscriptions, my own videos for some reason, and lo-fi beats to chill/study to, I kind of end up mentally blocking the rest of the page the same way I became immune to banner ads on Miniclip. So I think it sucks because I know YouTube has the capability for better targeting because Google delivers the ads to the platform, and those things know you better than you do. Like if I watch a Logan Paul video, YouTube's like, here's 100 more Logan Paul videos, but Google's like, here's an ad for condoms. Now, what I am actually excited for that I think will happen in the next few years is a bit of competition from other companies. And at the moment, the most likely competitor seems to be Facebook. They're currently testing out video ads with the same revenue share as YouTube, and they're one hypothetical move away from telling their biggest Instagram celebrities, Facebook owns Instagram, that they can get paid to post on Facebook video and all their followers will be notified. And that means YouTube will have to really reconsider filling your feed with 200 episodes of Hell's Kitchen when the freshest content is on Facebook, which is something no one has ever said before. And for us YouTube channels, I'm excited because YouTube will have to treat me like I'm important. But until they send me the right play button to make amends for my hurt feelings, I would like to thank and explain today's sponsor, Dollar Shave Club, where for a limited time, new members can get their shit shower shave starter set for only $5. And you might be thinking, wow, I've done all those things because I'm a human. And that's right,
So I had a great opportunity to spend around 5 months in Lyon doing a French language course, and when I went, I knew absolutely zero French. And let me tell you, French is extremely unforgiving for beginners. Not because it's super hard, but because it's a minefield of inevitable social disasters. So French has a ton of similar words to English, so you start freestyling when you're not sure what the right word is, and that is a terrible, terrible mistake. Okay, so decided is décider, integrated, intégré, concentrated, concentré. So how do you think you would say excited? Excité. Pretty straightforward guess. So how would you say I'm excited to meet you? Here's the template. Je suis blank de faire votre connaissance. So let's say you're meeting the mother of your host family and you say Je suis excité de faire votre connaissance. But wait, why is she looking at you funny? Because you just said I'm horny to meet you. Basically, once I got that one behind me, I thought I was in the clear, but I was only just getting started. So baisser means to lower, but baiser means to fuck. J'aime le chocolat means I like chocolate, J'aime le secrétaire means I love the secretary. Je chaud means I'm hot. Je suis chaud means I'm horny. If you're talking about an apple, elle est bonne means it is good. If you're talking about a girl, elle est bonne means she's good for sex. And une amie m'a introduit doesn't mean a friend introduced to me, it means a friend inserted into me. Okay, but let's say you're just heading to Paris for vacation and you think you're safe. You're not. Let's say you're trying to be health conscious at a restaurant and you want to express to the waiter you don't like preservatives in your food. So you say, je n'aime pas les préservatifs. And then he gives you a wink and walks away. You should be a little bit concerned because you just said, I don't like condoms. So my French accent isn't great, but a common misstep people make when trying to speak French is basically saying the French words as if they were English words. Now, we're all really used to foreigners with thick accents, but most French people outside of Paris aren't and don't like you screwing up their language. So the usual mistake is going to a bakery and saying, Bonjour, je voudrais une... Honey, what's the French word for baguette? And the guy will look at you like you killed his family. But it gets worse, because the moment you decide to try to actually learn the pronunciation, it's a whole new world of hurt. So OU is pronounced OU, and U is pronounced U. And so there you are on a French plane, and the flight attendant says, de l'eau? Which basically means, do you want some water? And you're really thirsty, so you want to say, oui, beaucoup, which means yes, a lot. But instead you say, oui, beaucoup, which means yes, nice ass. So at this point you're probably thinking, is there anything that doesn't have a sexual connotation in French? Well, let me give you an example. Let's say you've got some game, you're trying to make some moves in France. Maybe you're just looking for a one-night stand and things are going well with a girl. You've had some drinks, you're getting pretty intimate, and things move to your bedroom. Everything's starting to heat up and clothes are coming off, so you whip out this phrase, Tu m'apportes un vrai bonheur. Now guess what that means? Okay, I'll help you out. You bring me a real... But nope, wrong again. It actually means you bring me true happiness.
To make a long story short is an idiom that means to summarize a long story in order to save time. And while the meaning of that one is pretty obvious, there are a lot of common idioms that we use every day that don't make quite as much sense when looked at literally. And so I wanted to go through and give some examples and illustrate how they can be used to tell a long story with just a few words. Okay, so let's start with a super easy one to give you the idea. Let's say you go onto YouTube and see a new video on your homepage and you say to yourself, looks pretty mediocre. But you watch it anyway because that's the norm for the website. And after sitting through the whole thing, you say, better than I expected, 5.5 out of 10. You could say, to make a long story short, don't judge a video by its thumbnail. Okay, next let's start with a story that you can sum up by using only one idiom. Let's say a couple of nurses are working in a children's hospital when all of a sudden a mysterious figure appears in doctor's clothing and starts healing all of the kids with just a few words and simple hand gestures. The nurses look at each other and say, "What the hell? Wait, is that Jesus?" And as they say that, the mysterious man in scrubs and beach sandals quickly shuffles out of the room, and the other nurse says, "Yeah, that was definitely Jesus, but I didn't recognize him at first because he wasn't wearing the clothes that he usually wears." To make a long story short, he was blessing in disguise. Okay, so now that we have those basic ones out of the way, let's move on to stories that you'll need at least 2 idioms to summarize. So one time I was in Amsterdam and I decided to go to the red light district because I was in Amsterdam, and as I was walking by the sex shops and back alleys, I ran into a man in a suit who said, "Hey, you looking to have a good night?" And so we got to talking, and eventually he cut to the chase and said, "Look, you have 2 choices. Our cheapest prostitutes can be had for a cent, but our finest will run you more than money can afford. In fact, our best escorts cannot be bought, and if you would like to sleep with them, I will have to take not only your arm, but also your leg." And so I stood there thinking, my arm and my leg, what an experience it must be to cost that much, and my mind was made up. To make a long story short, I told the man, "If your finest women cost an arm and a leg, I'd rather a penny for your thoughts." Alright, so let's try a couple stories that need 3 or more idioms to summarize. These are a little tricky, so I'm going to do a short one first so you get the idea. So, a train is set to travel across a large wooden bridge, but the base of the bridge is on fire and could collapse at any time. But as soon as you start to rush, suddenly you hear news that the train has actually been decommissioned, sold, and shipped to a different location, and there's no urgency to put out the fire. You could say, to make a long story short, we'll put water under that burning bridge when we come to it. That train has sailed. Okay, so hopefully that gave you the gist. Now, let's say a farm boy was out in the late morning to collect the eggs the chickens had laid the night before, and as there were quite a few eggs to be collected, he had to use both his hands to carry them all. But on this particular occasion, as he was carrying the eggs home from the coop, he heard some strange giggling from the bushes nearby. So he stood on his tippy toes to take a look, and across the hedge he saw two attractive girls laughing and eating from a picnic basket, who caught his glances and motioned for him to come join them. However, in order to push the bushes aside and climb through, the boy would need at least one free hand, and so decided to try to balance all of the eggs in the other. This, of course, ended in disaster, and as he dropped all of the eggs on himself and fell face first into the brush, the two girls giggled once again and turned their attention away. You could say, to make a long story short, don't put all your eggs in one hand when they're worth two birds with one basket in the bush. And so then a few minutes later, the girls heard a noise coming from through the hedge, and when they looked over, they were horrified to see the boy still.
So, although everyone makes jokes about magnets, how do they work? Most people genuinely don't know, and there aren't that many comprehensive resources to find out, which is kind of surprising considering magnets have been a critical component in modern technology and are directly responsible for many extremely important inventions that you use every day, like VHS tapes. And think about it, if we didn't have VHS tapes, that means we wouldn't have Jurassic Park on VHS. And if we didn't have Jurassic Park on VHS, we wouldn't have dinosaurs. And if we didn't have dinosaurs, booking my trip to Australia next month would have been a complete waste of money. With that said, in order to understand magnets, we have to understand electromagnetism. And the electromagnetic force is one of the four fundamental forces of nature, which is, as the name would imply, the phenomena associated with electric and magnetic fields. In our case, imagine a coil of wire with an electric current running through it. And much like how mass will inherently generate a gravitational field, by nature the electric current produces a perpendicular magnetic moment, which follows the direction of the right-hand rule. In this instance, if your fingers follow the coil, the induced moment is in the direction of your thumb. The right-hand rule itself is often accredited to André Ampère, who was the first person to use the right-hand rule to selectively domesticate wild magnets. This selectivity eventually wiped out all the non-conforming magnets and led to the current population of predictable right-handed ones that we're able to use in everyday applications.
So I just wanted to show you guys a quick experiment that you can do at home if you want to investigate electromagnetism yourself. So all you need is a microwave, which operates, of course, using electromagnets, and something with a lot of simple carbohydrates or sugar. I'm just using a piece of brownie. And what you can do is just put it in there, and then set your microwave to high and go for 10 seconds and then watch really closely. Hopefully I can get the focus right. You can see it. Okay. Oh yeah, that's really good. Your brain runs pretty much exclusively off of glucose, so it's really important to have a brownie break every half hour if you're doing a lot of thinking.
Okay, so now that we know the basics of electromagnetism, imagine an atom. Or if you're like me and have great eyesight, you can just look at something really closely. In this case, we're making it simple by just considering one electron that's orbiting around a nucleus. The orbit of the electron itself is like a current traveling through a coil, so a small magnetic moment is generated, and the electron itself also has its own up or down spin. Now, it's called spin, but it's not actually spinning, or at least we can't see it doing anything on the outside, but it is trying as hard as it can on the inside. And this slightly sad and relatable force is what physicists call intrinsic angular momentum. And this creates a magnetic moment as well. So then you just take the resultant by adding all the moments together, and now you have the net magnetic moment for the whole atom. It's important to remember that in reality, orbitals are filled up by pairs of electrons with opposite spins that sort of cancel out. So in practice, only some of the transition metals, which have partially filled 3D orbitals, are really magnetic, and the rare earth metals have some interesting magnetic properties, but generally have to be put in alloys to function at room temperature. Okay, so there's a lot that just went on, so I'm going to give you a second to pause the video and get a brownie. Okay, we're back. So the last thing is that in a large piece of a material, collections of similarly oriented atoms are grouped in domains, but the domains themselves are essentially randomly oriented. So the magnetic forces also kind of cancel out. But if you can get all the magnetic domains to align by putting them in another magnetic field, for example, you can get all the forces acting together, which creates a very powerful magnet. The magnet itself generates a magnetic field that runs from its north to south pole, and that magnetic field can align the domains of certain materials, which causes attraction or repulsion. And that's really all there is to it. A fun project you can do to occupy your kids is asking them to prove the Earth is a big magnet by getting them to dig until they hit the Earth's iron core. And yeah, thanks for watching, and please consider hitting the subscribe button, because next time I'm going to show you how to avoid another lonely Valentine's Day by building a 45 Tesla bitter magnet to help you pick up.
Tipping is the practice of customers voluntarily leaving additional payment at a restaurant or for a service as a way of appreciating someone doing a great job. If a waiter or waitress is particularly attentive, thoughtful, and has genuinely made your experience more memorable, it can be nice to give them a few extra bucks for their effort, and for solid but not outstanding service, it's both nice and convenient to at least round up the bill. At least that's how it works in Australia, New Zealand, the UK, France, the rest of Europe, Japan, India, Asia in general, Latin America, Africa if they had extra money, and pretty much every country in the world. But there's one notable exception, the United States of America. And one less notable exception, Canada. Because here in North America, not only do we tip on just about everything, in a restaurant it's standard to tip 15 to 20% unless the food literally kills you, in which case you would put 14% in your will to make a statement. And a big reason for our tipping culture is because of how much waitstaff are paid, which is often below minimum wage. The idea being that when you combine tips with their pay, it will be above minimum wage, and if it's not by the end of the month, then the restaurant will make up the difference. So ultimately, you end up with a game of chicken whereby a restaurant says, we're going to underpay our staff because the customer will make up for it, and the customer says, if we don't make up for it, the restaurant will have to stop underpaying their staff. This is of course the reason why I always tip 0%, because I'm not a coward. But it doesn't stop there, because while pretty much everyone knows that you should tip 15 to 20% at restaurants, bars, taxis, and at the hairdresser, there are situations that get niche enough that none of us even know what you're expected to tip. Movers, I don't know. Cleaning lady, I don't know. Grocery delivery, I don't know. Massage therapist, I don't know. Depends what ending you want. Even the other day I was getting some furniture delivered, and so I googled if you're supposed to tip the delivery guys, and one person said, they assemble it, I'll tip them, but if they just drop it all off at my place, then I'll just give them a 6-pack of beer or something. So now not only do we have to worry about how much to tip people, we've actually completely regressed to the barter system. One of the strange things I find about tipping is that it's almost always done as a percentage, meaning that oftentimes you're not even paying for better service, you're paying more as a function of how expensive your food is. If you come in and buy a $100 bottle of wine and leave a $5 tip, that would be considered being a bit cheap. But if me and my friends go into the same restaurant, order 2 happy hour house wines minutes before happy hour's over, and sip on them until late night happy hour starts again, when we tip $5, that's like twice as much as our entire bill. So to the untrained eye, we seem generous, even though we're actually bankrupting Cactus Club from the inside out. Now, given the fact that tipping is so prevalent in North America, there must be some logic behind it. And while one reason in restaurants is that it leads to lower menu prices, giving the illusion of a better deal, the argument for tips being a big part of servers' income is that by having a large percentage of their wage coming from tips, it incentivizes them to do a better job. This is of course why it was such a shocker when George Washington went with the Constitution and not the iron backbone of the restaurant model. What frustrates me even more is that in Canada, if we pay by card, we're immediately prompted to tip either 15, 20, or 25% by the machine, and that tip is on top of tax. So not only do you panic trying to figure out if you're supposed to tip when you're just getting takeout coffee, if you don't have the balls to press other tip and manually enter 0%, the government then charges you interest for being polite and conflict avoidant, the very base values on which all of Canada was founded. Using this tipping logic as part of my own personal protest, when I do my taxes each year, I like to overestimate by 15% and then say keep the change. Just kidding, obviously. I don't declare my income tax. And while we have to deal with confrontation, something us Canadians are not good at, the worst part of non-electronic tipping in America is that it requires you to do basic mental arithmetic, something I thought had been abolished years ago. And while you might think that you're good at simple multiplication and division, the moment you have the spotlight on you, you'll realize that you might as well be doing matrix algebra, because not only do you have NA education, it's also been 3 months since your last Amazon delivery and you've forgotten how to hold a pen. Now, the ultimate question is, what do we do about the whole tipping situation in North America? Do we discourage tipping and pay employees a reasonable living wage and then let the small business landscape settle at a new equilibrium like every other country? Most certainly yes, but that would be quite difficult. And in the grand scheme of things, we have much more serious issues to worry about than tipping in restaurants. For example, take a look at student loans. Here, that's at least $10,000 a year for school and another $1,500 for textbooks. That means you're literally tipping 15% to your professors so they can find a new stock photo for last year's material. Or did you know that in almost all first world countries you have serious medical expenses paid for by the government, but in America, not only do you have to pay for potentially life-saving surgery, the surgeon is legally allowed to keep 15% of your appendix for his collection. Ultimately though, while North America might be a little behind when it comes to tipping practices, we can be grateful it's not the worst. Take China, for example, where as a newly married couple, you're given a punch card after your ceremony, and then for every 3 kids you have, the government gets to take 1. Thousands of viewers, and special events and tournaments getting into the hundreds of thousands. With so much content, there's pretty much something for everyone, whether you're a gamer, a musician, a hobbyist, or just a member of Twitch staff. Unlike TV, streaming appeals primarily to a teenage and young adult audience, and having done some streaming myself, I've realized it's basically a place where high school kids go to learn social skills from adults who act like high school kids. With this in mind, if you're a streamer, it can be hard to keep everyone well behaved in the chat, so you have to set some rules for everyone to follow. Personally, I think it's important to listen to the interests of the Twitch chat, so just like in a democracy, there's really only one good way to make rules. Do whatever the fuck you want till Jeff Bezos stops paying you. Now, a big problem streamers have to deal with is their audience developing what are called parasocial relationships, which is when someone from their chat knows so much about them that they think they're close friends, even though to the streamer they're just some random viewer. And this is worsened because unlike traditional celebrities, Twitch chat can directly message and donate to the streamer in real time, getting a reaction and making them feel more connected. And while most people think, bro, getting validation that way is kinda sad, just remember it's the same thing your grandparents do for you, so make sure you have some empathy. So I can tell you from the perspective of a streamer, by far both the best and worst part of streaming is the chat, because they make you feel like you're the hottest girl in the club. You know there's a chance that someone cool is going to come up and chat with you, but 95% of your interactions are, here's $5. How old are you? How tall are you? Are you single? Yeah, still single. Oh, poggers, dude. Relatedly, because so many Twitch viewers are young males, a big topic of conversation in the gaming community is always female streamers, and frankly, female streamers have it rough on Twitch. Not financially, of course, but in terms of being treated like a human being. This is because of the well-known fact that if you donate all your pocket money for that month to a female streamer, they are now legally obligated to be your girlfriend. I'm not saying it's fair or just, but I am saying I will also do anything for $25. Nevertheless, regardless of whether someone is a pro gamer or you just have a crush on them, at the end of the day, streaming is all about entertainment, and you can watch and support whoever you want. But at least be honest with yourself about it. I've seen people be like, yeah, she does like yoga at the beach, and I've donated because she obviously can't afford a proper outfit, and I've been trying to learn yoga myself, you know. Yeah, okay, buddy, and I'm a tier 3 sub to Hassan for his political views. And we're back. Thanks for unpausing the video, Hassan. Now, one thing Twitch is certainly known for is its drama. This is because 98% of all Twitch viewership is concentrated in the top 50 streamers, so they all know and interact with each other. And there's no better place to stay up to date on the latest streamer shenanigans than Reddit's livestream fail. Now, despite its name, LSF isn't just a place to post funny livestream blunders, it is in fact a constantly updated gossip magazine for teenage lore masters to turn the lives of famous streamers into choose-your-own-adventure K-dramas. Imagine someone in the chat is like, hey streamer, you just made a big mistake. And you're like, what did I do? But nice try, liar. You should have said you were innocent before you were accused of being guilty. Now your Twitter notifications look like this, and the top LSF post is 6 months of scandalous DMs the OP found in their Photoshop folder. Every other streamer is giving their lengthy criticism of your entire character 15 seconds after asking chat what they thought you did. Then only once the entire subreddit is filled with clips destroying your life, Asmund Gold says, perhaps we should wait for more information before we jump to conclusions, which in a complete turn of events completely stunlocks the entire community who have been starved for such wisdom their entire lives. This effect lasts for a day or two until Destiny absolutely obliterates you for apologizing wrong. You announce you're taking a mental health break from streaming by streaming on your other account, and you begin planning your redemption arc with Dr. K. Now, one of the reasons why I'm a terrible streamer is because I'm never up to date with the latest meta, which is whatever the going trend on the website is that gets the most views. Like when Among Us became popular, I was like, probably just gonna be a fad like Bean Race. Then a couple months later, I was like, well, I can't learn it now, it's just the end of the life cycle. And then a month after that, I was like, okay, fine, I'll buy it. And then right when I buy it, everyone quits and starts playing Rust. And then when I spent 3 months going through the same process, right when I decided to buy it, everyone just quits to play GTA. And so I was like, okay, the next trend that comes around, I'm completely ignoring it. I'm not wasting any more money. So of course, what was the next trend I missed out on? Fucking GameStop. Then right when I'm ordering my inflatables for the hot tub meta, guess what?
I get quite a few questions about how to make a YouTube channel, so I want to give a bit of a walkthrough of what that whole process looks like, right from struggling to get your first subscriber all the way up to when you start leveraging your fame for tax-deductible vacations. So first of all, you obviously need to be motivated to make a channel in the first place, and I found that the best way to generate that motivation is to start by watching a lot of YouTube videos. Once I'd done that for around 8 years, there's a distinct moment in my mind when I said to myself, wait a second, I think I could do what this successful person does. Why aren't I just as successful? It was because I never commit to any of my long-term goals for more than a few hours. But nevertheless, in that moment, I said, no, I'm actually gonna do it this time. So I scrolled up to the create a channel button, wherever it was at the time, and I started the first step, which is giving Google all of your personal information. Now, before you make the channel, YouTube gives you a tip that is very important to first define your target demographic in order to engage your audience properly. So, my target demographic was females between 18 and 25. But important lesson there, you can't always predict the market. Now, the first real step is choosing a name, and if you're like me, whenever a website asks you to choose a username, you don't just throw out the first thing you think of haphazardly. You need to treat it like you're naming your favorite child. A good rule of thumb is to spend as much time on your channel name as you would on a Tinder bio. And this is because they're both supposed to be congruent to your personality and act as a means of better signaling the people that you want into your direction. Alright, of course you need to figure out what kind of videos you're actually going to make, and I think the most important thing here is to play to your strengths. There's a quote among stand-up comedians where they say, you don't get to be a comedian because you like writing jokes, you get to be a comedian because you're funny. Which is why I like YouTube, because people can't make me stop. But the point remains that you have to find the intersection between what you're good at and what you're going to also enjoy doing. It's also very important to keep in mind that what you enjoy creating doesn't entirely overlap with what an audience will enjoy watching. It's like you're making a sex tape. Even now when I'm making videos, I try to be as authentic as possible, but I know not everyone is going to be interested in really niche things that I might really like, so I try to choose more relatable themes that I think are fun, or at least make my more specific videos something palatable to a general audience. So even if I might not enjoy it as much, I keep the chains in latex for my other channel. So once you've made up your mind and get all the groundwork out of the way, it's time to make some content. And your first video is the most important, because it's the first time that your expectations and self-esteem collide with reality. And when you upload a video and then wake up the next morning and see 12 views and 1 dislike, you really have to look deep down inside and ask yourself, am I going to fight through this and try to improve my craft, or am I going to be a wiener and cry about it? I like to think that I'm living proof that you can do both. So now we get to where most of the struggle is, which is getting those viewers. The most common question I get is from people sending me their first few videos and saying, I don't get it, how do I get more subscribers? And I usually give them a simple 2-step formula to increase their audience. Step 1 is make good content, and step 2 is marketing. And they're always like, okay, how do I do marketing? And my response is usually, I don't think you need to worry about that yet. Got him. So, truth be told, I think the best way to grow an audience is to post on social media sites, content aggregators like Reddit, or to get your content featured by big blogs, websites, and other channels. At first, you're going to have to contact them, but if it goes well, hopefully they'll be waiting for your next video. Once your channel gets going, it's just a matter of making good content on a consistent-ish basis, but keep in mind that there is sometimes a discovery period where channels experience a huge surge of growth for a few months, and it's easy to get overexcited and think it's going to last forever. So you might be tempted to blow all your ad money on a big trip to Vegas, but what you really need to do is spend that extra bit of time and effort to record the whole thing so you can publish it and then write it off as a business expense. Now, shortly after this discovery period, after people are pretty familiar with who you are and what you do, the boom is over, the snowball effect slows down, and you start to plateau a little bit. At this point, it's time to panic and do one or more of the following. Sell out, make vlogs, or do a face and or boob reveal. This will be a brief shot of adrenaline into your now questionable YouTube career, but if you play your cards right, you can probably ride that wave for another 6 months to a year. This is about when you run out of ideas and start losing your audience. Your subscriber count might keep going up, but at a rate that matches the amount of people abandoning their accounts. So this is a critical point in the life of your channel, and from studying some of the really big ones, I've learned you have two options. Improve your skills and make some fresh new content with the same style and personality that earned you your audience in the first place, or get exposed for being a huge tool and lose everything you had. Now, if things go south, you have a hard decision of whether or not you try to salvage what little audience you have left, or abandon ship completely and get an actual job. I'm planning on narrating audiobooks and working on my other channel. But if you can keep it together, there's a good chance you can be the next big thing and branch out into TV, film, business, or just hang out with the household celebrities that got famous on YouTube, like... So get out there and start your channel. Just make sure that when you've made it big, and I've long since faded into irrelevance a few weeks from now, that you'll remember everything I did for you. Dating is the human courtship ritual whereby individuals in the species try to adequately determine a sexual partner. Although a natural process, it's something that's been pondered by the brightest minds since the beginning of time. Isaac Newton, one of the greatest mathematicians of the 17th century, yet a virgin until the day he died, once proclaimed, "Seducing a woman is like the cotangent function. No matter how close I get, I can never quite touch the pie." And it wouldn't be until the early 20th century that the mystery was finally solved when German theoretical physicist Werner Headturner Heisenberger suggested that while success itself cannot be predicted, the optimal time of approach can be modeled with his equation known as the male attractiveness net uncertainty principle, which is shown here. As for the corresponding variables, A is how attractive you are on a scale of 1 to 10, B is how drunk you are on a scale of 1 to 10, C is obviously just the speed of light, and then the D is just in inches. So lastly, you want to multiply by H2O when L goes to S, which is just the freezing point of water, and you get how long you should wait before talking to the girl you like. In modern times, dating hasn't changed much. It's still two people in a neutral, inoffensive location, doing something neither person wants to do while trying to mask their own degenerating self-doubts. And for first impressions, it really doesn't matter how much the other person has right, it's how much they have wrong. You can go on a date with someone who has the perfect face, great sense of humor, plays sports, awesome personality, apple-bottom jeans, boots with a fur, but there are no perfect 10s. They're a Scientologist. And based on the Bernoulli Booty principle, as the number of positive qualities in a person increases, the possibility of that person being a Scientologist or hairdresser exponentially approaches infinity. With all that said, you still might be looking for the fastest way to get to a girl's heart, and nobody knows more about dating than YouTube's 2015 Sexiest Hands Alive, You Suck at Cooking.
When I think of dating, I think of romance, and when I think of romance, I think of strawberries. It's been said that they teach us about vulnerability because they carry their seeds on the outside, which is just like me, because on a first date, I bring a complete list of my insecurities, so that way we can start by having zero secrets. This allows us to get as close as possible, as quickly as possible, as forever as possible. And much like the strawberry, I also wear my sunflower seed headband, which not only shows my ability to be vulnerable, but also keeps the enormous amount of nervous first date sweat from drenching my face, body, and mustache.
So those were some really good tips, but let's say you aren't a sex god and you want to know some practical advice. And I don't mean to brag, but one time I went on a date. So I would say the worst thing to do is be straightforward and honest about how you feel towards the other person. Like, if you're going to ask them out, don't say, "Hey, I think you're really cute. Do you want to get a drink with me sometime?" I think a much better approach is to sort of do them small favors and slowly befriend them over the course of the next few years. And then when she develops feelings for someone else, just hope that it doesn't work out, and then she'll see that you're the one she actually liked the whole time. So yeah, just common sense, really.
Bloop. Sponsored by ExpressVPN. Now, the whole point of high school is pretty simple. It's 4 years of exposure therapy for your host of teenage insecurities, mixed in with a few facts about cell division. During this time, you're trying to answer the important mortal questions in life, like, who am I? Who are my true friends? What do I want to contribute to the world? What does a boob feel like? All questions you'll likely never find the answer to. So, one thing everyone tells you in high school is to be yourself. But the problem is when you're 16, pretty much the only thing you care about is trying to be like everyone else. Nevertheless, what they really mean is you should go out and pursue the things that you enjoy so you can figure yourself out. The problem is that during high school, other kids can be harsh and judgmental and make you feel like the hobbies and activities you enjoy make you lame and uncool. Fortunately, this completely changes when you're an adult because people are lonely and keep their thoughts to themselves. When you're in high school, your mind is young and impressionable, and therefore incapable of nuance. If someone laughs at your joke, now you're the class clown. If your crush gets a boyfriend, now you're alone forever. And if some kid makes fun of your sketchers, time to start writing the manifesto. As a teenager, this is the first time you really start to build a personal identity for yourself, and in high school, this is pretty low resolution. Athlete, jock, stud, gamer, whatever you prefer to call yourself. As you probably know, a lot of adults tell you that high school doesn't really matter, so you should just enjoy it. And that's true in the sense that there are hundreds of people you're never going to see again, so you do get a hard reset on the time you said orgasm instead of organism, or when you were in geography class and mispronounced Niger. But what that doesn't mean is that you shouldn't care about high school, because unresolved experiences and insecurities from your youth can affect you for your entire life. For example, one time I got rejected by a girl, and now I have 200,000 Reddit karma. Now, a lot of teenagers think they're invincible, but I personally didn't get that at all. I remember kids were doing drugs, getting girls pregnant, and fucking up the rest of their lives while I was at home studying videos of how to order at Subway. It is true, though, that no matter what, you are going to do a lot of stupid stuff in high school, and this is because your brain hasn't fully developed yet. In fact, science has shown it isn't until the age of 25 that your brain finally starts to develop. Until then, it's just empty space inside your skull where stolen mannerisms and personality traits bounce around aimlessly until they randomly pop out during conversation in response to anxiety. Of course, during high school, you mostly finish going through puberty, which means you unfortunately stop growing in both height and length. Through the process of puberty, your body becomes fully biologically capable of reproducing. Just in case. Now, one of the most important things in high school is dating, because for most people, that's when you have your first relationship. The thing is, it can be really scary asking someone out because you've never done it before, but it's really a pretty straightforward process. All you have to do is glance at your crush during class every now and then, make eye contact at some point, and then you just fantasize about your relationship for the next 3 years until they start dating someone else. The good news is that by the end of high school, you've been around your classmates for nearly a quarter of your whole life, so everyone has already made their mind up if they like you or not. So the fear of getting rejected really doesn't make any sense in this context, because if you ask someone out and they say, ew, no, it's not like they just decided that the moment you asked them out. They've been thinking that for years. In general, dating is difficult in high school because when you're a teenager, you don't really have any life experience, so there's not much to talk about. And you might be thinking, well, what if we go on a date, but they don't like me for who I am? Like, bruh, when you're 16, you don't either, so just leave it to your mutual fear of dying alone. One of the best parts of high school is graduating, because you think to yourself, damn, I was really stupid those last 4 years. Glad I finally get it now. And yeah, that's going to keep happening, so I highly recommend you keep that in mind literally all the time. Now, one of the worst experiences you'll get after you graduate is looking back at missed opportunities. You'll run into a girl you had a crush on years later, and she'll be like, honestly, I thought you were so cute in high school. And you'll be like, oh, why didn't you tell me? And she'll be like, well, I am telling you now. And you'll be like, oh, but I needed to know then. As you waddle away sadly. What is genuinely good news about graduation is that you finally finished the tutorial and have begun the rite of passage into adulthood, where your path first splinters and differentiates itself from your classmates. Some of your friends will go into computer science at university because they want to become as charismatic as Mark Zuckerberg. Some of your friends will go into trades so they can afford to live and make more trades. And some of your friends will say, I want to take a gap year and travel, which means I want to have sex with Europeans. So whatever your dream, just know that you have a long life to achieve it, so no need to worry about finding a hot German girlfriend on your first try. And there's just one thing to remember when you leave high school and choose your path into the future. It's that student loans follow you forever and are legally unforgivable even under the circumstance of death. Regardless of whether you're playing on PC, console, or handheld, there are a million different types of video games that are out there. And while technically there are more genres than you can count, they all tend to fall under the umbrella of around half a dozen main categories, and those are the ones I wanted to look at today. To start with one that is of course reminiscent of real life, we have sports games. These ones are really simple because to make the most popular sports games, you just make a video game that most accurately recreates the real life sport. But the thing with games like Madden, NBA 2K, FIFA, and NHL is that the developers have to change the game every year to reflect the updates to the sport, meaning you have to buy the game again. If you just follow sports casually, you might not think that something like soccer changes much each year, but as an example, if we look at FIFA 2018 and compare it to this year's version, you can see that they completely changed the number. Next, we have fighting games, and there's really two types of fighting games. One's where you try to eliminate the opponent's HP points through nuanced combinations and timings, and then there's Super Smash Bros. A notable aspect about fighting games is the comparison to combat sports, and in that way, the competitive fighting game scene is a lot like boxing. Fights are almost always 1v1, and if you're up against someone with tattoos, that means you're fucked. But despite being games that are literally about beating each other up, fighting game communities are some of the nicest around. So much so that practice sessions are called friendlies, and if you ever go to a tournament, it's expected that you always thank your hosts, thank your fans, say good game, fist bump, and sometimes even wear deodorant. Sim or simulation games come in two popular varieties. Ones where you design roller coaster theme parks or utopian societies, and ones where you play a Euro truck driver on a 16-hour long haul through Siberia, attempting to repair breakdowns both in the game and in your $5,000 worth of peripherals. RTS games, or real-time strategy games, are generally games where you build a base, manage resources, and control an army to go and beat your opponent who is trying to do the same thing. Iconic games include Age of Empires, Command & Conquer, and of course StarCraft. The great thing about every RTS is that they feature several settings so you can always play against someone your level, whether that be casual, normal, hard, or Korean. Being strategy games, RTS is notoriously competitive, and in the top level games you'll see pros regularly play at over 400 actions per minute. To give you an idea of how fast that is, I'm going to type out the drill that professionals use to warm up before a game. That was me doing 2 lines of coke off the keyboard. Coincidentally, this is the same warm-up that most YouTube Let's Players do as well. Multiplayer online battle arenas, or MOBAs, are games where individuals actively work against each other in order to defeat the enemy. In fact, one of the paradoxes of MOBA games is that while every individual thinks they're the best on the team is far worse than how good any individual thinks they are. This inescapable skill cap can be explained by how every time you play support, your carry sucks and your team loses, and every time you play carry, your support sucks and your team loses. Then when your teammates try to point out that you're the common denominator, you can ignore them completely because they don't speak English. Next, we have RPGs, or role-playing games. There's RPGs where you have a huge world to explore, called open world RPGs. There's more linear dungeon crawler RPGs. There's MMORPGs, which let you play with other people online. And there's a bunch of subgenres beyond that. Because they're role-playing games, they're typically set in fictional worlds where you get to do things you're not able to do in real life, like shooting lightning out of your hands and taking money from dwarves. Furthermore, a lot of RPGs have incredibly in-depth stories that no one pays attention to. This is unfortunate because a lot of them have brilliant writing. As an example, a lot of RPGs have a starter quest where you find a glowing amulet just sitting on the table, and when you talk to the person standing literally right next to it, they say, "Wow, you found this ancient and important piece of jewelry. You should return it. I'll follow you for the rest of the game and help you now." And usually you're just thinking, this is Lord of the Rings. Shooter games are one of the most popular genres due to their variety. You can have single-player story modes, online team deathmatch, capture the flag, defuse the bomb, or of course the most popular genre right now, Battle Royale. For those unfamiliar, Battle Royales are games where you drop either solo or with a team into a large map and fight until the last man standing as the map decreases in size. The trick to these games is that the companies release the game for free in order to get a lot of players to fill the lobbies, and then make money by selling skins and cosmetics to customize your character. And while this means the company makes almost no money from most players, it does mean that they make almost all their money from our friend Rodney. And while a lot of people think that Battle Royales are a fad, I think it's good that so many young people are playing them, because even something like Fortnite is a metaphor for everyday American life. 100 kids are dropped off by a school bus into college campus and try to survive as long as possible as they avoid an encroaching circle of unvaccinated children. Lastly, we have casual games, but don't let that name confuse you. Casual games are anything but laid back. This is because they're typically party games that you play with people who don't usually play games, and that means you have to make the decision of whether you're going to keep your friends by showing restraint or stomp their casual asses on 200cc Rainbow Road.
Now, after I did my last video on evolution, there was a lot of controversy, and some people were saying things like, if humans evolved from monkeys, why are there still monkeys? That isn't really true and isn't what evolution is about, but the fact that both are still around shows that neither is necessarily better than the other, and in fact both are completely viable builds with their own strengths and weaknesses. But it is true that in the current meta that not every class is equal, and it's important to recognize inherently over or underpowered classes and bring it to the attention of the dev. Starting at the bottom with the F tier, of course we have Pandas. Really just an extremely weak PvE class. Has the highest DPS versus Bamboo out of any animal, but is weak against pretty much everything and has horrendous PvP. Learns to roll at an early level, but that's mostly useless outside of For Glory and Dark Souls. At the D tier we have Ducks. Again, really, I don't know why ducks are alive. They can do everything, but they're really bad at all of it. At the C tier we have Rhinos and Elephants. They both seem like great choices, too big to be eaten, and both have strong PvE and PvP. But they've really taken a hit from the newer poaching quests and are still getting hard countered by being turned into medicine that doesn't work. So the B tier we have Sharks. 100 years ago, sharks would be an S tier choice, no natural predators, tons of food to eat, and a proven track record of millions of years. But with the new global warming balance update, they're kind of struggling, but maybe with future nerfs to the soup making profession, we can see them make a comeback. Also at the B tier we have Eagles. Top of the food chain, flying, majestic, symbol of freedom, balding. At the A tier we have Dogs. Really increased in viability since the introduction of the domestication perk. High investments in the happiness, friendliness, and tail wagging tree, and the only real shortcoming is a sadly short lifespan. Of course we also have Cats. Basically a more disinterested and self-centered dog that can survive higher drops and only wants to be around you when it wants to be pet or you have food. Also pretty viable. So for the S tier, we have Mosquitoes. Really powerful PvP, high respawn rate, flying perk, but also extremely low HP. Weaknesses include spiders, candles, and making friends, but again, really solid track record. We have Ants, also from the insect race like mosquitoes, but one of the more ingenious varieties. While each member is of very low intelligence, like Redditors, they work collectively to assume a single body of thought that's then carried out by each individual without further consideration. And of course we have Humans, really rough in the early game, but eventually they develop the strongest PvP and PvE out of any class and definitely have the highest skill cap. Their only real weaknesses are cancer, disease, and prolonged introspection. One of the more interesting human mechanics is the ability to exchange playtime for in-game currency. Popular strategy is trying to accumulate as much money as possible for endgame so you can afford to do things you can't do anymore. But long story short, as long as you pick one of the stronger starting regions on this list, there's really no way you can go wrong. So that's pretty much how it stands at the moment. The list isn't complete, as you can obviously tell, but if you're wondering about any particular classes, you can leave a comment and I'll try to get back to you. And definitely watch out for some of the higher level human players like Elon Musk who are trying to find novel glitches to get out of the game world. And lastly, be sure to stay up to date with the upcoming global warming patch. Rumor says that penguins are still getting screwed in that one, but there should be buffs for Canada.
So I have some friends who seem to go from relationship to relationship in the span of a few weeks, and others that have been single the entire time I've known them. And it's made me wonder, what are the chances of actually finding the one for you? So after thinking about it for a while, I came up with this formula which can roughly model the probability of meeting the right person after you figure out three things: how often you act on opportunities that arise, how many people you're interested in, and how many encounters you have in a given time frame. Once you figure out what these values are, you can then plug them into the formula to get the hope you have left. So let's start with our opportunity value. Some engineering friends told me that using an O as a variable is in bad form because it looks like a 0, but when I told them it represents the courage you have to talk to girls, they thought it was fine. Bear in mind it is a pretty substantial multiplier, so really sit down and think, out of all the recent opportunities that you've had to ask someone on a date, how many moments did you let slip away, and how many moments were you at least 7 out of 10 drunk? Now, next we have P, which is the fraction of people that you would be interested in, and figuring this out takes a bit of work, so if you're thinking, I can't be bothered, I'm down with anyone, then the P can be removed from the equation and you can use the new formula. Okay, so assuming that's not you, we have to be able to figure out how many people in the world that you would be interested in. Now, there are 7.4 billion people in the world, so if you're a straight male, biologically speaking, you have 3.7 billion potential partners, but we'll say 4 billion because it's 2017. Now, obviously you don't want to date someone underage, so we'll say they're at least 18, and you don't want to date someone too much older because then you're less likely to have much in common. Given my age, I'd say that caps out somewhere around 32 or 35. So obviously I prefer if they were single, but wouldn't be the first time I've broken up a marriage. Shout outs mom and dad. So let's focus in on the English-speaking countries, and this is personal preference, but I think a sense of humor is really important for both parties, so I'd really like to date someone who's at least as funny as me. How is that possible? Now, I'm pretty vain, so I want any accidental kids to be as good looking as possible. I'm not going to say I'm only going to date 8s and higher because people tend to end up with other people who they perceive to be in the same league. So we'll say 8s and higher with low self-esteem. Okay, so I'm looking for an English-speaking girl who's good-looking, single, and laughs at my jokes. That sounds pretty accurate. And after eliminating countries that aren't really viable, that ends up at around 10 million or 1 in 100 people, which is our value P. Okay, so moving on to the third and final variable, we need to figure out E, how many encounters you have in a given time frame. Now, the best way to do this is actually recording how many new people you meet in a year, month, or week, and then just extrapolating. But if you're just looking for a ballpark, they say the average person will interact with about 80,000 people in their life, which is about 2.7 people a day. So if you're a math guy, just use Euler's number as a default. I decided to actually count how many new people I've said hello to this last month, and that number ended up being about 2.5 a day. Unfortunately, the number of people who said hello back was about 1.8. That made me sad. Now, for the final step, if we take all the values that we have so far, we can put them into the HOPE formula, do some simplifying, do a little bit of number crunching, and the chance of meeting someone who could be the one for you is 1.35% per day or 99% per year. All in all, that doesn't sound too bad, so with the good news behind us, when the day comes and you do finally meet someone who could be the one for you, all you have to worry about now is finding out if you're the one for them. Conveniently, this formula is exactly the same. All we have to do is take the HOPE formula and then substitute the H for an N before proceeding as normal. While animals come in many different shapes and sizes, there are definitely some that are more intelligent than others. While you can't directly compare between species, I tried to put them in an approximate order. At the bottom of the spectrum, we have extremely basic creatures like jellyfish and worms. While some have simple organ systems, none of them are capable of complex thought and quite linearly respond to external stimuli, a bit like little robots. A bit above there, we have animals like small reptiles. These creatures have the fight or flight response that helps them eat things or avoid getting eaten. In humans, this is the same physiological response that ruins my PowerPoint presentations. Farther along the spectrum, we have small mammals like mice or rats, both capable of learning new behavior and can be trained to some degree. Often used in drug trials as a human analog because of their similar biology and accessibility. So moving on from there, we have some large mammals like elephants. I knew that historically they could be trained as war animals and for circuses and stuff, but I didn't really know to what degree. But I was watching an IMAX documentary recently, and they actually said, some elephants are thought to be as intelligent as an 8-year-old child. So pretty stupid. A couple of the most intelligent animals are dolphins and gorillas. If you watch a video of dolphins playing around, they're almost eerily human-like, and gorillas are one of the only non-human animals to have been observed to use tools. And let me tell you, if you thought dropping your kid in the dolphin enclosure was fun, just a thought. Now, of course we have humans, but because humans have higher absolute intelligence, the difference between individuals can be quite substantial. So near the bottom of that spectrum, we have people who tell you they're really smart. I briefly knew a girl who prefaced her opinions with, I am actually very intelligent and read a lot. One time I told her I thought her chemtrail stuff was a bit of a conspiracy, and she said, did you even read my most recent Facebook post? So I expected to see a link to someone's sketchy blog, but it just said, Jessica's IQ is 135. Last I heard, she's reselling essential oils and cosmetics to an increasingly diluted client base. At least it's a business model that she could understand. A triangle. So leaving that behind as a distant memory, next we have the average person. Has difficulty opening clamshell packaging, but can usually figure it out eventually. Can plug in a USB after only 2 or 3 tries. Doesn't quite get standing back at airport baggage claims or subway terminals, but knows how to Google something before giving up. After that, we get to gifted individuals. These are people who are capable of more advanced social and logical feats that may seem impossible for the average person, such as intense and prolonged concentration, deep understanding of other people and their emotions, and being able to request a haircut without rehearsing beforehand. So beyond that, we have everyone on the internet between 15 and 21.
Now, unfortunately, in order to be a more notable genius, you have to not only be very intelligent, but highly dedicated. They say that hard work beats talent when talent doesn't work hard, but I found one of the best ways to give up on your dreams is to type them into the YouTube search bar, then add, "done by a 5-year-old Chinese girl." Lastly, people say that intelligence mostly comes down to genetics, but hard work comes down to willpower and dedication, which mostly comes down to motivation and ability to create actionable plans, which is a big part of intelligence. But always remember, no matter how notable or intelligent someone else is, you're always smarter or better than them in some way. They say Mozart could rewrite any song after only hearing it once. I have Spotify. Stephen Hawking advanced our understanding of the universe, fucking smoked him in the 100 meters. Jesus could turn water into wine. I'm not a Jew. Many of his videos are presented in a deadpan style with little change in expression or tone, and while not considered to be terribly intellectual, he dryly reminded us the only test he ever failed was the Turing. While seemingly introverted, he models a personality that isn't hesitant to keep trying without giving up, no matter how much he probably should. A sentiment reinforced by his few close friends who have stated, one time he almost choked on cotton candy, and pretty sure he shits facing the tank and wipes back to front. Furthermore, he loves cats but is allergic to them, and as a child he suffered a traumatic experience at a birthday party when he was the one who let the balloon touch the floor. He was later found in the bathroom practicing. When an interviewer asked him if he's ever gotten laid off YouTube, he nervously replied, "Not yet," while asynchronously blinking. Chronologically, YouTube was not his first pursuit. As a teenager, he initially found success as a StarCraft player before briefly transitioning into online poker. After playing 2 million hands and having every morsel of empathy drained from his being, he started his own short-lived line of apparel. When asked to comment on its rapid failure, he bluntly replied, "My clothing company is going so poorly that we're making shirts for the Chinese kids." When asked if he's ever been recognized in public, he recounted a time when he was purchasing a toaster at Home Depot, and to his delight, the cashier told him that she recognized his voice, and that bath plugs were on sale. His most popular uploads are all on the topic of relationships, with 91% of his viewership being male, much like in real life. While we know for sure that his character is single, we don't know his relationship status in person, although we can easily speculate he was most certainly a method comedian. When asked about his thoughts going forward, he says that his only wish is that Elon Musk would reply to his tweets so he could feel like he's part of the future. In closing, we asked if he had anything to say to his audience, to which he hesitantly stammered, "Please subscribe," followed by a suppressed giggle that he quickly silenced after realizing his self-amusement went unreciprocated.
So, the world of men's fashion is a wacky, wild, and turbulent place, especially thanks to the internet, where 10 years ago, if you discovered a men's fashion forum looking for advice, they'd say, "Yeah, just wear jeans and a shirt that fits properly." And you'd be leagues ahead of your average dad just by doing that. Nowadays, while they already existed to some degree, those fashions and forums have diverged and then grown into huge subcultures that include things like your mainstream business attire, high fashion, casual wear, streetwear, and all sorts of subgroups under that, including things like your sneakerheads, tech wear, skate wear, pale wave, avant-garde, and then everything Kanye has been in the same room as. On the surface, they all seem like completely different and confusing genres, but it's kind of like how there are a million types of movies, but they're all built on the same principles. So if you break it down into what the actual purpose or inspiration of the different trends are, it starts to make some actual sense. So to start with the obvious, you take business and formal attire, and it literally has barely changed for 125 years besides the fat conductor hats. A basic suit looks fantastic all the time, and the only way it doesn't is if it doesn't fit or you're wearing it at the wrong place. And that's the whole point. It's a super simple yet refined outfit that says, "I'm a respectable, put-together person representing a respectable, put-together company, so sign this contract and let's monopolize American steel." So as that devolves a little bit, you have something like business casual, which is of course much more prevalent nowadays as business has become a lot less face-to-face and a lot more online. Some people wear business casual or chic casual outfits all the time, but it works better if you're a bit older, because if you're a high school student or university freshman, it can come off as a bit incongruent because there's really no reason you'd ever need to wear a button shirt other than when your date drove you to prom or that one job interview you've had. So it might be good to wait until you've at least paid taxes before you look like you filed someone else's. So, in my opinion, this is the point where things get interesting because you get to your casual, everyday clothes where you can really express your personality by copying what popular rappers are wearing. It's by far the most rapidly evolving area of men's fashion, and I think the most noticeable shift recently has been the huge prevalence of streetwear and designer brands gaining popularity with teenagers and young guys. I mean, not that long ago, the only people who'd spend money on Gucci were rich middle-aged guys buying their wife something for an anniversary, but nowadays the barrier for entry is getting like 3 A's that semester. The part that I found the most interesting about some of the streetwear culture is that a lot of unfashionable items are worn ironically, where you're sort of saying, I know so much about fashion that I'm wearing something I know is unfashionable, because in order to identify something so unfashionable, you would have to know a lot about fashion. Like a while ago, it would be as simple as wearing a pink shirt and putting your hair in a bun because it was the opposite of traditional men's fashion at the time. Then later it was overalls and a bucket hat because you live in a city and haven't ever caught a fish. And then eventually jean joggers and a NASA fanny pack because you're emulating that one weird kid in middle school. I'm still sour about this because I was literally that kid in middle school and people did not think I was fashionable. I did, however, have a pouch for my laser pointer. Now, this sort of ironic incorporation of uncool items certainly doesn't end there, because some brands seem to have been built almost entirely on this sense of consumer irony. And I think the most brilliant example of that is Supreme. And they were originally a much smaller kind of skate shop clothing brand, but effectively they said, alright, we're a pretty niche shop with a pretty dedicated clientele. Do you think people would buy just a regular white shirt with a box logo on it for $30? And it turns out they would, and as they got bigger, they said, alright, what about something like a Zippo lighter? And that sold out instantly, but as they kept getting more traction, they just said, fuck it. Nunchucks, sold out instantly. Tennis balls, sold out instantly. Fire extinguisher, sold out instantly. And at one point, they must have had a conversation that went, alright, what is literally the least useful, standalone item we could possibly sell? And someone said, how about a brick? Yeah, brick. And look, Supreme was pretty big at the time, and everything was selling out, but would people actually pay $30 for a brick? And of course the answer was no. They didn't. Almost no one would pay $30 for a brick. They'd pay $1,000 for a brick because it sold out instantly. So anyway, hit me up for that collab. Like actually though. So, once you go deeper into different contemporary fashions, you find some very interesting subcategorizations that explore the extremes of other genres, and some of them are pretty weird. So, the most well-known is probably high fashion, which does get a lot of flack for being weird, but it's really more of an advertising campaign and for showing off a designer's inspiration for upcoming commercial lines than it is for actual practical wear. So in a way, it's almost weird by design, which is neither here nor there for me. But if we start looking at the niche clothing that people do wear on a day-to-day basis, it brings us to some super interesting trends. So of course, a massive group that's permeated all casual wear are your sneakerheads, and these are the people you might have heard of who would camp overnight to cop a fresh pair of Jordans, but they only really wear them once for Instagram, and then they resell them the next day at 5 times the price to rich Asian exchange students. Something like normcore is wearing literally your entire outfit ironically, effectively dressing as blandly as possible on purpose. Pale wave is a sort of minimalism that centers around a lack of detail and subtle pastel color palettes. I quite enjoy this look because if people come over to my apartment, I blend in nicely with my IKEA furniture. Then there's all black everything, which is also a pretty solid choice if you don't like sorting laundry. I mean, I think it's cool because it makes your washer's spin cycle look like a portal to the 4th dimension. That's pretty neat. And then something like avant-garde, which is sometimes called goth ninja, is way more complicated, but is fundamentally about being able to sneak up on people perfectly camouflaged in the urban environment, and then being able to tap them on the shoulder and they'll drop dead instantly. Lastly, we have techwear, which is the most technically advanced clothing possible. Your jacket weighs about 14 micrograms and is resistant to all 4 seasons simultaneously. Your carbon fiber Gore-Tex underwear is completely waterproof from both directions and has a concealed pocket for up to 2 Magnum condoms. Honestly, the only downside I can find to a techwear outfit is that it costs $4,000 and you only use it to walk to work. Now, at this point, we've barely scratched the surface of all the fashion ideas that are out there, but moving forward, all these areas of fashion will continue to evolve in some very interesting and unpredictable ways. Personally, I've been trying to pioneer comfcore, which focuses on being as comfortable as possible at all times. The only downside that I've realized is that it's the literal opposite of fashion and usually devolves into you not leaving the house and binging YouTube top 10 lists. So yeah, no Instagram traction on that one yet, but I'll keep you guys updated.
From the age of 0 to 2, or the sensory motor stage, children are typically aware of only what's directly in front of them. Near the end of this stage, the child will begin to harness a very basic concept of language and the awareness that objects continue to exist even if they can't be seen. During the pre-operational stage from age 2 to 7, symbolism begins to have meaning in a child's mind. Language develops, they gain the ability to think of imaginary situations, and develop a distinct individual personality. Although the child will have a poor grasp of logic, basic intuition allows the child to make simple, self-directed decisions. In the concrete operational stage between the ages of 7 and 12, children demonstrate logical thinking, become more aware of events external to their own experiences, and have a well-established capacity for hypothetical thought. As an example, in my own research, I found that some children could imagine and believe in nonsensical or even completely impossible scenarios, like beating me at Smash.
I pocket control it! Forfeit, my nigga! He forfeits!
By the age of around 15, adolescents are able to demonstrate true abstract reasoning. While all of the primary cognitive functions have been established, social skills, fashion sense, and the ability to seduce a potential mate are extremely limited. While many express difficulty in developing these skills over the course of their lives, some suffer from an affliction that slowly degrades their sensibilities over time. Usually abbreviated to PE, in Europe it stands for personality erosion, in America it stands for personality ejection, and in Canada it stands for professional engineer. Although it can be hard to diagnose, common symptoms include wearing zip-off cargo pants, extensive pencil collections, and making a lot of money. From the age of 18 to 25, the brain will slowly reach what is generally considered to be its developed state. Anecdotally, many report feelings of having a fully established personality at this age, and most further changes in the brain are generally related to memory, learning, and skill acquisition. At this time, it's not uncommon for individuals to feel a sense of wonder and confusion as they're exposed to life as an adult for the first time. While often doubtful and concerned, most young adults have a strong sense of ambition and eagerness for success in their lives. It's very common to have visions of future accomplishments and tremendous drive to pursue passion, fame, and riches. By the late 20s to mid-30s, they realize it's okay to be a failure. Towards the late 30s and early 40s, many have gotten married to someone who isn't perfect but certainly available. For the first time, many have discretionary income, which they may find fleeting joy in spending on vehicles, niche hobbies, or expensive shit for their kids so they can vicariously flex on other families at school. By the mid-60s, most are retired and wondering where the last 25 years in this timeline went before realizing that maybe it was there the whole time, but it seemed to go by so fast that it was like it never happened at all. Individuals finally have the time and financial means to try everything they wanted to do in their youth, but are no longer physically capable of doing it. Those who turn 80 consider themselves part of the lucky few who do so. Many of their friends are gone, moving around is difficult, and cognitive degeneration often impacts their ability for basic function. Eventually, people they love stop spending time with them out of desire, but out of obligation. Now, I know most of my audience is guys under 35, so the last couple of slides don't apply to you yet, and hopefully they won't have to, but I think we've all seen something like this in a loved one. My dad's getting close to 70, and he thought he was just how he was, but actually after getting him the right treatment, he said he's felt better than he has in 40 years.
Strategy gamer, and what I experienced from going from a casual custom game scrub to grinding the ladder 6 hours a day in pursuit of being number one and achieving my lifetime goal of becoming Korean. To give some context for the story, when I was really young, I used to really like strategy games like Age of Empires and Command & Conquer, but the part that I liked wasn't the commanding or the conquering, it was just making a bunch of workers and collecting all the resources on the map as I looked at the pictures in the strategy guide. So naturally around 2009, when I was 13, I got very excited when they announced the latest and greatest strategy game that was about to come out. StarCraft 2. And the reason there was so much hype was because StarCraft 1 was considered the largest and most competitive strategy game in existence, besides Warcraft 3, and this would be its grand successor after 12 long years. So right away I knew that when this game came out, I wanted to be good at it. The big appeal for me for a game like StarCraft 2 was that it was 1 versus 1. So unlike a lot of popular games, you always knew that if you beat the opponent, it was because of your own superior skill. And if you lost, the only person to blame was the developers for designing the game incorrectly. So from then on, every moment from the time I got home from school to when I went to sleep was consumed by watching 3rd or 4th place WCG runner-ups stream the beta, and the only socializing I did was watching the Day 9 Daily, where Sean Day 9 Plot analyzed pro StarCraft replays and talked about how he was doing P90X to become power hot. And this made me realize not only the importance of wrist stretches, but that one of the most exciting aspects of a game like StarCraft was that it had a nearly infinite skill cap, and to play perfectly, you would not only need to do 1,000 things at once, you would have to be able to scout and predict exactly what the opponent wants to do before they even do it, which is of course impossible, except for one guy from Finland when he wears his serious gaming fedora. So when StarCraft 2 eventually came out, I felt my game knowledge had already peaked thanks to the Thought Hammer himself, and I would have no problem climbing the highest ranks of the ladder. So I took my 45 actions per minute and jumped straight into my first real match against a real opponent. There are 3 races you can play as in StarCraft: Protoss, the civilized aliens with lasers; Zerg, the swarmy bug-like aliens; and Terran, the regular people of Earth that bring the big guns and balance complaints. Of course, for me, I played Protoss because my previous hobby was Rubik's Cubing, and it only made sense. And as the game started, I did what I was also told you're supposed to do, which is type "good luck, have fun" to your opponent. He returned the favor and said, "So, how you liking the game so far?" And as I was typing back to him that this was my first real game, but I've been watching a lot of Day 9, have you heard of Power Hot? Bam! Zerglings in my base. I had just been played by the oldest trick in the book, the chat rush. The lesson to be learned, friends are temporary, ladder points are forever. So after that game, I went on to win my next 4 placement matches out of sheer anger, which landed me in Platinum League. I moved my way up to the top 20% fairly quickly. Then when they introduced Masters League, the top 2% of players, once again, no problem, kiddos, get on my level. But then a few months later, they introduced the Grandmasters League for only the top 200 of each server. I would have to practice for real this time. I watched the Global Star League in Korea, where Tasteless and Artosis argued over who is the most handsome pro gamer. I watched State of the Game, a talk show where In Control speculated on the Freudian symbolism of the horse within the female psyche. I even started discussing strategy with other pro gamers on r/StarCraft, an exclusive forum where 230,000 Twitch chat grandmasters make each other worse. And after playing the game for over a year, I finally cracked the top 200 and was one step closer to flying to Korea to play in the GSL and get those K-pop honeys. And then a big moment came around. The number 1 player on the ladder, Liquid Huck, was streaming. And when someone was streaming, that meant you could queue up for a game at the same time and snipe them if you're around the same level. But as the game loaded up, I didn't get him. Instead, I got someone called Startail Bomber, who was at the time one of the best Koreans in the entire world and one of the best StarCraft 2 players ever. I would have to use my real builds. The game started, I split my probes, and he left the game. I queued for another game, I got Bomber again, I split my probes, he left the game. 2-0, ladies and gentlemen, 2-0. I have never gained so many ladder points in my life. Turns out he was also trying to snipe Huck and couldn't be bothered playing me, so he just left both games right away. But we take those. So I queue again, but this time I get the big man Huck himself. We play a Protoss versus Protoss, the most luck-based of all the matchups at the time, thank God. He goes for an all-in attack, and I'm actually being completely serious. My way of defending it was to just completely wall off the entrance of my base. And believe it or not, I take the big dub and win 1 trillion ladder points, putting me at 8th on the North American ladder, the highest I'd ever been. But I thought, you know, one more good win might very well put me at number 1. So I queue up again, and I get Bomber for a 3rd time. I split my probes, and he's still in the game. And then he absolutely demolishes me so badly that it was the most one-sided disaster I've ever experienced in my whole life. It wasn't even close. I was straight clowned. So I left the game and said to myself, damn. Not only did you beat Huck, you just beat Bomber 2-1. I guess you're the best, dude. And then I quit the game. The lesson to be learned, the winner writes history, ladies and gentlemen. Where's your YouTube channel, Bomber? That's right, I don't see it. Huck, were you the number 1 Canadian Protoss in Wings of Liberty? I don't know, dude. That's not what the stats say. Better check the match history, bro. That's what I think. Nevertheless, flash forward 7 years, it's 2019, and the craziest thing is that the community has barely changed. In Control and Artosis are still hosting a talk show, the Koreans are still dominating nearly everyone except one guy from Finland, Terran players are still complaining about balance, Sean Power Hot Plot recently hosted the E3 PC gaming show, meanwhile his older brother Tasteless is living out my teenage dream of casting the GSL by day, and retiring to his hot tub with Blackpink by night, funding his escapades by charging $1,000 a month to anyone who wants his phone number. Not even a joke. And then there's Huck, whose current job title is literally President of Gaming, meaning StarCraft wasn't good enough for him, so now he also has the number 1 spot on the corporate ladder as well. As for me, I've been streaming a bit recently and decided to play a game for old time's sake because my viewer demanded it. And let me tell you, rookie mistake, dude. I've been playing non-stop for the last 3 months as part of my Grandmaster in 30.
To order the right coffee, the first step is finding the right coffee shop. Some are convenient if you're just in and out, but if you'll stay a while, pick the next closest shop that has a nice environment and you can get to know the regulars after a while. This might sound kind of cliche, but you might even meet the girl of your dreams and she'll ask if you can plug in her laptop charger. When it comes to figuring out what to order, remember that pretty much everything on the menu starts with 1 or 2 espresso shots, and the difference between all the drinks is what else they put in and in what order. Here's a chart you can use for reference. The key here is finding something that you think you'd enjoy, then typing it into Google to hear the audio pronunciation. Remember to drink your coffee how you like it. I was once told by a small cupped aficionado that straight espresso or black Americanos were the only respectable ways to drink coffee. I didn't agree with that at all, but I do always add codeine so the street cred's there and I can rap about it. The great thing about coffee is that the caffeine wakes you up, helps you focus, and enhances dopamine signaling in your brain, which means you feel normal for a few hours. The only downside is you can't sleep, and if you don't have any the next day, it feels like your eyeballs are getting sucked into the back of your head. But don't worry, it's all worth it. So go out there and enjoy your bean water.
Arm wrestling is my favorite niche sport, and is perhaps one of the most misunderstood. If you ask a random person on the street, arm wrestling conjures up ideas of drunk idiots at a bar with fragile egos trying to out-macho each other. But that's not the case at all. Travis Bajent's actually really good. Beyond that, our general view of arm wrestling is made up of those videos where neither person knows what they're doing and just straight up snaps their forearm clean in half. This isn't what arm wrestling is about, because in reality, the arm wrestling community is a lot like the bodybuilding community. People think bodybuilding is about vanity and trying to be more jacked than other guys so you can get girls, but anyone who's gone to the gym long enough knows the only people admiring your micro-thong is the other homies. In a similar sense, arm wrestling appears to be two roided up monsters with wrists bigger than my neck trying to rip the other person's arm right out of the socket. But if you start a match and your opponent doesn't want to hold your hand, you literally ask the referee to get the strap on. It's remarkably progressive, really. What most people don't know about arm wrestling is that it's primarily a hand, wrist, and forearm sport. It's not entirely how much you can bicep curl. In a sense, it's similar to rock climbing because even though the specific strengths are different, in rock climbing you can take a super jacked bodybuilder, but because he's never trained his grip in a crimp position, he's going to be barely any better than an average guy because it's largely about your finger strength to body weight ratio. Similarly, professional arm wrestling requires strengths that most regular gym bros never train, such as being able to rapidly fuck off under the table or shitpost on YouTube shorts in a foreign language. While most people think of arm wrestling as a side-to-side movement, this is literally how you end up breaking your feeble, normal person bones. If your real-life opponent insists that anything but side-to-side is cheating, make sure you do it over a ledge so you at least get a banger of a live leak video. In reality, arm wrestling properly is almost always both people pulling corner to corner, or occasionally one person pressing and another person pulling. If you ever see someone using their body weight in a casual environment, that is actually the safe and proper way to arm wrestle because it keeps your arm in line with your shoulder. If, however, you want some MLG pro tips to beat your friends at the bar, here are some tricks. Grip their thumb higher up for more leverage, start with a slightly cupped hand, bring your elbow and shoulder in closer to the middle to get a higher hand position and a narrower V shape through your arm and shoulder, lean in as close as possible to the other person, give them a quick peck on the lips, and then hit them with a flash pin like the patriot you are. There are then additional stylistic techniques such as back pressure, side pressure, posting, which I like to do at most once per year. Then there's pronation, top rolling, and hooking. Then there's the more unorthodox moves like flop pressing, the king's move, the dad move, and many others that you can employ to emphasize your opponent's childhood weaknesses and engage your strengths. There is of course one strategy above all else, however, which is just being really fucking strong. Again, at least physically. One of the reasons I find arm wrestling so appealing is because it has one of the highest genetic anomaly to overall population ratios of any sport that I know of. Think of how crazy it was back in the day when Usain Bolt, who was 6 inches taller than what everyone thought a professional sprinter should be, came in and smoked every world record. And we all said, wow, very fast and impressive. I'm greatly pleased by this novelty. Arm wrestling is like that, but it's almost every single person. Some people say, you know, what if there was a version of the Olympics where everyone was allowed to do as many drugs as they want, and we say, to heck with it, let's see what humanity's really capable of. And if you know anything about sports, that already exists and it's called the Olympics. But in arm wrestling it goes beyond that, not to just the limit of human pharmaceuticals, but the limits of human evolution. What if you combined a crab with a human? That's right, Oleg Zoke, the greatest left-handed sub-heavyweight of all time, and all-around nice guy. How about a human in a can of spinach? Exactly, Alan Fisher, who reminds me of someone but I can't quite put my finger on it. How about a bunch of bananas and a human? Not a gorilla, it's Denis Saplenkov's hands. Now imagine the enormous mythological creature, the Leviathan. Doesn't really roll off the tongue, does it? But if we shorten it a little bit... Exactly, Levon Saganashvili. This guy's 420 pounds and has nearly 10-inch wrists. For reference, I just measured the circumference of my ankle and it was 9 1/4. And look how thick those bad boys are. After looking at these mutant-level athletes, imagine what chance you'd have if you looked like a regular dad. Exactly, you'd be John Brzenk, the undisputed greatest of all time, because you have to remember my golden rule. always hide your power level. One of the immediately noticeable characteristics of a lot of arm wrestlers is they can't fully extend their arms, and while that leads to some of the most contentious issues in the sport, it also leads me to believe that the evolutionary pressure on the T-Rex was actually nature's effort to create the perfect arm wrestler. Arms that barely extend to help them win matches, and a giant mouth to blame the shit refs. Nevertheless, while doctors in the YouTube comment section, which of course are the same people, often debate the cause of why arm wrestlers have arms that are so messed up, there is yet to be a definitive conclusion. It does, however, remind me a lot of the people who watch mogul skiing videos and comment, "Why do they all need so many knee replacements?" Or the people who comment, "Why does everyone keep getting brain damage?" on League of Legends videos. What I love about the arm wrestling community is that it's niche enough that it's kind of like one big family and they all really admire each other. I remember seeing mainstream Reddit videos posted of guys like Denis Saplenkov crushing walnuts with his fingers or Oleg with his weird left arm, and people would comment, "I mean, if that's what you've been given, then can't say I wouldn't do the same thing." As if what they experienced was some type of disability. And while yes, Dennis probably needs to use an iPad as a phone, these guys are genuinely revered in the community for their special abilities. Whether it's Oleg's weird arm and hand, Dennis's unusual and jacked frame, Devin's fucked up elbows, Michael Todd's coping mechanisms, or Dave Chafee's table IQ. It's genuinely seen as each person's talent, and all the average people in the sport are envious they don't have their own ultimate ability that other people can meme about. As it currently stands, the undisputed #1 super heavyweight is Levan Saganashvili. He's that one, by the way, who has literally obtained final boss status because he only does super matches against one opponent at a time. While Hermes Gasparini recently showed some serious potential in stopping Levan in later rounds after tiring him out, the only person who's thought to be able to beat him currently is the Australian heavyweight Ryan Bowen, who everyone in the community agrees would win pretty easily, but unfortunately can't get his weight up to meet the class requirements. Meanwhile, there are probably a dozen other people who are similarly matched to each other who are all vying for #2 in the world, because they all know the secret to arm wrestling success. Claim you're better than everyone else, then injure yourself before you have to prove it. One of the most popular arm wrestlers is Devin No Limits Larratt, who's not only world champion in multiple divisions and an ex-Canadian Special Forces member, but also one of the most charismatic ambassadors of the sport. When I was first researching arm wrestling a while back, I thought, hey, maybe I should try this. Let me see who the best arm wrestlers from my small city are. Perhaps one day it could be me. And then I was like, oh, it's Devin Larratt. Never mind. Anyway, joke's on him, there's no arm wrestling clubs here, so I'm still literally undefeated. Devin is a lot like if Goku and Wolverine were one person, and that he always ignores his injuries, rises to the challenge of new opponents, and then breaks his previous limit to defeat a stronger enemy. And he looks like a homeless Wolverine. While he was destroyed by Prime Dennis in 2018, this brought rise to the notorious Pancake Devin, who bulked up his 6.5-foot frame and easily defeated Michael Todd for the heavyweight title in 2021. Similarly, in order to challenge Levan, Devin surpassed even his pancake form to contend with the Georgian, but despite his efforts, maple syrup intake, and high IQ match preparation, Levan had a special strategy prepared, which was turning completely invisible. Interviewed later, Levan said that at the time, Pancakes with Syrup Devin was probably the second strongest arm wrestler on the planet, validating the moniker Devin, Levan is the limit, Larratt, which I'm sure he will not be pleased with me saying out loud in this video. Since then, other characters have emerged, such as Hermes No Fat Only Quality Gasparini, who, after learning English to sell merch, is now clearly the main #2 contender. There's also Zaur, 10 to 12 minute breaks between sets but still gets injured anyway Paizalayev, another less tested #2 contender, and Dennis, never show any emotion because then they'll know your power level Saplenkov, who is staging his comeback. As I'm sure you can tell, I absolutely nailed the native pronunciation of all those names. Dennis, who I'm referring to on a first name basis because I like to imagine we're best friends, unfortunately fell ill in 2018 but was previously considered the strongest arm wrestler ever before Levan, and is considered by some to be the only person in the weight class who could potentially match him on a strength basis, given not only his past dominance, but being pretty much the only person to have stronger gym lifts and multiple exercises, having an enormous amount of table experience, insane hand strength, and having possibly the most unbendy arms in the game. He's the only person who, after his illness, looked like this and people said, oh, he looks so small and frail, I hope he recovers soon. And then you step back a second and think, well, wait a minute, he's curling my bench press. This guy's massive. And you're forced to diagnose yourself with someone else's body dysmorphia. Thankfully, he's been doing a lot better, and it's especially exciting because Dennis and Levan have never faced each other before, and everyone's hoping that Levan triples his Georgian pancake intake, Dennis absorbs another bar of plutonium, turns his hat backwards, and I can pay $25 to watch it on the internet. Similarly, with the internet, it's the first time ever that teenagers around the world with giant hands, forearms, and literally no lower body have finally found their calling. I think we're currently in the golden age of arm wrestling, so I highly recommend you get involved by getting a bag of chips, leaning back in your gaming chair, and watching hours of arm wrestling YouTube videos back to back without ever participating like me. Firstly, our flag is objectively the best humanity has come up with so far, and the only one that rivals us is when Japan powers up for 2 episodes and then sends their navy to commit war crimes. Secondly, ask any American to name one non-economic metric that America does better than Canada, and they'll say, "What's a metric?" Most importantly, America likes to brag they put man on the moon, but Canada put women in leggings. Welcome to the 21st century. Now, even though Canada is known as the Great White North, if you look at the demographics of Vancouver, I'm in fact a minority. Despite my oppression, I live in harmony with other people, and Canada is a melting pot of cultures. From the west coast to the east coast, you have an enormous diversity of people. To illustrate the point, here we have the newlywed and nearly dead, then we have gays and Asians, then it goes Timu, Texas, Earth is flat, definitely flat, milk in a bag, gays, lobsters, potatoes, leprechauns. All the other territories are climate change insurance. Although it has a lot of similarities, Canadian culture is distinctly different from the US. As an example, Canada doesn't have the NFL, NBA, or MLB. We just have the NHL, which stands for No Houses Left. While we've tried nothing to solve this, we're all out of ideas. Because us cool Canadians on the west coast who have pine trees and somewhat acceptable weather don't relate so much to everyone in the lame eastern provinces who have maple trees and funny accents, the Pacific Northwest has previously thrown around the idea of creating our own independent sovereign territory called Cascadia, which would mostly include British Columbia, Washington, and Oregon. The idea came about when we asked ourselves if an economy could be sustained purely by fishermen, lumberjacks, and pride parades. And while haters say that men shouldn't be in women's sports, no other country is ever beating us at Olympic drag. Sometimes English-speaking Canadians get a little sad because we don't have much in our culture that is distinctly Canadian and not influenced by the United States. But that's exactly the beauty of it. One of the best parts of being Canadian is traveling abroad, and when someone asks you, "So, where in the United States are you from?" you get to experience the joy and relief on their face when you say you're from Canada. The fact of the matter is that Canadian and American culture are deeply intertwined. You might be European and think, "You North Americans are all the same. You think life is only about working and making more money so you can consume more. Over here, we know what truly matters in life. €2 wine, 3 girlfriends, 1 passport." Easy to say when you have time off to protest for more time off, but this jab doesn't faze us Canadians. Americans work long hours, complain a lot, and make a lot of money, whereas Canadians work long hours. Similarly, the moment a Canadian goes to Europe and is like, "Wait, everything's closed from 2 p.m. to 7 p.m. and every Sunday? Every street is one way? Why does it look like they just tacked on traffic lights to 300-year-old cobblestone roads? Where's the street parking? Where are the highway systems to connect us to Costco?" We then suddenly become aware there isn't a single IHOP, Tim Hortons, Denny's, or 24/7 drive-thru literally anywhere, and we realize this isn't work-life balance, this is some bullshit, and we stand with the Americans as our own brethren who especially do not tolerate being hungry under any circumstance. When you ask someone to think of things that are for real Canadian and not American at all, there are only a few things that come to mind. Beavers, moose, hockey, poutine, Rush, Nanaland, The Big Comfy Couch, Terrence and Phillip, Little Bear, Franklin, This Cancer Patient, Both Ryans and Nelly Furtado, Nathan Fielder, The Trailer Park Boys, The Scourge of the Earth, and of course maple syrup. But what truly defines Canadian culture is how we measure things, as we're not just bilingual in both imperial and metric, but we also just make up measurements as we go along. People and objects are weighed in pounds, but not food. We measure that in grams and milliliters. We measure alcohol in mils and liters, but a bottle of gin is a 2/6 and a glass of wine is in ounces. A person's height is measured in feet and inches, and short distances are also in feet. But if something is at the end of the block, we'll tell you it's like 50 meters away. Only old people use yards and miles. But that's okay, because all of us take pride in being able to poorly convert it to metric for you. Long distances are not measured in kilometers or miles, but are instead measured by the time it takes you to get there. All temperature is measured in Celsius because Fahrenheit just makes no sense at all. This excludes the oven. That should obviously be in Fahrenheit, as we all know Celsius only goes up to 100. A major difference between Canada and the US is our slang. For example, what do you call this? We call this pop, while you guys call it soda. You call this a beanie, and we call it a toque. We would say this is a washroom, you would call this a restroom. We would call this an ambulance, while you call it filing for bankruptcy. We like to say, that went from 0 to 100 real quick, while you say 32 to 212. While Canadians are known for saying sorry a lot, it's not because we're apologizing at all. We use it for every situation an American would say, excuse me, pardon me, huh, or oops. Trying to move past someone in the way, that's a sorry. Bumped someone accidentally, that's a sorry. What did you say? That's a sorry. Spilled your own drink? That's a sorry. Wait, that was your land? That's a sorry. For some reason, Americans find our words for things cute and endearing, while we're annoyed because that's just how we talk. I thought Americans were just giving us the big brother treatment until one time an American came into the souvenir store I worked at when I was 18 and was like, help me out with your Monopoly money, I can't make sense of it. And while people still say that all the time about our fabulous and indestructible bills, he instead dropped a handful of coins onto the table and then was like, okay, this one's a nickel, this one's a dime, and this one's a quarter. We have the same sort of thing back home, but what on earth are these things? Okay, so that one's a loony? A what? Oh my gosh, wow, what's that worth? A dollar? It's got a loon on it. It's like a duck sort of thing. That's why we call it a loon. Oh, I haven't seen that before. You Canadians really are something, aren't you? Okay, then what's this one worth? $2? What do you call this one? A double loony? And I was like, I don't want to tell you anymore. Anyway, before you ask, yes, we do throw them at strippers, and yes, they do die sometimes. If you've ever wondered why your girlfriend always has random bruises on her legs and she says she doesn't know how they got there, now you know. At the end of the day, there's really only one way for Canada to be better than it is, which is if Air Canada were replaced by literally any other airline. Besides that, only a few suggestions have been worth considering, like when Trump threw around the idea of the United States becoming part of Canada. While this would increase the amount of provinces we have to 60, it would require some sacrifices. First of all, the force field we built on the southern border would have been for nothing. Secondly, guns would be everywhere, particularly in my possession, causing a threat to general safety. While Americans would finally get universal healthcare, that would bankrupt us all. And while the little morsel of British education we still have in us would be cancelled out by the American education system, I'd finally be able to get a good brisket. All in all, not a bad trade-off for America to be run by Canadians from here on out. Now, if you're someone who's been threatening to move to Canada every 4 years if the guy you don't like gets in, you're cooked when I get in and there's nowhere to go. At least nowhere that's covered by your cell phone provider's roaming plan at a reasonable price, which is why today's sponsor Saley has you covered. If I were the dictator of Super Canada, I would be advising my inner circle to flee to places like Australia or Japan before my incompetence could take its toll. But that might be annoying because it would cost $10 to $15 in roaming fees per day for most people, making it not worth the effort. Instead, if you just download Saley on your phone, you can quickly and easily download an eSIM and get data packages and cell coverage in over 180 countries, entirely eliminating roaming fees. You can also choose regional or multi-country packages if you think I'm going to hunt you down whatever country you flee to. Other than saving money, you avoid the risk of losing your...
If you're like me, you never get approached by girls unless they're selling cookies, and beyond that, unless you're really attractive, famous, or have a puppy, it's all on you to break the ice with someone. You might be thinking, wow, that sounds unfair. What kind of double standard is this? But remember, don't hate the player, hate the game. Which I do. The good news is that because it's hard, that means if you're good at it, you really have a big step up on the people who refuse to try. Remember, when you're approaching someone, if you're just not weird, you're doing better than 95% of people. But as they say, easier said than done. Let's say you see a girl at a bar and you want to go talk to her. You think, maybe I should walk by to see if I hear anything in the conversation that might imply she's single, or maybe I should get my friend to spill a drink on her friend so she'll be alone and I can swoop in. Ask yourself, what would a not weird person do? Probably go up to her and say, hey, I thought you were really cute, I wanted to come talk to you, what's your name? You probably won't catch a response the first time because you forgot to breathe and might be having an aneurysm. This is normal, just sit tight and wait for the alcohol to give you a personality. So what if you're at school or work and there's someone you have a big crush on, but you're worried about messing it up because you're still going to see them nearly every day? You might be thinking, I'll just play it cool, hope we get put in the same group at some point and I can scope it out. Or maybe I should just walk up to her and say she looks exactly like my really hot sister. Ask yourself, what would a not weird person do? That's right. Keep up the good work. Now, it's not a bad idea to have a few go-to openers if you're in the same environment all the time. I think pickup lines are pretty dumb because they're really just jokes. But if I'm in the gym, one of my go-tos is, damn, nice glutes, looking thick. Mind giving me a spot? Then when they say okay, I just say, thanks man, and take it from there. One of the keys of making a good first impression is if the other person thinks you're both similar. So saying something you think the other person will relate to is a great idea. If If I'm in the bar on Slam Poetry Night for half-price beer, there's a lot of lingering anxiety and existential dread in the room that can only be expressed through metaphor and loose rhyme. So what I like to do to show I'm on the same page is sit next to someone and say, "Hi, I'm James, what's your name?" "Oh, nice to meet you, Hope." Oh man, this stool sure is flimsy. All we need now is a rope. On the same note, when I was taking engineering at university and I just wanted to make friends, my go-to icebreaker was sitting next to someone and saying, "Hey man, have you ever touched a woman's hand?" Then they usually laugh nervously and I say, "Don't worry, me neither," and give them a high five. Then I say I think it would feel like that, but a bit softer. Sad times. At this point I wanted to mention that if you're a girl, every guy on earth would appreciate if you approached us first once in a while. Even if we aren't interested, it's really flattering because it almost never happens. In fact, in my entire life I've been asked out by as many gay guys as I have girls, which is 0. So what I'm saying is if I could get on the scoreboard in any way, that would be nice. Now, if you're going to approach someone, you might be thinking, what if I get rejected? That would really hurt my ego and lower my self-esteem. Well, is that really as bad as living with the regret of not doing anything and wondering what could have been? If you're as fragile as me, it definitely is, which is why I have a permanent arsenal of coping mechanisms on standby, and I avoid difficult situations. But with that said, you can't expect someone or something to just fall into your lap, so sometimes you have to remember that rejection is just part of life, and you might have to be a little bit courageous.
This video is brought to you by Honey, the free browser extension that saves you money. Also a good spread. So there's been a lot of discussion around possible balance issues on the Western servers recently, and the two groups at the center of debate, the baby boomers and the millennials, are quick to blame the other side for the problems they're experiencing. The baby boomers, all high-level players, will tell you the millennials are ungrateful for the expansions that were built for them and don't know what it's really like to grind for XP, while the millennials, who are all high enough level to watch porn without getting banned but new school enough to be able to text with their thumbs, will tell you the baby boomers were playing with lower difficulty and purposely patched the game in their favor to the detriment of new players. As a millennial player myself, I wanted to take an objective look at the advantages and disadvantages of each generation and see what balance updates could be implemented to improve the game. So of course we have to start with the tutorial levels 1 through 18, and it looks to me like the advantage goes to the millennials because during the tutorial as a baby boomer, if you don't do what the mods tell you to do, you take damage. If you don't do what your hosts tell you to do, you take damage. Basically, if you fail an objective, you take damage from anything ranging from a flip-flop to a wooden spoon all the way to a leather belt until you get it right. But as a low-level millennial, helicopter hosts make sure you're safe, and everyone gets a reward even if they fail a quest. So while both groups end up emotionally crippled in the long run, millennials don't look like it on the outside. With that said, millennials didn't get to grow up with as many similar level players in the same clan, so many of them didn't get to develop their social skill trees effectively, but they did have better survivability because of the overprotective hosts. As an example, in my playthrough, my host would always panic and mass text me if I was home late or wasn't back from school yet, but back in earlier expansions, if a host took their 6 players to the park and only 5 showed up when it was time to leave, that's just one less subscription to pay for. In sum, I definitely say the early game favors millennials, especially if you're playing as anything other than the Caucasian race, because back in the baby boomer expansion, most of the game's features weren't available if you played anything else, and even if you were a Caucasian male, you couldn't even play co-op with another dude. But either way, both groups of players are well past the tutorial, so we need to talk about the mid-game. So a big downside for millennials in the mid-game is their education. As in they need one. And if you want a good profession, then you're pretty much forced to buy the college or university DLC, which takes at least 4 years to download. And if that wasn't bad enough, then they get you with the $200 textbook microtransactions. On the other hand, for baby boomers, after you finish the tutorial levels, you would either immediately go into a well-paying profession for the rest of your game time, or you got to playtest the Vietnam map pack. Also usually for the rest of your game time. Now, if we look at the meta during the mid-game, while baby boomers had the opportunity to play through one of the most economically prosperous periods of the Western servers, millennials have access to a ton more cool features, like birth control and memes. A lot of overlap there, but you get the idea. Along the same vein, finding a co-op companion is much easier in recent updates where, for millennials, if you're desperate enough, it's as easy as downloading an app, banging out a selfie in your bathroom, and in half an hour you might just find someone who'd settle. In contrast, baby boomers had to physically be in the same room to play co-op, which is clearly an outdated game mechanic that won't be coming back. Another difficulty for millennial players is that while the game has way more features than ever before, the monthly fees are higher than ever. In fact, it's not uncommon for groups of 2 to 4 millennials to party up in order to pay for their subscription, which leads me to believe that baby boomer players had a marginal advantage going into the endgame. But with that said, as time goes on, we reach a point of speculation because by definition there aren't enough high-level millennials to know what their endgame will look like. And at the current rate that expansions and DLC are being added to the game, we might see things like the level cap getting drastically raised in the future, scripts being implemented to reduce the amount of time players need to spend grinding for XP or dollars, and possibly even new maps opening up for us to explore. On the other hand, there's also a chance that the global warming bug causes water levels to gradually rise as areas become too hot to inhabit, forcing us into smaller and smaller pockets of land as we're gradually eliminated by super intelligent AI via Battle Royale. In contrast, the baby boomer late game is much more consistent and predictable. And despite a plethora of content being added to the game in the last 10 years, most of these players have only just now latched onto Netflix, and just some of them have learned how to text, albeit with the stylings of a stranded sailor whose last dying breath was "OK Google." And so at this stage we have to ask ourselves, what kind of balance updates could we implement that would make the game more fair? Some players have talked about a buff to the minimum amount of dollars you can earn for an hour of your game time, allowing millennial players to afford their subscriptions more easily before they're replaced by bots. Other players have suggested increasing the subscription fee for well-equipped high-level players and using some of those dollars to pay for lower-level players' DLC. And some players just want weed. It's a complicated situation, so like all balanced discussions, we need players to voice their opinions, and I think the best way to do that is by continuing to share personal anecdotes on anonymous online forums with other unrated players, and looking for ways to make our playthrough just a bit more manageable. First dates are very exciting, but also stressful for everyone involved. For guys, for girls, and for any nosy bystanders who can't mind their own business. And as one of those people, I wanted to create this as a bit of a primer for first dates, whether you've never been on a date before and want to know what to expect, or if you're a veteran of the dating scene and just want to figure out what's wrong with you. So of course, before you even go on a first date, you have to ask someone out. And there's a million ways to do that. In person, over the internet, that's pretty much it really. But you either get a yes or a no, and it's as simple as that. And the good news is that if you do get a yes, you're already ahead of the game because the other person is saying they like you, or at the very least you're passably better than a vacant time slot. Now, the first consideration is of course where you're going to go and what you're going to do. And in my opinion, you should really choose a date activity that reflects how well you know the other person. Like if you met by limp-wristedly flicking your index finger across a cracked iPhone, then there's nothing wrong with ice cream and a walk in the park because we all know you're there to see how they eat soft serve. On the other hand, if you've been platonic friends for 5 years hoping your next haircut is the one that will tip them over the edge, you better have a lot of alcohol planned because your current personality just isn't cutting it. So the most classic date idea is of course dinner and a movie, but unless you interpret that with multiple layers of euphemism, it's a bit cliche for a first date and a bit too reminiscent of its old school origin, which is getting married before you're 22, raising a family, and making God proud, which just isn't up to date with today's poor and sinful youth. I think your best bet is going with coffee, drinks, or a quick bite to eat, but it doesn't hurt to eventually try to expand your repertoire. I think it's a really smart idea to come up with fun activities that you can do together so you can focus on doing the activity instead of worrying about what to say. A few of my favorites include drunk paint night, drunk baking, drunk Lego, and drunk stand-up comedy. The common element being, of course, they're all things I do when I'm alone. Now, that brings us to the real nitty-gritty of a first date, which is how you're supposed to act. And you might have heard the old classic turn of phrase, just be yourself. And this is a terrible idea for a multiplicity of reasons, but what I think it really means and should be said more explicitly is that you shouldn't pretend to be something that you're not. So if they're like, oh, what do you do in your spare time? And you like to play video games, then say, I like to play video games. Don't make shit up to try to sound cool, and besides, how you talk about something is way more important than what you're talking about. Even if you're into something like coin collecting, you could be like, I like coin collecting. Did you know that just by holding one in my hand, I can tell you the year that any 10-cent coin was produced? And when they say, what, really? Why only 10-cent coins? You can say, because I only date dimes. And then you show them your YouTube channel. The old 1-2 works every time. Now, unrelated, at a certain point you reach a difficult moment, which is figuring out if the date is going well, and girls and guys have their own distinct problems in this department. And from asking girls about their experiences on dates, the most common thing that seems to happen is thinking either, wow, why isn't he making a move? Or, oh shit, he thinks this is a date. On the flip side, the most common thing for guys to think is, I don't have a clue what's going on. which actually explains just about everything. So if you do find yourself confused in the moment, you just have to triangulate those perspectives and Sigmund Freud yourself deep in their psyche to figure it out. And if that doesn't work, you can say you like them and see what happens. So very presumptuously, assuming the date went well, wherever you are, it's time to settle up the bill and leave. Now in today's day and age, guys are often confused as to whether or not they should be paying or splitting the bill or what. And really, the only person I know who said, well, he was great, but didn't pay for dinner, so that's a no, is my mum. So don't make a joke about that unless you pay for her meal. Sorry, Jen, you asked for this. But don't worry too much about it. If you're the one who asks them out, offer to pay. They might offer to split, and then it'll be awkward for a few sentences, but you guys will figure it out. Now, this is really the part where it gets interesting, because after you walk to the most proximal waypoint between both of your houses, you're going to stand there for about 5 seconds, glance down at your feet for a second, and say, yeah, so, and then you have to talk about your feelings. So what do you do? Do you set up a second date? Do you go for a kiss? Do you invite them to your place? Do you walk them home? Or do you kind of sit on the curb, talk for 2 hours, and then go home because you're both too scared to be emotionally vulnerable? I think at the very least you should leave saying you had fun and want to get together again, or get out of there and let them down softly with a text pretending it's you when it's really them. Now, I know what you're all thinking, casually explained. What do you think of people hooking up on a first date? And as long as you're not my neighbor and are both down with it, I couldn't care less. Nowadays it seems like everyone is having sex before holding hands anyway. But with that said, while I'm not judging you for busting out the strap-on from day one, God certainly is. So, you know, light a candle. Don't call them daddy. Call them father. Don't finish with hallelujah, finish with a condom. Just the obvious, really, you'll be fine. Critical thinking is the careful and rational analysis of a situation that results in you making good short and long-term decisions. But as we all know, none of us are always making good decisions, and some of us are almost always making bad decisions. So I think the best way to explain it is by looking at the stages of thinking and the thoughts that would characterize each of those levels. So the first level of thinking is basically no thinking at all. It's a straight line from emotion to action without any further consideration. This isn't all bad, as it's responsible for a lot of instinctive functions like crying when you're sad or hitting your desk when you're angry, or regardless, we all think at this level sometimes, but some people seem to be characterized by it. Which means if someone says something like, wow, you don't believe they actually landed on the moon, do you? You should probably stop talking to that person, because really, what kind of idiot still believes in the moon? The second level of thinking is some thinking. You haven't really checked all the facts down to their roots, but you know when things make sense and when they don't. You don't let the headlines tell you what to think, you read the comments section for that. And you don't cite Wikipedia for your essays, you cite the references underneath. When you have a problem, you kind of just treat the symptoms and don't go much further than that. But all in all, your life is very practical. You might be paying $20K a year for school and are worried that you won't get a job. But hey, $20K a year for hope is a fucking bargain. The third level of thinking is critical thinking. You think things through to their logical conclusion and you act accordingly, all the while not deliberating over small details. If you feel sick, you go to the doctor. If you feel sad, you ask your friends and family for support. And if you don't like watching ads on YouTube, you get ad block, because you know if you're watching a popular YouTube channel that people like, they're probably demonetized anyway. You don't drunk text your ex because you've never had a failed relationship. And when you're at a job interview, it goes, hey, what's your biggest weakness? Oh, I don't really learn from my mistakes. And why is that? Because I don't make any. Nevertheless, despite your perfect existence, your peers might resent you for being flawless in a way that's blindingly superior and yet somehow still humble. While this might seem like the end-all be-all of critical thought, it certainly isn't, which is why we also have the bonus level of thinking, overthinking. This type of thinking tries to address all your simple problems with disproportionately complex solutions. Your waiter says enjoy your meal, and when you say thanks, you too, he laughs and moves on, and you never go back to that restaurant ever again. If you're on a coffee date and the girl says, why don't we get ice cream instead, you would gently decline because she's deviating from the script. Before you let loose and dance at a party, you have to watch a few hundred tutorials to make sure you're letting loose properly, and if your Instagram post doesn't get enough likes in the first 15 minutes, you delete that shit faster than you delete your history when someone asks to use your phone. Now, while you can't really stop yourself from overthinking, if there's something you're worried about, it usually gets better over time because you learn the bad stuff you are worrying about almost never happens. A really eye-opening moment for me was when I said to my friend, man, I can't stop worrying about what other people think of me. And he said, don't worry, man, nobody thinks about you. While the delivery could maybe use some work, it's definitely something worth thinking about.
So with exam season already well underway, I wanted to share a last minute study tip that might be able to help you out as well. So I really think the most important thing is to just maintain a pristine working environment. So I always have a microfiber cloth handy, and what I like to do is turn off the monitor, and that allows me to more easily see the reflection of my own tears. Just wipe those away.
Knowing how to interact with a stranger doesn't always come naturally, which is why I thought it would be a good idea to talk about how to have a normal conversation in the only way I know how, which is through a 7-minute monologue. Reason being is pretty much whenever I go out in the real world, I say to myself, you know, today is the day that a nice stranger might come up and have a conversation with me, and that's simply not a risk I'm willing to take. But despite my best efforts to look like this guy, I've realized that no matter how much you try to look like someone who just wants to go about their own business, the earbuds in, no eye contact strategy can only take you so far. As an example, I was in the elevator the other day taking my bicycle out, and this guy was like, "Nice bike. Is it fast?" And I was like, "Yeah, man, pretty fast." And then he said, "Probably not as fast as my car." And then he waddled out of the elevator on the wrong floor. And I was just standing there thinking, first of all, my legs are fucking massive, so check yourself. But second of all, what bothered me wasn't that what he said made no sense. It was that he didn't realize it made no sense. Like, that guy left the interaction thinking his smoldering Ryan Gosling impression left me trembling at his raw masculinity. When in reality, I left the interaction by going right back up to my apartment to Google small talk tutorials because he was so confident that I figured it must have been me who was missing something. And what I learned from that experience in the subsequent WikiHow articles is that when I talk to a stranger, I usually see it as a chance to screw things up, so I don't do it. And the guy talking to me in the elevator usually sees talking to a stranger as a chance to succeed and make everyone's day better. Chance, of course, being the operative word. Fortunately for me, what's made me feel a lot better is thinking, you know, I remember all of my own blunders, but I never remember anyone else's. That means they probably remember their blunders and don't remember any of mine. And what really confirmed that theory was talking to a friend one time. I said, "You know, dude, I just can't stop worrying about what other people think of me." And he said, "Don't worry, man. No one thinks about you." And as an extension of believing you'll succeed or worrying you'll fail, what I've learned is that there are really two types of people you'll encounter. People who don't filter themselves enough, and people who filter themselves too much. And first of all, there's really only one type of person who has absolutely no filter, and society only tolerates them because we've all been there at one point or another. They can't walk in a straight line, they can't speak a coherent sentence, and they don't even remember any of it because their brain is so impaired. I'm of course talking about children. And while the solution of dealing with a child is of course alcohol, it is unfortunately the cause as well, so you have to be careful. Beyond that, in all other circumstances where someone still has no filter and just says whatever dumb shit comes to their mind no matter what, it's best just to say, "Thanks for the Twitch Prime," and move on. So the next scenario is when someone over-filters what they say and rarely talks. And most people think that what you're supposed to do here is ask the person questions to get them talking. This counterintuitively makes things worse and is like trying to get someone to open up and make friends by encouraging them to go to Toastmasters, because all that will do is make them even less cool. In my experience, what always works to help other people get out of their shell is a method called the 6 steps to social success. Step 1, never make the conversation the focus. Have an activity to do. 2, offer silence. It's okay not to talk. 3, help the conversation. When they do talk, say yes and rather than no but. 4, offer reassurance. Say things like, that's a really good way of saying it, and I'm having a really good time. 5, move to a new environment. Have a beer and show them that you want to keep hanging out. 6, open up. Test the waters by sharing stories about yourself to get them to start opening up as well. From here, continue to listen and maintain eye contact as you gently rest your hand on their thigh. You might have noticed this is just a WikiHow dating article that I copy-pasted, but then I modified it to work on guys. Similarly, a common piece of advice you hear on the internet is that you should listen more than you speak. And while this works great until you meet another person who also learns social skills by reading, you'll find that if all you do is ask questions and listen, people won't really make you their friend, but they will make you their therapist. And while it turns out that most people could definitely use one, it's not always so much fun for you. So I want to talk about some real conversation do's and don'ts that I've observed in actually socially competent people, and not ones I've seen on Reddit that are from the same 3 books. Do. remember things about people. One of my best experiences is when a guy was like, "Hey man, good to see you again. I looked up your channel and liked a couple videos, even sent one to a friend." And I was like, "Did you subscribe?" And he was like, "Of course." And just thinking about that story makes me feel good. I made it up, obviously, but it still gets me through the day. Don't remember too much about people. Despite how much you think it might work, do not go up to your crush and say, "I remember when I first saw you across campus, sitting in the cafeteria, the light of your silver necklace reflecting the harsh flicker of the power-saving LEDs beautifully through my 16 times optical zoom." I mean, it's kind of hot. Do have strong opinions. Don't share them at the wrong time. This is difficult because being indifferent is super boring, but sharing your strong opinions is definitely risky. A great example is my mom, actually. I'll be like, "Hey, Jan, how's your Airbnb going?" And she'll be like, "Not good, Jamie. Guess where my guests for the next 3 days are from." And I'll be like, "Where?" And she'll be like, "South Korea." And I'll say, "What's wrong with that? I love StarCraft." And she'll say, "They don't even speak English, Jamie. It disgusts me." And I'll be thinking, "Oh no, here we go." But then she'll be like, "How am I supposed to have them for dinner and wine to ask about their culture if we can't even communicate? I'll have to take Korean on Duolingo." And I'll be thinking, "Oh, that's nice of you. I wasn't That's why the Americans should have never left in 1953. And you know, classic Jan. And while I do try to listen more than I speak in this case, I do enjoy that I never know if she's inviting me for dinner or to throw a body in the Atlantic. Do amuse yourself. This one is pretty important because it means that no matter how lame everyone else is, at the very least you're going to be entertained by yourself. And with the exception of the guy in the elevator, it's almost always the case that when someone is self-amused, other people find them interesting as well. Take kids as an example. They're off in their own little world, minding their own business as the adults talk. But then when you look over and see one of them trying to figure out which Lego block tastes the best, you can't help but be amused yourself and think, "Poor thing must have been vaccinated." Finally, the best conversation tip that I've noticed in only the most socially competent individuals is that what you actually say doesn't matter at all, because again, no one actually remembers what you say. And when I think about who I like hanging out with the most, they don't say a word the whole time, and pretty much all they do is act happy to see me and fetch tennis balls when I throw them. I'm of course talking about Roger Federer. But actually though, it made me realize, who gets the girls at parties? This guy. Who gets the guys at parties? This guy. Who makes friends every time they leave the house? This guy. Who remembers you? This guy. Who has strong opinions on the Korean War but knows when to share them? This guy. Who amuses themselves? This guy. And ultimately, who would you prefer to see in an elevator rather than Subaru Forester guy? That's right. Reddit is one of the biggest websites in the world and is more popular than ever. And as someone who's been there almost every day for more than 10 years because I can't regulate my own behavior, I often see people either confused as to how the website works or unfamiliar with common etiquette that they really need to know in order to fit in. And I want to make a bit of a guide. So let's start, of course, with the obvious: how do you navigate Reddit? Now, you might notice that over here there's a search bar in the upper right side of the website, but it's important to note that the search bar is purely for aesthetic purposes and serves no actual function. There's in fact currently no way of finding things on Reddit. The good news is that if you'd like to view a post you've already seen before, you can simply go to the front page and they'll all be there. Next, as you can see, I have the default subreddits along the top, and these individual subreddits act as filters to categorize posts on the website. So if you're into movies, you can go to r/movies, if you're into gaming, you can go to r/gaming, or if you're into volunteering for children with disabilities, you can become a moderator at r/funny. Now, when it comes to how to use the website, instead of making content, there are several advantages to maximizing your time lurking and never really posting anything. Take me, for example. I now know a small number of incorrect facts about an extremely large number of things. But in contrast, by posting and commenting on Reddit, you're able to accumulate what's called karma, or what's basically a virtual tally of the amount of times people have upvoted your submissions. Now, the first way to get more karma is by commenting on a post, and the good news is that pretty much every thread follows the same formula, so I'll let you know what to expect to get you started. A really witty and clever comment that you thoroughly enjoyed, only to be ruined by an unending rambling of edits as the person mounts their internet soapbox and slowly descends into insanity. This is the online equivalent of going to a Kanye concert. A concise and exhaustive summary of the topic at hand that seems brilliantly researched from someone who knows a lot about the subject. A reply to that comment pointing out how everything they just said was completely wrong. A comment that references a Reddit in-joke or meta post. Common ones you can throw out in any situation to get upvotes are Jolly Ranchers, Doritos, Cumbox, Coconut, Today You, Tomorrow Me, 7 out of 10 with rice, Banana for scale, or I also choose this guy's dead wife. A link to a related subreddit that you already know, or a hyperlink to an XKCD comic titled Relevant. An extremely specific anecdote that relates perfectly to the main post that seems almost too good to be true until you're right at the end when you remember the fact that in 1998 The Undertaker threw Mankind off Hell in a Cell and plummeted 16 feet through an announcer's table. The 69 Gambit, wherein a top comment saying nice is followed by dozens of comments replying to it also saying nice. Every comment will have a few hundred upvotes except for one that will be at negative 3,000. A novelty account that actually contributes in a meaningful way, and every time they appear you click on their account to see if they've been able to transfer their talents to something else because you know they deserve better than this. And a terrible pun thread where everyone gets pity karma. Okay, so the second way to accrue Reddit karma is by submitting a post to a subreddit of your choosing. And of course, when making a submission, it's important to know your audience. Now, a lot of people criticize Reddit as being predominantly male, but if you go to the front page, it's almost always filled with big titties. With that said, if you're not familiar with an individual subreddit, it can be hard to know the exact demographics. As an example, if you go to r/teenagers, it's mostly memes made by white kids in high school who want to get laid, but if you go to r/blackpeople Twitter, as you might expect, it's exactly the same thing. As for the individual subreddits, you need to know what they're about, and I wrote about 80 of these but then decided to cut them down to the most popular ones because I had a bit of a crisis that I made it that far. r/aw is where you post a picture of the kitten you rescued from the side of the road after you flew to Hong Kong and saved it from the tyranny of Activision Blizzard. r/makeup addiction is for makeup and makeup tutorials. r/relationship advice is for breakups and breakup tutorials. Unpopular opinion is for popular opinions. r/funny links you to your Facebook feed. Bodybuilding is for looking at juicy dudes hit a rear glute spread. Finally, some good content. r/pics is for creative writing. Formula 1 makes you want to buy a Mercedes. Shower thoughts is for copy pasting something you read in the comments section earlier. 3D printing is literally the opposite of printing money. r/videos is where I go to remember the good old days. r/Tinder is guys who picked karma over the possibility of love. Watch it for the plot is only for the most detail-oriented movie connoisseurs. r/trees is a subreddit dedicated to preventing deforestation. Old school cool is for black and white bikini pictures of your mom. Earth porn, history porn, human porn, and of course animal porn all have cool pictures that you can send to your colleagues. Male living space is where you go to flex your $5,000 memes chair in the 31st floor penthouse you rent furnished in your second year of college. Male fashion advice and r/streetwear is for when you can't afford to move out, but you can afford a $5,000 outfit. Ask Reddit is where people you didn't ask answer a question you didn't come up with. Gone Wild is for safari pictures. Am I the asshole is to get validation for only seeing things from your own perspective. r/politics is the same thing. r/upvoted not because girl, but because it is very cool. However, I do concede that I did initially click because girl is for any activity done by a hot girl. Futurology is for things Elon Musk said he'll do. Today I learned is for things you'll forget tomorrow. r/movies is for Disney, Sony, and Universal's marketing department. Explain Like I'm 5 is for massively underestimating how dumb 5-year-olds are. Ask Science is for left bracket, removed right bracket. r/seduction is if you want to become an Omega pussy slayer right before college starts. And r/anime IRL is for people with the same intentions. Life pro tips is for little known real life pro gamer strategies like go to class and drink water. r/music is for posting songs by lesser known artists such as Arctic Monkeys, Daft Punk, Queen, Tame Impala, and Gorillaz. Mildly interesting actually completely delivers. And again, that's just the main subreddits. There's thousands more, but they're pretty much all Instagram memes. So at this point, it's pretty natural to ask, alright, I've been here for years, posting every day and commenting on thousands of pieces of content, just like you said. What can I do with all my Reddit karma? And that's a great question. Now, once you've had your fill on Reddit, you might say to yourself, okay, I'd like to go now, but unfortunately, one of the worst parts of going on Reddit is that you can't get off. Not figuratively, of course, half the website is porn, but in the literal sense, because even if you close the browser window and pick up your phone, muscle memory will cause you to immediately reopen the app. And once you've reached this point, I'm afraid it's too late. you've been assimilated. You'll start to notice that you're indifferent to everything before Super Nintendo and hate everything after Bakugan. You're nostalgic for Yu-Gi-Oh!, Dragon Ball Z, and any of the Pokemon up to Ruby and Sapphire, and nothing makes you angrier than Fortnite, TikTok, and rich people. You work in IT and do development on the side, as in you built your own computer once. You have anxiety and mild depression, but haven't tried fixing it, and you're in love with Keanu Reeves and Henry Cavill until a month from now when they make a small mistake. Now all your real-life conversations start with, "So I was reading this article," but you really mean you skimmed the headline and read the comments section. You'd rather give out your social security number than your username, and despite your best efforts to resist it, every time you see the next global calamity gracing the world news, you hang your head in shame, clench your fist, and whisper, "We did it, Reddit."
When someone says they were born in the year 2002, I automatically think, damn, this is the oldest looking 6-year-old I've ever seen. Well, I won't be using that one when they ask me about the island. I was born in 1996, making me just barely a millennial, meaning I'm somewhat of an expert on my older cohort who thinks doggo, pupper, adulting, and having an actual wedding to a real person they love is still a thing, while also being able to tell Gen Z that making fun of us for skinny jeans doesn't do anything. We inherited housing prices and 3 financial crises from the baby boomers. You will not even remotely psychologically affect us. You will not even remotely psychologically affect most of us. The first thing we have to do is obviously define the generations, which in the textbook is 1981 to 1996 for millennials and 1997 to 2012 for Gen Z. Problem is it can be hard to tell when you're kinda in the middle, because to the outside observer, Gen Z might look a lot older than they are on account of all the Botox and filler, whereas millennials look a lot younger than they are on account of all the Botox and filler, meaning you have to look at behavioral cues to tell the difference. Because us millennials are trying so hard to cling on to our youth, we're in fact only differentiable from Gen Z by 3 things: ankle socks, hairlines, and when a DJ says, "Put your hands up," we do it with an open palm, whereas Gen Z does it with a closed palm. Gen Z does this because you automatically close your hand when you associate with dropping down to the floor, whereas millennials raise an open palm because we don't think Black Lives Matter. While it might sound like I'm here representing my fellow millennials, I did only squeak in there by 1 year, and there are some millennialisms that are too ancient even for me. Take for example answering the phone. Why? Similarly, Gen X still texts like they have an old school brick phone, meaning all of their messages are like, "Yo, bring drinks, see you at 5, sunglasses emoji," which is at least chill and straight to the point. Millennials, in contrast, have all evolved the 2-thumb texting technique, meaning they're able to send you a single paragraph long text like it's an email that you avoid opening at all costs until you really have to respond. Gen Z, on the other hand, sends multiple messages to indicate punctuation or a different thought, usually ending it with a skull emoji to tell you they've died and will no longer be texting you back. If you're a smug elder millennial who's like, "Why does my younger sibling send 4 messages back to back when they could have just typed it in 1 message? That shit is so annoying." First of all, if you're annoyed because you have your phone on vibrate when I'm texting you, you can stick it up your ass. Second, if you've looked at literacy statistics recently, Gen Z doesn't know how to read, so they don't know how to punctuate in the first place. And lastly, multiple messages is clearly the superior form of texting, anyone except your boss, because it allows you to better punctuate your rap battles with the homies. If you think about it, line breaks are literally poetry. When it comes to socializing and how you like to have a good time, millennials and Gen X are notorious alcoholics, but Gen X also does cocaine and millennials instead do weed. Gen X are alcoholics on cocaine because it was the rock and roll culture of the time, whereas millennials are alcoholics and smoke weed because they all have anxiety and need to self-medicate in order to socialize. Gen Z, on the other hand, was very gently parented, don't even pretend they'll ever own a home, and never socialize publicly, so they just take Tren, Zins, and Goon for dopamine. One thing that Gen Z clearly outdid the millennials on is their slang, because just like high school, millennials also blundered the language on more than one occasion, coining such terrible turns of phrase as doggo, adulting, epic win, on fleek, it's lit fam, swag, I can't even, I did a thing, and calling any type of knowledge hacks. In contrast, Gen Z slang had a stranglehold on our broader vocabularies right away. For example, here's some Gen Z slang you hear all the time, which I will now translate in case it's not clocking to you. Let him cook. He's in the process of doing something well that isn't cooking, so don't interrupt him. She ate. She looked good or did something well that isn't eating. Riz. Charismatically flirting. Crash out. Mental breakdown. Shit slaps. It's really good. Fire. It's really good. Hits different, it's really good. Bussin', it's really good. Gas, it's really good. No cap, for real. On God, for real. True, for real. Facts, for real. Deadass, for real. For real, for real, for real. One thing that older millennials have a terrible take on is that Gen Z has bad fashion. Gen Z has great fashion, especially compared to us millennials at the same age. Besides, when most millennials were teenagers, social media hadn't been invented yet, so instead of growing up trying to imitate the most liked Instagram trend, we had peace, contentment, and mixed and matched our clothing like a hand-me-down buffet exactly to our own taste. We didn't dress to impress, we dressed to express our deep cultural anxiety and fear of bothering our parents in case the baby boomers got mad at us, which they pretty much always were. You might not like it, but this was peak millennial fashion. To prove that Gen Z has better fashion than millennials, in today's social media, it's common for an influencer to be chatting up girls on the street like, "Yo, you're so pretty, can I get your number?" And she's like, "I'm 16." And the guy's like, "Oh my god, you can't be 16. What? I gotta get out of here, chat." Back in my day, you'd already know they were 16 because we were all ugly. Furthermore, Gen Alpha now thinks that point-and-shoot digital cameras give a cool vintage look, meaning guess what? Low-rise, bedazzled jeans are getting thrifted, and American Apparel hoodies are right around the corner. We are so back, baby. At the end of the day, ask most millennials, and we sort of feel we grew up in the best era to be kids, but the worst era to be adults. Gen Z, on the other hand, just thinks, wait, things were actually good? As an example, when someone says "Make America Great Again," Gen Z thinks you can't make something great again if it was always trash. But baby boomers think, I remember when me and Steve worked for Chrysler and Detroit was the richest city in the whole world. I bought a house for me, my wife, and my 8 brothers and sisters back when we were 23. But millennials hear "Make America Great Again" and think, remember the first 150 Pokemon, the Sega Genesis, Rock Band, growing up without a cell phone, when you made YouTube videos just for fun, getting free malware on LimeWire, using an iPod Touch to pretend to drink beer, how people would say, too soon, after you made a 9/11 joke, remember how badly we fucked up our teenage years but it didn't matter because we had no social media? Remember smog? As I was reading this, I got nostalgic and remembered some more things, so I redid the video so I could keep going. Remember Deltora Quest? Ordering things from the Scholastic Book Fair? The Bermuda Triangle? Remember burning a CD? Remember CD drives in the first place? Remember when DLC was just another game called an expansion pack? Remember rewinding a VHS before you returned it to Blockbuster? I remember. Anyway, us millennials are gonna go stare at the Winamp visualizer for a while. You guys can talk amongst yourselves. Now, unlike me and most of the people I know who can't remember anything, nearly everything that you've time and energy to their exact will. This is why when you see Messi, Tiger, or Michael Jordan do something crazy with a ball, you think, could it be? What makes the popularity of sports so interesting is that it's an incredible insight into the human psyche, which is that deep down, almost no one actually cares about getting human life to Mars or curing cancer. We only really care about doing pointless fun activities with our friends. The activity, of course, being the defeat of other people who we think are not our friends, and the imaginary devastation we experience when we are instead defeated. So let's take a look at the most popular sports to see exactly what makes them so successful. Ice hockey. Hockey is a fantastic sport because there's tons of action, lots of Canadians, and it incorporates the best part of good video game design, which is slidey ice levels. Apparently this is a hot take after looking it up, but once again as a Canadian, it sounds more like a skill issue. The only critical error in hockey is that the puck is way too fucking small to see if you're in an arena, so really you're just watching a bunch of guys skating one direction really fast, then all of a sudden turning around and skating the other direction really fast. This does, however, keep you entertained sufficiently as you wait for them to finally start punching each other. Rock climbing. Rock climbing is one of the most visceral human activities, which is not just our ape-like instinct to climb trees, but an evolved human instinct to just see what the most extreme pointless shit we can accomplish without dying. If you think about it, the moon landing was really just extreme rock climbing. If you never rock climbed before, it's easy to think it's a pretty stupid and pointless activity, but once you do it a few times, you'll realize there's a reason that the #1 most sold item in grocery stores is the humble banana. Golf. Golf is an absolute heater of a sport, and its only downside is being way too expensive and far away from where you live. A lot of people who've never played golf assume it's really just mini golf but bigger and more difficult. This is completely wrong. Hitting a ball into a hole is the meaningless part of golf. The sport is actually being able to drink and drive, and you only have to try to hit the ball into the hole so you can gamble on it. When you realize that golf isn't an upper crust gentleman's game, but just peak debauchery with the boys, then you understand why people want to get rich in the first place. Tennis. Being a 1v1 sport, I'm of course a big tennis fan, but the popularity of tennis has unfortunately been cannibalized recently by the bane of all tennis players' existence, recreational pickleball. The best way of summarizing the feud between pickleball and tennis is that pickleball players think, Well, just because you have to run around all the time and hit the ball really hard doesn't mean you're better than us. And tennis players think, yes, it does. The pickleball players then convert every public tennis court into pickleball courts by demanding the city council, aka themselves, do what the people want. If you know a tennis player, just be aware that they are societally down very bad and can't find a public court to play on. So make sure you reassure them that their two-handed backhand is actually very sexy, and then buy them some pen tennis balls for Christmas to cheer them up. Gymnastics. I think gymnastics is dope because it's not only a solo strength sport in the Olympics, my two favorite things, but it's one of the only sports where guys and girls compete in different activities and everyone agrees each sex is actually better at their respective events, making it the first and only sport in the world where the average male and female internet commenter is almost tricked into admitting they actually like each other. Boxing. When I watch boxing, the only thing I think is, how in the fuck is each person getting paid like $300 million for one fight? This coincidentally is what every professional fighter in the UFC is also thinking. MMA. MMA in the UFC was a great experiment because it made everyone realize what was mostly just acrobatics or performative art and what was really made for messing people up. At this point, it turns out that no one martial art does it all, and if you want to build the perfect fighter, you kind of just have to be an elite wrestler so you're built and conditioned like a Cold War lab experiment, then do jiu-jitsu, Muay Thai, and boxing. Then send them 2-3 years Dagestan and forget. Nevertheless, it's pretty common for both men and women to say, well, that sounds like way too much work. What should I train if I only care about self-defense? That's actually a much easier question to answer. 100-meter sprint, Glock 19. Ping pong. I think everyone can agree that table tennis is the Rubik's cubing and cup stacking of sports. It might be one of the only sports that you can watch at a high level and without any further context you say, yeah, to be perfectly frank, I have not been diagnosed with the potential to do that. Just to be clear, I'm not making fun of anyone. This was in fact my entire childhood repertoire. Basketball. I admittedly don't know anything about basketball. I just get highlights of Jokic in my feed making crazy plays while looking incredibly unathletic and bored, then watch a related video of him with his racehorse looking really happy. That made me think that for every kid that wants to grow up to be an astronaut only to find out they're too dumb, there's also a 6'11" 100-millionaire basketball player that always wanted to be a jockey. Skiing and snowboarding. The problem with skiing and snowboarding is if you go as a kid and make a day trip, then you have to get up stupidly early and drive for 4 hours, making it a completely terrible day. Or you stay for a weekend, but there is no point in doing that because after one day you're so sore from using muscles you've never used before, you're bedbound anyway. This admittedly does change when you're an adult, because you can go to Whistler for a weekend, fall off the T-bar and break your tailbone a few times, be way too sore the next day, but now you're thankfully old enough to go to the clubs, get drunk, then get chlamydia from an Australian before coming home and filing for bankruptcy. Skateboarding. Skateboarding culture has always been cool and rebellious, and it hasn't just shaped other areas of society like fashion and street culture, but it also gives you deep psychological insights you might have not had otherwise. For example, I get annoyed when retired baby boomers with 4 properties can't figure out why they don't have grandchildren yet, until my friend Jimmy is meeting up with me so we can bankrupt Cactus Club during happy hour, and on the way over he thinks banging his skateboard into a fire hydrant is a trick. This causes me to immediately want to move my tax residence to Dubai, accept Western democracy as a failed state, and firmly lecture everyone on exactly what will and what will not be tolerated in my backyard if they want me to give them even a single penny. Baseball. To me, baseball is the EVE Online of sports, because the main highlight of baseball is whenever someone is up to bat, they announce the player's auto-generated Midwestern name, then show their stat card, which is what every baseball enthusiast and EVE Online player is waiting for so they can cross-check they have it right in their Excel spreadsheet. Cricket. While not very popular in most places, it's actually the second most popular sport in the world. This is because, like being a MAGA Republican, most of its base is in India and Bangladesh. Nevertheless, it's an awesome game to watch. Only the highlights of because it takes fucking ages. As someone who grew up in Australia and loves playing cricket but not watching it, you could unironically read the entirety of War and Peace in the same time instead. Formula 1. As a casual F1 enjoyer, I'll be making a whole video for F1. Just have to wait until Ferrari finally has a good season. NASCAR. A lot of people make fun of NASCAR for basically just being a bunch of fast cars turning left for 4 hours. This is another bad take. Imagine it was a regular Saturday and I said, yo dude, you want a day drink and have a barbecue? You might say, yeah, that sounds fucking awesome, but is there some way to add even more stimulation to this fun weekend activity? Suddenly NASCAR makes complete sense. Soccer, as us North Americans call it, is straight up the most popular sport in the world for a reason. Almost no downtime, lots of action, and even children in Africa or the Middle East can play without expensive equipment as they sweep for landmines. Even from a fan perspective, the constant criticism of players diving for penalties never matters that much because it's overridden by everyone's hatred of FIFA, the Call of Duty of sports games, which is only overridden by everyone's hatred of FIFA, the Venezuela of sporting organizations. American football. Well, American football and the Super Bowl is probably the sport most of us associate with American identity. Very unlike the American identity, football is really an intellectual turn-based strategy game, where ChatGPT tells a team of data analysts who tell the coach, who tells the quarterback, who tells the team what build order to do. Then they make the play for 3 seconds, then take a break. Anyone who isn't American or Canadian might watch American football and say, wait, so it's called football, but the objective of the game is to hold the ball with your hands and run with it to the other side of the field? And that's completely wrong. The objective of American football isn't to run the ball to the other side of the field. The objective of American football is to show the audience as many ads as possible. Believe it or not, in the usual broadcast time of 3 hours, there's only 11 minutes of live action and 75 minutes of commercials in a game of American football. If you're from literally any other continent besides North America, you might say, I don't get it. Why do you tolerate so many ads? But this is a very European take, because in our continent we know that commercials are the best part of the Super Bowl. As they say, you really have to experience a culture in order to understand it. While most people are not aware of it, whenever you sign up for random websites, newsletters, or accept unbaked cookies on the internet, it is the case that all of your information is going straight into the hands of people who watch baseball, and they're surreptitiously storing it in their Excel spreadsheets whether you like it or not. They say that the heart is a muscle, so in order for it to get stronger, you have to train it to failure. And while America is speedrunning that in real time, today we're talking about breakups. Breakups, also known in this economy as finding new roommates, is when you're in a serious romantic relationship with a partner and then say to yourself, I don't want to be with this person anymore. You then think, maybe a dog will fix this. When that doesn't work, you then think, maybe a kid will fix this. But I digress. I didn't mean to drag you into this. Conventionally, a breakup occurs in 5 stages, so I thought I'd go through each one step by step so you can see where and if you're on that timeline. Stage 1. The first stage of a breakup is always the hardest, which is finding someone to date in the first place. A reason why this stage is important is because the way that you get into a relationship in the first place can really determine your individual attitudes towards each other as it progresses. For example, when a girl gets asked out and she says yes, she's thinking, wow, what a cool guy, I'm so happy, my life's going to be so much better. But when a guy asks out a girl and she says yes, he's thinking, uh-oh, she must be an idiot. Stage 2. Seeing red flags in the relationship. Now, if you're watching this and think you're in a good relationship right now, it might be a good idea to check for signs that it's heading south before it actually gets there. So I decided to browse r/relationship advice in order to become an expert on the topic so I can share some examples of more subtle red flags you might not pick up on and how you should respond. Let's say you've been dating your girlfriend for 5 years and you live together. One day she's at work and you walk into the living room and see a magazine open on the coffee table to a jewelry ad. You look closer and see a couple engagement rings that are circled and one in particular with love hearts around it. How should you respond? Exactly, she's obviously never mentioned it, but she's clearly cheating on you with her husband, so best to break up and tell her that you're moving on. Let's say you've been on a few dates with a girl and you feel you have great chemistry. While you're creeping her socials as usual, suddenly she texts you, hey, I miss you, can we hang out again soon? Now this is of course a great sign, but you don't want to seem too needy, so set a timer for 1 hour so you can respond at exactly the right time. After that, a few minutes go by and then she sends you a message on Instagram. It's a picture of her in the hospital, kissing a bald guy on the cheek with the caption, me with my stepbrother. How should you respond? Exactly, I know Johnny sins when I see him. Best to wait the remaining 56 minutes, break up, and tell her that you're moving on. Let's say you're overseas from your partner and have been in a relationship as long as you can remember, but are currently having a big fight about the joint vision of your future. You want to pursue a more down-to-earth existence on your farm, selling hemp and cotton clothing you've grown yourself, but they're reaching their financial peak and want to experience the luxuries of life. You message them that you want to end the relationship, but they respond, to do what? To run your stupid little farm? I'm the one making all the money. How do you plan on being able to afford to do that without me subsidizing you? How should you respond? Exactly, you've already figured out a great way to keep labor costs down. Best to just declare independence and tell them you're moving on. Stage 3. The breakup. While breakups aren't fun for anyone, men in particular don't usually take rejection very well, whether it's from girls, election results, or especially art school. This is because if you're a girl and your female friend goes through a breakup, the game plan is clear. She'll text, "We broke up," to the group chat, then you all get together immediately, have a few bottles of wine, talk some shit about their ex, tell your friend she deserves better, and then have a pillow fight or something. For guys, the game plan is much more simple. He'll text the group chat, just a heads up, me and Katie broke up. You then reply, damn, that fucking sucks, dude. You good? He'll then say, yeah, I'm alright. And your job is done.
What else could you possibly do? Now, regardless of whether you're a guy or a girl, whenever you're about to break up with someone, it's likely you'll start second-guessing your intuition, and it would be worth it if you struggled to replace them. So you have to ask yourself the most important question to see if you should go through with it. Who's going to pay the other half of the rent? While boomers and Gen X often complain that if you live with someone and break up, they get half your net worth. This of course isn't a problem for Gen Z or millennials because half of a negative number is pure profit. The real pain of course is losing custody of the houseplants. Similarly, one of the worst situations to be in when you're going through a breakup is when you have kids. This is the worst case scenario because not only is someone breaking up with you, but you also have kids. At some point you really have to start wondering how you keep fucking up over and over again. Stage 4. Getting over it. Whenever you go through a breakup, the most important thing is to not wallow in your own misery. You should only do that if your ex finds someone new in 2 weeks and they're exactly the same as you but hotter. Now, one of the critical steps of getting over a breakup is thinking about how your own attitudes and behaviors contributed to the relationship falling apart and what you could do better next time. If you ask a girl what would prevent another bad breakup happening to them, they might say, I should be more attentive and affectionate, maybe communicate my thoughts more openly instead of expecting my partner to know, and make sure I don't make them prioritize my feelings at the expense of theirs. To men, self-reflection is of course way too complicated, as we like to have simple, concrete steps rather than vague hypotheticals, which is why if you ask a guy what would prevent another bad breakup happening to them, the answer is a simple 2-step process. Bench 3 plates, Bugatti Chiron. After stage 4, we of course have stage 4. Now they say that one of the best ways to get over someone is to get under someone else, but when you've just gone through a breakup, it's likely been a while since you've been dating, and you might think, well, I think I'm a 7, so that's what I'm looking for. And then someone else will say, I think you're a 5. Now in the dating market, this is called a bid-ask spread, and is essential to establish right away so you can see approximately what type of person is in your league. This is why when I get back on Tinder after a breakup, the first thing I do is set the radius to maximum, but you can pick any size of girl you want. Now, if you've only recently started dating again, the first thing you'll notice is how the dating meta has completely changed. If you're a girl, the first thing you're going to be thinking is, what the fuck is a Riz? And if you're a guy, you're going to be asking yourself, why does every girl I match with keep sending me links to viruses? The good news is that even though you might still be hurt by your fallen relationship, through the experience you've likely grown a lot as a person, so at least you'll have learned from your mistakes and won't have to do it all again. Stage 5. Do it all again. From this point, you simply repeat the process until you accidentally have a child, or you run out of money, or you try a polyamorous relationship until they go exclusive and you're the third wheel, or you get back with your ex and make it work because you overestimated your other options, or you realize that you can't say you don't like broccoli if you've never tried it, so you add grinder to the rotation. Now, one of the worst feelings I've had going through a breakup was when they said, but are you sure? Do you really want to get rid of everything we've done together? I mean, maybe you could just keep me around and use me when you want to. And as much as...
So I know that most people going to college or university are pretty concerned about what it's going to be like, so I want to make a guide to help you out. One of the first things you need to know is that they're pretty expensive, and you can't have the same attitude as you did in high school because if you fail something, you just have to take it again at your own expense. So before you go, you need to ask yourself the question, are you really there to drink and meet girls, or are you there to get a degree that will help direct your career for the rest of your life? And once you figure that out, then you can ask yourself, am I dedicated enough to commit my whole day to this for the next 4+ years, or am I going to set some time aside to get my degree? Personally, I really decided to take everything one step at a time, and the first thing you have to do is register for courses. And you might have heard that the schoolwork is going to be a lot harder than high school, and I think most of us have had thoughts like, what if I'm just not smart enough for this? And the truth is, if you can navigate their website, you're smart enough. Now, you might be wondering what's the best program to take, and truth be told, there's not really a best program. The most important thing is choosing something that will help you find a sustainable job that you'll enjoy. Now, you might be thinking, wait a minute, how do I try to get the job I'll enjoy if I don't know what I'll enjoy because I've never had the job? And that's a good question that I'll avoid by suggesting you use the following rule of thumb. So when you're picking a program, imagine a slider that goes from fun to how much money you'll make. And that's the spectrum you're sort of dealing with. So one thing that most people are really excited about is making new friends, and don't worry, you'll get over that pretty quickly. But if you're talking to someone, one thing I think is really important is to avoid certain trigger phrases when you're talking to people from different departments. As an example, don't talk about the job market with fine arts students, don't talk to pre-med or med students about student loans or how long until they graduate, and never ever tell an engineering student you had a lot of homework last night, even if you're another engineering student. And if you're wondering what type of engineering has the most homework, it's the one they're taking. On a similar note, as for how much work you should expect to do, when I started classes they told everyone, you should be studying for 2 to 3 hours at home for each hour of lectures you attend. And I remember thinking, wow, no homework. Unfortunately, that eventually backfired when we had an in-class midterm and I couldn't find the room. So, along with that loophole that doesn't work, there's some common myths I want to dispel right away so you don't have the wrong idea about college or university. You'll still be one of the smart kids. Myth. People are a lot more mature. Myth. You'll have a lot more sex. True. I'll have a lot more sex. Myth. Now, completely unrelated but something that can really have an effect on your experience is the male to female ratio in a program. As an example, looking at the stats from our local schools, computer science and software engineering is 90% male, while the health and nursing programs are 90% female. And you might be thinking, oh no, I'm a guy taking computer science, but I still want to meet girls, what does that mean? It means you fucked up. I took one Java programming course, and now I get an erection every time I see a gender-neutral name on an attendance sheet. Now, of course, when people think of college, they think of college parties, and so I'd always wondered what it'd be like to be invited to one. On a bit more serious note, one thing I think needs to be said is that a lot of students are a little bummed out that they were really good at something in high school, but now they're kind of middle of the pack. But the truth is, you don't need to be the best at your discipline to do great things. As an example, I never showed a lot of potential in high school, but now I make YouTube videos in my room. What I mean to say is I think it's important to look for other avenues to really help you stand out to employers and help your career in general. Like once your skill is at a certain level, you don't become a famous artist by being better than everyone at art or music, you get there by being better at marketing. You don't become a chief engineer by being better than everyone at math, you get there by being better at communication and dealing with people. And ultimately, try to have at least a little bit of diversity, because even if you're lucky enough to have the ability to become the best in the world at one thing, in 30 years it'll be even more difficult to cope when we all...
And what's the point? To entertain, to profit? Is the ball jumping through hoops? So am I. But in Strongman, the whole idea is crystal clear. I want to be the strongest person to ever exist. You might argue that Tyson in his prime could beat Ali, or that LeBron would have beaten Mike in 1v1, or you think that you have to judge a competitor against the competition of the time. The good news is that in Strongman, there's no argument. How big of a rock did your favorite guy lift? Yeah, well, my favorite guy lifted a bigger one, case closed. A problem with other sports is that a lot of them require a lot of skill, but people won't know unless they see you do it. You can be the best skater in the world, but unless you're at the skate park or thrift shop, no one's going to have any idea. But if you're 6'9", 400 pounds, and cause the plane to list to one side on takeoff, people are going to say, hey, is that half Thor Bjornsson? And your lifetime of struggle will have been worth it for that moment of validation. Even the names of the world's strongest men sound powerful. Hafthor Bjornsson, Zydrunas Savickas, Alexei Novikov, Magnus Ver Magnusson, Martins Licis, Mateusz Kielikowski, and of course Brian, which I pronounce perfectly on account of my English language abilities. The great thing about Strongman is you don't even need a reference point to understand how good these athletes are. Every guy watching MMA or boxing always thinks they could land a punch or two on Floyd Mayweather, or maybe even knock him out with their lucky haymaker. But when you watch Strongman, you have to say, admittedly, I probably couldn't do that one, as you nervously glance at your wife to make sure she's not leaving you. Strongman competitions have their roots in many historical tests of strength, from Scottish Highland Games to feats of strength by circus strongmen, and even going back to ancient Greek mythology when Sisyphus was punished by Zeus to endlessly push a boulder up a hill, only to watch it roll back down as he reached the top. The story goes that every morning he would wake up, inhale 2 scoops of creatine, huff some ammonia, watch a Larry Wheels video, and get ready to smash a new PR, bringing joy and meaning to his otherwise tedious and wasteful life. Similarly, one of the hallmarks of Strongman are the Atlas Stones, named after the Greek titan Atlas, who is often depicted holding up the heavens and earth on his shoulders. While we now know it's actually just turtles all the way down, at the time the concept was quite inspirational. The 80s were when Strongman first became popular as an actual sport, creating legends like Bill Kazmaier, John Paul Sigmarsson, and a host of iconic strongmen that caused many to consider this the first golden age of the sport. Prior to this, Strongman featured a ragtag group of strength sports athletes competing on the side of their main gigs, and the World's Strongest Man organizers still thought it would be a good idea that instead of using weights, they put a couple girls in cages, attach them to a bar, and have an event called the Girl Lift. While culture has moved on since then, it's only with hindsight we're now able to realize how fucked up it was to ask a girl what she weighs.
During the 80s, organizers, realizing that women were real people and not physical objects whose only purpose was to be lifted for as many repetitions as possible, tried instead to objectify the men, ensuring everyone had the shortest shorts possible, and for a brief period introduced sumo into strongman, where the legendary strongman Bill Kazmaier basically scared his opponents into giving up. While events like sumo were quickly thrown out because even though it provided the much-needed boost to strongman's sex appeal, it was simultaneously when Mr. Olympia had fully transitioned from posing trunks to posing thongs, canceling the extra viewership potential and creating one of the most popular hobbies for straight men ever since. Bill Kazmaier was the man who dominated strongmen in the early 80s. He won World's Strongest Man in 1980, 81, 82, and then the organizers banned him from participating for essentially being too good. While I'm suspicious of that narrative because it doesn't make any sense, I'm going to run with it because it upholds my fantasy. He was athletic, an elite powerlifter, and all around built for strongman. One of the greats of strongman in the 80s and a rival to Bill Kazmaier was John Paul Sigmarsson, who won World's Strongest Man 4 times and was famous for doing a 1,005-pound axle deadlift and exclaiming, "There's no reason to be alive if you can't do deadlifts." He then died later doing deadlifts. If you think I'm giving you the perfect layup to write a pun in the comments, you will regret it in Valhalla. Nevertheless, despite great competition in the 80s, strongman as a sport in and of itself spent most of this decade and the next lost in an identity crisis, trying to figure out what kind of sport it was and what really made a man strong. Was it his mind? Was it his heart? Or was it being able to lift a 345-pound tree trunk above your head? No one truly knew for some reason, and strongman fell into a competitive lull. Other than having arm wrestling that ended how every popular arm wrestling clip usually does, the 90s were an overall boring time for strongman, as more important things were taking up people's time, attention, and money. I was being born without my permission, the internet was being called a fad by Nobel Prize-winning economists, capital investment was pouring into children's cartoons, cereal advertisements, and anything to sell mass-manufactured products to Western millennials with an exorbitant markup. While all of these pieces of plastic were fucking awesome, it wasn't the time or place to lift heavy things. But the time was soon to come. In the early 2000s, strongman was still somewhat dormant, but re-emerging from hibernation, where the only person winning things because of rules around international competition and lack of anyone really being all that good was Mariusz Pudzianowski, who admittedly was the first strongman ever who wasn't quite as statically strong, but was really fast and had great endurance on account of being jacked out of his goddamn mind. While he is one of the most athletic and decorated strongmen in history, popularized the sport immensely because everyone thought, well, why isn't he really fat? And maybe one of the best strongman ever, pound for pound, I will reiterate that the spirit of strongman, where our hearts and souls have always been, is who can lift the biggest rock. And he did not usually lift the biggest rock. And so in the eyes of many observers of the sport, we all thought, nah, I wouldn't choose him as the best strongman ever, but this is of course how I would look if I tried strongman. With this new popularization of World's Strongest Man and a shift in marketing due to internet popularity, many event changes occurred, shifting from somewhat heavy things done quickly to extremely heavy things done some of the time. And after 2008, when everyone's leveraged CLOs went tits up, it was obvious to most men that if you couldn't get rich, you might as well get strong. And we had a well-rounded and dynamic international competition where Zydrunas Savickas established himself as arguably the greatest strongman of all time. He was immensely statically strong, known particularly for his overhead press, but more importantly, he ultimately cemented an image in our collective brain cells of what a strongman looks like. A regular tall fat guy, but with a weightlifting belt. As Big Z moved towards retirement in the mid-2010s, he ushered in the peak of what has been called the era of the Giants, where the likes of Brian Shaw and Hafthor Bjornsson, 6'8" and 6'9" respectively, became the focus of the sport, along with Eddie Hall, who is instead about 6'8" in circumference. Most strongmen historically have been about 6'3", barely qualifying them for Tinder, and the challenge of these new height differentials meant that one of the most important factors in any strongman competition would be what the events were going to be, because generally speaking, any event where you needed to move something along the y-axis, like deadlift or overhead press, would favor hydraulic refrigerators like Eddie Hall, while events that required weight, leverage, or grip advantages like the Fingal's fingers, truck pull, or the keg toss would favor the even bigger boys. The Giants era was really a new golden age of hype around if these new human blueprints were going to destroy all previously known limits. And while Brian Shaw dominated for several years through overall well-roundedness, near the end of this era it ultimately became more a pursuit of breaking world records in specific categories. Eddie only won World's Strongest Man once, then said, "Fuck this, I'm going to be the first person ever to deadlift 1,100 pounds." Hafthor also won World's Strongest Man once, then said, "I'm the guy who launched Pedro Pascal's career, I'm going to lift this tree, then I'm going to deadlift exactly 1 kilo more than Eddie." This annoyed Eddie, and they of course settled the dispute the only way that makes sense. Taking the obvious next step, all three of them are now YouTubers. Since the end of their rivalry in the late 2010s, we began the modern era of strongman, which seems to be the age of specialization. While everyone wants the title of World's Strongest Man, especially me, focusing on individual records is much more practical. Guys like Tom Stoltman, who is himself 6'8", has mastered the art of lifting the biggest rock over a bar. Mateusz Kielikowski has mastered the art of lifting the biggest rock onto your shoulder, and Eddie Hall has mastered lifting the biggest rock for the most ad revenue. Guys like Martins Licis seems to just be doing his own thing. Despite there still being healthy competition, the biggest debate in strongman is the direction the sport is going in. While the last World's Strongest Man was won by my fellow Canadian and time traveler Mitchell Hooper, event selection still is the determining factor in most strongman contests. I think that a good way to address biased event selection is create events where the weight and what you're supposed to do with it is standardized, but the shape of the weight is not revealed until the day of the event. This allows athletes to prepare for the event, but not specialize specifically for the task. For example, you could have the small rock, the big rock, medium rock for reps, rock toss, rock pull. Really, the options are endless. Thanks for coming to my TED Talk. Now, while you may not be able to be a strong man, you might be interested in being a safe man with today's sponsor, Incogni. As someone who doesn't get many calls, nor would I answer them if I did, my voicemail is almost entirely spam, whether it's telemarketers, robocalls, my dad, or scam.
So I'm not the biggest fan of clubs, and if someone invited me to one, I'd usually be pretty hesitant. But there's been a number of times where someone says, "Hey, having a few people over to my place for a chill birthday." And that sounds good, then later someone says, "We should go to a bar downtown." And I guess that sounds alright, so you go along with it, but then you get downtown and you see the name of the bar and it checks all the warning boxes. One word, misspelled. But now it's too late. You've been swindled again. So after waiting in line for the next couple of years, you'll almost be at the front, and inevitably one of your friends forgets their ID. So of course there's a good chance the 6'8", 300-pound bouncer might give them a hard time. Now if I'm in this situation and my pal reaches out to me for help, I feel obligated to live by my golden rule of friendship. Fight your own fights. So the big question is, what's the first thing you do when you get inside? And if you have a jacket, just hide that in a dark corner where you'll definitely remember later. After that, the first thing that I do every time I go to the club is take a note of how loud the music seems, and once you've been enough times, you can actually graph your hearing loss in Excel. Now, although it's easy to get distracted by all the flashing lights, loud music, and people more attractive than you, the club is really all about dancing, so your blood alcohol level should reflect that. That means when you're getting a drink, always try to remember, too much and you'll make a fool of yourself, not enough and you'll remember it. In my opinion, the best approach is moderation, so I always try to pace myself by not having enough money. Sooner or later though, you'll probably have to do some dancing, and I had no idea what I was doing at first, so I asked one of my more experienced friends and he gave me this advice. "Hey Jimmy, how do you dance like that?" "Oh, you just listen for the beat and then you sync your moves up with it." I don't even have moves to sync up." "Well, you're in a club to have fun, don't worry about your dancing, just look happy." "On the outside." So after you've mastered the two-step and are starting to get the hang of everything, you might have noticed that all your friends have disappeared. This is called club entropy and increases with alcohol consumption. Don't worry about it, this gives you a chance to do your own thing and maybe find someone to dance with. Now if you're at the club with the intention of meeting your future wife, it's probably not going to happen because you're going to be single forever. But the fact of the matter is there are a lot of guys who stand on the periphery and sip on a Corona hoping someone will talk to them. But you can't expect that someone will walk over and add value to your night if you don't try to add something to theirs. And in a club, it's pretty much impossible to communicate verbally, so you need to adapt to the environment. I bring an Etch-a-Sketch. Not only does it keep me occupied, but I can also use it as a tray if there's a big line at the bar and I can't carry all my Coronas. Now, after a few more drinks, whether you like it or not, you'll start to notice that significant periods of time seem to pass instantaneously without you remembering any of it whatsoever. 1 second you're absent-mindedly doodling in the corner, the next you're calling the DJ fam and demanding he play more Drake. 1 second you're questioning your own existence, the next you bought Hennessy for the entire venue. One second you're about to pack it up and go home, the next you're doing lines with Elon Musk and inhaling body shots off a Model S. Or at least you think you did, because your camera roll on the club's social media will tell a different story tomorrow. Nevertheless, right at the peak of your night, when you truly believe you are the unstoppable force of nature you've always dreamt of becoming, is when the house lights come on and you have to leave. You'll try to look at Google Maps with your phone, but your battery's dying and so are you. Thankfully, drunk navigation has never let me down. When you get home and try to go to sleep, you might notice that your ears are in significant pain and you're experiencing a relentless ringing sound that seems to be right inside your head. This is called regret. The initial experience will fade quickly, but it always leaves lasting damage that accumulates over time. One of the best coping mechanisms is telling yourself that you'll never go to the club again, and if you say it with enough conviction, this will actually dull the pain by tricking yourself into thinking. Social media isn't just a great way to keep up to date with people you don't like, it's also fantastic for sharing ideas and interacting with other users. But the most important characteristic of a successful social media site is having a way to quantitatively compare your self-worth to other people. Different sites call it different things, but it's usually along the lines of subscribers, followers, friends, likes, or karma. And it's pretty simple really, the more you have, the more important you think you are. On YouTube, for example, there are some people who have less than 10,000 subscribers, and they think they're the bee's knees. So it's really important to keep your ego in check. So what I like to do is watch this Thomas the Tank Engine music video that has 65 times as many views as all my videos put together. Okay, so Facebook is of course the biggest online social network in the whole world, and once you add all the people you've seen once to your friends list, an algorithm analyzes everyone's posts and selectively displays the ones from people who have more interesting lives than you. At the same time, it's kind of interesting because there's a lot of people who seem completely different online than they are in real life. As an example, I have a friend on Facebook. Another site I've really gotten into is Instagram, which is where I post all my good content. You can only post pictures or really short videos, so if you want to get a lot of followers, a good trick you can do is be really good looking. A lot of people have been asking why I don't post more often though, and the simple reason is I'm too scared of using the app because I might accidentally double tap a girl's picture instead of scrolling. I don't know what would happen if I did, but I definitely can't take that risk. I do think Twitter's alright though. It's kind of similar because it imposes a limit on how much you can write per post at around 35 words. So you're welcome to follow me over there if you'd like to hear some of my more complex thoughts. Okay, so I'm just going to take a break for a second because our prof told us that if you're doing a presentation, you're supposed to have some kind of audience interaction. So take a minute to pause the video and write a comment. Positive feedback only, please. If you have a suggestion for a casually explained video, please feel free to let me know, and if I use it, I'll be sure to take all the credit myself. On a similar note, another one of my favorite sites is Reddit. There's all sorts of fun subreddits like Ask Science for science questions, World News for world news, Today I Fucked Up for made up stories, and Gone Wild for safari pictures. And if you check out r/videos, sometimes mine get posted there, but I'm pretty self-conscious about it though, because I still feel like I don't know what I'm doing. I remember just a couple months ago, my friends would watch my videos and say, yeah, I don't know man, I thought that one was kind of shit. But now they think they're all, actually, I don't know where I was going with that one. But that pretty much covers most of the main social media sites. I'm of course going to continue to focus mainly on my favorite video sharing website, Pornhub. But thanks to the new social network integration, if you guys follow me on Facebook or Twitter, I'll be sure to update you with all my favorite BBW videos. Waiting in line for brunch since the dawn of time, you finally sat down at a table. But then you realize who you're actually eating with. The brunch alpha. It's been 45 seconds and the food isn't here yet. Waiter! I don't know, this seat seems pretty close to the door. Waiter! Your water is over 55 degrees. Wait. Okay, they're not even on our table. Of course there's the social media guru. I don't know how she knows that the food is good before she tries it, but it's nice she lets everyone know on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, Snapchat, Pinterest, Flickr, Tumblr, Vine, Reddit, Google+, LinkedIn, DeviantArt, and Yahoo Answers before she gives it a taste. The die-hard vegan. You'll know. The guy who spends too much on mimosas after passing up bottomless drinks. $35 for bottomless drinks? What a ripoff. Who would get more than one or two anyway? Okay, that one was me. The post-workout guy. He knows he was at the gym. You know he was at the gym. Everyone knows he was at the gym. Hey guys, sorry I'm late. Just got back from gymming it up at the gym. Hey, do they do protein shakes here? And even if you get the courage to go to brunch all by yourself, there's always the worst guest of all. Other people's children.
Mom, why is that guy all alone? Does he have no friends?
Whoops. Giving, spending time with your family, and most importantly, not going to work. They say that Christmas is the most wonderful time of the year, and we all have fond memories of unwrapping the new video game or toy we wanted as a kid on Christmas morning. But Christmas is completely different as an adult. You don't care so much about games or toys anymore, because when you get a present from your mom, you're just praying it's money, socks, and underwear. Furthermore, as an adult, one of the most difficult parts of Christmas is gift giving, because you just don't know what other people will like no matter how hard you tried or how wise you are. Back in the day, even Jesus was thinking, yo, thanks for the gold, my man. What's this other shit? Even though most children around the world look forward each year to St. Nicholas coming down their ducting to give them presents, it's actually the case that despite what people tell you, Santa Claus is a notorious asshole. Not only does he put coal in the stockings of children who misbehave, he also refuses to give poor kids a PS5. As we're all aware, the most traumatic time of year as an everyday consumer citizen is every department store's 24-hour transition from Halloween to Christmas on November 1st. You might think that going from scary and gloomy to frosty and joyous might seem like a great improvement, but if it were a person doing it, you'd be thinking they're about to release the best album ever and then overdose. Nevertheless, once November comes around, there are a lot of people who are critical of how it's spooky, scary skeletons one day, then Frosty the Snowman the next, and inevitably someone will be standing next to me at the grocery store deli and say, "They just keep putting the decorations out earlier and earlier every year, don't they? That's consumerism for you." Which annoys me way more than the decoration, so I usually respond by saying,
"Then tell me, why have you come?"
Like, imagine being a 19-year-old who's paid $15 an hour to try to decorate an entire warehouse, and then some middle-aged guy comes in and says, "Oh, I can't believe Big Grocery's trying to scam me into buying Ferrero Rocher." Like, homie, we get it. Your life's a void and the joy of others deepens the hole. This is why you only get to see the kids every second weekend. Christmas is of course notorious for getting the family together and having a big dinner. When I was a kid, it was common to say, "Finish your plate, there are starving kids in Africa." While we all managed to put a stop to that by saying name 3, nowadays the idea that one person puts on a Christmas spread single-handedly for a whole extended family is as unrealistic as Homer Simpson owning a 4-bedroom detached home in his 30s. Frankly, I watch The Simpsons now and I think if Homer's got that kind of money, why hasn't he flown to Turkey yet? At any rate, if you go to the grocery store today, the only good news is they usually sell the turkey and ham at a loss to get you in the door, then make profit on everything else. This strategy is dubious at best because my shopping cart is literally turkeys, hams, and 8 cartons of eggnog. I don't feel bad for achieving maximum value because frankly, the corporations got themselves into this mess because when they hit me with maximum 1 per customer, they seriously think that after firing all their employees that AI is gonna stop me. Now, if you're struggling at your family's Christmas dinner because your grandpa believes in Jesus but doesn't believe in trans people, and your cousin's making excuses again about why their late-stage polycule couldn't make it, just know that if you're in that stage of your Shakespearean tragedy, it's important to remember that thinking your grandpa is out of touch is a lot more enjoyable than having to tell him, "The bathroom's over here, Grandpa, remember?" Don't worry, he doesn't have dementia, you just put a sign on your bathroom that says gender neutral. Classic comedy. One thing I do to get through family gatherings is set a stopwatch when I walk in the door to see how long it takes for someone to complain about Trump. While I'm usually clocking in the 4 to 5 minute range, it has been trending upwards, meaning I think nature is finally starting to heal, unlike America's global reputation. With that said, I might be the only person I've ever met who actually enjoys American politics because I view it the same way I see Game of Thrones. It started out great in the beginning, but leading up to the end, it was like watching a slow motion train wreck in real time. While the experience was still enjoyable, I'd always thought, yeah, that was pretty cool, but what if I could be in the train? One of the unique characteristics of Christmas is that you can tell someone's political alignment by their attitude towards the holiday. All you have to do is look at them and then ask yourself the question, how does this person feel about the Christmas industrial complex? If you're like, nah, that dude looks like he hates the decorations, hates shopping, and women, constantly says Christmas is about the birth of the Lord, none of this other shit, never gets the gifts he wanted, and is on his 3rd maxed out credit card buying knockoff Nerf guns for his 5 kids, 100% MAGA Republican. If you're like, yeah, this person got every video game console they wanted growing up, loves decorations, worships women, constantly says Christmas is about people richer than them exploiting people poorer than them, has no kids, and has never given their friends a non-performative present in their life, 100% gulag communist Reddit mod. If you're like, what if I don't celebrate Christmas, Jamie? Where does that put me? In today's political climate, I'd probably lay low for a while or else you might find out again. By far the best part of Christmas is everything in the Western world just goes on pause. You could literally be in the trenches fighting another country, and then on December 25th, both sides are like, turducken. It really gives you a glimpse into the notion that despite common belief, 20-year-olds actually don't want to kill each other for geopolitically advantageous territorial expansion, and civilization is really only at war with each other because we haven't figured out anything better to do every day. So with that said, it's important to remember the true meaning of Christmas isn't about getting presents from Santa, and at some point you have to learn the truth. A lot of new parents have trouble with this because they don't want to tell their kids that Santa isn't real, so if you're under 8 years old and they left you unattended on an iPad, you're welcome. Make sure you subscribe and smash that like button. Nevertheless, a lot of adults do struggle with this because they have to ask themselves the question, how long should you go before you stop believing in stories of a bearded man who performs miracles? While this is personal to you, I don't think there's anything wrong with continuing to believe as long as you want, as long as your beliefs don't cause you to be cruel to other people. So yeah, most people should grow out of it as soon as possible. Now, you might be wondering, how does Santa travel all around the world without incurring roaming charges? Simple. Santa can create anything in his workshop, including nuclear warheads, which he can deliver straight down anyone's chimney within 24 hours, so it's in the geopolitical interest